I woke up in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, a newly appointed governor with a month under my belt. Then I discovered a system only I could see, showing me my troop stats. 3 gift points, and boom! My 300 mindless servitors transformed into a T5 light infantry battalion, elite soldiers on par with the Imperial Guard. Captain Yen, my skeptical military officer, nearly choked on his own tongue. The dead prisoners, the thugs who'd slaughtered dozens and threatened the Waste Cave Society, didn't stand a chance. My mortars rained down on their camp, and my newly minted army swept in for the kill. Patel, the desperate miner who'd finally come crawling to me, looked on with wide, grateful eyes. They didn't just believe me, they saw the power I wielded, a power to change this world, one shattered life at a time. In this world, just surviving is a monumental struggle. We lived in mines abandoned before the war, using the crudest tools, even our bare hands, to scrape together scraps from other survivors' camps. We didn't harm anyone, we simply wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. But even that drew unwanted attention. The gaunt man kneeling before me, Patel, explained his plight. He was slight, his skin rough beneath his ragged clothes, the picture of a man scavenging in a derelict mine, just as he described. 8 days ago, he continued, a band of wasteland thugs calling themselves the Dead Prisoners slaughtered 42 of us, kidnapping the rest. The youngest was only 4. They demanded ransom, which we paid, but their greed knew no bounds. They refused to release our people and demanded even more. I went to Fuxing City, pleaded with the Alliance officials for help. They issued a warning to the dead prisoners, a mere gesture. A warning the day before yesterday, those bandits slit the throats of 2 children at our doorstep, tearing up the warning with their bloody hands. They demanded double the ransom within 3 days or they'd attack our mines, kill everyone, and take everything. We're desperate. Some want to flee, others say we should fight back, fists and hoes against guns and cannons. But I know there's another way. This world has a new governor, me. I had to come to you, Governor, and beg for your help, to save us. His head bowed low, I could only see my boots' soft leather, elegant ribbons and golden buckles. I wondered how many years of backbreaking labor it would take those 900 people to earn enough for a single pair. My boots shifted as I settled more comfortably. Why didn't you come to me first, before approaching the Alliance? He was taken aback, stammering, we're members of the Alliance, they should handle this. I shook my head. You assumed the Alliance would protect you, that I, a newly appointed governor, wouldn't last 2 years, just like my predecessors executed for failing to meet imperial tax quotas. You didn't consider me important, seeking me out only after the Alliance failed you. I never meant to slight you. He protested, fear etched on his face. A sudden resolve hardened his features. If you save us, we'll pay anything. We'll exceed the imperial tax quota after 2 years. Disappointment washed over me. Patel, you knew I arrived on this planet a month ago, that my camp was nearby. Yet you waited until disaster struck to kneel before me, pleading, Your Excellency, save us. You didn't truly see me as your governor, didn't believe my inaugural declaration. I declared my intention to rebuild this wasteland, to ensure the well-being of all who submitted to my rule. But you didn't believe it, most of you don't. You see me as a tax collector, nothing more. You'd pay taxes only for the people I'd save, but how can you afford it? Following the imperial standards, the people of the Waste Cave Society are already working themselves to the bone in the mines. His dark face was etched with anxiety. Your Excellency, I believe you, please save us. He was about to strike his head against the ground, but I stopped him, lifting him to his feet. I placed a hand on his shoulder, unconcerned by the grime on his clothes. No need to kowtow, no need to kneel. I will help those who work diligently. Those unproductive looters are our common enemy, but they're a small problem compared to rebuilding this world. This isn't empty rhetoric. Since you've come to me, I'll save you completely, not just eliminate the prisoners. I will help you build a territory, ensure you have enough food and shelter. Now, do you believe me? Tears streamed down his face, a mixture of relief, gratitude, and perhaps a touch of practiced emotion. I believe. I fully believe. From now on, the Waste Cave Society will strive for your ideal. It should be asterisk r asterisk I feel. I patted his shoulder. Go and rest. My troops will rescue your people shortly. God Emperor, my people, and I thank you for your help. As he left with a guard, I turned to Captain Yen, the military officer standing rigidly behind me. Captain Yen, your expression suggests you have doubts. He saluted, hesitant. Should we really help the Waste Cave Society? Similar incidents happen daily, we can't handle them all. A sigh escaped me. It seems, Captain Yen, you don't believe my declaration phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. I wouldn't dare, he replied, his hesitation clear. But with respect, Governor, you only have 2 years. Within that time, we must meet the minimum imperial tax quota, or I'll be dismissed and executed, I finished. I know. But Captain Yen, we've been here a month. You've seen this planet a post-apocalyptic wasteland, much of the land uninhabitable, ravaged by energy storms, plagued by mutated monsters and desperate survivors clinging to life in scattered settlements. Their survival is their greatest challenge, they can't afford these exorbitant taxes. Collecting them is tantamount to killing them. The conflict between imperial taxation and planetary development is the core issue on Fury Star. Past governors focused solely on taxes, the biennial quota a death sentence. But I'm different. Development is paramount. Prosperity will make the taxes a small burden. We will succeed. He sighed. You're right, development is the path forward. But it takes time, and time is what we lack most. You need to pay a quarter of the imperial quota within 2 years, but Fury Star has always managed only 1/8, leaving a significant gap. Doubling the planet's output value in 2 years, that depends on my abilities, I said, a smile spreading across my face. And I'm quite confident. A message, visible only to me, appeared, the 1st Servant Light Infantry Battalion, 300 people, training complete, unit level upgraded to T5. Limited by equipment and personnel quality, further unit training is impossible. My smile widened. I clapped Captain Yen on the shoulder. Let's gather our troops. It's time to deliver justice to our neighbors. New book is here. P.S. Not a hammer, at least not entirely. This is my first month here. I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in a cosmic era, ruled by a vast human empire. The God Emperor, who ascended a year ago, established a spiritual network infusing humanity with spiritual energy. The empire is governed by the Supreme Council on Terra, the human homeworld. About 120 years ago, Fury Star was an ordinary world. A war obliterated its surface, transforming it into a wasteland. 29 years ago, the imperial government saw a glimmer of hope for Fury Star and sent a governor to oversee its reconstruction for the first time since the war. Within the empire's system, planetary governors can rule as they see fit, so long as they remain loyal to the empire. Loyalty? Paying taxes is loyalty. Fail to pay, or pay insufficiently, and you're executed and replaced. In 29 years, Fury Star has had 5 governors. My 3 immediate predecessors each lasted only 2 years. Fury Star's imperial tax is levied biennially, none of those 3 survived their first tax payment. And now, I'm here. A month ago, fresh from my transfer and the merging of memories with this body, I found myself aboard the starship bound for Fury Star. My goal, to ensure Fury Star paid a quarter of the standard tax in 2 years, with the shortfall covered by the Star District government, a favorable arrangement secured by my family's political influence. The subsequent tax payment, 4 years later, would be in full. A sector Navy cruiser orbited the planet as support, but my ground forces were meager: 3,000 servitors, 300 mechanically enhanced machine soldiers, their frontal lobes removed, and 30 Marines under Captain Yen Feinshu. Fury Star's dominant power, the Alliance, was established 29 years ago by the first governor. Logically, I should have landed in Fuxing City, the Alliance capital, taken over, and established my rule using the existing government structure. But I didn't. I established a camp near Fuxing City and focused on other matters. Yen Feinshu, for instance, didn't understand why I was training those 300 servitors. They were mindless, inept with armored vehicles and artillery, equipped with the lowest grade gear cannon fodder with no apparent training value. He was wrong, however. I watched, astonished, as those machine soldiers underwent a radical transformation. Under my direction, they swiftly completed pre-deployment tasks, forming squads, inspecting equipment. Their training revealed superior skills in tactics, shooting, physical fitness, strategy, all dramatically improved. Their inherent fearlessness and discipline transformed them into high-level soldiers. They reached the level of Imperial Guard Star Militia regulars. While I didn't believe they could beat his elite Marines one-on-one, they outnumbered them 10-1, 300 servitors to 30 Marines. More importantly, Yen Fanshu couldn't fathom how I did it. It defied his understanding. Mechanically enhanced soldiers, weren't they limited by their initial modifications, subsequent training meaningless? Then, my voice cut through his confusion. Captain Yen, tell your team to move faster. Elite Marines shouldn't be slower than machine servitors in pre-war preparations. Shamed, Yen Fanshu saluted, then barked at his stunned subordinates, "What are you dolts doing? Hurry up! The 5 slowest will be sleeping with the machine servitors tomorrow." As he started kicking his men into gear, I chuckled, turning back to the panel before me. The illusory text presented several options: current gift points, 2, total territory income, 5 tera month, hero soldier card. I clicked on total territory income, revealing more detailed information: governor temporary camp, 5 tera month. That was it. This monthly income, I understood, reflected the system's recognized revenue for my territory currently, just my temporary camp. After gaining governorship, I was curious about the monthly gift points a planet would generate. It remained 0 after landing in Fuxing City. I suspected the system didn't recognize nominal territory. I needed actual control. As an airborne governor, controlling a disorganized wasteland alliance and integrating it was impossible. If it were easy, my predecessors wouldn't have failed. So I abandoned the path of my predecessors, requisitioned servitors and armed forces from the starship, left Fuxing City, found open space, and started from scratch, using my new abilities. After establishing a camp entirely under my control, the income rose from 0 to 5. I guess the initial 5 was due to population, further increases reflecting camp size and improvements. The other 2 items were my personal stats, and the soldier card listed my forces: Marine Corps 1 unit, comprehensive T4 level, upgradable, quantity, 30, equipment, T4, training, T4, experience, T4, that's Yen Fangshu's 30 men. Then, the newly upgraded Servitor Infantry, the 1st Servant Light Infantry Battalion, comprehensive T5 level, cannot be upgraded, quantity, 300, equipment, T5, training, T5, experience, dash, the T level reflects troop strength, lower numbers mean elite units. The Servitor Light Infantry Battalion started low level, but with full equipment: rifles, grenades, squad machine guns, platoon mortars, and rifle grenades. Lacking heavy weapons, they remained light infantry. I spent 3 gift points upgrading them. In 4 days, those brainless, order-following cannon fodder underwent a dramatic transformation, reaching T5, the level of Imperial Regular Army. The Marines were T4, elite regulars. Their upgrade gave me the confidence to act on the Waste Cave Society's situation. This was an opportunity one was equipped to seize. I aimed to integrate the Waste Cave Society into my actual rule, moving beyond being a governor in name only, gradually expanding my control over the entire planet. The journey from camp to the Waste Cave Society took 4.5 hours. Marine Corps elites served as vanguard and scouts, moving in 5-man teams. I, Patel, and the Servitor Battalion followed. In phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme, I received a report: the Marines found a transport team belonging to the dead prisoners. I authorized Yen Fangshu to eliminate them, preferably capturing survivors. A simple task for elite Marines. Their confession, however, was chilling. I summoned Patel. "It seems those bandits never intended to release you." He saw the transport team's contents, his face hardening with anger. Yes, they were carrying high explosives enough to blow up the Waste Cave Society's gates, or even the mines, burying us alive. I shook my head. That's not all. They'd made a deal with the Greenskins in the High Wall ruins. Your 900 people were to be sold as high-quality rations. What? Patel knew the dead prisoners were ruthless, but their savagery still shocked him. The term greenskins accurately describes those mutants. They exist throughout the galaxy, a galactic plague. Sexless, they reproduce through symbiotic spores, that's also their food. They shouldn't need rations, but greenskins crave combat and the brains of intelligent beings, the former instinctive, the latter for technological advancement. Initially primitive, fighting with stone axes and clubs, they quickly develop technology upon consuming sufficient brains. Iron weapons, guns, even interstellar travel. Their destructive nature intensifies with their power, they become a natural disaster. Logically, the greenskins should be humanity's enemy. The Empire has a standing extermination order: kill them on sight, purify the land, eliminate the spores to prevent their resurgence. But policy and implementation are different. On Fury Star, taxes are unpaid, resources scarce, conflicts rampant, chaos reigns. The governor's forced to farm. You can't expect bandits like the dead prisoners to care about humanity's fate. But collaborating with man-eating beasts? Unacceptable. Eliminating the greenskins is a necessity. Not now, though. Their confession revealed tens of thousands in the High Wall ruins, possessing automatic weapons, their equipment comparable to ours. Taking them on with my current forces is suicide. Thankfully, the High Wall ruins are distant, a problem for later. The immediate threat is the dead prisoners, terrorizing the Waste Cave Society. I now possess their exact location, 4 kilometers from the Waste Cave Society mine, a temporary camp, carelessly constructed. They never anticipated a counterattack. Perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. Our mortars will be devastating. Yen Fengxiu was eager. Do it. After a short rest, we reached their camp in just over an hour, faster than anticipated, to prevent them from detecting anything unusual before the transport team's arrival. A brief rest was needed before the attack. My Marines were fine, but the servitors needed it. They don't complain, but fatigue impairs their fighting ability. Yen Fengxiu proposed a 45-minute rest before the attack. An hour later the mortars would begin shelling. Within sight of the dead prisoners' camp, I patiently led the rest, distributing nutritional cream, constructing mortar positions. This patience would ensure a decisive victory. Kaga was restless. Being a looter wasn't easy these days. Supplies dwindled. Food wasn't a problem. The Waste Cave Society would solve that, their meager stores sufficient for a long siege, once they're butchered and made into jerky. But weapons and ammo were running low. Most groups wouldn't trade with looters, only the greenskins would, but their weapons are unreliable, prone to misfires. Still, it's better than nothing. Frankly, I despise the Waste Cave Society's abundant or heavy, worthless, difficult to sell. But the people there are valuable. They can serve as rations, or we can trade them to the greenskins for weapons. Ideal. Chasing people is easier than chasing sheep. Kaga had deployed almost his entire force. Only a few old people, women, children, and those phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to him remained behind. Over 100 strong. The Waste Cave Society had many people, but few guns, nothing to fear. Their survival was due to the terrain. I'd personally scouted the mine. It's easily defended, difficult to attack. The entrance is sealed with or in metal, then reinforced with a thick door, impossible to breach manually. They'd attempted to blow the door yesterday, failing due to insufficient explosives. He sent his most trusted men to fetch more, including the high-grade explosives. His patience was wearing thin. He couldn't trick the miners into opening the door. The explosives would be the solution. Today was the day, but he was uneasy. His transport team should have returned, but there was no contact. He'd urged his subordinates to try radio contact, but failed. This heightened his apprehension. Half an hour ago, he dispatched search parties, still no response, radio silence. This demanded his full attention. The careless are already dust. He decided to send out more search parties, preparing for a full-scale investigation. Suddenly, a report arrived. The transport team contacted us. They are in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme, arriving soon. Kaga frowned. Why couldn't we contact them earlier? Their radio was malfunctioning. It's just been repaired. They sent a message immediately to avoid causing concern. Kaga considered this. Reply, damn it, were you wrestling zombie dogs? Hurry up. Half your share will be deducted if you're late. He rushed outside, yelling at his men. Move it. Don't bother with unnecessary loot, ditch it. Prepare to breach. We're under attack. A confused subordinate caught up. Boss, what? Spread the word, get your weapons, and follow. Why? The man was still bewildered. Kaga hit him. Someone's watching us. Blind them, or die trying. He grabbed his weapon, preparing to leave. Then came a whistling sound from the sky. His face turned pale. Cannon fire. Hit the dirt. He dove to the ground, cursing. Damn. They used cannons. Damn, I'll kill you. The explosions were deafening, drowning his curses, venting his terror. He'd sensed something was wrong, maybe a siege. But he hadn't expected cannons. Luckily, aside from ringing ears and a dazed head, he was fine. The artillery wasn't large-caliber mortars, likely. Heavy artillery would have obliterated the camp. Still, the mortars inflicted significant damage on their crude, unfortified camp. At least 20 men were dead or maimed. The rest were stunned. But there was no time for shock. Staying meant death. Charge. Get out. But gunfire erupted from outside. Weeds surrounded them. The artillery was followed by infantry. At least the gunfire was distant. The advance search parties had engaged the enemy. That's our only advantage. Fall back. Anyone who wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme fights. A second barrage arrived. Pity. I lowered my binoculars, spitting out those words. Their quick reaction thwarted maximum impact from the bombardment. We still lack firepower. Replace the 60mm mortars with heavy howitzers, and the infantry would merely clean up the battlefield. The artillery would have done most of the work. That wasn't an option. After 2 mortar barrages, the enemy lost a third of their fighting force. While a few more rounds were possible, the effectiveness would diminish. The infantry would have to finish the job. Patel, beside me, watched gleefully. He knew, from intercepted communications, that most of his people were held captive in the dead prisoners' lair, eliminating the risk of friendly fire. He was thrilled to see these bandits, who'd threatened his home, reduced to a shambles. Your Excellency Governor, kill these bandits. I, Patel, will serve you for life. As he spoke, I put away my binoculars and greeted my guards, moving forward. Patel followed phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme behind. Yen Fangshu felt the warmth of his HS-3 Eagle electromagnetic rifle against his cheek, a source of comfort. He'd anticipated a devastating opening barrage against the unprepared bandits, leaving the survivors disoriented, easy pickings for the infantry. But the enemy was sharper than expected. Even wasteland looters shouldn't be underestimated. They deployed multiple small units, forcing an immediate attack. The shelling began a few minutes early, with the infantry tasked with eliminating several enemy squads hundreds of meters from the main camp. Eliminating those squads was easy. The subsequent fight, less so. The mortar damage was less than anticipated, leaving the infantry to engage in brutal phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme quarters combat. Victory was assured, but at what cost? High casualties would be embarrassing, undermining my plans. I had complete faith in my 30 Marines, but the servitors were another matter. Originally intended as cannon fodder, equipped with substandard gear, their programming emphasized fearless self-sacrifice. That was an asset as cannon fodder, but not necessarily as regular soldiers. I was afraid of excessive servitor losses. But my fears were unfounded. The servitors performed admirably during the initial skirmishes. The Marines handled the main targets. Our specialized tactics, advanced equipment, auxiliary aiming, fast enemy tracking, precision shooting units, everything gave us a crushing advantage. The victory came without losses. The servitors showed excellent qualities during the assault on the main camp. They didn't rush in like cannon fodder. Each squad moved in skirmish formations, advancing in threes: assault, fire support, and squad machine guns providing covering fire. The distant mortar fire, while not particularly effective, provided continuous suppression. Their tactical maneuvers, while rigid, were efficient and effective. The bandits, attempting to break out, were trapped. Occasional shots came from inside, inaccurate, lacking aim. Soon, multiple commando teams breached the camp. The servitors advanced alternately, cross-covering, maximizing their angles of fire, eliminating blind spots. The bandits, expecting phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme quarters combat, encountered relentless slaughter. The servitors weren't invincible, casualties were inevitable, but far fewer than expected. Had my training actually worked? It wasn't just cosmetic, it yielded a real improvement in combat effectiveness. Transforming 300 cannon fodder into 300 regular troops in such a short time was unbelievable. But it was a welcome surprise. With the improved servitor battalion, losses wouldn't be excessive. The bandits stood no chance. The battle was secure. Yen Fonshu was shocked by Kaga's desperation. His reactions were good, but ultimately futile. His men were trapped, fewer than half remaining. The mortar fire ceased. I didn't want to risk friendly fire. He thought he might recover and even counterattack, but he didn't. The servitors shattered his hopes. He'd heard of servitors. Some larger forces used them as slave labor, incapable of independent thought, performing only repetitive manual tasks, unsuitable for combat training. At best, they'd be cannon fodder. Their only advantages: loyalty and obedience. But these were different. In their cold eyes, there was no stupidity, only ruthlessness. They were well-trained, efficient killers. Counterattacks were futile. Occasional servitor injuries didn't faze them. Even hiding in makeshift shelters was ineffective. The servitors would throw 2 or 3 grenades before advancing. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme without losses. He knew it was over. The camp was wrecked. His men were dead, killed by bombs, shrapnel, or the servitors' electromagnetic rifles. The dead prisoners were finished. But Kaga had one final card. His tribe was lost, but perhaps he could survive. He pulled a small, dirty green vial from his pocket, hesitating. He knew what it did, probably worse than death. But death was certain if he didn't. He gritted his teeth, uncorked it, and drank. The greenskin's ferocity was evident. As the battle ended, I entered the battlefield to oversee the mop-up. Amidst the smoke, I heard a monstrous roar, like a bear. Then, a 2-meter-tall mutant emerged. Muscular, dark green skin, nearly naked, his clothes shredded by sudden growth. His skin was rough, his weapon crude, looking like a hand cannon or rocket launcher, but he wielded it like a shotgun, one-handed. He instantly drew the servitors' attention. Their G7 assaulter rifles opened fire, a furious barrage. But then, the impossible happened. The greenskin was unfazed. Dozens of bullets found their mark, he didn't flinch, and the servitors didn't stop firing. Logically, any normal person would have been pulverized. But he wasn't. He was still standing. Some bullets ricocheted, others lost their energy and fell harmlessly, some embedded in his flesh but didn't penetrate deeply. He bled, but he wasn't broken. Kaiga, recently transformed, snapped out of his initial daze. Even enhanced, escape was his priority. He bolted. His increased size and strength didn't hinder him, he was faster, more agile. The servitor's accuracy plummeted. He could have escaped, but he kept being distracted, drawn to attack. The assaulter rifle rounds weren't lethal, but they stung. Finally, he snapped. He slowed, turned, aimed his crude weapon at a servitor, and fired. Thick black smoke billowed from the muzzle. The shotgun blast ripped through the servitor's upper body, showering Kaga with blood and gore. The bloodlust intensified. He reloaded and fired again, killing another servitor. Then, his weapon jammed. He only had 2 rounds. He reached for more ammo, finding nothing, his clothes were gone. He tossed the weapon, charging at a third servitor. The servitor fired, fighting a retreating action, but Kaga was too fast, grabbing and tearing the servitor in half. Lifting the bloody corpse, Kaga felt invigorated, stronger. A flicker of caution crossed his mind. Overstimulating his body might not be good, but the bloodlust overwhelmed him. He craved more killing. A grenade exploded at his feet, but he rolled clear. A machine gunner opened fire from 100 meters, but Kaga's enhanced instincts allowed him to dodge most of the rounds, charging onward. His eyes were red, he wanted to rip the gunner apart. Then, he stumbled, falling violently. His left leg was useless, though unharmed, he couldn't control it. He struggled to his feet, only to see me, in my Chinese suit, approaching, flanked by Marines. He tried to roar, but a hail of machine gun fire silenced him. Even the squad machine guns couldn't kill him quickly. But the Marines' Eagle electromagnetic rifles were different. Their metal spikes pierced his defenses. After emptying their magazines, Kaga was riddled with holes. Yet he lived, his wounds slowly closing. I strolled forward. Kaga? Leader of the dead? You can transform humans. The Greenskin's technology is something else. I wasn't focused on Kaga, but on the implications of his transformation. Kaga could only roar incoherently. I waved my hand, the soldiers finished him. Electromagnetic rifle fire turned his head to mush. Dealing with greenskins is troublesome. Killing is only the first step. The area must be burned to destroy the spores, preventing the creation of more greenskins, grits, goblins, orcs. This greenskin was likely mutated by Kaga, we couldn't take chances. The battle was over, the cleanup could begin. I reviewed my gains: decisive victory, 19 gift points awarded, losses, 9, eliminated, 146, captured, 11, 1st Mechanic Light Infantry Battalion, losses, 9, eliminations, 105, Marine Corps, losses, 0, eliminations, 41, a new interface appeared. Decisive victory. Does that mean there are varying levels of victory? Epic, slight, narrow, etc.? It detailed losses and gains for each unit. And the 19 gift points. This battle yielded almost 4 times my monthly income. A war-obsessed system? Combat is the most lucrative activity, farming supports the war effort? I accessed the hero interface, my name flickered. Clicking it revealed my stats: hero, Guhang, faction leader, LV1, upgradable with 10 gift points, physique, 7, spirituality, 14, traits, psychic spellcaster, you wield psionic power, capable of casting spells using your spiritual energy. Governor of Fury Star, you are the legal ruler of Fury Star, increasing your chances of legitimately uniting local forces. My personal phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme. The governor trait is self-explanatory, psychic spellcaster is my ability. I'm a psyker. The Gu family trains its children in various fields, those with psychic talent receive special instruction. My psychic talent is considerable, as the 14-point attribute shows. I understand the attributes now. Physique encompasses strength, agility, reflexes, durability, body-based abilities. Strong physique is crucial for a warrior. Even in this age of technology, personal combat skill remains vital. Elite fighters with advanced gear can do incredible things, slicing through starships, taking down fortresses. The greenskin demonstrated that. Without me, killing it would have cost many more servitors and marines. Psychic power is more enigmatic. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme called witchcraft or magic. It's supernatural energy. Starship travel, advanced weapons, all powered by this energy. The Empire has dedicated energy worlds harvesting spiritual energy, creating crystal blocks. Advanced psychic technology demands skilled users. Powerful psychers can fight effectively without equipment. I used a psionic spell, a soul cut, to temporarily disable Kaga's leg, creating an easy target. That's the only spell I've mastered, a challenging skill, not something to be learned over decades. But the upgrade option in the hero interface provides an alternative. Direct upgrade. That sounds much better. The upgrade option hadn't been available before. I noticed the sufficient experience requirement. I figured it was tied to winning a battle. the upgrade seems to require sufficient experience. The upgrade cost 10 gift points, I paid it without hesitation. With the 19 points from this battle and the 2 I had remaining, I had enough. A new prompt appeared: choose one of 5 paths: physique, spirituality, commander, leader, or unique to gain a new talent. Physique and spirituality clearly boosted personal power. Commander and leader seemed similar, enhanced battlefield command versus leadership as a ruler. Unique was intriguing, a personalized talent, but I couldn't guess what it was. I tried unique, receiving this prompt: unique path is unavailable, upgrade failed. I don't know what unlocks it. I chose from the remaining 4. I opted for spirituality. I favored spirituality over physique, possessing greater aptitude for psychic powers than combat. Commander and leader were tempting, but with limited troops and territory, individual strength would be more impactful in small-scale conflicts. Besides, mastering powerful psionic abilities might surpass the benefits of enhanced army or leadership skills. After selecting spirituality, a wave of heat surged through me, reaching my extremities. My face flushed, but luckily, only the servitors saw it. Their lack of independent thought prevented questions. I breathed deeply, feeling invigorated. My muscles were more defined, joints more flexible, my senses sharper, my thoughts faster, a comprehensive enhancement. But wasn't I focusing on spirituality? Why did my physique improve so significantly? Checking the system again, I saw the changes: hero, Guhang, faction leader, LV2, inexperienced, cannot upgrade, physique, 8, spirituality, 15, traits, psychic spellcaster, governor of Fury Star, talent, body protecting spiritual energy, when taking damage, consume spiritual energy to mitigate it. Spirituality +1. My physique increased, likely due to the base attribute increase at level up. My low starting physique magnified the effect, while the spirituality increase was less noticeable, boosted by the new, body-protecting spiritual energy, talent. Enhanced physique is positive, being stronger and healthier is always good. Increased spirituality means more powerful, more frequent psionic spells. The body-protecting spiritual energy, talent is especially valuable. Activating it, I felt magical energy coursing through me, protecting my cells. Incoming damage would be mitigated until I deactivated it or depleted my spiritual energy. It's passive, toggleable, consuming energy only upon impact. There's no reaction time, even against surprise attacks. It can also be temporarily deactivated to preserve spiritual energy for counterattacks. The flexibility is impressive. This is a superb defensive ability. The battle raged outside, but the Waste Cave Society remained quiet. Many people, but few weapons, they wouldn't risk venturing outside. Patel contacted them through a secret channel, verifying his identity. They opened the door, allowing him entry, alone. I'd been concerned about my allowing only Patel inside. But I didn't mind. I let him in first and explained the situation. My troops would remain outside for 2 days, awaiting his report. He understood what I wanted. I'd fulfilled my promise. Now it was their turn to demonstrate their loyalty. Patel wasn't bothered. The Waste Cave Society would obey, there was no issue. Entering, I returned to my former home. The familiar faces, pale from a lifetime underground, blackened by coal dust and sweat. I'm their leader, I know them all. Patel, are we saved? Are those bandits dead? Who saved us? I answered their questions, one by one, then realizing I couldn't answer everyone, I gave a unified reply: yes, we're saved. Those bandits are dead. The governor saved us. They wept with joy. Passing through the crowd, I looked at my compatriots' malnourished faces, pride mixed with worry. Pride in securing their rescue, worry about the future. Sighing, I saw my uncle, old Butch, his hand lost to a mining accident, the wound infected, his arm amputated. He nearly died. That's when I was promoted to leader. He hadn't attempted a power grab, there was nothing to seize, nor room for oppression in the Waste Cave Society. Leaders are elected, we're all too poor, leadership offered little more than the work of others. His injury prevented heavy labor, but he still supported me. He patted my shoulder. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty, I replied. In a small room, I recounted my journey to him. He sighed. A blessing in disguise. His pessimism was understandable. What's a disguise? I countered. This is our opportunity. The governor will save us completely. He's here to rebuild the world. The Waste Cave Society is the first step. Those big shots rarely keep their word. We're nothing to them, rats and cockroaches. They're kind when it suits them, then discard us mercilessly. I don't think the governor's like that. He snorted. You young fool. You've only known him for a few days. So, what else can we do? I skipped the trust question. Can our situation get worse? Over 900 people eking out a living under this mine, working to avoid starvation. Yet we still lack food and clothing, casualties are common, people freeze to death every winter. We can't afford weapons. When threatened, we hide and pray. We survived before because we were too poor to be worth the effort. This time, they wanted to sell us for rations. We were waiting to die. I refuse to let my people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme like this, I declared. Besides, what else do we have to lose? That silenced old Butch. After a moment, he said, our freedom. Freedom! Patel roared with laughter, loud enough to be heard outside. Can you eat freedom? I've seen slaves in Fushing City, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme better than us. We're less than cattle. If paying for freedom means no more starvation, freezing, or being treated as food, then I'll give it up. Old Butch could only sigh. I don't object, but I hope we don't regret it. We won't. I believe you won't. That same day, Patel returned with several Waste Cave Society representatives, pledging their complete allegiance. I expected this, they had no choice. Patel said humbly, Governor, there are 907 people in the Waste Cave Society, awaiting your orders. Let's go inside. What? You're going down? Unwelcome? No, but the conditions are poor. He didn't want me to see the mine squalor. Over 900 people crammed into a narrow space, even with vents, the smell would be awful, living conditions appalling. He feared I'd be repulsed by the conditions, he feared I'd lose faith. I waved my hand. I need to assess the situation before deciding on a course of action. Despite the lack of preparation, they did their best to show respect. Entering the mine, the lights were all on. The people lined the corridors, awaiting the one who would determine their destiny. I wasn't the first. Captain Yen Fanshu had already entered with hundreds of troops. Servitors formed a human wall separating the residents from the passage. The soldiers stood at attention. As I passed, the people knelt. Wherever I went, they knelt. They had nothing else to offer. I walked among them, observing. Their faces showed poor health, the mining tools were primitive manual labor, no machinery. We reached a hollowed-out area, a makeshift square and residential area. Crude wooden structures were crammed together. More residents gathered here. As I entered, hundreds, led by Patel, knelt. Their respect was clear. A makeshift platform had been erected. I stepped onto it, a microphone was set up. My words would reach the entire mine. The square wasn't large enough for 900 people. I gazed at the faces in the dim light. I saw their relief, gratitude, but also confusion and doubt about the future. A long road ahead. I began my address. Residents of the Waste Cave Society, I am your governor, Guhang. Your submission is appreciated, you've made the right choice. Patel sought my help, and I answered. My troops eliminated the bandits who threatened you. 146 bodies lie outside, 11 captives await your judgment. Your immediate salvation is secured, but this is just the beginning. In this harsh world, disasters natural and man-made constantly threaten us. The dead prisoners are gone, but other dangers will arise. You must be able to defend yourselves. I will arm you. This is the first step in ensuring your survival. You toil in the mines, but receive only hardship, lacking food and clothing, dying each winter. You deserve better. I will ensure a better life for all who work hard. This is the second step. Safety, enough food, and clothing your current needs. But once you're secure, you'll desire more better living conditions, spiritual fulfillment, self-realization, honor, faith. I will provide a path toward these things. This is the third step. Once I've secured these three: safety, prosperity, and opportunity, then, and only then, will I have truly saved you. My words ended to enthusiastic cheers. The news of the bandits' demise sparked immediate joy. The relief was palpable. Their fear was over. My promise to arm them excited many, especially the young. They knew the importance of weapons in this unforgiving land. Without them, they were prey. Weapons are valuable, but they couldn't afford them. Weapons provide security. They could fight back, instead of waiting for salvation. The promise of food and clothing ignited even greater passion. They toiled relentlessly, yet remained hungry. They didn't understand the complexities of the market, but I promised them sustenance. That alone solidified their support. The third point, higher pursuits, was less impactful. Survival was their immediate concern. Many couldn't grasp the concepts of self-realization or honor. Their cheers were a continuation of their relief. Yet, some people had been pondering these things. When they heard me, their eyes lit up. My words inspired most of them. A path to hope was dawning. Old Butch, however, remained reserved. His experience bred suspicion. In Old Butch's view, the Waste Cave Society's best course was cautious survival in this dangerous world. He prioritized stability, even if it meant missing opportunities. A misstep could be devastating. He was grateful for my intervention. Without my troops, they would have perished. Ideally, I'd have eliminated the bandits and left, even if it meant additional costs. The worst-case scenario, double taxes in 2 years, might starve half the population, but it was better than total annihilation. My actions exceeded his expectations. I didn't demand payment, offering aid instead, causing him considerable unease. No upfront cost could mean a huge cost later. Despite my speech inspiring him, and though I articulated his hopes and dreams, was it truly possible? The Waste Cave Society possessed only meager resources: no technology, no equipment, only pre-war derelict mines with limited, difficult-to-extract ore. If the veins were rich, they wouldn't have fallen into their hands. How could they achieve a better life? He couldn't fathom it. He hoped for the best but feared the worst, that I was deceiving them, intending to sell them into slavery. But he wasn't the leader anymore. Patel, the current leader, seemed brainwashed, blindly trusting my words. After my speech, he was ecstatic, eager to discuss the Waste Cave Society's future. I've been sold, and I'm happy about it. Old Butch retreated to his cramped, musty space, consumed by gloom. His depression was short-lived. A knock came. It was Patel. The room was dark. Why aren't the lights on? Saving energy. The governor said a happy life can't be achieved by saving energy. You're a parrot now. He saved us. I never denied that. He'll bring a bright future. Whom? I was dismissive. I'd given up on persuading him. What else could happen? The Waste Cave Society was powerless. Even if Patel listened to me, could we resist me? Despair washed over me. Why are you here? You should be planning with the governor. Why bother with an old fool like me? The meeting is over. I need your help. So fast? The governor values efficiency. What do you need? To phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme our people to the surface and build settlements. We can't remain in the mines. The poor conditions are breeding disease. But I hesitated. Surface life was better, but why choose the mines otherwise? We'd had surface settlements before, which were raided by the dead prisoners. The surface is dangerous. We can't defend it. I know your concerns, Patel said, but we'll have protection. The governor will leave 100 servitors for security. And 100 sets of soldier equipment will arm a company of Waste Cave Society members. This surprised me. I'd suspected deception, but my promises were being fulfilled immediately. Two things: arming the Waste Cave Society and creating surface settlements were happening simultaneously. I couldn't refuse. I was also curious. You're handling surface settlement, what's your role? Certainly not military training, I would assign someone to that. Even if the Waste Cave Society tried, they couldn't manage it. He grinned mysteriously. I'm creating a production line, new mining machines, alloy smelting furnaces. The governor will improve our mining efficiency, will establish an alloy steel production line. I was speechless. Surface settlement and military expansion were positive, but ultimately dependent on external support. How could the Waste Cave Society support a proper army without continued aid? That's why I was pessimistic. A better life required sufficient value. I never expected endless free aid. Even if it was a short-term investment for political gain, it seemed suspicious. But I was wrong. I wouldn't provide unlimited, free support. But I would offer something in return, something the Waste Cave Society couldn't provide now. But I could develop them. Increased productivity would justify the price I demand. Our debt would be far greater than a simple rescue. But I was thrilled. This was my dream. My earlier worries vanished. When do we start? Patel teased, you called it a blessing in disguise earlier. Remember? You said we'd lose our freedom. I blushed. You brat. Our freedom is worth the governor's investment. We both laughed. It wasn't mockery, but celebration. Successfully merged with Empire faction, Waste Cave Society. After my speech, the system updated. My reaction was, huh? The Waste Cave Society, a small settlement, is considered a faction? Further down, current gift points, 11, total territory income, 6 tera month, governor temporary camp, 5 tera month, Waste Cave Society, 1 tera month, monthly income increased slightly. I was unsatisfied. The Waste Cave Society was small and unproductive. My temporary camp, despite starting from nothing, has over 3,000 people. Both areas have growth potential. Increased productivity would significantly boost monthly gift income. But, based on my current knowledge, fixed monthly income only provides security. For wealth, I need to fight. This is a war-obsessed gift system. Eliminating the dead prisoners yielded 19 gift points. I'd get a taste of that again. After addressing the Waste Cave Society, I dispatched Captain Yen, with half the elite Marines and a company of mechanized infantry, to attack the dead prisoners' lair, based on the captives' confessions. It should be easy. Their main force was destroyed, the remaining individuals would be mostly old and infirm. Robbers have families, too. A few dozen at most, poorly armed. Yen Fonshu's troops are sufficient. I hoped he could rescue any surviving Waste Cave Society prisoners. If not, well, there's nothing I could do about it. I was also eager to see how many gift points I'd gain. Even though the enemy was weak, it should still yield more than my fixed monthly income, right? I continued to examine the system interface. A significant surprise awaited. A new function appeared under Hero and Soldier Cards, Technology. My composure faltered. This system seemed obsessed with war. Aside from battle rewards, its other functions were geared toward conflict, personal and military upgrades, all for war. A self-reinforcing system: the more you fight, the stronger you become. Farming was secondary. But the system's functions weren't fully unlocked. What other features might exist? What are the unlock conditions? I didn't know. My immediate focus was the technology function. Opening it, I saw a star-filled sky. Each star was dark, awaiting activation. They seemed interconnected, intricate, each representing a specific technology. Invest gift points to unlock a random technology. Success rate and technology level increase with the points invested. Invest 10 points for basic level, 100 for intermediate, 1,000 for advanced. A card drawing mechanism? Was it a scam? I have a healthy distrust of these systems. But I had no choice. I had 11 gift points, the minimum investment would be gone. Minimum investments usually yield poor results. But those points would be wasted otherwise. I'm level 2, experience locked, I can't upgrade my hero status, even with gift points. Military upgrades require 100 gift points per servitor to go from T5 to T4, then 10 for T4 to T3. My servitor battalion is maxed at T5, the Marines are upgradable, but upgrading 11 to T3 is inefficient, and it only affects training speed, not overall strength if the equipment isn't improved. Unless I wanted my gift points to go to waste, technology was my only option. Let's do this. Hopefully, I don't get scammed. 10 gift points vanished, replaced by a single illuminated star, basic technology, alloy plastic steel, Imperial Mechanicus research, a versatile material based on steel and various minerals. Different formulations offered different properties, useful for soldier armor plates, building materials, vehicle armor, spaceship parts. It was basic technology, focused on materials. But further examination changed my mind. I struck gold. Alloy plastic steel isn't rare, but different formulations produce vastly different results. High-grade plastic steel is used in precision instruments, low-grade is merely a building material. Blueprints and recipes wouldn't be sufficient, my current resources couldn't implement them. But this was different. The system provided everything. Unlocking a technology provided 3 things: theory, blueprints, and design specifications. With these and the necessary talent and industrial base, mass production would be possible. That's not remarkable. What is extraordinary are the next 2 items: the black box fabricators. A black box is a device whose inner workings are unknown, simple inputs produce finished products. I received 2. The first fabricates high-grade alloy plastic steel from iron ore and other materials. The second creates smelting furnaces for producing high-grade alloy plastic steel. This is phenomenal. These self-contained, automated machines, along with the included knowledge, revealed the system's power. It's completely automated. My people lack technological expertise, but with this, even unskilled workers could establish a production line. 10 gift points, a priceless investment. War-obsessed system? No, this is the ultimate farming system. In this world, just living is already very difficult. We lived in mines that had been abandoned before the war. We used the most primitive tools, even digging mines with bare hands, in exchange for leftovers from other survivors' camps. We didn't hurt anyone, we just wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, but even so, some people put greedy eyes on us. The black and thin man who knelt in front of Gu Hang and told his suffering was named Patel. He was neither tall nor strong, and his skin was rough under the dirty thin clothes. Judging from the appearance, it is indeed as he said, he is a person who digs food in the waste mine. Patel continued, 8 days ago, a group of wasteland bandits who called themselves dead prisoners killed 42 of us and kidnapped, God Emperor, the youngest among them was only 4 years old. We were asked to pay a ransom, which we did, but they pushed the envelope and not only didn't release them, they demanded more from us. I went to Fushing City, found the officials of the Alliance, and asked them for help. They sent someone to issue a warning to the dead prisoners, telling them not to mess around. Warning, the day before yesterday, those robbers cut the throats of 2 children at our door, and tore the piece of waste paper into pieces with blood on them. They claimed that we would pay twice the ransom within 3 days, or we will attack our mines, kill everyone, and take everything from us. We are in a desperate situation. Some people say that we have to escape, and some people say that even if we use hose and fists, we have to fight those robbers with guns and cannons. But I know that we are not without a way out. Now this world has I have a new governor. I must come to you, Mr. Governor, and I beg your help, I beg you to save us. Patel bowed his head, sincerely. From his perspective, he could only see Gu Hang's boots. They were a pair of soft leather boots, with satin-like ribbons and golden buckles, which looked elegant and complicated. I don't know how long it will take more than 900 people from the Waste Hole Society to work hard without eating or drinking for this pair of boots. The boots moved in front of his eyes. Gu Hang folded his legs together, and asked him in a more comfortable posture, why don't you come to me first before you find the Alliance? Patel was stunned for a moment, and could only think of a reason, and said in a whisper, we are a member of the Alliance, and the Alliance should govern this matter. Gu Hang shook his head and said, you think you are a member of the Alliance, the Alliance will protect you, and I am just an airborne governor. Maybe I can't sit in this position for 2 years, just like the previous governors, because I was executed because I couldn't pay the taxes to the Empire. You felt that I was not important, and you didn't come to me until the Alliance didn't care about your affairs and you had nothing to do. I definitely don't have such an idea. Patel denied in fear. He gritted his teeth and made a major determination: if you can save us, then we are willing to pay everything. After 2 years of imperial tax, we will pay at a higher level. Gu Hang became even more disappointed. Let me put it this way, Patel, you clearly know that I came to this planet a month ago, and my camp is here, not far from you. But you never visited past me until something happened, and you knelt in front of me and said, Your Excellency, please save us, but you didn't regard me as the real governor from the bottom of your heart, and you didn't even want to believe that I was the first day I came here. Declaration. I said that I want to rebuild the entire wasteland world, so that everyone who submits to me can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life. But you don't believe it, many of you never believe it, and only think of me as an annoying tax collector. You pay taxes in exchange for the people I save you, so how do you want to pay taxes? According to the requirements of the Imperial Tax Standard, all the people in the abandoned cave club are exhausted in the mines, and you can't afford it. Patel's dark and capable face looked extremely nervous. Your Excellency, I believe your words, please save us. As he said that, he was about to knock his head heavily on the ground. But it was stopped by Gu Hang. A pair of hands pinched his shoulders, lifting him to stand up without any resistance. Gu Hang put his arms around Patel's shoulders, not disliking the oil and dust on his body at all. No need to kowtow, no need to kneel. I will definitely help those of you who work diligently. Those looters who are not productive are our common enemy. But they are only small problems, and rebuilding the world is a big deal. This is not empty words. Since you are begging me, then I will completely save you, not just eliminate some prisoners, I will also help you build a territory, have enough food and clothing. Now, I ask you, do you believe me? Patel's tears fell, and he didn't know how much was moved, how much was saved, and how much was because of acting. I believe. I fully believe. From now on, Wudong society will serve you. Strive for your ideal. This should be our common ideal. Gu Hang patted Patel's shoulder. Go and rest for a while, I will take my troops and rescue your compatriots in a short time. God Emperor, my compatriots and I are extremely grateful for your help. Watching Patel as he followed a guard thankfully, after leaving the barracks, Gu Hang turned his gaze to the man in military uniform who was standing straight behind him. Captain Yan, your eyes tell me that you have something confused. Yin Fanshu saluted him, and then said hesitantly, Are we really going to help the Waste Cave Society? On this Waste Earth planet, similar things happen almost every day, and we can't control it. Gu Hang said regretfully, It seems that, Captain Yin, you don't believe my declaration phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Don't dare. Yin Fanshu said so, but he really hesitated, but with all due respect, you only have 2 years, Governor. Within 2 years, we must at least submit the entire anger according to the minimum standard. Xiaoxing's empire tax, otherwise. Gu Hang followed his words and said, Otherwise I will be dismissed and executed. Of course I know. But Captain Yen, we have been on this planet for a month, and you have seen what it looks like. It is an experience in the place of a doomsday catastrophe. Most of the land is not suitable for survival. The waste energy storm is raging so far. There are mutated alien monsters and predators who can't survive and can only be robbers. The remaining survivors are hiding in various settlements. Struggle to survive. It's already very difficult for them to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme, and they can't afford to pay such high taxes. Collecting taxes is tantamount to killing them. The contradiction between imperial taxation and the development of the planet is the main contradiction of Star Fury. The past governors, they are all focusing on taxation. The biennial imperial taxation is like a reminder, and they all took their lives in the end. But I am different. I have to change my thinking. Development is the last word. More prosperity, taxes are a small burden, and we succeed. Yen Fanshu sighed, You are right, development is the right way. However, development takes time, but what we lack most is time. Your first term is only 2 years, at least you need to pay the imperial standard tax a quarter of the quota, but New Shaoxing has always been able to hand in only 1/8, and there is still half the difference. In 2 years, if you want to double the planet's output value, that depends on my ability. Gu Hang smiled, it just so happens that I have some confidence in this. As he was speaking, an illusory message that only he could see popped up in front of his eyes. The 1st Servant Light Infantry Battalion, 300 people, the training is completed, and the troop level has been raised to T5. Limited by the level of equipment and the quality of personnel, the unit can no longer continue to train and improve. Gu Hang's smile grew wider. He patted Yin Fangxu's shoulder, who was still worried, and said, let's gather our troops. It's time for us to seek justice for our neighbors. New book is here. P.S. Not a hammer, at least not quite. In fact, this is the first month that Gu Hang has traveled here. He is now living in a cosmic era, where a huge human empire rules the boundless starfield. The God Emperor who ascended 1 year ago established his spiritual network and brought spiritual energy to human beings. The current empire is ruled by the Supreme Council sitting in the human home planet Terra. About 120 years ago, the planet Gu Hang was on was still an ordinary world. A war completely destroyed the surface environment of the entire world, and the Fury Star became a waste planet. 29 years ago, the imperial government assessed that there was still hope for saving Owlstar, and for the first time after the war, the governor was sent to take charge of the reconstruction work. Within the empire's system, planetary governors can rule their planets in any way, provided that the governor remains loyal to the empire. What is loyalty? Paying taxes is loyalty. If you don't pay taxes, or if you don't pay enough, you will be executed and replaced with a loyal one. Up to now, in 29 years, New Shaoxing has changed 5 governors. Even before Gu Hang's 3 jobs, each of them only worked for 2 years. Star Fury's imperial tax is paid every 2 years, and none of these 3 unlucky ones survived the first tax payment after taking office. And now, Gu Hang is here. A month ago, when he had just crossed over and fused the memory of his body, he was already on the starship that came to Star Fury. He wants to ensure that after 2 years, Fu Shaoxing can pay a quarter of the standard tax, and the less than 3/4 will be paid by the Star District government. This is the favorable condition that the Gu family, the political family he belongs to, has won for him. The second tax payment after 4 years must be paid in full. A cruiser belonging to the Sector Navy was anchored in orbit around the planet to support him. And the manpower he brought to the surface was only 3,000 servants, 300 machine servant soldiers whose frontal lobes had been removed and mechanically transformed. 30 Marines, led by Captain Yin Fangxu. The main regime on Fury Owl, called Alliance, was established 29 years ago for the first generation of governors. It stands to reason that after Gu Hang came to Fury Star, he should land in Fuxing City, the capital city of the Alliance, take over the status of the leader of the Alliance, and then start to implement the power of the Planetary Governor based on the Alliance government. But he didn't. He took his people and set up a camp not far from Fuxing City, and then buried himself in some incomprehensible things. For example, Yin Fangxu didn't understand why Gu Hang wanted to train those 300 servitors. These servants who no longer have their own thinking, can't even operate armored vehicles and artillery well, and can only be equipped with the lowest level of equipment. They are used as cannon fodder and have no training value at all. However, he had to be ashamed of his shallow knowledge. He watched helplessly. Those machine servants had really undergone earth-shaking changes in a very short period of time. He saw that under the command of Gu Hang, these servants quickly completed a series of pre-departure tasks such as forming a team and inspecting equipment, and in the previous training, these servants also showed far superior skills in tactics level. Shooting, physical fitness, tactics. These have all been greatly improved. Coupled with their original characteristics of not being afraid of sacrifice and fully observing discipline, they have become high-level soldiers. This is already the level of the regular troops of the Imperial Guard Star Militia. Although, he still didn't feel that these servitors were the opponents of his elite Marines, but that was only one-on-one. There are only 30 elite Marines, and there are 300 of these servitors. More importantly, Yin Fangxu didn't understand at all how Gu Hang did it. This is completely beyond his cognition. Mechanic soldiers, don't they only depend on their level when they are transformed, and follow-up training is meaningless? Just as he was in a daze, he heard Gu Hang's angry voice, "Captain Yen, tell your team to move faster. The elite Marines, how come the pre-war preparation speed is not as fast as the machine servants?" Came back to his senses, Yen Fengshu saluted Gu Hang a little ashamedly, then turned his head, and shouted at his subordinates who were also stunned by the changes in the servant battalion, "What are you bastards doing? Hurry up! The 5 slowest people will start sleeping with the machine servant tomorrow." After watching Yen Fengshu start kicking the team members' butts one by one, Gu Hang chuckled, looked away, and refocused on the panel information that appeared in front of him. The illusory and floating characters in his eyes constitute multiple options: current gift points, 2, total income of the territory, 5 Terra month, hero soldier card. There are 4 items in total. Gu Hang clicked on the second item, total territory income. Here, he saw more detailed information: Governor temporary camp, 5 Terra moon. There is and only this one. According to Gu Hang's understanding, this monthly total income depends on the total income recognized by the system and provided for his territory. And his current territory is only this temporary camp. After seeing the system and knowing that he became the governor, he was very interested. He wanted to know how many gifts he could provide him every month after having a planet as his territory. However, after landing in Fuxing City from the starship, this number remained 0. At that time, he guessed that the nominal territory could not be recognized by the system, and he had to control it himself. As an airborne governor, how easy is it to control a loose wasteland alliance regime and integrate the entire alliance? If it is easy to do, the previous governors will not be finished. Therefore, he resolutely abandoned the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut /phoneme that led the past governors to take, turned around and asked for slaves and some armed forces from the starship, left Fuxing City, found an open space, and planned to start from scratch and use the golden finger that accompanied him to travel. Stand up. After he took people and established a temporary camp completely under his control, the number finally changed from 0 to 4. Gu Hang guessed that the initial 4 was due to population. The later increase was probably due to the fact that the camp was built bigger and more complete. In the latter 2 items in the system, Hero showed his own panel. In the soldier card, there are 2 items. Marine Corps 1 unit, comprehensive T4 level, upgradable, quantity, 30, equipment, T4, training, T4, experience, T4. This is the situation of the 30 people led by Yen Fengshu. And the other one is the Servant Light Infantry Battalion that has just been upgraded. The first Servant Light Infantry Battalion, comprehensive T5 level, cannot be upgraded, quantity, 300, equipment, T5, training, T5, experience, the level of T should correspond to the overall strength of the troops. The smaller the number, the more elite. The Mechanized Light Infantry Battalion was a low-level battalion at the beginning, but it was fully equipped, including rifles, grenades, and squad machine guns. The platoon level had mortars and rifle grenades, but lacked heavy weapons, so it could only be regarded as a light infantry battalion. He spent 3 gift points to upgrade this light infantry battalion. In 4 days, this cannon fodder unit that has no brains, can only follow orders, and is considered to be of extremely low training value, has undergone earth-shaking changes. Reaching the training level of T5 level can almost be considered to have reached the strength level of the regular army of the Empire. The T4 level where the Marine Corps is located can be regarded as a regular elite force. It was precisely because the servitor infantry, who were originally just cannon fodder, had completed their upgrades, that Gu Hang had the confidence to join in forcefully after hearing about the situation of the Waste Cave Society. This is an opportunity, and he now has the ability to take it. He hoped to take advantage of this event to incorporate the Waste Dong Society into his actual rule, not just be a governor in name. In the future, he will gradually expand the scope of his actual control to the entire planet. It took 4.5 hours to travel from the temporary camp to the wasted village. The elites of the Marine Corps were all scattered in a small team of 5 as vanguards and scouts. Gu Hang led the victim, Patel, and his servant battalion to move forward steadily. On the way, Gu Hang received a report from the Marine Corps' investigation team. They found a small transport team, which should belong to the dead prisoners' tribe. Gu Hang authorized Yen Fengshu to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the Marines and some servants to wipe them out and try to capture them alive. Captain Yen is an elite navy, so he can easily do such a trivial matter without any accidents. However, after Gu Hang finished listening to the living confession, his mood couldn't be more beautiful. Gu Hang asked someone to bring Patel over, and said to him, "It seems that these robbers never intended to let you go." Patel also saw the situation of the transport team, with an angry expression on his face. Yes, they transported a large amount of high explosives, not to mention blowing up the gate of the Waste Cave Society. Even if they blow up the mine and bury us all to death, it's enough inside. Gu Hang shook his head and added, "That's not all. According to the information obtained from Captain Yan's interrogation, they have already negotiated with the green skins in the ruins of the high wall, and the more than 900 people in your ruined cave society are all regarded as high-quality rations, ready to sell to those green-skinned beasts." What? Patel knew that the dead prisoners, a group of wasteland bandits, were absolutely full of malice towards them, but he was still shocked by their ferocity. The description of green beast is appropriate for those mutants. They not only exist in Fu Xiaoxing, but also exist widely in the universe, and they are also called cancer of the universe. They have no distinction between male and female, and their reproduction depends on the symbiotic spores in the body that fall off and then grow out of the ground, as does their food. It stands to reason that they don't need to buy any rations, but the two things these green-skinned beasts like most in life are fighting and eating the brains of intelligent creatures. The former is their nature, while the latter is their means of technological upgrading. These beasts that grew out of the land were indeed primitive and savage at first, fighting with stone axes and wooden sticks. And when they eat enough and smart enough brains, technology will also develop rapidly: iron weapons, guns and cannons, and even interstellar navigation. Their warlike and destructive nature, the stronger they become, the more they will become a natural disaster that wreaks havoc on everything. Logically speaking, such a race should be the enemy of all mankind. The Empire did indeed have a killing order for the green-skinned orcs, and they would kill them all when they saw them, and then purify the land to kill the spores to ensure that they would not grow again. But the policy is the policy, and the implementation is another matter. Angry Owlstar, taxes can't be paid, food and clothing in the planet can't be guaranteed, there are many conflicts between various forces, the whole planet is in chaos, and the governor is forced to come out to farm by himself. In this situation, it is true that you can't count on prisoners. A bandit like the dead has any feelings for the fate of all mankind. However, not only not being hostile, but also doing business with these man-eating beasts, that would be intolerable. Cleaning up the green-skinned beasts is what Gu Hang must do. Of course, not now. According to the confession, there are tens of thousands of green-skinned tribes in the so-called High Wall ruins, and they have at least evolved to the point of possessing automatic weapons, and there is not much difference in equipment from humans on the planet. If you want to clean up those animals, it is definitely not something that Gu Hang can do with his current strength. Fortunately, the High Wall ruins are quite far away, so there is no need to worry too much for a while. The most important thing to deal with is the group of wasteland looters who threaten the Waste Cave Society. Now, Gu Hang already knew their exact information. 4 kilometers away from the mine where the Waste Cave Society is located, the dead prisoners have built a temporary camp. These guys never thought that the Waste Tunch would dare to come out to fight with them, so they didn't make any preparations for fortifications. Great opportunity, we can launch a surprise attack. Our mortar can cause a very good strike effect. Yen Fangxiu seemed excited. Okay, just do it. After a short rest, there were still 2 hours to go, but they arrived in just over an hour. The reason for speeding up is that the transportation team will not arrive for a long time, making those gangsters aware of the abnormal situation. After a quick march, they still needed some rest time before launching an attack. The 30 elite soldiers of the Marine Corps are fine, but the servitor needs to rest instead. They don't cry tired, but they do, and fatigue reduces their ability to fight. According to Yen Fangxiu's suggestion, the soldiers will start again in 45 minutes, and an hour later, the mortar positions will start shelling. At the position where the dead prisoner camp could already be seen from a distance, Gu Hang patiently led the team to rest, took nutritional cream and sat quietly to replenish physical strength, and built a mortar position. He knew that the patience now was for the sake of finishing the battle later. Kaiga was feeling inexplicably irritable at the moment. These days, it's not easy being a looter. They haven't opened for a while, and all supplies are about to run out. The food is okay, so you won't have to worry about breaking the waste whole society. Even if these miners don't have much food reserves, hundreds of people can use it for a long time if they are slaughtered and made into jerky. Destructible weapons, consumed ammunition, these are not easy to replenish. And the major forces are not very happy to do business with these looters, only those greenskin tribes are willing. Although the greenskin technology is not easy to use, the failure rate of the weapon is extremely high, and the ammunition is easy to misfire, and in their hands is far from as high as the power of those greenskins themselves. But better than nothing. To be honest, Kajia despises the most abundant or in the waste cave society. This thing is heavy and worthless, and it is not easy to sell stolen goods. But the people in the cave are good things. They can be used as their own rations, and they can rush to the ruins of the high wall to sell them for green leather arms. Isn't it wonderful? Chasing people is much easier than chasing sheep. For this reason, the dead prisoners are almost in full force. Except for a few old, young, women, children and housekeeper brothers who stayed in the lair, the main force was brought out by Kajia, and there were more than 100 people. There are many people in the waste hole society, but there are few guns, so there is nothing to fear. Being able to survive on the wasteland for such a long time mainly depends on the good terrain. Kaga personally went to investigate that mine, and it really is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The entrance of the cave is tightly sealed with or in metal, and then it is closed from the inside with a thick door, which cannot be opened by manpower. They were already trying to blow up the door yesterday, but they failed because the yield was not enough. In desperation, he had no choice but to send his confidants back to his hometown to transport, including the concentrated explosives at the bottom of the box. His patience was exhausted, and he couldn't trick the group of diggers to open the door. When the explosives came, they would be done. It was supposed to be done today, so don't worry, but Kajia still felt bored. According to the time, his transport team should be coming back, but why is there no movement at all? He had already been urging his subordinates to try to call and contact the transport team by radio communication, but he still couldn't get in touch. This made him even more uneasy. Half an hour ago, he sent a team to search for the situation according to the loop, but until now, there has been no response, and even the radio has lost contact. He was fully alert. Such a strange situation had to make him feel fear and hesitation. Those who are not cautious enough have already been buried in the wasteland with no bones left. He made up his mind to send out 4 or 5 teams to go out to investigate. At the same time, he also ordered the entire team to get ready and plan to set off collectively to investigate the situation back. Suddenly, someone came to report, the transport team has been contacted, and it is said that it is on the way back, and it will arrive soon. Kajia frowned immediately. Why haven't I been able to contact you before? He said that their radio was a bit faulty and had just been repaired. He was afraid that we would be worried here, so he sent a message right away. Kajia thought about it for a moment, and then ordered, go and reply, damn it, did you kill zombie dogs on the road, so slow? Come back quickly. Half of the spoils will be deducted from you if it's too late. After finishing speaking, he walked outside quickly and shouted to the brothers who were getting ready, hurry up, let's go right away. Don't fucking stuff your bullets, you can take as many things as you want. Take it, throw everything else away. Hurry up. Get ready to break through. We are being targeted. The subordinate who just listened to his order was a little confused. He took 2 steps to catch up and asked, Boss, this? What are you? Hurry up and spread the word, get your gun and follow the team. Why? The kid was still in a daze. Kajia knocked him on the head, someone is definitely fucking watching us. Blind the other side, it works best, if it doesn't work, you are slow. After saying that, he stopped talking to the silly boy, took his own gun, greeted his brothers and prepared to leave the camp. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a whistling sound from the sky. His face instantly turned green. This is the sound of cannonballs. Lie down. He quickly got down on the ground and cursed endlessly, damn. You still use a fucking cannon to blow up. Bah. Don't let me catch you. Bah. The rumbling explosions made him almost unable to hear his own voice. He just tried to vent his fear with swear words and harsh words. He guessed that someone was watching them, and even felt that the worst could happen. He was surrounded. But what he didn't expect was that the person staring at him actually had a cannon in his hand. Fortunately, he was not bad luck, except for buzzing ears and a little dazed head. Nothing serious happened. He squatted up and looked around. The artillery that bombarded them should not have a large caliber. It seems to be just a mortar or something. If it was really a heavy artillery, the dense coverage of this round of 10 or so rounds would kill everyone in the entire camp. But despite this, in their crude camp without strong fortifications, these mortars still caused good damage. At a glance, there are at least 20 brothers. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals are either slash phoneme dead or missing arms and legs. The rest of the people were also stunned. But now is obviously not the time to be dazed. To stay here is to wait for death. He yelled, "Rush! Rush! Rush out!" But at this moment, there were gunshots outside. Really surrounded. After the artillery fire, the infantry followed up. The only good news was that the sound of gunfire was still a little far away. Presumably, the small teams he had sent out earlier played a role and exchanged fire with people. This is the only life left. He yelled, "Back up. It's the critical time, and I will beat anyone who doesn't want to die." At this time, the second round of shelling arrived. Pity. Gu Hang, holding up the binoculars, spat out these two words. It's a pity that the enemy's reaction was quick. Before the bombardment started, he had already made an action, otherwise the results of the bombardment should have been greater. It is a pity that his side still lacks firepower. If the 60mm mortar is replaced by a large caliber howitzer, the infantry can only clean the battlefield, and the main problem can be solved directly by the artillery. But on such a condition, there is no way. All in all, after 2 rounds of shelling, the enemy lost 1/3 of their combat power. Although it seems that there is still a chance to play 2 or 3 more rounds later, it is estimated that it will not have such a good effect. For the remaining enemies, the infantry still had to go up and chew them. On the other hand, Patel next to him watched it happily. From the living information, he already knew that except for the dead, most of his clansmen had been transferred to the lair of the dead and put under custody, so there was no need to worry about accidentally injuring them by shelling the temporary camp. So, he was really happy to see this group of robbers who endangered his hometown were bombed, and after several rounds of artillery fire, it was a mess, with no casualties. "Your Excellency Governor, kill all these robbers. I, Patel, would like to serve you all my life." Just thinking like this, he saw the governor put away his binoculars, greeted the soldiers guarding beside him, and moved forward. He quickly followed. Accurately find the target, fire, and kill. Feeling the slight heat from the HS-3 Eagle electromagnetic rifle in his hand to his cheeks, Yen Fanshu was relieved a lot. The situation on the battlefield is always changeable. He thought that taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness, multiple rounds of shelling from the mortar positions would be able to cause a devastating blow to these aboriginal bandits. Most of the remaining people should also be dizzy from the bombing. They brought the infantry up by themselves, and only needed to clean up the battlefield and deal with some surviving enemies. But unexpectedly, the enemy is very sharp. Even if they are just wasteland looters, they should not be underestimated. The enemy dispersed many teams first, forcing him to launch an attack immediately, otherwise he would be discovered by the enemy. The shelling was launched a few minutes earlier, and the infantry he led also needed to annihilate the few enemy squads at a distance of several hundred meters from the enemy camp. Eliminating these bandit squads is not difficult. But for the next battle, he was a little bored. The damage caused by the mortar was smaller than expected, so he had to take the infantry up to gnaw hard bones. Winning is fine, but what about losses? It would be too embarrassing to fight a group of wasteland bandits and gain the upper hand, and many people would die in the end. Moreover, excessive losses will also affect the plans of the governor. He had full confidence in the 30 Marines he brought down from the starship with his own hands, but not necessarily the servitors. Originally, it was positioned as cannon fodder, and the equipment was rubbish. More importantly, the fighting instinct implanted in the minds of the servant soldiers was also directed towards the direction of cannon fodder, highlighting a fearless fear of death. Being cannon fodder is an advantage, but being a regular army is not necessarily so. He was really afraid that these machine servants would be too reckless and die too much. But after the battle started, he immediately felt relieved. When annihilating the few marauder squads on the periphery, these servitor soldiers didn't show much special. After all, he led the Marines to solve the main targets. The mode that is biased towards special operations is what the Marine Corps is good at, not to mention that they are also equipped with auxiliary aiming, fast enemy tracking, precision shooting units, all kinds of accessories. Regardless of their training level or equipment level, they have a crushing advantage over raiders, and it's normal to win without taking damage. The servant soldiers who didn't get the opportunity to perform showed excellent qualities in the process of attacking the camp. They did not rush out like cannon fodder. Each squad maintained a skirmish formation and moved forward in groups of 3. There are assaulters, fire support, and squad machine guns behind to suppress and accompany the advance. Although the mortar position 1 kilometer away cannot do particularly good damage, it can also continuously throw shells to accompany the soldiers forward to suppress the enemy firepower. In his elite eyes, the tactical movements of these servitors, although a bit rigid, are standard enough and effective enough. Those looters who wanted to break out were trapped in the camp and could not get out. They can only occasionally fire a few rounds from the inside, but they are not very accurate, and they dare not show their heads, let alone take aim shots. Soon, multiple commando groups entered the camp. The quality of the servants is still online, alternately advancing, cross-covering, multi-angle tangent, taking care of blind spots in the field of vision. All the technical movements that should be used are used. Those bandits thought they could finally launch some substantive counterattacks at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range, but what they ushered in was still the merciless massacre of the machine servants. Of course, the servitors are definitely not invincible. In phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat, casualties are inevitable, but it is much better than what Yen Fengshu predicted before. Is the governor's training really effective? Not only is it a cosmetic project, but it also has a real improvement in combat effectiveness when fighting. From 300 cannon fodder to 300 regular troops, the change happened in such a short period of time. He really found it incredible. But that's a good thing. With the level of the servant battalion, he finally didn't have to worry about too much loss in the battle. Those robbers couldn't resist the attack of the servants at all. This battle is stable. Yen Fengshu found it incredible that Kagana was really desperate. His reaction was not unpleasant, but it still failed to save fate. His brothers were trapped in the camp, and there were less than half of them left. The howling mortars had already stopped bombarding, because he was afraid of causing accidental injury. He thought that he would be able to catch his breath and even have a chance to launch a counterattack, but he didn't. Those attacking soldiers with mechanical eyes were what made him most desperate. He has heard of such things as machine servants, and some big forces also have them, but they are just like slave labor. They don't think proactively, and can only follow orders to do some low-end repetitive physical labor. They are not suitable for being trained as soldiers. If they insist on doing this, they will only get a bunch of cannon fodder. If you really want to talk about the advantages, then there are only no leaks, absolute loyalty, and absolute obedience. And now these are the servants? Such an outrageous servitor? With those cold eyes, they couldn't see any stupidity, only ruthlessness. They were well-trained, quick-moving, and slaughtered his men methodically. Fight back? Many gangsters under him did try to fight back, but scattered counterattacks were useless. Occasionally, the servants were injured, but that didn't affect their emotions at all. Even hiding in makeshift houses made of construction waste and rubble is useless. Those servitor soldiers would throw 2 to 3 grenades in a row, and then entered without hesitation with their guns. They were not afraid of casualties, but phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme there were no casualties, and they were able to kill the stubborn bandits. Now, he knew, it was all over. His temporary camp has been bombed, with fragments and craters everywhere. His brothers were killed and wounded, killed by bombs, scraped to death by shrapnel, and smashed to death by those well-equipped soldiers with electromagnetic rifles. He was shot at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range by servitors. The prisoner is dead. But Kaga still has one last move. His tribe is hopeless, but maybe he still has a chance to survive. He took out a palm-sized green dirty glass bottle from his pocket, and he hesitated. He'd seen what happened to people who drank it, and it probably wasn't much better than death. But if he doesn't drink, he must die now. In the end, he gritted his teeth, pulled out the cork, and gulped down the potion. How difficult is the green-skinned beast known as the cancer of the universe to deal with? Gu Heng saw it with his own eyes today. As the battle came to an end, he personally led the rest of the troops into the battlefield, intending to end the battle. By the way, when he felt the smoke of the war at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range, he heard a huge beast roar, like a bear. Then, a mutant giant at least 2 meters tall, muscular and strong, with dark green skin, appeared in front of his eyes. This guy was almost naked, with only a few strips of cloth hanging on his body. It was obvious that his body had suddenly grown in size, and his original clothes were bursting. His skin was dark green all over and looked very rough. The guns in his hands are wild in style, and most of the parts are quite messy. In the hands of ordinary people, it looks like a hand cannon or a rocket launcher, but in the hands of this guy, it is just like a normal shotgun. Even can be held with one hand. After he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding soldiers. The G7 assaulter rifles in the hands of the machine servants aimed at him, pulled the trigger, and the continuous fire of automatic rifles covered him ferociously. However, an astonishing scene happened. This dark green mutant giant, after being shot so many times, did nothing wrong. At this moment, at least a dozen rifles were fired at him. He didn't fall down, and of course the soldiers didn't let go of the trigger, they all hit the shuttle fully. The green-skinned monster was big and didn't move around, most of the bullets hit the target. It stands to reason that unless it is really an Iron Man, any piece of meat will be beaten to pieces. But it didn't. This guy is still standing there alive. Some bullets were bounced off, some bullets lost all their kinetic energy and fell down, some bullets were embedded in the skin and muscles but could not go deep. There was some bleeding, but it was by no means broken. Ka Jia, who has just completed her transformation, has now come back to her senses after the initial bewilderment. He still has a little self-thinking, knowing that even if he transforms and becomes stronger, his primary goal is to escape as soon as possible. So he ran out of the camp. The taller body and stronger muscles did not make him bloated, but made him faster and more flexible. After he moved, the hit rate of the servants plummeted. If he didn't care about it and just ran away, maybe he really had a chance to escape. But during this process, his attention would always be attracted by the servants nearby, and he couldn't help but want to attack them. On the one hand, being beaten made him irritable. The bullets fired by the assaulter rifle were not lethal, but still painful. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. He was still running, just a little slower. He turned his head sideways, aimed the big ugly gun in his hand at a machine servant, and pulled the trigger. Thick black smoke came out from the muzzle of the gun, and the sprayed cluster shotguns directly blasted the entire upper body of the servitor soldier, and the flesh and blood were blown all over the sky, and many of them even splashed onto Kaga. Body. The green-skinned beast bathed in blood became even more violent. He pulled the bolt and fired again, and another servitor died tragically. Come again, the bullet didn't go out. The shotgun in his hand only had 2 rounds. Kajia instinctively pulled into his bosom, as if he wanted to reload, but found nothing. The clothes were all gone, not to mention the ammunition he carried with him. He simply dropped his wild shotgun and charged directly at the number 3 victim. The machine servant soldier who was being targeted raised his gun and fired, fighting and retreating, but before the bullets were fired a few times, the extremely fast green-skinned beast had already rushed in front of him. As soon as the big hand scooped it up, the machine servant was grabbed and lifted up, and then the whole body was forcibly torn into 2 halves. Lifting the corpse above his head, and pouring blood from his head, Kaga was full of pleasure, and even felt that his already unrivaled physique had improved to a higher level. He only has a little reason left. Let him understand that it is not necessarily a good thing to further stimulate the potential of his body with the medicine he took before. But that bit of worry and struggle was immediately washed away by the tide of desire to fight. He just wanted to keep killing. A grenade was thrown to his feet, and then exploded, but before that, Kajia had already rolled on the spot to avoid it. A machine gunner set up a firepower point 100 meters away, and a series of bullets roared in. But at this distance, the fighting instinct imprinted in the potion and diffused into Kaga's blood allowed him to not only avoid most of the bullets, but also keep charging forward under the snake's skin. At this moment, his eyes were already red, and he just wanted to tear this machine gunner into pieces. But at this moment, he suddenly staggered, and then his whole body fell to the ground violently due to inertia. He couldn't feel his left leg anymore, as if his left leg had been severed by something. Looking down, his left leg was still growing on his body, and he didn't even suffer too much injury. But he couldn't command it anyway, as if the legs growing on his body were not his own. With his hands and the remaining foot, he barely supported his body, raised his head, and saw a man in a Chinese suit, under the protection of several Marines, coming from behind the machine gunner. He opened his mouth wide, trying to roar, but a series of machine gun bullets hit him all, suppressing his roar. Even a barrage of squad machine guns, much more powerful than the assaulter rifles, could not kill him quickly. However, the Eagle electromagnetic rifle in the hands of the Marines is something on another level. The metal spikes shot out by electromagnetic acceleration can penetrate his skin and muscle defenses. After the 4 Marines emptied the magazines, Kaya had been beaten into a hornet's nest. But he is not dead yet, he still has a breath, and even the hole that was punched in his body is still slowly repairing itself. Gu Hang strolled forward. This is Kaga? The leader of the dead? He can transform human beings. The technology of those green skins is a bit outrageous. In fact, he didn't care about Kaja himself, but the situation after the mutation of this guy was worrying. Kajia couldn't speak anymore, and could only let out some meaningless roars from his throat. Gu Hang didn't bother to say anything more, he waved his hand, and the soldiers behind took over the finishing work. The electromagnetic rifle fired a series of metal spikes, smashing the green beast's head into a meat paste. Dealing with a green skin is very troublesome. Killing is only the initial step, and the place where its blood flowed and the place where the corpse stayed has to be burned with high-temperature flames. Otherwise, it may not take too long, a bunch of mushrooms will grow here, and then turn into a little green-skinned monster. First the Grits, then the Goblins, then the Orc boys. Although this green-skinned beast should have been somehow mutated by the leader of the dead prisoners, who knows if there will be a similar situation. Anyway, the battle is over, and there is plenty of time to clean up the battlefield. Gu Hang also had to count his gains. Hearty victory, get 19 gift points, loss 9, elimination 146, captive 11, 1st Mechanic Light Infantry Battalion, 9 losses, 105 eliminations, Marine Corps, 0 losses, 41 eliminated. After the battle was completely over, a new interface popped up in front of Gu Hang's eyes. Looking at the words heart and joy, his expression was a bit strange. Does that mean there must be an epic victory, a slight advantage, a narrow victory in a bloody battle, etc.? Not only can you see the overall gains and losses, but you can also see the specific situation of each branch. And more importantly, the 19 points of gift obtained after winning the battle. The income from this battle is almost 4 times the monthly fixed income. Good guy, so this is a war-mad system, right? Fighting is the place where you can earn the most money, and farming is only for serving the war? He clicked on the system interface and saw the item, Hero, flickering slightly. Click it again, and his own name flashes. Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV1, can be upgraded with sufficient experience, 10 gifts, Physique, 7, Spirituality, 14, Characteristic, Psychic Spellcaster, you have the power of psionic energy, you can consume spirituality and release psionic spells. Governor of Fury Star, you are the legal ruler of Fury Star, and you have a higher probability of legally uniting with the local forces of Fury Star. This is his own personal information. Among the 2 traits, the Governor of Fury All-Star comes from his identity, so needless to say, the other is a Psychic Spellcaster, which is his personal ability. Gu Hang is a Psyker, legal. The Gu family he belongs to will of course train core children. Needless to say, education, politics, business, giving people resources, etc., like Gu Hang, who showed spiritual talent when he was a child, of course he would not let it go. His talent in psychic power is not bad, and he can also see the 14-point attribute from the system, and he has also shown it. As for attributes, Gu Hang also basically figured out the situation. Strength, dexterity, nerve response, ability to resist blows, all the abilities based on the body are classified into the constitution. A strong physique is necessary to grow into an excellent fighter. In this era of extraordinary power, even with the development of science and technology, personal bravery in war still has meaning. The top fighter, with the top equipment, is too exaggerated to cut the starship with a sword, but charging into the battle, capturing the trenches, taking down the fortress, these are all easy. The green-skinned beast just now is a proof. If there is no Gu Hang, although that guy still can't survive, but if you want to kill it, you don't know how many additional servants, and even the lives of the Marines will be paid. Psychic power is more mysterious, and in many ignorant worlds, it is called witchcraft or magic. This is a supernatural power originating from the dark side of the world. The superlight-speed voyage of the starship and many high-standard powerful equipment and weapons all use this supernatural energy. The Empire has a dedicated energy world, which collects spiritual energy and condenses it into crystal blocks. At the same time, cutting-edge equipment with higher psychic technology content requires more skilled psychics to operate it. Powerful psychers themselves can demonstrate strong combat capabilities by using psychic spells without relying on any equipment. Before Gu Hang got rid of the green skins, he used psionic spells. A soul cut temporarily cut off one of its legs, making it a living target. This is also the only psionic spell that Gu Hang has mastered, and it is very difficult to learn. It is not what Gu Hang wants to do to spend decades studying psychic spells. However, the upgradable option in the hero interface provides him with a new path. Can upgrade directly, isn't he good? Prior to this, the option to upgrade was not available. He noticed the words sufficient experience. He guessed it was brought about by winning a war. It seems that the option to upgrade will only appear if you have enough experience. As for the 10 gift points required for leveling up, he gritted his teeth and paid for it directly. After getting the 19 points gift this time, plus the remaining 2 points before, there are a total of 21 points, which is enough. Suddenly, a new prompt appeared in front of his eyes. Please choose one of the 5 directions of physique, spirituality, commander, leader, and uniqueness to generate a new talent. And this thing? Needless to say, physical fitness and spirituality should be related to personal strength. The next 2, commander and leader, have similar meanings, but there are definitely differences. Gu Hang guessed that the former should be the meaning of the military commander, the enhanced ability to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the army to participate in the war. The latter is the leadership ability as a ruler and consul. As for the last unique, according to each person, the exclusive talent bestowed? As for what it is really impossible to guess. Gu Hang tried to select unique, but got a new prompt. The upgrade item of the unique sequence has not been unlocked, the upgrade failed. I don't know what the conditions for unlocking are. In desperation, I can only choose from the first 4. He chose spiritual talent. The reason for not choosing physique is that he is obviously more talented in the path of psyker than in the path of warrior. As for the bonus of the commander or leader, it is very good, but when the number of troops is insufficient in the early stage and the size of the territory is small, giving a certain bonus may not be very effective. On the contrary, individual strength will play a more prominent role in small-scale conflicts. What's more, if you really want to become a psionic master who can move mountains and fill seas, and possess super-individual strength, it's really not necessarily inferior to the bonus effect of the whole army or the whole force. After completing the selection, Gu Hang immediately felt a rush of hot air rushing from his heart to every part of his body, until the extremities. His face turned rosy because of this, but fortunately only some machine servants saw it, and these reformers who didn't think proactively didn't ask too many questions. Ha! With a long breath, Gu Hang felt that his whole body was full of strength. He can feel that his muscle contours have become more obvious, his joints have become more flexible, his eyes and ears are clearer, and his thinking is faster. All-round enhancements. But am I not a bit of a spiritual talent? How do you feel that the physical attribute has increased by a section? Calling out the system again, he saw the digital upgrade effect. Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV2, Inexperienced cannot upgrade, Physique, 8, Spirituality, 15, Characteristics, Psychic Spellcaster, Governor of Furious Allstar, Talent, Body Protection Spiritual Energy. When suffering damage, you can consume spiritual power to counteract the damage. Spirituality +1, Physical Fitness has indeed increased, which seems to be due to the fact that increasing the level will naturally increase the basic attributes. His physique attribute is a bit too low, the improvement effect is more obvious, but the spirituality is not so obvious. But in the end, the spirituality can still increase a little, and that's because of the new talent, Body Protection Spiritual Chi, brought out. Physical improvement is a good thing, and being healthier and stronger is of course a good thing. The improvement of the spiritual attribute allows him to release more spiritual spells, and the power of the spells will also increase. And the most important thing about the talent of Body Protection Spirit Chi is its own special effects. With a thought, he felt a magical energy flooding his whole body, soaking all the cells in it. When an external blow comes, the corresponding damage will be offset by spiritual energy until he actively turns off this ability, or his spirituality is exhausted. The performance of the Ki Body Reiki is also very good. This is a passive effect that can be switched on and off. It does not consume when it is activated, and it will not be consumed until it is damaged. Even when facing a sneak attack, there is no need to worry about it being too late to activate the skill. And when it really comes to a critical moment, it is also possible to shut it down temporarily, and save some spirituality to counterkill despite being injured. In short, the operation is also very flexible. Gu Hang is very satisfied with such a practical blue bar exchange blood volume skill. While the fight was lively outside, there was no movement in the Waste Cave Club. There are quite a few of them, but with just a few guns, they dare not even go out to see what happened outside the house. It wasn't until Patel contacted Neili through their secret channel, and after confirming that he was not pretending or defecting to the enemy, that he opened the door and let him in. And let him alone. At first, he was worried that the governor would be dissatisfied, but he was not. Gu Hang graciously let him in first, and explained the situation clearly. The governor's troops will stay outside the Waste Tunch for 2 days, waiting for news from him. As for what the news is waiting for, Gu Hang didn't say clearly, but Patel probably understands it. The governor has completed the salvation he promised, and now it is time for the Waste Whole Society to show its sincerity. In this regard, Patel did not feel uncomfortable. The Waste Cave Club completely obeys the governor, what's wrong with that? Entering through the doorway, he returned to his hometown. Familiar faces appeared in front of his eyes. Their features were both pale and black. Pale is due to living underground all year round and does not see the sun, black is due to the sweat from labor and coal ash sticking together, and there is no condition to wash frequently. He is the leader of the Waste Cave Society. There are more than 900 people in the cave, and he knows every face. People rush to ask him, Patel, are we saved? Have those damn robbers been killed? Who saved us? Facing many of these questions, Patel replied one by one while walking at the beginning, but in the end, he really couldn't answer everyone's questions one by one, so he could only give a unified answer loudly while trying his best to pass through the crowd. Yes, we are saved. Those robbers have all been killed. It was the governor who saved us. The people who heard the answer wept with joy. After finally passing through the crowd, he turned his head and looked at the malnourished and definitely not good-looking faces of his compatriots. He was both proud and worried. The pride stems from the fact that he moved in the rescuers and saved everyone. Worry is not knowing what the future holds. Sighing slightly, he turned his head and sought his uncle, Old Butch. Old Butch's hand was smashed when a cart full of ore overturned, the wound was infected, and then amputated, and he almost didn't survive. During that time, Patel was promoted. After recovering from his recovery, Old Butch did not try to seize power. There was nothing to seize, and in the environment of the abandoned cave society, there was no room for exploitation or oppression. The leader is elected, and the entire settlement is too poor. Even as a leader, the labor and living conditions are not much different from other people. Because of his disability, Butch couldn't do any heavy work anymore. but he is still giving full play to his residual heat, and doing his best to assist Patel, a junior. Old Butch patted his shoulder with his remaining one hand. "Thank you for your hard work." "It's my job," Patel replied. The two of them entered a small room, and Patel told Butch the whole story of his going to help. Old Butch sighed. "It's a misfortune rather than a blessing." The attitude of the old comrades is somewhat pessimistic. Patel disagreed with him. "What is a misfortune?" "I don't think there is a misfortune. This is definitely our chance. The governor said that he will not only save our lives, but will save us to the end. He is here to build the whole world, and our Waste Cave Society is the first stop." Patel sighed. "Those big people, how can they believe what they say casually? In their eyes, us people are like rats and bedbugs in the gutter. Since when did they see us as human beings? When you say something nice, it seems that you are very important, and if it is useless, you will be ruthlessly abandoned." Patel said, "I don't think the governor is like that kind of person." Old Butch snorted. "You brat, what do you know? You've only known him for a few days? Then what can we do?" Patel skipped the question of whether to trust or not, and asked, "Can our situation get worse? More than 900 people are dying under this mine, no one dares not to work hard, and those who do not work hard will starve to death. But even so, we still don't have enough food and clothing, and casualties occur from time to time due to work, and people will freeze to death every winter. We don't have extra property to buy guns and cannons to arm ourselves. When we encounter any danger, we can only lock ourselves in the hole and pray that the danger will pass by itself. We were not finished before because we were too poor and the robbers didn't want to spend money. Too much effort to pry open the tortoise's shell, so we couldn't eat 2 bites of meat. This time, we met the most greedy ones, determined to attack and sell the living people as rations, so we could only sit and wait for death. I absolutely don't want my compatriots to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme on like this. What's more, what else can we lose?" These words silenced Old Butch. "After a while," he said, "we will lose our freedom." "Ha ha ha ha. Freedom." Patel laughed so loud that it almost spread outside the door. Those who didn't know thought he was really happy. Can freedom be eaten? This time I also went to the League Fuxing City, the capital city of China. I have seen slaves. The lives of slaves are much better than ours, and we are not even as good as cattle and horses. If we pay for our freedom, our people will no longer be starved to death, frozen to death, or treated as human beings. If the rations are eaten, then I am willing to give up my freedom." Old Butch finally couldn't say anything else, he could only sigh again. "I don't object to any of your decisions, I just hope that we won't regret it." "We will never regret it. I believe you will not regret it." On the same day, Gu Hang saw Patel come back, and together with several people who could talk in the Waste Cave Society, they expressed their complete surrender to him. It was completely within Gu Hang's expectation. The people of the Waste Cave Society have no choice. Patel said humbly, "Master Governor, there are a total of 907 people in the Waste Hole Society, waiting for your first order. Let's go into the hole and have a look." "What? Are you going into the hole? Not welcome?" "No. But the conditions in our place are very poor, you." He really didn't want Gu Hang to enter the mine, not for any other reason, but because the conditions in the mine were too bad. More than 900 people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in a narrow cave, and even if there are vents, the smell inside is definitely not good. The living conditions are poor, and feces and urine are everywhere. Patel was very afraid that the situation in the mine would dirty the governor's gorgeous clothes, and he was even more afraid of dirtying the governor's heart. Gu Hang waved his hand and said, "I always have to see what's going on with you before I can decide what to do next." Although Gu Hang's arrival caught people off guard, and there was no way to organize a grand welcoming ceremony in a haste, the people in the Waste Cave Society still tried their best to put on some ostentation, trying to make the governor feel their respect. When Gu Hang entered from the gate of the mine that had been cleaned up as much as possible, he saw that all the lights in the mine were turned on. The people of the Waste Cave Club lined up on both sides, standing on both sides of the mine corridor, welcoming the arrival of the person who determined their future destiny. Gu Hang was not the first to come in. His current military supervisor, Captain Yen Fanshu, had already brought hundreds of people in first. Along the way, the machine servants pulled up a human wall, separating the passage from the residents of the Waste Cave Society. The soldiers stood upright with their guns, while the people around them knelt down one after another when Gu Hang passed by. Wherever Gu Hang went, the people knelt down to greet him. Apart from people, the abandoned cave society can't bring out anything else for ostentation. Right among the crowd, Gu Hang walked all the way, observing the situation in the Waste Cave Club. The people have good looks, and they all look unhealthy. There are some mining tools, hoes, carts and the like in the mine, which are purely manual operations, and there is no equipment. Walking, he came to a hollow area in a mine. Here, it is used as a square and an important residential area by the people of the Waste Hole Society. There are many simple buildings with wooden structures built in a mess. This place should be the home of many people. More residents of the Waste Cave Society gathered here. When Gu Hang stepped into it, hundreds of people, led by the leader Patel, knelt down in unison. Respect is the performance is very sufficient. Here, a temporary platform was also set up. Gu Hang walked up, and the microphone was already set up. The voice of his speech here can not only be heard by the people in the small square in the mine, but can also be heard by people who are not in the square through the speakers placed in various places in the mine. After all, the mine square is not big enough to hold 900 people. Standing on the stage, Gu Hang stared at the faces under the dim light. He could see in their faces the rejoicing of being alive after the catastrophe, and the gratitude to him as the savior. But equally, their expressions also showed confusion about the future, doubts about him, the one who decides the fate of everyone, and the numbness left by the hopeless life in the wasteland. A long way to go. But he still spoke slowly. Residents of the Waste Tunch, I am your governor, Gu Hang. Today, I saw all the people bowing down to me and expressing their surrender to me. This is very good and proves that you have made the right choice. Your leader, Patel, asked me for help, and I promised him. I led the army to the Waste Cave Society and eliminated the robbers who threatened us. 146 corpses were neatly placed outside, and 11 captives will be accepted later under the witness of all of you. Judgment. The salvation you want has already been obtained, but I want to give you salvation, but it has just begun. In the harsh, unforgiving wasteland, disasters, both natural and man-made, have always threatened our existence. Today the dead man comes, and tomorrow there may be something else. You need to be able to protect yourselves, and I will arm you. This is the first salvation that I will give you next. You work hard day and night in the mines, but what you get in return is a life without sunshine all day long. You don't have enough food and clothing, and you die every winter. You have the right to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a better life, and I will make life better for all who are willing to work hard. This is the second salvation I will bestow upon you. A safe environment, enough food and clothing, this may be your greatest wish now. But when you are full, you will have more wishes, a better living environment, better spiritual enjoyment, and even self-realization, sense of honor, faith, and I will provide you with a platform to pursue a higher level. This is the third salvation that I will bestow on you. In my plan, when I bestow these 3 items on you, when I allow you to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a safe and prosperous life, then I can talk about the time to truly save you. Gu Hang finished his speech, and at this moment, whether it is those who are lucky enough to see Gu Hang's face in the square, or those who are crowded in other places and can only hear the voice from the loudspeaker, all the Waste Cave Club's the residents are already jubilant. When Gu Hang said that all the robbers outside had been killed, everyone was already jubilant. The brigands killed and captured their brethren, and locked them up in the cave for many days, and the food supplies were exhausted. They have been in constant fear, until now they are finally rescued, and their gratitude cannot be half-faked. And when Gu Hang said that he was going to arm them, some residents, especially some young and passionate ones, became even more excited. The people in the Waste Cave Society have always known the importance of having guns and cannons in the wasteland. In this place where the weak eat the strong, there is no ability to protect oneself. That is a piece of meat, regardless of fat or thin, there will always be someone who wants to take a bite. After all, everyone is starving. But guns are not for nothing. The most valuable thing in the wasteland is the arms trade. However, the people in the Waste Cave Society can hardly afford enough food and clothing, and cannot afford it at all. With weapons, there is a sense of security. When encountering the same thing this time, not to mention being able to fight but not being able to fight, at least one has the strength to fight, and will not sit and wait to die like now, and can only rely on others to save him. And the second item, the matter of having enough food and clothing, aroused even greater passion. Gu Heng's words directly hit the depths of their hearts. We work so hard, why can't we get a full meal? They don't understand the exploitation of the external market and the difference in value between primary products and processed products, but the governor said that he will give them food and clothing. This alone is enough to make them fully support whatever the governor wants to do. And the third point, the so-called higher pursuit. On the contrary, everyone didn't have any special feelings, and even felt at a loss. Just living is already very difficult. They rarely think about more things in this life, and they don't understand what the so-called self-realization and sense of honor are talking about. Follow along and cheer. It is also because of the continuation of the previous events, what the governor said is always right. But there are always a few people who have kept thinking under the torment of a painful life. When they heard what the governor said, their eyes lit up. Most of the people in the Waste Cave Society were inspired by Gu Heng's speech. They could already see that a path of light and hope was opening before their eyes. Old Butch had mixed feelings. He is old, has experienced many hardships, and has been shouldering the safety of the entire abandoned cave club on his shoulders, so he will inevitably be overthinking and suspicious about everything. In his opinion, the hundreds of people from the Waste Cave Club report to the regiment to keep warm in the dangerous wasteland, and what they are looking for is survival. No matter what the situation is, think more and be more stable. Even if you miss a lot of opportunities, it is better than taking a wrong step and losing everything. Of course, he was extremely fortunate that the governor had brought troops to rescue him. Without foreign aid, all of them would die. But to be honest, what he expected most was for the governor to bring troops to kill those robbers, and then leave. Even if they have to pay a little more, that's fine. He thought about the worst situation, that is, the tax will be doubled after 2 years, which may starve half of the people in the Waste Hole Society, but it is better than all deaths. But now, not only did the governor not ask them to pay anything, but he was willing to give them more, which made Old Butch very worried. No cost at all, and that could mean the greatest cost. After listening to Gu Heng's speech, he couldn't help feeling overwhelmed, and he also cheered and performed along with the crowd. What the governor said was of course what he expected, what he dreamed of. But is it really possible? The people of the Waste Cave Club have nothing but a handful of strength. There is no technology, no equipment, and even resources such as mines or abandoned mines before the war, with small reserves and very difficult to mine. If the veins are of good quality, how could they fall into their hands? How can they pursue a better life like this? Old Butch couldn't imagine it. He didn't hope so, but he couldn't help but think the worst, and felt that Gu Heng's words were all to fool him, and he might pack them up and sell them as slaves in the future. But he is no longer the leader of the Waste Cave Society. The current leader, Patel, seems to have been brainwashed, fanatically trusting the words of the governor. After the governor's speech, the kid was so excited that he went away as soon as he waved his hand, saying that he wanted to discuss the future development plan of the abandoned cave society. I was sold and paid for it. Old Butch could only go back to his cramped, musty-smelling little space, secretly depressed. It didn't take long for him to be depressed, and there was a knock on his door. Opening the door, Patel walked in. The room was pitch black, and Patel asked, "Why didn't you turn on the lights?" "Save a little." According to what the governor said, a happy life cannot be achieved by saving energy. Hee, your mouth is full of the governor now. He saved us. I never denied that. He will bring us a bright future. Old Butch was a little perfunctory, he had given up persuading Patel. This is the end of the matter, what else could it be? To be honest, the Waste Cave Society has no strength. Even if Patel listened to him, so what? Can you still resist the governor? Thinking of this, he became even more disheartened. He asked without interest, "Why don't you discuss the big plan with the governor? Why are you looking for me, a bad old man?" The discussion is over, and I'm here to ask you for help. So fast? The governor is very particular about efficiency. What do you want me to do? Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme our people to the surface and build settlements. We can no longer phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in mines for a long time. The poor living environment will make diseases come to us. But Old Butch hesitated. It is of course very good to be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme on the surface, but who would choose to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in a mine? In fact, the Waste Cave Club had plans to develop on the surface before, and they had a camp on the surface. Then, he was beaten by the dead prisoner. The dozens of people who were taken away were also taken from the surface camp. The surface is too dangerous, and with the ability of the abandoned Tunch, it is impossible to defend it. I know what you're worried about, Patel said, but we have the power to protect ourselves. The governor will leave 100 machine servants here to take charge of the security work. At the same time, we will also deliver 100 set soldiers and equipment, choose people from the Waste Hole Society, and arm a company. Now the Old Butch was surprised. He felt that the governor was fooling people, but he didn't expect that what he promised would be done immediately. No, it should be two pieces. It is one thing to arm the soldiers of the abandoned cave society so that they can protect themselves, it is another thing to build houses on the surface and improve living conditions. Change is immediate. In this matter, Old Butch had no way to shirk. But he was curious about another point. You want me to help with the construction of the surface camp, so what are you doing yourself? It will never be military training. For this kind of thing, the governor will definitely send someone to take charge. Not to mention military power or something, even if the Fedong Society were to come by themselves, none of them would be able to do it. Patel smiled mysteriously, and stopped playing tricks. I want to build our own production line. New mining machines will be delivered, and there will also be alloy smelting furnaces. The governor will not only help us improve our mineral production for the efficiency of excavation, we must directly establish a production line for the production of alloy plastic steel. Hearing this, Old Butch was really surprised and speechless. Building an army and returning to the surface to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme is of course very good, but to put it bluntly, it is all a fantasy. Relying on the Waste Hole Society itself, how can it support a decent army? Don't you still have to rely on the governor's blood transfusion? This is the core reason for Old Butch's pessimistic attitude. To phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a good life, the Waste Hole Society must have sufficient value. He never expects others to give free and unlimited blood transfusions to Fedong, which is impossible. Even if it is to buy people's hearts for a while, it is for the greater good. Whether it's for the sake of establishing a memorial archway to gain fame, or there are more shady plans, it's not a good thing. But now, he knew that he was wrong, very wrong. It is true that Gu Hang will not transfuse blood for Wudong without limit and free of charge. He does have something for Wudong. It's just that what he needs is something that the Wudong Society is far from being able to provide now. But it doesn't matter, Gu Hang can make the Waste Hole Society develop. When their productivity increases and their own value increases, they can afford the price Gu Hang wants. Of course, at that time, the debt owed by the Waste Cave Club to Gu Hang may be far more than just a life-saving grace. But Old Butch was happy with it. Such an opportunity was what he dreamed of. He has already fully braced himself, and the previous worries have long been thrown out of the sky. When will it start? Patel teased and asked, you said earlier that it was a misfortune rather than a blessing? What did you say that you would lose your freedom? Old Butch blushed, and said stubbornly, you brat, you know nothing. Our freedom, is the equipment bought by the governor worth it? Ha 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 ha. Watching the old man's attitude turn 180 degrees, Patel also laughed out loud. This is not mocking the old uncle, this is rejoicing for the future fate of all of them. You have successfully merged with the Empire faction, Waste Hole Club. After Gu Hang finished his speech, when he opened the system interface, he saw such a new message. Is Habong okay? In the judgment of the system, a small place like the Waste Tunch was also identified as a power? Look further back. Current gift points, 11, total income of the territory, 6 tera month, Governor Temporary Camp, 5 tera month, Waste Cave Society, 1 tera moon, the total income increased a little every month. Gu Hang curled his lips, not particularly satisfied. The population of Wudong is not large enough, and its productivity is not strong enough. In contrast, although his temporary camp was built from a state of emptiness and emptiness, it still has more than 3,000 people. Of course, no matter which side, there is still considerable room for development. I believe that after the productivity and prosperity increase, the monthly gift income will also increase significantly. But as far as Gu Hang's current knowledge is concerned, relying on a fixed monthly income, the most he can get is a guarantee. If you want to get rich, you have to fight. What kind of gift system? This is the war-mad system. Killed the main force of the dead prisoners, and gained 19 points of gifts. Xiao Fei, he has a bit of a taste. After the work of the Waste Cave Club was finished, he sent Yin Fengshu, the captain, to take half of the elite marines and a company of mechanized infantry to attack the lair of the dead prisoners' robbers according to the confessions of the captives. That should be an easy fight. The main force of the dead prisoners had already been wiped out outside the abandoned Tunch, and most of those who remained in the camp were old, weak, sick, and disabled. After all, robbers have families too. There is no need to worry too much about the small number of left-behind robbers. They can only add up to 3 and 0. 50 people at most, and they don't know how many guns they can make up. At present, the troops that Yin Fengshu brought are enough to wipe them out. I hope that Yin Fengshu can rescue the prisoners of the Waste Cave Club who are still alive as much as possible. If it is impossible, there is no way to force it. In addition, what Gu Hang is looking forward to more is the harvest of gift points. Although knowing that the enemy is weak, the gift income will not be too much, but it should be higher than waiting for a fixed monthly income, right? Thinking of this, he continued to look down. As a result, a bigger surprise came. He saw a new function quietly appeared in the system. Under Heroes and Soldier cards, a new option quietly stays here. Science and Technology. Gu Hang's mood was not calm. He felt that this system was a war-mad system. Apart from giving a lot of points for winning battles, there was another point in the system's function. Whether it is personal upgrades or military training upgrades, they are all preparing for war. That seems to be a circulatory system in which the stronger you fight, the stronger you can fight. Farming is only a secondary link. But unexpectedly, the functions of the system were not completely open to him. Are there any other new features in the future? What are the conditions for the new function to be enabled? Unknown. The follow-up is full of hard work. What Gu Hang most wants to see now is this technology function, what kind of technology method it is. When he opened it, the system interface showed stars all over the sky, but every star was dark, waiting for him to light it up. After careful identification, these dark stars seem to be connected to each other, their shapes are quite intricate, and their sizes are also different. Each dark star seems to represent a specific technology. Gift points can be invested to unlock a random technology unlock. The success rate of technology unlocking and the level of technology unlocking will increase with the specific points invested. Invest 10 points in the lowest grade to unlock once, invest 100 points in the second grade to unlock once, invest 1000 points in the third grade to unlock once. Or is it a card drawing and lottery mechanism? Not a liar, right? Gu Hang has a little psychological shadow on this kind of card drawing thing. But there is no other way. He currently only has 11 gifts on hand, and the minimum standard will be gone once he draws it. According to his understanding of similar mechanisms, this kind of minimum distribution usually does not produce any good results. But the point is that if he doesn't spend it here, the 10 gifts in his hand are useless. In terms of heroes, he is currently at level 2, and he is stuck with experience. Even if he has gifts, he can't go up. If he does not enter the military training, he will be promoted to T5, 100 gift for every 1 people, T5 to T4, 10 gift for every 1 people, T4 T3, 1 gift per person. Now his servant battalion is T5, and the hardware limit cannot be upgraded. The elites of the Marine Corps can be promoted, but it is not meaningful to upgrade 11 people to T3, and it is only the training speed. If the equipment is not improved, the overall strength is still not up to the mark. Thinking about it this way, if he doesn't want to save the gift points to become moldy, smoking technology is really his only choice now. That being the case, let's smoke it. Hope not to be black-handed. Following his thoughts, the 10 gifts quietly passed away, replaced by one lighted up in the dim starlight of the sky. Basic technology, alloy plastic steel. The research product of the Imperial Mechanicus is a qualified multi-purpose material, based on steel and smelted with a variety of minerals. According to different formulations, it has different characteristics. It can be used for soldier bulletproof plates, building materials, vehicle armor, spaceship parts. Sure enough, it is only the most basic technology, and it is still in the direction of raw materials. But after careful understanding, Gu Hang opened his mouth wide. I found a treasure. Alloy plastic steel itself is not a particularly rare material, and the performance gap between different proportions and processes is very outrageous. The best plastic steel can be used to make the core material components of precision instruments, and the poor plastic steel can only be used as building materials. If you just give crafts, recipes, and blueprints, it won't be that useful. With Gu Hang's current poor appearance, there is no condition to realize the craft and blueprint. But what the system gives is nanny feeding. The lighting of a technology gives three things. First of all, it is theory, technology, and design blueprint. With these, as long as there are enough scientific and technological talents and industrial foundation, this technology can be directly applied on a large scale to build factories. None of this is unusual, but what is unusual is the latter two, the black box maker. Black box is an adjective that means that no one can know what is going on inside the device. Only the most primitive raw materials need to be input to produce finished products directly. And there are two such black box manufacturing machines, each of which is different. The first thing is the finished black box. You only need to input iron ore and any proportion of materials, and the black box can directly produce the highest level of alloy plastic steel materials. The second piece is the black box of the mother machine. It also only needs to input the most basic materials to produce a smelting furnace for producing qualified alloy plastic steel. This is amazing. Gu Hang looked at the two machines that he could manifest at any time, and the knowledge in his head, and realized how powerful the technological system is. The food is fed directly into the mouth. Gu Hang's subordinates really don't have any technology and technical talents, but with this thing, a group of baboons might be able to create an alloy plastic steel production line. 10 points of gift, earn a lot of money. What war-mad system! I declare, this is the most powerful farming system. Helping the Waste Cave Society to build up its production capacity was originally planned by Gu Hang. Gu Hang doesn't like the little mineral output of the Waste Cave Society. It's hard for these people to support themselves, so where is the residual value? Only by developing them can Gu Hang's goal be achieved. And Gu Hang's goal is not just to make these people afford to pay taxes. He wants to make the entire planet more prosperous. He needs more troops, more weapons and equipment, and more material bases. Feidanche is a starting point, but it is also an important model room. If it is done, he intends to continue to replicate a similar model. But first of all, this model room must be well laid out. Originally, his plan was to rely on the Starship Quintet floating in the sky. When Gu Hang set off from the capital of the Star region and came to Fu Xiaoxing to serve as the governor, of course he did not take up the post alone. He is one of the contemporary core members of the Gu family, and the Gu family is an old political family in the Tianma Star area. A watch-class strike cruiser belonging to the Pegasus Imperial Navy, the Quintet, carried him from the capital of the sector. But the Quintet did not leave after completing the task of escorting the governor. It will perform a 2-year mission in the orbit of Fury Owl. It will obey the governor's order and provide the strongest backing for the governor to revive the entire planet. That's how Gu Hang got this kind of treatment. The previous governors were all dismissed by a frigate. Theoretically, with the Quintet floating in orbit, Gu Hang can walk sideways on the Star Fury. Above the wasteland, there is nothing that can threaten the Quintet. On the contrary, the Quintet can carry out a terrible orbital bombardment of any position on the surface of the planet. At the same time, the Quintet can also bring great help to Gu Hang in other aspects. This 11-kilometer-long Shanghai giant ship is equipped with a crew of more than 10 people. Among them are organic servants, slaves, combatants, technicians, elite marines, mechanics, psionicists. Various people perform different functions. In a sense, such a giant ship is like a city floating in the sky. The crew mainly relies on drawing and replenishing from various planets, but because the space voyage is too long, there are very few opportunities to leave. There are many crew members, they are simply the descendants of the crew members on the starship combined. They are very likely to be born on the starship, die on the starship, and never leave their lives. This huge city in the sky can provide Gu Hang with many things. The servants, machine servants, and marines he started with were all brought down from the starship. He originally planned to get it from the sky for the needs of building the Waste Cave Club. Quintet can provide manpower and provide weapons and equipment. Gu Hang said that he would select 100 soldiers from the Waste Cave Society and arm them. He was not talking nonsense. Bullet, he was about to get it off the starship. On the contrary, some production equipment in his plan is not very easy to operate. He originally planned to do it from Fuxing City. After all, he is the governor of the planet and the leader of the Alliance of the Star Fury. Even if he doesn't have enough actual control over the Alliance, there is always a way to get some wool. But now it seems that no need. What the technology, function of the system gives is much more powerful than pulling wool. Without saying a word, he called Patel over and told him about the launch of the production line, which made the leader of the Waste Cave Society very excited. After sending Patel away, Gu Hang left the Waste Cave Society and went to the periphery. His soldiers were also stationed outside, and the people from the Waste Cave Society had come out one after another, and under the leadership of a man named Old Butch, they began to build their ground camp. Patel began to select the 100 abandoned Cave Society soldiers who were about to be trained, and quickly decided on all the candidates. To be honest, Gu Hang is not very satisfied with these people from the Waste Cave Club as a source of soldiers. They are all born as coolies, but they are malnourished, and it is difficult to develop a strong and excellent physical fitness. Not only do they look a little thin, but their bodies also suffer from many hidden injuries due to long-term hard work. Although he has the spirit and will to bear hardships and stand hard work, he is still not a very good source of soldiers. It's just that he has no choice now. The 3,000 servants brought down from the starship and the temporary camp were not much better. Next, Gu Hang left behind 100 machine servants, and he took the rest, as well as the 100 newly recruited young men from the abandoned Cave Society, to the temporary camp. He didn't plan to wait for Yin Fanshu, who had gone to clear up the remnants of the dead prisoners, to come back. Nothing would happen to that guy. After he completes the task, he will leave a small team of elite marines to take charge of commanding the machine servants who stayed at the Waste Cave Club. Those brainless servitors don't have the ability to fight independently. After a few hours, Gu Hang returned to the temporary camp. The whole camp still looks like a big construction site in full swing. After initially leveling the land and building simple walls and simple buildings with local materials, most of the servants are busy with one thing: building a landing site. The landing field is for the starship, of course. It is not for the entire starship to land, but for the transport plane that flies down from the starship to dock with the ground. This is not a particularly efficient transportation method. On some planets with better conditions, space elevators and orbital starports are the main force for interstellar transportation. However, it is still a matter of conditions. Where can Gu Hang afford to build space elevators and starports? It can only rely on the spacecraft carried on the starship to carry out the transportation work between the ground and space. This requires a landing field, or even an airport, to improve efficiency. The amount of work to be fully completed is not small, but it doesn't have to be done in one step, as long as a workable one can be produced initially. After checking the progress of the project for a while, Gu Hang found an unoccupied space outside the camp, and manifested 2 black box manufacturing machines. The 2 manufacturing machines are really black boxes. These 2 square black boxes are composed of pitch black and unknown materials. The 2 are one big and one small, like 2 houses. There are 2 doors, one in front and one in the back, one for incoming materials and one for output products. Gu Hang scratched his head, a little dumbfounded. The system did not say that the black box is so big. Why move it? It can only be used on engineering machines, and it is too exaggerated to simply use manpower. But after thinking about it, Gu Hang felt that there was no need for him to transport these two things to the Waste Cave Society. The finished black box needs to be used, and the ore can be imported from Wudongsh, although this is a bit of a violation of his promise to Patel to build a production line for Wudongsh. But in fact, there is no conflict. The finished black box must be used to produce the top alloy plastic steel material, and the output will not be much. As for the production line of the Waste Hole Society, the various parts produced by the black box of the mother machine are transported to the Waste Hole Society, where they are assembled again to build an alloy smelter. It is conceivable that with the continuous development of the two camps, there will be frequent transportation exchanges between them. Road repairs are of course needed, but transport equipment is also important. He didn't want his subordinates to take 8 hours to go back and forth with carts and carts. Vehicles, engineering equipment, these things are all needed. His eyes looked up to the sky. It seems that we still have to collect the wool of the quintet, including the 100 sets of weapons and equipment promised to the Waste Dongshi. However, Gu Hang felt a little annoyed at the thought of dealing with that woman. Although there are still few words, please do not keep books as much as possible. The new book period needs everyone's support. It would be even better if you can recommend it for the younger brother. I have always wanted to write this book with a hammer set. I will try my best to write this book well. I hope I can get good grades, and I will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to everyone. Thanks, Red. Yalisha felt a little annoyed at the thought of dealing with Gu Hang. As a serious Imperial Commodore and captain of a strike cruiser, she was a real big shot in the Pegasus sector. Who is more important, the identity of a Commodore or the governor of the planet? From the Imperial Navy stationed in the entire Tianma Star District, there are only 7 cruisers in total. In comparison, there are 9 planets in the Tianma Star District, which is about the same in number. Neither is a system. The Planetary Governor has a special status, but generally belongs to the administrative system of the Empire. The captain of the starship belongs to the military system of the Imperial Navy. In theory, sector masters do not have the ability to directly command the Imperial Navy. Of course, this is not the case. The Pegasus fleet was established by the Pegasus Star District. Most of the officers and soldiers were recruited and selected from various planets in the Star District. The starships were also purchased with money from the Star District's treasury, and the logistics supplies were also provided by the Star District. In terms of missions, the Tianma fleet is also responsible for the defense of the Tianma Star area. It has to cooperate with the Star area government, and its independence is indeed not that strong. In short, the status of the 7 cruiser captains and the 9 planetary governors in the Tianma Star area is not easy to compare, and the difference is probably the same. But it's different if it's embodied in Gu Hang and Yalisha. There are 9 planetary worlds in the Tianma Star area, and although the other 8 are of varying levels, they are all vassals at any rate. Only this angry owl star is a big problem. According to the past practice, Gu Hang became the governor, which is not much different from being sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. How does it compare with Yalisha? Yalisha also came from a family. The Fofana family she belongs to is an ally of the Gu family, and they are also supporters of the current head of the Star region. And she herself is a rising star in the military world, the most dazzling rising star in the navy of the Tianma Star region, the only female and the youngest among the 7 captains. To be able to sit in this position, family background is of course important, but her own ability cannot be ignored. Gu Hang and Yalisha are very different. However, the Brigadier General also has her own troubles. It has been nearly 2 years since she was promoted to the captain of the quintet, and doubts are still coming and going. Age, seniority, gender have all become targets of attack. As for ability? Talking about ability is too idealistic, and it can't be eaten unless it is transformed into unquestionable achievements. She really suffocated and wanted to fight a beautiful battle. Punch green-skinned warlords, kick chaos traders, exterminate void Zerg. You can do anything, anyway, you just want to fight a hearty victory, and return home with honor. Who dares to point fingers at the old lady in the future? In the end, the battle didn't make much money. Instead, New Xiaoxing came to escort the family's political ally, the young man who was sent to be the governor. one squat is 2 years. She was very upset, but she had no way to resist, so she could only go to the post angrily. It was already annoying, but that guy was always making trouble for her. She also doesn't know now whether Gu's side attaches importance to Gu Hang or not. Speaking of paying attention, why did they get assigned to such a place? It's not impossible to take on the big task of developing Fury Star, but I haven't seen how much resources your Gu family has invested. But if you don't pay much attention to it, why would the Star Region government send one of the only 7 cruisers in the Pegasus fleet, that is, the quintet led by him, to stay for 2 years? Can't figure it out. Don't even think about it. She considers herself a soldier, so she should be pure and follow orders. Her order was to ensure that the Owl Star remained loyal to the Empire, to assist the Planetary Governor, and to provide military support. In this matter, she never thought of creating difficulties for Gu Hang. She will perform the duties of the Imperial Navy as long as the Governor-General requests it. In her mind, what she needs to do is nothing more than to deter the surface from the orbit, and strike when necessary. There is no pressure, just do things step by step. But Gu Hang didn't ask her to help bomb anything, instead he wanted to leave a group of servants and soldiers. This she did not expect. She didn't want to give it to her at first, but she was fooled by that guy Gu Hang, so she still gave it away. Looking back, she still felt regretful. My old lady can help you fight wars, but you can't abduct my old lady's people. This is not within the scope of her duties. Moreover, she is here with the Imperial Navy, and it is true that there are 10 people on board. It seems like a lot, but it takes so many people to start a giant ship with a total length of 11 kilometers. If Gu Hang took away too many people, it would directly affect the combat effectiveness of the starship. What's more, the combat power of the Navy is all on the starship. Breaking away from the starship, with a population of 10 thrown on the surface, there is not even a splash on the scale of the planet. Compared with the Imperial Guard, which is specialized in land warfare and consists of millions of people in a legion, their numbers are not in order of magnitude. Gu Hang took away more than 3,000 people, so it wouldn't affect the operation of the starship, but it's a matter of course. This time, after receiving another communication request from Gu Hang, Yalisha made up her mind that she would not satisfy any request unless there was some combat mission. After adjusting her mood, she sat upright and asked the technician to connect Gu Hang's communication signal. Gu Hang's head appeared on the screen in the center of the podium. Brigadier General Yalisha, hello, I haven't seen you in half a month, you have become more beautiful. The female Brigadier General said with a straight face, Your Excellency Governor, please don't be glib, just talk about things. Don't be so serious, I have good news for you. What news? Our troops wiped out a rebel army on Fury Owl today, and nearly 200 enemies of the Empire were wiped out. A group of looters and wasteland bandits, in Gu Hang's description, became rebels and enemies of the Empire. Strictly speaking, there is nothing wrong with what he said. Yalisha didn't know much about the specific situation on Fury Owl, but despite this, she also knew that what Gu Hang said was moist. But most importantly, 200 enemies? She showed disdain. Do you have the nerve to bring this victory to me? I know, Madam Brigadier General, you don't care about these 200 people, but what if the number in the future may be 20, Or, to wipe out a green-skinned warlord? To eradicate a heretical cult that doesn't believe in the Emperor? Or even destroy the indigenous evil gods? Yalisha's expression became serious. Hearing what Gu Hang said, she subconsciously began to think, if, as he said, hundreds of thousands of traitors to the Empire were wiped out, a green-skinned warlord was wiped out, and the evil god was killed, what would this merit be? Isn't what she is looking for his merit? Isn't the thing she was most dissatisfied with when she came to New Xiaoxing, because it was a waste of time to stay in the pit for 2 years? But she is not so easily fooled. How do you say that the entire New Xiaoxing is about to be turned upside down? Is there such an enemy on New Xiaoxing? She expressed doubts. Yes. There was an inexplicable taste in Gu Hang's smile. You may have. This unexpected answer made Yalisha vaguely understand the meaning behind Gu Hang's words. But he still deliberately asked, if there is such an enemy, please give me a clear coordinate, Your Excellency Governor, and the orbital bombardment will arrive soon. Whether it is a green skin or a heretic, I will send the Emperor's most terrible anger upon these enemies. How dare the enemies of the Empire be exposed to the sun? They won't act openly. It will take me some time to dig out these enemies. This also needs your help. Yalisha was silent. She now understands exactly what Gu Heng said. Perhaps these enemies existed on Fury Allstar itself, that would of course be the best. If it doesn't exist, it can exist, but this requires the help of the governor's authority, which is difficult for Yalisha herself. Gu Heng's voice sounded again, I need very few things, and you don't need to send more people down. 200 sets of servant soldiers' weapons and equipment, and some armored vehicles that can be used on land. These things are temporarily left on the planet. Ships are useless. However, they can be exchanged for opportunities. This is indeed helping me, but it is also helping yourself. The Savior of the Angry Allstar, what do you think of this title? The heads of countless enemies of the Empire will be cast into your medals of merit. And you want to what you pay is just some insignificant Marine Corps equipment. I will find the enemy for you, and I can even help you remove their heads. I don't want to be executed by the Taxation Bureau of the Ministry of Internal Affairs in 2 years, and you don't want to spend 2 years on the orbit of Fury Owl. Then why don't we help each other? This is not a transaction, this is the mission we came here, and our future. Cough. Yalisha wanted to speak, but found that her throat was a little dry. Frankly speaking, she was a little moved. Originally, she thought that she would spend 2 years on the track, and after returning, she would continue to face all kinds of rumors, holding back her energy and not knowing when she would find a real fighting opportunity. But now Gu Heng's words opened a new door for her. She began to seriously think about the feasibility of this matter, what she had to pay, and what she could get. And the conclusion does not seem to be difficult to draw. The worst-case scenario is that she provided manpower and weapons and equipment, but Gu Heng still failed to achieve anything, and she wasted 2 years here in vain. But so what? She stayed here for the past 2 years. It was an order from the Ministry of the Navy, and it cannot be changed. It is not her fault that all the manpower and weapons and equipment given to support the ground were lost. It is her duty to support the governor. The lack of equipment will be recruited later. Supplement on the line. The key is that it doesn't cost her a penny, and the Imperial Finance pays. Other than that, there is no other price. Could it be that she still has to worry about someone threatening the starship? She herself thought it was a joke. And if Gu Heng succeeds, she will gain the merit of eliminating all enemies on the planet, and the head of the enemy is the medal of the soldier. Those enemies that made Fu Xiaoxing unable to provide enough resources and enough taxes for the star area were eliminated by her, and the planet returned to normal. Isn't this the honor she is pursuing? Of course, doing so is definitely not as powerful as showing her might in a decisive naval battle and destroying the enemy's main battleship, but at least it is a merit, which shows that she has not wasted her time in the past 2 years. Going back and not talking about blocking people's mouths, at least it can make her resume more colorful, instead of being full of drills and training results like now, and she will only be laughed at in front of the old bird. Gritting her teeth, Yalisha said, if that's the case, I agree. That's great. The crew on the quintet worked very efficiently. It didn't take long for the 2 transport spaceships to take off from the starship. Seeing the spaceship headed for the desolate gray planet below, Yalisha gradually came back to it. The size of the Marines on my starship is not large, and the amount of equipment in stock is actually not that much, it's not right. Didn't you say yes, no matter what Gu Heng said, you made up your mind this time to not take anything away? That Gu Heng drew a big cake and ate it himself? The point is that he hasn't given any benefits, not even a specific promise. Why did my mother give away 200 sets of individual equipment, plus 4 armored vehicles? I was fooled by that man again. But what he said makes sense. Exactly what she was thinking. Ugh, sighing, Yalisha forced herself not to worry about gain or loss anymore. Everything has been given away, what else can I do? I just hope that Gu Heng can do what he said. After getting what he wanted, Gu Hang was in a happy mood. It didn't take long before he saw 2 transport ships coming from the quintet, stopping at his unfinished airfield. A large number of servants are ready. After the spaceship hatch was opened, the contents above were unloaded. After the inventory was completed, nothing was missing. The 200 sets of individual equipment are basically based on the G7 assaulter rifle as the core, with some squad machine guns, mortars, and combat uniforms. These combat uniforms are equipped with bulletproof plates made of alloy plastic steel, and their performance is not bad, they are armor after all. Gu Hang directly allocated 100 sets to the newly recruited company of the Waste Cave Society. Then, he used the soldier card function in the system to spend the last gift he had on them. Waste Hole Company, comprehensive dash, cannot be upgraded, type, light infantry, quantity, 100, equipment, T5, training, dash, experience, dash. This is the current attribute level of the Waste Hole Company, and according to Gu Hang's previous experience, the results of the training bonus will be fully reflected in about 3 days. At that time, the comprehensive level of this new army will also enter the level of T5. This is the lowest level of the regular army of the Empire. If the number is the same, those robbers and small warlords on the Angry Owlstar can basically achieve complete victory, and the number of casualties can be controlled to a small degree. At the same time, the transport spacecraft also brought down 4 Rambler V-type light armored vehicles. This kind of armored vehicle has 3 pairs of wheels, and the weapon platform on it is equipped with a rapid-fire cannon. It is a quite terrifying combat vehicle. It's a pity that the servitors can't drive this kind of car. No one in the Waste Hole Society Company can drive it, so they can only turn around and deploy the 30 elite Marines to these 4 cars to act as a mobile force. So far, Gu Hang already has a force of more than 400 people, equipped with 4 high-level armored vehicles. This is already an armed force that cannot be ignored. His eyes look towards Fushing City, the capital of the Alliance. Don't get me wrong, of course Gu Hang didn't think insanely that with more than 400 people and 4 armored vehicles, he could take down Fushing City by force. That's not realistic. Fushing City is the capital of the Alliance. It is a place with a permanent population of 13 and refugees who are more than 10 times that number, relying on the city for food. There are hundreds of thousands of survivors gathering places, large and small, that are directly or indirectly controlled. The conventional military force has tens of thousands of heavily armed soldiers, a large number of artillery, and indigenous tanks and propeller aircraft. If necessary, they can even recruit mercenaries far exceeding the standing force at any time. In terms of military power, the difference is too great. However, if Gu Hang wants to take down Fushing City, he doesn't have to rely on military means. At least not by the army. The 400 people in his hand went to trouble Fushing City. It was indeed an egg hitting a stone. But in orbit, the quintet was floating there, and the starship's macro cannon was aimed at Fushing City. The power of the orbital bombing was enough to wipe the city from the surface of the Earth within a day. This is the greatest force deterrence. The other point is political means starting from legitimacy. At the same time, Gu Hang is the governor of the planet, and the Alliance government is theoretically the only legal government on Fu Xiaoxing, so he is naturally the supreme leader of the Alliance. Before him, every planetary governor who came to this planet fell into Fushing City, inherited the Alliance regime, and then exercised the power of the governor. In fact, Gu Hang did the same at the beginning. When he first got the system and hoped to get a piece of territory that belonged to him, he felt that he had got a dream start. After landing, the entire planet is Lao Tzu's territory, so isn't the fixed income given by the system directly full? Relying on the system, no matter what troubles you encounter on the planet, you can easily handle them. After 2 years of farming, can I still not pay taxes? The facts quickly slapped him in the face. After landing, he received a warm welcome, but there was no movement in the system, and he, the leader in name only, did not recognize his ownership of Fushing City, let alone the entire planet. Therefore, Gu Hang, the dignified governor, came out to do it alone. In fact, he also thought about it. The first level is that the system does not recognize the territory, so if he does not have the territory, he cannot activate the system's ability, and there is no way to earn gifts. If the system can't be effective, then of course he has to come out to find a way to make the system effective, or is he blinding Goldfinger for nothing? On the second floor, the system does not recognize the territory, which means that there is huge trouble in Fushing City. It is very difficult for him to gain real power through political struggle. Gu Hang didn't think that he, a time traveler who had never learned any tricks, had the ability to compete with those local snakes. Even if there is a quintet in the sky, it is useless. Orbital bombing is the last resort. Can he really blow up Fushing City? That's the end of both, and it won't be used at all until it's about to die, and it won't be used at all. It's a deterrent at best. The third level, based on the first 2 points, he basically understood the core of the problem of New Xiaoxing that the previous governors could not handle. In addition to the hostile environment, dangers, and lack of productivity of Fu Xiaoxing itself, I am afraid that there is another point that they cannot completely grasp: power. If the objective conditions are not enough, if there is still internal fighting, then it is normal that it cannot develop and cannot pay the imperial tax. Gu Hang can't go the old way, otherwise there is little hope. It is precisely because of consideration of multi-level factors that he ran out to start anew. But that doesn't mean he doesn't want Fushing City anymore. It is the largest gathering place in the vicinity, with abundant manpower, a developed light industry system, and a commercial and trade exchange center. Gu Hang still has to take it down, and he can't delay it for too long, otherwise he will develop slowly on his own, and he will be executed if he fails to pay taxes after 2 years. He probably has some ideas on how to do it. Give me Unicom Fushing City. Gu Hang greeted. Yes. Zhang Chao replied loudly, and went to operate the radio. He was the only person who was by his side when Gu Hang came from his family. He was Gu Hang's entourage, a very clever young man. Not long after, the communication was connected, and an old voice that sounded very tired sounded from the radio speaker. Hello, Governor, this is Fushing City, and I am Miriam Hodgson. Gu Hang had met the old man who claimed to be Miriam Hodgson, when he had just landed on this planet. This handsome old man is the chairman of the Alliance Council. During the absence of the Planetary Governor, he and the Alliance Council he led were the actual power holders of Fushing City. After the new governor takes office, he should retreat to the second line and serve as the governor's advisor and staff. But obviously, Gu Hang, the governor who played against common sense, caught Hodgson completely by surprise. Tired. Facing Hodgson, Gu Hang would not be as polite as he was when he was talking to Yalisha, and he was not interested in telling Yalisha to reason. Instead, he directly made a request in an orderly tone. I need, tons of food, sets of textiles and clothing, and various industrial consumer goods. I will give you a list and send it to my camp within a week. The voice fell, and there was no reply for a long time. Gu Hang frowned, talked back. He looked very dissatisfied. A young voice murmured from over there, President. Your Excellency Governor. The chairman of the council. He. What's up with him? The president of the council has fainted. Gu Hang's first reaction was disbelief. How can it be so easy to faint? I want so many billions of things. However, listening to the voices of soldiers and horses on the radio station, it seems a bit real. Then his second reaction was a little guilty. Isn't it good to be so exciting? Then the third reaction was, I'm ashamed, you deserve it. He did it on purpose, it was an accident that knocked Hodgson unconscious, but nothing serious. Gu Hang coughed lightly, and continued, anyway, you have heard my request. This is the governor's order. There must be no shortage of supplies, and the time must not be late. Let it be like this. A few 10 minutes later, Fushing City, the inner city council hall. The silver-haired old man, wearing an oxygen mask, panted heavily. After Hodgson woke up, he convened the Alliance Council and publicly informed all Alliance members of the governor's needs. The crowd was excited, and the congressmen below were arguing. Hodgson, who was still wearing an oxygen mask, felt his brain hurt even more, and his eyes turned black. He thought sadly, if this continues, he really won't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme long. He had to pat the table vigorously for several minutes before he calmed down slowly. He took a deep breath of oxygen, then slowly removed the mask, and then said, "If you keep arguing like this, there will be no results. Let's vote. Let me see how many people have the courage to be in the orbit of the Imperial cruiser. Under the muzzle, you dare to violate the governor's order." Hodgson called for a show of hands, but there was silence below. "Congressman, you look at me, I look at you, no one wants to express their opinion first." Hodgson was impatient. He pointed to a middle-aged man. "You have done a lot in food trade, let me talk about it first." The one pointed at by the chairman of the council was Councilman Vaughn. He stood up desperately. "We can't accept the governor's request, it's too much. He didn't do anything for us, but asked us to provide supplies again and again. The last time was to provide supplies for the slaves he brought. The burden of the more than 3,000 people is already heavy. This time it is even more excessive. 100 tons of food. 10,000 pieces of textiles. Does our governor know what these things are? But we must obey the governor's order." Another person said helplessly, "Otherwise we will be regarded as rebels. Macro artillery is unreasonable. We can't lack the supplies of the empire, and we can't lack interstellar trade. All of this has to be signed by the governor." Vaughn sneered and said, "You made your fortune by being an interstellar trade broker for the Blackbird Heavy Industry Group, and you value trade share. Of course, you are eager to lick the governor's ass, regardless of whether the economy of Fushing City can bear it." The person who was named immediately retorted, "You have stored grain for 2 months, and you are waiting for the winter to raise the price of grain. When the time comes, the grain sent to the governor will be taken out of your inventory, which will delay your making money, right? He is the one who disregarded the governor's order and exposed Fushing City to the macro bomb." Seeing that the MPs below were about to quarrel again, Hodgson had no choice but to slam the table again. "Okay, stop arguing." Hodgson's old voice sounded, "I asked you to vote, and I didn't ask you to give any reason. I just want an answer. When you vote, you should think clearly. If you give, where will these materials be allocated? If not, what about interstellar trade quotas, imperial aid quotas, and orbital strike deterrence? Now, let's vote." Those who agree to abide by the governor's order, raise their hands. Those who do not raise their hands represent disagreement, and there are no abstentions. After finishing speaking, he raised his hand helplessly. With him taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, the other MPs, hesitantly, reluctantly, but finally raised their hands one by one. In the end, even Vaughn, who clamored before, "Does the governor understand the concept of 100 tons of grain and 10,000 pieces of textiles?" helplessly raised his hand. This caused a laugh from the bystanders. He couldn't refute, so he could only mutter in a low voice, "What should we do? Is there really no quota? Damn, this governor is really outrageous. Why doesn't he stay in Fushing City? Well, then we at least have 19 ways to make him behave. Be careful." Hodgson yelled angrily in a hoarse voice. The man obediently closed his mouth, but his eyes were still not convinced. After the meeting, Hodgson was wheeled back into the room by a young man in a wheelchair. The young man didn't leave and reported something. "Grandpa." After the meeting, Vaughn summoned his supervisors and contacted several mercenary brokers. "He doesn't dare to harm the governor, he can't afford that price. But maybe he might target the goods that are about to be shipped out of Fushing City." Hearing this, Hodgson said blankly, "Let him go, he will bear the consequences himself. Just keep paying attention and keep an eye on him and his people." What exactly did they do? "I'm worried that he will anger the governor and bring disaster to Fushing City." "Oh." Hodgson sighed, "What can I do? I am the leader of the council, but I am only the leader of the council. Even if I know about this, how can I stop Vaughn?" His voice was a little bleak. On the contrary, it was his grandson, and the young man standing behind him comforted him. On the first day the governor came, he publicly issued his declaration, saying that he would rebuild the wasteland world so that everyone can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life. It shouldn't be so easy for him to anger the entire Fushing City and do irrational things. "Oh." Hodgson smiled, his voice was dry and hoarse. "You don't trust the new governor?" "No, I will always trust the governor." Hodgson waved his hand, the only one who can save Star Fury is the governor. It's just that there was still half a sentence behind him, and he didn't say it to his grandson. I just don't know if it's the governor. Gu Hang received a reply from Fuxing City, saying that they agreed to the request, but it would take 8 days to transport the designated materials to the place. He was a little surprised. This group of people agreed a little easily. He thought there would be a lot of dragging. But it doesn't matter, although what he hoped to happen didn't happen, but the supplies are real, so it's not a loss after all. It was still early, and he didn't think about it anymore. Yan Feinshu should be back soon, because Gu Hang has already seen the battle settlement interface that popped up on the system. Hearty victory, get 1 gift points, loss 0, elimination 45, captive 13, 1st Servant Battalion, 1st Company, 0 loss, 38 eliminations, Marine Corps, 0 losses, 7 eliminated. Before, he sent Yan Feinshu to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme a team to eliminate the remnants of the dead prisoners. There were only a small number of left behind, old and weak women and children. Sure enough, even in the event of annihilating the other party, his people suffered no loss. According to Gu Hang's order, all the rest of the dead prisoners should be executed. Gu Hang didn't intend to give them any way out for these people-eating and human-trafficking looters. Their bodies, too, will be hung in their destroyed camp, and in their blood, written warnings, the end of the cannibal. As for the gift of 1 point after the battle, it was expected. The enemy is too weak, so it probably won't give much benefit. He didn't care phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. After Yan Feinshu came back, he still had a new mission to assign to the captain of the Marine Corps. Then, he went to look at his 2 black box manufacturing machines. These 2 things were placed not far from the camp, guarded by special machine servants, and a simple factory building was built to surround them. No one other than authorized workers is allowed inside. When Gu Hang arrived, the 2 machines were in operation. Previously, a batch of ore transported from the Waste Hole Club was already in place. The ore is sent into the feed port by the workers, and the black box manufacturing machine starts to work. There were bursts of noisy sounds, which seemed to be the sounds of friction, vibration and high-temperature processing, but they were not very noisy. The material sent into the black box manufacturing machine, after a series of mysterious and unknowable changes, finally forms high-quality alloy plastic steel, which is spit out from the discharge port. The shining alloy ingot perfectly demonstrates its strength and toughness. The alloy directly produced by the black box manufacturing machine is an excellent material. And the workers who are already waiting will continue to carry the produced alloy plastic steel into the feed port of another manufacturing machine. Then, the black box of the mother machine also started to work. After a while, an important part for building a smelting furnace was spit out from the discharge port, and was pulled to the other side of the warehouse by the workers. A lot of parts have been piled up there, some are large and cast in one piece, and some are small but very precise. Put them in different categories, and wait for them to be transported to the Waste Hole Society, where they can be assembled into a smelting furnace capable of producing alloy plastic steel. Gu Hang was very satisfied. Alloy plastic steel is the most basic and widely used multifunctional material in the entire imperial civilization. It can be used in buildings, crafting machinery and weapons, and can be used to repair and strengthen facilities in vehicles. Its high strength and corrosion resistance enable it to be used in extremely harsh environments, and it is qualified for work in a variety of completely different environments. And this is especially important on Fury Star, which has a harsh environment. As far as Gu Hang knows, New Shaoxing does not have the technical ability to mass-produce alloy plastic steel. The entire planet is still using relatively basic and primitive common steel. In contrast, the performance of alloy plastic steel is much superior. Obviously, if the ability to mass-produce alloy plastic steel is mastered, Wudong Society will gain huge profits. The scarcity and wide demand of alloy plastic steel make its price high. Gu Hang, who has a black box, can keep the production cost very low, even more advantageous than other planets that specialize in this industry. Even alloy plastic steel brings more than just profit. But if mass production is required, Gu Hang is worried that the ore output of the waste tunch may not be enough. The abandoned tunnel club doesn't have enough manpower, and Gu Hang didn't get the equipment to mine ore. The quality of the key abandoned tunnel's veins is mediocre. It is enough for now, but seeing more and more smelting furnaces being built by black boxes, there will definitely be gaps in the future. However, by that time, there should be a stable output. Don't worry about finding a market, you don't have to worry about selling at all. Large-scale imports of raw materials are also possible. In the future, the pillar industry of the waste-tongue society will definitely change from resource mining to metal smelting. This batch of parts that have been produced should be enough to assemble a smelting furnace. Send it to the waste whole society, and the production can already start. Patel never doubted that the governor would keep his word. If you say you want to build a production line for them, then you will definitely build it. But he never dreamed that it would come so fast. He saw that a group of slaves from the governor's camp, it should be said that they were workers, delivered all the production parts on carts under the escort of the servants. Patel, who had already received the news in advance, led the young and middle-aged people from the Waste Cave Society to help unload the cargo. The instructions have been prepared, and a skilled worker from the governor's camp will instruct them how to assemble the smelting furnace. At first, Patel was worried that he and his group of illiterate people would not understand the process. But in practice, I found that this process is much simpler than imagined. There are texts in the instruction manual, but more are various schematic diagrams, which are not difficult to understand. They first installed the furnace vertically, and then carefully aligned the various joints. Then, they used fasteners to firmly fix the various parts of the furnace body together to ensure the firmness and stability of the furnace body. Next, it is the furnace cover, observation window, exhaust pipe. In the end, he installed the furnace door himself. The whole assembly process is very simple, but very rigorous. Just follow the steps step by step. The only thing that needs to be careful is to ensure that every detail has been checked and confirmed repeatedly. The installation took them half a day. They placed the energy crystal block sent with the transport team into the energy module of the smelting furnace, and activated the heating system. The entire furnace body gradually became hot, and the temperature continued to rise. A batch of ore that has been prepared is sent into it. The workers of Wudong were sweating profusely in the heat wave, but they still stuck to their jobs until the alloy plastic steel smelting furnace finally started to operate, making a roaring sound. A few hours later, it was dark. The alloy metal liquid produced is cooled in the mold to form metal ingots, which are neatly stacked. Patel didn't know that the quality of the alloy plastic steel he produced was much worse than the top quality plastic steel from the black box in the governor's camp. But even if you know it, it doesn't matter. As long as it is qualified plastic steel, it will be fine. This is already a very good industrial product on New Xiaoxing. Old Butch, who had been supervising the construction of the abandoned cave club, couldn't help but came to see the finished product. The two leaders of the Waste Cave Society looked at this batch of alloy plastic steel ingots and giggled together. A great sense of satisfaction filled their hearts. No one can experience the power of industry better than them. From today onwards, Wudong is no longer a place that can only dig out poor quality ore by hand and sell it at a low price in exchange for food that can't even feed itself. They have industrial capabilities, and they can directly produce alloy plastic steel, which can be sold at a higher price. They will no longer suffer from hunger and cold, and as the governor said, as long as they work hard, they will be able to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life. Old Butch sighed, even if the governor wants our lives, I will admit it. Patel smiled and patted his uncle on the shoulder. The governor will not kill us, the governor hopes that we will get better. Soon, the second smelting furnace was also sent to Wudong. The production capacity of alloy plastic steel has been further strengthened. But the problem that Gu Hang was worried about before did happen. Just 2 smelting furnaces had almost eaten up all the ore produced by the waste tunch. To continue to expand production capacity, more raw materials are bound to be obtained. At the same time, energy is also an issue. The smelting furnace uses energy crystal blocks, which is also a black technology under the Empire's system. According to Gu Hang's understanding, this is essentially a battery. Of course, it is much stronger than the battery in his impression. High-density energy is bound and condensed in solid crystals, and can be safely released when necessary. This kind of energy crystal block can be directly mined in some worlds, and more. Some planets with developed energy industry use various means of power generation, and then use special techniques to compress the energy to directly produce energy crystal blocks. Undoubtedly, New Xiaoxing itself does not have this kind of production capacity. The ones that Gu Hang is using now are still the fleece scooped up from the quintet. But you can't always get old. But there is also good news. One is that the energy crystals that Gu Hang has on hand are not enough. Second, in addition to using energy crystal blocks, the smelting furnace can also be connected to electricity. Gu Hang still has time to build the power supply for the territory. It's also a headache. Don't think too much about high-tech methods. The essence of the primitive power generation method is to boil water, but there must be fuel to burn it. Fuel. Raw material. Garbage town? Gu Hang was talking to himself. The garbage town he mentioned refers to a gathering place of survivors, kilometers north of the Waste Cave Society. There is the output that Gu Hang needs. About 100 kilometers to the north of the Waste Cave Society, in fact, it almost entered the category of high wall ruins. There was a core city before the Age of Calamity, which is now in ruins. Waste energy storms, mutant monsters, green-skinned orcs. Both the environment and the living things in it all pose a huge threat to human beings. However, the huge ruins of the city also buried the wealth of the pre-war era. Garbage Town is next to the ruins of the High Wall. At first, the scavengers established this gathering point as a supply point and trading place when exploring and digging in the ruins of the High Wall. Later, the place continued to develop, and finally formed a small town. There is no central government or ruler in Garbage Town, but merchants called agents control the situation, forming a social structure of agents, caravans, adventurers, and mercenary scavengers. Armed adventurers lay down and guard resource points everywhere, scavengers enter to dig resources, caravans buy and sell resources, and agents sit behind the scenes to control everything and control the business. The garbage picked up by the scavengers will be processed into various raw materials, mainly metal, which is also the main output of Garbage Town. Another major output is energy. Here I have to mention the most terrible disaster on the Star of Fury, the Waste Energy Storm. The so-called Waste Energy Storm is a huge trauma left during the war. In the sweeping phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, there will be a high density of waste energy, the residual energy after the eruption of psionic energy. This kind of energy cannot be used in the normal state, but it will cause fatal damage to the human body, machinery, and electronic equipment. Human beings cannot survive in this environment, and even those mutated monsters spawned by waste energy dare not act in the core of the storm when the waste energy storm is at its most intense. The High Wall ruins are one of the most frequent and intense areas of waste energy storms. But after the storm, there is always some legacy left behind. The waste energy of the rampage combines with some minerals, occasionally producing what is known as hot limestone. This thing is not the same thing as a high-density energy crystal block, but it can continue to generate high temperature after being ignited. Then it can be used to generate electricity. Raw materials, thermal limestone, these are the two major outputs of Garbage Town. Gu Hang still remembered that in the past, the ores produced by the Waste Cave Society were basically sold to Garbage Town. They also wanted to sell it to Fuxing City, which was closer, but Fuxing City didn't want raw ore. And the nearest place with the ability to process raw materials is only Garbage Town. The price given was low, which was also one of the important reasons why the Waste Hole Society couldn't get enough to eat before. Not to mention the past, what Gu Hang cares about is that the Waste Cave Society is connected with Garbage Town. Gu Hang made up his mind and asked Patel to contact Garbage Town later. To continue to develop his directly subordinate territory, there must be enough raw materials and energy support. As for the trade item, he had already thought about it. Food. Garbage Town does not produce food, they are usually imported from Fuxing City. What Gu Hang wants to build is to ship the plastic alloy steel produced by the Waste Ton Society, and possibly other industrial products in the future, to Fuxing City for sale, to buy grain from Fuxing City and sell it to Junktown, to buy raw materials from Junktown to expand production. Great loop! The tons of grain he asked for from Fuxing City this time will be able to play a role. In addition to supporting the governor's territory, he plans to sell the rest to Junktown. This batch of supplies will arrive in 8 days, Gu Hang waited patiently. And in these 8 days, 2 news came, one good and one bad. The good news is that the value of the monthly fixed gift income has risen rapidly with the large-scale production of alloy plastic steel launched by the Waste Ton Society. Current gift points: 1. Monthly fixed income, 12. Governor's Camp, 8 Terramoon, Waste Cave Society, 4 Terramoon, doubled. The population of the two territories did not increase. The main change during this period lies in the improvement of the productivity of alloy plastic steel. The improvement of the Waste Hole Society from 1 to 4 should be a reflection of productivity. The improvement of the Governor's Camp should also reflect the improvement of productivity. The difference is that the Waste Hole Society relies on 2 smelting furnaces installed and erected, while the Governor's Camp relies on 2 black box manufacturing machines. Although the output of alloy plastic steel is not as good as that of the Waste Hole Society, the quality is much higher, and 2 smelting furnaces have been produced. In short, expanding production must be a good thing. Not to mention the things produced, the monthly fixed income growth in this system is equally rich in value. Gu Hang hopes to increase the monthly fixed income as much as possible before the gift points are distributed this month. He can think of ways to increase the population, open up trade routes, and expand production. In the past few days, apart from inspecting the training of the soldiers, he has been considering these plans. However, on the 7th day, he got bad news: the goods were robbed? Gu Hang sullenly asked the man in front of him. The man cried bitterly, "Yes, we set off from Fuxing City with carts of supplies. When we arrived, we planned to take a rest before continuing. Everyone was sitting on the ground and singing, and hundreds of people jumped out. Raider robbed us. Why didn't you have a hot pot, by the way?" Gu Hang sneered and said, "There is not a piece of goods left, and there is no casualty. Are the looters in the wasteland so benevolent now? It's not that there were no casualties. My lord, look at my nose. The bridge of my nose was broken when the butt of a gun fell off." The man was still talking. Seeing the governor's face getting worse and worse, his voice became smaller and smaller. He began to feel a sense of majestic oppression, filling his heart, as if a mountain was about to press down on him. He spoke again with difficulty, "We surrendered. The people who robbed didn't seem to be simple robbers or wasteland looters. I knew the 2 people inside, and they seemed to be mercenaries who wandered around the periphery of Fuxing City. At first it was scary, but after we surrendered, they really didn't kill any of us, they just took the ox cart away." Having said that, he paused for a moment, and then said again, "I suspect that when we set off, someone saw the supplies we were transporting. Those mercenaries who were blinded by greed did not dare to do anything near Fuxing City, so they following all the way." Gu Hang interrupted him, "You said you were robbed 15 kilometers away from my camp?" "Yes. You have a small number of people, and you don't have enough guns. After they surrounded you, you surrendered. Then those looters didn't kill you, but just took away the goods?" "Yes." "Okay." Gu Hang didn't bother to say any more to this person. He left the boardroom where the members of the transportation team who came in embarrassment were temporarily accommodated, called Yen Fengshu over, and asked him to set off with more than 20 Marines in the camp and the abandoned Dong Company that had completed training. First, go to investigate the situation at the scene of the incident and try to track down the looters. As for himself, he returned to the house and asked his entourage, Zheng Chao, to connect him with Hodgson, the chairman of the Fuxing City Council. "My goods were robbed. I want you to give me an explanation." The governor's strength caused Hodgson to fall into silence. He knew it was rude to be silent at this time, but he really felt embarrassed. What should I tell the governor? But he knew he couldn't keep silent like this. "I'll try to find out who did this." "No." Gu Hang interrupted him, "If it's just throwing out a mercenary group or a certain looter as a scapegoat, then it's unnecessary. I only need one explanation, and it's done. In 8 days, I will see what I want by tomorrow, and there must be one item. Otherwise, Fuxing City will send a new batch, and I can still make it in time for departure, or I can pick it up myself." Hodgson felt his throat dry. Sending a new batch is nonsense. 100 tons of grain and 10,000 pieces of textiles cannot be easily raised. Even in Fuxing City, not everyone can have enough to eat. The most important point of the governor's remarks is in the latter paragraph: he can get it by himself. Where can I get it? It seemed to depend on his answer. If a satisfactory answer can be given, then perhaps the governor can go to the person who robbed the goods, and he only needs to say a name. If you can't give an answer, then the governor should come to Fushing City to get it. No matter where to pick it up, I'm afraid this process will not be too gentle. So who is going to bear this kind of indifference? At this point, Hodgson knew he had no choice. He gave Gu Heng a name, and then said, "Give me another 2 or 3 hours, and I will also send you the detailed address, Your Excellency Governor." "Okay, I'll give you the last 3 hours." After the communication hung up, Hodgson pressed another button, calling for the attendants. He wanted to say something, but the words didn't come out, and unbearable itching made him cough loudly. Cough very badly, very violently. On the other side, the attendant's voice was also flustered. "President of the Council? President of the Council? How are you doing?" Hodgson was speechless. "I'll go right away." "Hold on." A few minutes later, 2 men broke into Hodgson's office. One is the attendant, and the other is Lambert Hodgson, who was called by the attendant, that is the grandson of the old Hodgson. At this time, Hodgson stopped coughing, and he was half paralyzed on the chair, panting heavily. Seeing that nothing serious happened to his grandfather, Lambert was finally relieved. "You don't talk about that yet." Hodgson raised his hand to stop his grandson from asking. "Immediately go to the people of Vaughn Company, and we must find out where the group of mercenaries he hired hijacked the goods sent to the governor." Lambert was taken aback. "He really did it?" "Ah. But nothing but, we only have 3 hours. The governor is angry?" Lambert guessed. Hodgson sighed. "Our governor is much more decisive and ruthless than I imagined." Gu Heng didn't think he was cold. He just knew and insisted on a train of thought. With this group of people, you can't fall into the situation of competing minds and engaging in political tactics. It's not that you can't win a fight by playing some conspiracy and tricks. The most important core factor is, so what if you can win a fight? Inefficient and time-consuming, Gu Heng didn't have the time to play with them. Go straight and be decisive. He greeted people, brought the radio on, brought 100 people with him, left 100 people behind, and set off. Gu Heng intends to catch up with the team led by Yan Fangxiu, who set off first, go to the scene of the incident to see if there is any gain, and try to track down the enemy's tracks. If there is something to gain, if there is no gain, let's see what news Hodgson will bring him 3 hours later. In the worst case, he would bring more than 200 people to Fushing City to ask for the supplies he needed. These people under his command alone are definitely not enough. At that time, he may need to ask Brigadier General Yalisha to provide him with some small help. I believe Yalisha will not refuse, and she should be able to gain a lot of achievements at that time. Gu Heng also didn't want that scene to happen, but if it really came to that point, it would be inevitable. And he will definitely take the most thunderous and decisive measures. How can the sword bearer have no deterrence? If someone feels that the governor's deterrence is not enough, then he doesn't mind using practical actions to make an example to others. Let's see if Fushing City is willing to be this chicken. 2 hours later, Gu Heng and his troops also arrived at the scene of the incident and joined Yan Fangxiu. Navy captains have something to gain here. We found some clues. When the looters evacuated, they deliberately covered up, but the means were relatively low level. I have already sent a team to follow up, and there should be further information. After listening to Yan Fangxiu's report, Gu Heng nodded. Finally, we have some good news, so let's wait. Let's see if Fushing City responded quickly to us, or if it's better for your team to find those looters, quick. Fushing City? Yan Fangxiu was a little confused. Didn't you mean the looters? Do you suspect that those in the so-called alliance in Fushing City did it? Is there anything difficult to guess? Yan Fangxiu scratched his head. Yes, it's easy to guess. Although I didn't guess it, I don't admit it. Gu Heng stared at Yan Fangxiu, a little helpless. A good fighter in war, why is he so stupid in this matter? Gu Heng didn't say anything more. He looked around, but the traces of looting were not very obvious. There was almost no fighting, no deaths, no corpses, not even bloodstains. All transport vehicles were taken away, and almost nothing was left at the scene. From this point of view, being able to backtrack to the looters who committed the crime a few hours ago at the scene where there are not many clues left, especially those looters who also did counter-reconnaissance, means that Yen Fangshu is not a fool. Thinking of this, Gu Hang was a little more satisfied. As long as there is no problem with military skills, don't expect to be an all-rounder. The next time is to wait patiently. The news from both sides came almost at the same time. The elite Marines who were sent out responded by telegram. They found traces that could be tracked continuously, and speculated on several possible departure routes and destinations of the looters. On the other side, the chairman of Fuxing City Council also dialed the contact telegram with Gu Hang, gave 3 specific locations, and sorted them in order of probability. The information from 2 different sources corroborates each other, and there are overlapping parts. In the end, Gu Hang roughly decided on his target, the Flood River Valley Manor. It was a private domain belonging to a Union MP named Vaughn. The Flood Beach Valley Manor is his property and the place where he made his fortune. It is a rare high-quality land around Fuxing City that can grow food. After completing the basic accumulation, Vaughn not only produced grain, but also participated in the grain trade, earning a lot of money, and thus became a member of the alliance. Now Vaughn's main business is in the grain trade, and the grain production of the Floodplain Valley Manor is only a small proportion to him, but he still attaches great importance to it and treats it as a resort and old nest. It sounds like a beautiful place, it's a pity to burn it to ashes. Floodland Valley Manor is indeed a rare and beautiful place in this wasteland world. At least from the perspective of the scenery. A small river that is not wide flows gently. The unpolluted water source infiltrates the surrounding land, forming a piece of green. A fence built of gravel surrounds a large area of greenery. Several buildings are dotted among them, and the crops in the field are growing vigorously and moving with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, as if showing off the upcoming harvest to the world. It was almost dusk now, and the water surface of the river bend reflected the rays of the setting sun, shining with golden light, like a mirror, illuminating the surrounding scenery more beautifully. The sky slowly turns to a faint orange, and the afterglow of the setting sun gradually disappears, replaced by a bright starry sky. The Nuashio star has no companion satellite, no moon at this time. Half of the farm in Xiahewan is bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun, half of which is reflected by starlight, presenting a beautiful and peaceful scene. It's so beautiful. Yen Fangshu said with emotion, I haven't seen such a picture for a long time. For a long time, if I was on a starship, what I saw after landing on Star Fury was devastated. The last time I saw this scene was many years ago. I don't have the heart to break it. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Gu Hang replied as if chatting, but I don't want the supplies. I want to be left here, and then be used by that person named Vaughn to harvest people after raising food prices. The means. Such a beautiful manor and farm are destined for me, and we will make this place even better. An hour ago, the troops led by Gu Hang had already arrived here and dealt with the outer sentinels. Then, they began to rest nearby. The manor became tense because of the loss of contact with the sentinel, but he didn't care. His people had already surrounded the surrounding area, and it was okay for someone to run away, but it was impossible to leave with a large amount of supplies. The soldiers were resting, Gu Hang was looking at the scenery, and the people in the manor were shivering. When the sun just set, it was time to attack. He said to Yen Fangshu next to him, do it. The stragglers began to attack outwards, and 4 black armored vehicles drove out from the sparse forest, and the roar of engines rang through the valley. The servitors who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme rushed towards the defense line of the River Valley Manor with the assaulter in their hands. The bullets they fired pierced the air and made piercing screams. At the same time, mortars also began to bombard the River Valley Manor. The sound of explosions was like the roar of hell, and the smoke filled the manor, surrounding the manor. Wherever the gunfire went, the grass and trees were burned, and the ground became shattered. Sparks and debris hit the stone walls and roof of the manor hard, making a burst of bangs. The looters also immediately launched a resistance. They relied on the buildings and rubble walls and opened fire. The gunshots were so intertwined that it was impossible to tell who was shooting, only bullets flew through the air, kicking up dust and debris. The resistance of these looters is very tenacious, and it is estimated that there must be 100 or 200 people inside. Facing the bombing of mortars, the hail of bullets, and the casualties, they still dared to stand still and fight back fiercely. Regardless of equipment level or fighting will, they are much stronger than the dead prisoner robbers they encountered before. The dead prisoners' bandits still used hand-wrought iron-barreled rifles, which were not only poor in accuracy, but also poor in power. They couldn't penetrate the plastic steel plate individual vests at all when they hit the mechanized soldiers. At that time, the battle casualties were mainly caused by mutated green-skinned beasts. Right now, these mercenary teams active around Fushing City don't have so much equipment. At any rate, they have automatic rifles in their hands. The firepower is much, much stronger, the bullets are more powerful, and the accuracy is high enough. They even had machine guns in their hands. Use the bunker to attack the attacking mechanized soldiers. They have the advantage, and from time to time, the mechanized soldiers are shot and fell down. The fallen soldiers were not necessarily killed. Although their bulletproof armor vests and helmets were lightweight, they were still made of alloy plastic steel, which had excellent performance and could save their lives. Those who fell to the ground were usually shot in the legs, and a considerable proportion of them could return to the team after recovering from their injuries. But in general, the offense is not smooth as visible to the naked eye. And as the attacking soldiers got closer to the manor, it became more difficult. The closer the distance, the more precise and ferocious the enemy's firepower, and the soldiers will suffer particularly heavy casualties. It is not easy for the opponent to break the individual vest if you are far away, let alone be pierced if you are phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, at least the unprotected face, neck, and limbs are more likely to be shot. Under normal circumstances, if Gu Hang wanted to take down this manor quickly, he would have to pay for some casualties. If you want to fight hard, I am afraid that half the company will be injured. If you don't want to pay too much loss, you have to be prepared to fight for a long time. Dig trenches on the outside and extend inwards, face off and shoot for a long time, and the mortars bombarded nonstop until the opponent's manpower and ammunition were hit to a relatively low level, and then the final offensive was carried out, so that the casualties would be reduced controllable. However, Gu Hang neither intends to pay excessive casualties, nor does he intend to spend a long time with these mercenaries. In his hand, there is indeed a final weapon. And there are two pieces. One is the 4 Edifier V armored vehicles. After closing the distance, the onboard cannon let out a roar of continuous fire. The side-by-side 45mm double-barreled machine guns fired rapidly, and the spewed-out bullets or shells swept across a piece of gravel wall. Every super-caliber bullet carried a powerful destructive force, the rubble was scattered everywhere, and the wall was destroyed beyond recognition. Those mercenaries relied on the wall to cover them, but they couldn't withstand such a fierce attack at all. The 4 ramblers fired mercilessly as they advanced. The shells tore apart the walls, as well as the bodies of many mercenaries, and the bloody scene made the surrounding people terrified. After the Rambler V opened fire, the resistance of the mercenaries was instantly suppressed. After the mechanized infantry company was suppressed, the Waste Cave Infantry Company, accompanied by 4 walkers, formed the second wave of attack. Even the positions of the mortars began to move forward as the Rambler pressed forward. After getting closer, the accuracy and destructive power of the mortar will continue to improve. But at this moment, a mercenary suddenly appeared from the side, carrying a straight weapon in his hand. This thing looks a little crude in structure, but it is undoubtedly a rocket launcher. I don't know if this guy is Fu Ling's heart, or he is really an elite veteran with extraordinary abilities. In short, he fell into his soul. Aiming and firing, the rocket dragged a long tail flame and actually hit a firing armored vehicle. The mercenary smiled, and immediately dropped the tube, ready to find a new bunker. However, just as he returned to the wall, he felt the wall beside him crumble, and he was overturned vigorously, falling to the ground, with a fog of blood in front of his eyes. He saw his hand flying out, and saw his lower body not far away. He was desperately clear about the situation. He was hit by a large-caliber machine gun and his waist was broken. The bunker he relied on did not help him, and the gravel wall was even more rotten. But what made him feel even more impossible was that the one that killed him was the one he hit with the bazooka. The last scene in his eyes was the armored vehicle walking out of the gunpowder smoke without any skin being broken. Why is that? He died with pain and doubt. The 4 ramblers were the first weapons that Gu Hang could use to smash the defense line of Hegu Manor. And the second weapon is himself. He also joined the battle himself. Gu Hang sat in the armored vehicle, staring at a bunker. A hole was dug there, and the superstructure was built with heavy stone, leaving a firing port. There are heavy machine guns inside, which are a great threat to infantry. Facing the solid blockhouse, even the machine guns on the walker are hard to shake. There are 3 bunkers built by the mercenaries, forming their second line of defense. After realizing that the simple gravel wall could not be defended, a large number of mercenaries had already retreated. They intend to rely on this bunker to continue their resistance. Gu Hang closed his eyes. He could feel the shock of his heart and the smell of fresh blood. In telepathy, the defiant mercenaries formed vague shadows, detected by his psionic vision. He locked onto the nearest bunker, and a blade that could not be seen in real vision cut across the heads of 2 mercenaries inside, beheading them. But in reality, the bodies of the 2 mercenaries didn't look abnormal, but they fell straight backwards as if they had been beheaded. The body also convulsed with nervous twitches. Then, Gu Hang followed suit and eliminated the machine gunners in the other 2 bunkers. He felt that his spiritual consumption was not bad, at least less than the mutated green skins that dealt with the dead prisoner. There may be 2 reasons for this. One is that after the green-skinned beast was transformed by potions, its extremely strong body also brought about an increase in its soul strength. The cost of cutting off that guy's leg is already much greater than killing multiple mercenaries. On the other hand, after the last upgrade, his spiritual attributes have increased a little. The improvement of this attribute has made the spiritual power he can master become 150% compared to before the upgrade. The value of an attribute point is huge. It is not too strenuous to kill these mercenaries who are a little tougher than ordinary people in the air. The firepower of the 3 bunkers misfired at the same time, resulting in a large gap in the overall firepower of the mercenary defense line. Under the cover of mortar fire and machine guns of the advancing armored vehicles, the infantry took this opportunity to charge forward in stride. Some mercenaries tried to re-enter the bunker and activate the heavy machine guns again, but those who tried to do so were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme torn apart by the machine guns of the armored vehicles, or they were accurately named and killed by the elite marines. If he really went in, Gu Hang's spiritual vision could see clearly, and with another soul cutting, he could easily cut off the enemy's head. At this point, the morale of the group of mercenaries finally collapsed. They know there is no escape. Leaving the bunker, it is impossible to escape the pursuit of armored vehicles on flat ground with 2 legs. Not to mention, there are also terrifying psychers. A considerable number of mercenaries put down their guns and raised their hands to express their surrender. At this point, the second line of defense of the Flood River Valley Manor was also destroyed. The main part of the mercenaries guarding the manor has almost been wiped out. How many people surrendered and how many people were wiped out is too late to count. However, according to simple inquiries and confessions, the remaining enemies should have no more than 20 people, and they are all concentrated in the central building. Not far from Xia Hewan, it is the residence of the owner's family. Those 20 people were not all mercenaries, they were mainly Vaughn's personal bodyguards. In addition, I also learned that the storage place of the batch of materials looted by them before is in a few warehouses not too far from the main building. It's not long since they came back, and the goods haven't been unloaded yet. Tethered livestock and wooden carts still loaded with goods were all nearby. Gu Hang has already dispatched the staff of the Waste Cave Company to clean the warehouse. On the one hand, there are still people inside, and on the other hand, it is to check whether the goods are complete and how many are there. The remaining manpower surrounded the entire last building that had not been conquered. The building is beautifully built, and the 4-story Western-style building occupies a large area. When Vaughn is not in Fushing City, he will basically phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme here. In that house, there are also a series of people who serve him, such as his servants and housekeepers. As for the cultivators of the entire manor field, those serfs were not allowed to approach here. The place where the serfs lived was in a more remote place, where there were some simple board houses, and about 200 people lived in Daetonku. The place was also controlled by the soldiers, and the unarmed serfs stayed in the house obediently and did not dare to move. There are at least 20 militants in the main building. The soldiers of the Waste Hole Company had already tried to persuade them to surrender, but the soldier who was sent to persuade them to surrender received only bullets. Fortunately, the distance was not very. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Only 2 bullets hit the chest, which were blocked by the bulletproof plate. The young soldier with a sore chest ran back pissed off, cursing with lingering fear. The company commander of the Waste Hole Company, Prabhav, went up and kicked the young boy twice. Why are you panicking? Can these 2 bullets kill you? The young soldier shrank his neck. He dared to charge fiercely during the battle, and he was not afraid to go phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme by himself to persuade him to surrender, but he was afraid of the company commander. It stands to reason that it shouldn't be. The company commander Prabhav is an old acquaintance. He was originally a native of the Waste Cave Society and the captain of the ore excavation team. When everyone was recruited from their hometown, the leader let the captain, Prabhav, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the team. After they were organized into the army, Prabhav was also promoted to a temporary company commander, in charge of training. A captain of an ore excavation team, how does he know anything about military training and military command? But in the past few days of training, the company commander has miraculously mastered the skills and abilities of leading and commanding troops. Even he himself felt very strange about this, as if during those few days of training, his memory, comprehension ability, and even muscle memory seemed to be on the hook. He quickly became a qualified officer. He knows how to train soldiers, and he knows that sometimes he can't be too loose with everyone like in the past. The discipline and strictness that should be in the army are absolutely indispensable. But at the same time, he also retained his understanding and love for everyone. They were all brothers and sisters from the same hometown as him, and he regarded these soldiers as his family from the bottom of his heart. Under his training, these soldiers also mastered the skills of becoming a qualified soldier just like he mastered the skills of an officer. From the beginning, when they couldn't shoot, everyone has become a qualified shooter, able to complete accurate tactical actions, able to understand combat terms, know how to form, how to attack and how to retreat. The whole process, Prabhav felt very miraculous, but it should be taken for granted. He could feel the whole process of those changes happening to him just a little faster. Maybe the number, of you are really born to be soldiers. Are they all geniuses? Of course, in the eyes of Yin Fangshu, a veteran and senior military officer, this kind of speed is nothing short of a horror story. When Prabhav communicated with Yin Fangshu, he also heard such comments from the other party. He was still afraid of having any questions, so he asked the governor, but he only got one answer from the governor: don't think too much, under normal circumstances, you are all geniuses. If the governor said not to worry, then there was nothing to worry about. The sky is big and the earth is big, and the governor is the biggest. The extremely excellent training results and performance have caused a great change in the mentality of the entire waste hole, even the th person. After learning that they were going to fight, they worked hard and wanted to win a beautiful victory in order to declare their loyalty and bravery to the governor. The battle was fought, but not in the way Prabhav had thought it would be at first. After completing the siege of the manor, he asked the governor to take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme, but was rejected, so he could only follow behind the armored vehicle to take the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme in the second wave of attack. Of course, it was easier than taking the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme in the first wave of attack, and the casualties were smaller, but he and his soldiers agreed that it was very dishonorable. But right now, his little soldier is still yelling in front of the governor, and Prabhav feels quite ashamed. After teaching the young soldiers a lesson, he turned to Gu Hang again, gave a military salute, and said, "The enemy has rejected our surrender, may we launch an attack?" Captain Prabhav seemed eager to try, waiting for the governor to nod, and he was about to rush up with his brothers. He had already thought about how to fight him. The mortar crew blasted the windows on the first and second floors, the squad machine guns fired at the gate, the smashed main entrance, the windows on the first floor rushed in, and controlled the lobby. "It's about to launch an attack, but you don't have to move." "What?" "This time, I will do it myself." After speaking, Gu Hang shouted again, Yan Fangshu. You come too, and bring 2 assault teams. Yes. After the captain saluted, he turned his head and pointed at the person. Your Excellency. Prabhav was a little impatient. But Gu Hang stretched out his hand to stop him from continuing. I know you are in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. The governor looked at the building in front of him again, and his eyes turned blue and white at this moment. He saw that there was a cloud of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme condensing in the house. There is an enemy that is difficult to deal with. We waste cave people are not afraid. Prabhav's chest was stiff. You have given us a new life, Governor, and we are willing to use our lives to prove our loyalty to you. That's good. Gu Hang said with a smile, but loyal soldiers shouldn't make unnecessary sacrifices. Your lives still have greater value to realize. Seeing what Prabhav wanted to say, Gu Hang waved his hand, execute the order. Yes. The company commander returned to his team unwillingly. Seeing the soldiers who surrounded him chatteringly asked if they could go, he conveyed the governor's order. The soldiers were in the same mood as him, rather unwilling, and wanted to persuade him to continue asking for orders, but he turned back fiercely with a dark face. Gu Hang didn't care what the officer was doing. He continued to observe the situation in the house under the spiritual vision, and at the same time calculated how much spirituality he had left. A part of it was consumed in the front, but it was not serious. It should be enough for the next battle. At this time, Yan Fangshu has already led the elite marines to get ready, and he himself will join the battle. In general, this team that came down from the quintet is worthy of the name of the elite. The level of equipment is excellent, and the level of technique and tactics is also high, so it is a very reliable target. Of course, even so, they would not directly break through doors or windows. Greatness is great. If you have help, don't use it. If you have to force it, it's a brain problem. The waste hole company can still play a role in this battle. The mortars in the company, the mortars of the servant company, and the machine guns of the squad were all transported out separately. The machine guns fired at the windows and gates for a long time of suppressive shooting. The mortar shells blasted in along the windows. When the distance was not too far, well-trained soldiers were able to accurately send the shells in. Occasionally, it doesn't matter if it hits the outer wall, just reload and continue bombing. Although the territory under Gu Hang's current control does not yet have the ability to produce supplementary ammunition and shells, the ammunition currently consumed is still the wool plucked from the starship. However, the reserves are still sufficient now, and it is not to the point of saving money. After 2 rounds, Gu Hang, Yan Fangshu, and the soldiers of the Marine Corps rushed in suddenly. They were not attacked for the first time. The places they attacked have all experienced the baptism of firepower, and no mercenary dared to stay in the room covered by machine guns and artillery fire. Then, the Marine Corps soldiers began to quickly sweep out. They were well trained and divided into multi-person groups. After confirming that there was no one outside the house or in the corridors, they kicked open room by room. They strictly implemented the tactical requirements when breaking the door. The hammer opened the door, the tactical grenade was thrown in, and the crossfire blocked the interior before entering. Regardless of whether there are people or people in the room, follow the fixed process to go through it again. If there is no one, it is nothing more than spending more time and wasting a grenade, but if there are people, under their efficient and deadly actions, they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme fail to make any resistance. In this way, they cleaned one room after another in the villa. Gu Hang was walking on the stairs. He heard the sound of crackling bullets, which came from all over the house for a short time, and then subsided quickly. The battle is set. He could see that group of condensed winds, which had never moved in a room. Don't even dare to resist? It's really a waste of my caution. After the Marines cleared the rooms one by one, Yan Fangshu came to Gu Hang's side and softly reported, "The entire villa has been cleaned up, only the one in front of me is left." Okay. Gu Hang ordered, "Just follow your method and break the door normally." Yes. Ready, Marines, let's move. However, this time it was not as easy and calm as before. The moment the wooden door of the room was smashed open, a massive thick, white spiral phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme bombs visible to the naked eye blasted out from the inside. The Marines who had just opened the gate were caught off guard, and they were about to be hit without any defense. But at this moment, the storm bomb collapsed in an instant. At the critical moment, Gu Hang made a move. The collision between the spiritual energy disintegrated this spiral phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals win-win/phoneme bomb. The remaining force is still a strong phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals win-win/phoneme, which blows the soldiers who broke the door backwards. Quite embarrassing. The strong phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals win-win/phoneme swept through the corridor outside again, and everyone feels a little unstable. But the embarrassment is the embarrassment, at least no one was injured. A man's voice came from inside, "Don't come here. Don't come here." His voice was full of panic. Obviously, the man inside is not a tough fighter. And the Marines outside will not be weak because of this. Although aware of the extraordinary energy possessed by the enemy, they continued to act without any hesitation. In the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPA-PH equals win-win/phoneme, Yin Fengshu was the first to react. He leaned in and saw a pale middle-aged man, surrounded by two bodyguards. The bodyguards in black tried to shoot him, but Yin Fengshu moved much faster than these bodyguards. As soon as their guns were raised, the electromagnetic rifle in the captain's hand had already fired first. The metal spikes after the electromagnetic acceleration killed the two people instantly. Immediately afterwards, he aimed his gun at the middle-aged man again. Seeing what the opponent raised his hand and wanted to do, he fired again without hesitation. There was a miniature storm around the man, and the power of psionic energy flickered, blocking the metal spike bullets. But immediately behind Yin Fengshu, several soldiers entered and fired in unison. The defense of the storm shield was in jeopardy in an instant. Finally, Gu Hang walked in. The electromagnetic guns of several Marines fired fiercely. Under the ferocious shooting, the middle-aged man was unable to launch a counterattack like before, and could only try his best to maintain his storm shield so as not to be shot to death. But he couldn't take it anymore. Extraordinary strength is powerful, but it can't stand up to the full power shooting of many electromagnetic rifles. He can hold it for a few seconds, which is already surprising enough. Seeing that the storm shield was about to lose its hold, the mortal body behind it would surely be unable to withstand a single metal spike and would be shot to death. But at that moment, the Marines ceased fire. At this moment, there is only one person who can stop them from attacking, Gu Hang. Catch someone alive. Yin Fengshu raised his fist, signaling for a ceasefire. At this moment, the storm shield on the man was already very weak. The whirling and circular storm of white color became very light, almost fading away. The guy himself was also pale, half of it was frightened by the current desperate situation, and the other half was uncomfortable because of excessive spiritual consumption. Gu Hang stepped forward, and with just a wave of his hand, the invisible soul blade pinpointed the exposed weakness of the storm shield and cut it directly. The psionic backlash immediately made the middle-aged man vomit a mouthful of blood. Gu Hang looked at his face twice, and then said, "Wohan, right? We met once, when I first came to this planet." Hearing Gu Hang's words, Vaughn's somewhat dull eyes became a little more agile, as if he had come to his senses. Before he had time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, he said, "Governor." "Your Excellency. I can explain." At this point, he was a little stuck. "Huh? Why didn't you go on? You don't even know how to quibble?" Vaughn really didn't know what to say. "Of course there is no need to talk nonsense with your eyes open. Just after the goods were robbed, the things had just been shipped back, and before they even had time to put them in the warehouse, the governor's troops had already arrived, and they completely crushed the mercenaries he had cooperated with for many years. How can you argue if you get caught directly and get all the stolen goods? I lost, Lord Governor, I accept all charges, I completely surrender to you, I beg you, spare my life, I am willing to pay any price." While talking, he struggled to move twice, knelt on the ground, and bowed to Gu Hang in a long way. He has tried to put his attitude in the most sincere way. Gu Hang smiled happily. "It's too late to realize that you've lost your way and turned back at the end of your journey. Vaughn, I'm sorry, you used to be a member of the Alliance, and you should have been a member of the planetary government under the leadership of the governor. You can become an official recognized by the Empire." But you have committed serious crimes, plundered goods, attacked the governor, acted in a false manner, and colluded with a cult. I fully admit, what? Collusion with a cult? No, no, no. Vaughn's eyes widened when he heard the next 4 words. He is not a commoner who knows nothing, he understands the truth completely. If there are only the first 3 items, he may still have a chance. After all, his greatest crime was nothing more than fighting against the governor. Now, he lost, but not completely. He still has property and influence in Fuxing City, and he controls a very important part of the grain trade. These should be valuable to the governor, and if he completely surrenders and is willing to hand over all of these, and become a loyal and reliable dog for the governor in the future, there may really be a way to survive. Or, to overcome the current difficulties, after 2 years the governor is finished, he might still be a big shot in Fuxing City. However, if you get involved with a cult, it's over. On the scale of the entire empire, the so-called heresies and heresies are the most important internal traitors. They are extremely serious crimes, and they are unforgivable. There is only one faith in the empire, the great God Emperor. On Star Fury, the situation of cults is relatively a little better, but only a little bit. There are too many factors threatening the survival of human beings on Gain's Fury Star, and they can't take care of the large-scale elimination of heresy. This does not mean, however, to be gentle with those who have been identified as heretics. The heresy on Fury Owlstar can basically be equated with the original Moonkin sect. The name Fury Owlstar is named after a huge predatory land creature that existed on the planet before the World Extinction War. Its body is like a giant bear with feathers, and its head is like an owl. Antlers. Judging from the existing information, this creature looks a bit silly and cute, with a gentle and docile personality, but it is very fierce when angry. And this sect believes that owl beasts represent a beautiful image on the formerly beautiful Fury Owlstar. The first owl beast was born with the planet and became a god, protecting the entire planet. And the war that destroyed the world angered the primordial owl beast, and his anger turned into an endless storm of waste energy on the surface of the planet. The storm will never stop until the world atones for its sins. The original Moonkin sect is committed to atonement. In addition to their own set of religious ceremonies, their most important atonement ceremony is to sacrifice sinners who do not believe in their will to the gods to pray for forgiveness. They also did a lot of damage. That's all for the appalling blood sacrifice. Anyway, human life on New Xiaoxing is worthless. Being eaten by mutated monsters, starved to death, or dying of illness seems to be no different from being killed by a cult blood sacrifice. But the point is that they will not only target a few people. The goal of this group of cults is to make the whole planet atone for the gods. They have created many events that destroyed an entire settlement. They are committed to expanding the area polluted by waste energy storms, which will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to the reduction of cultivated fields, the inability to use mineral veins, and the complete end of investment and construction of factories. This is public enemy. Whether it is from the aspect of the laws of the empire or from the local situation of Fury Star, Vaughn knows that if he is convinced of the collusion with the cult, he will definitely die. He regretted it very much now. Why did he use the storm spell when the other party broke in? The key is not to escape. He could only try his best to quibble in this regard. My Lord Governor, please believe me. I didn't collude with a cult. I don't know them at all. I just suddenly found out that I can use. Guhang nodded. I have heard your testimony, and I will verify it. Next, you will be interrogated and tell everything you know. In the end, I will hold your trial in Fuxing City, to make the final ruling. Don't worry, this time will not be too long, and you will get what you deserve soon. I have been attacked by Tsench. The 2 chapters of 22-23 should be tomorrow's content. The timing is wrong. Just add more brothers today. There will be 2 updates tomorrow as usual. The manuscript has been hit hard. The battle by the river bend is over. The trembling serfs who stayed in the Datong shop and a few simple board houses next door were kicked out. The low-ranking non-commissioned officers of the Waste Hole Company announced to them that they had been liberated by the governor and were free. The serfs who heard this did not move at all. These people never think that freedom is a good thing, and they don't even understand what freedom means. Does freedom refer to the precariousness of wandering the wasteland in the past? Is it referring to the hunger and cold when living at the foot of the revived city? At that time, I was quite free, and I could do whatever I wanted, but I had no food, no clothes to wear, and I could see dead people every day, those who starved to death, died of illness, were robbed and killed by others, all kinds of things. Especially in winter, the most difficult. Compared with those times, they are quite satisfied with their current life. Although they don't eat well and are tired, they are laborers in the fields, and the master will not let them starve to death at least until they lose their ability to work. As a result, a group of subordinates who claimed to be the governor came and beat them up. It seemed that their master was finished, and they were liberated and regained their freedom. But they were at a loss. Ah! I am free? Almost tears flowed out. However, what they said next reassured them a lot. They don't know what good is freedom, but at least they know that bread is a good thing. A batch of sufficient food was distributed. The serfs, who used to be only half-fed every day, now they are free people gobbled food. While they were eating, someone announced to them what was to come. They were no longer serfs, but freedmen under the governor. Next, the governor will personally manage the entire floodplain valley estate, requiring a large number of agricultural employees. Food and housing are included, plus a bonus that is not too much, but will increase with production. They are free to come and go without restriction, and those who are willing to stay can be employed. Only fools will not stay. Suddenly, the panic, confusion, and bewilderment in the hearts of the serfs almost disappeared. They don't need to know more about other things, as long as they know that they won't be hungry and blow cold phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme afterwards, that's fine. After eating, they should also go out to work. The corpses should be cleaned up and burned, the walls destroyed during the war should also be repaired, the fields that have been trampled or bombed should be cleaned up, and some harvests should be preserved as much as possible. The whole manor is already busy. After Yen Fengshu had roughly arranged things, there wasn't much else to do. He looked at the rolling hills across the river bend, in a daze. With the help of the psyker, or cultist, he just met, he was thinking about his future. When he was sent to the surface as the governor's guard, he originally felt that his future was bleak. He still remembered that day, before the governor left the starship to land on the surface, he asked Captain Yalisha for armed protection. Madam Brigadier General originally only planned to send servants to the governor, and it was over after a while. But who made it a joke that day, when he was bored and talked to his colleagues, and talked about an inexperienced woman who was promoted to captain and commodore at the speed of light? More importantly, it was heard by the captain. The emperor can learn from it. In fact, he really doesn't have much opinion on the female captain in his heart, but his colleagues are joking like this, so he just jokes along. But why did the captain hear it at the right time when he spoke? Shit. It just so happened that the governor named Gu Hang was complaining that it was too little to give servants, so Yalisha waved his hand and asked him to join the governor with marine soldiers. Under the joyful laughter of his colleagues and the gloating laughter, he, a young Marine Corps captain, can only phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead phoneme 30 people to the surface. He was distraught and felt that life was gloomy. Who doesn't know that the governor of Fury Allstar is a consumable every 2 years? He is a little captain, offended the captain, throwing him to the surface is tantamount to exile. Even if he protected the governor, that guy would inevitably be executed because he couldn't pay his taxes. He will also waste 2 years on Fury Allstar, without making any progress. But he still has to do his job well. On the one hand, it is the sense of responsibility of the soldiers. On the other hand, it is one thing for the governor to be executed by the tax department, but if he dies under his protection, then he will be more responsible. As for the governor who finally paid the taxes, then secured the position of Planetary Governor, led the revival of the entire planet, and finally thanked him for his help in the last days, became his backer, and made him flourish? He had thought about this in his dreams, but he didn't dare to think about it when he was awake. Of course he hoped that the future would be like that, but that was too unlikely. In particular, Your Excellency the Governor is still whimsical, not planning to quickly take over the alliance regime and find ways to raise taxes, but thinking about developing the territory from scratch. God Emperor, where do you have that time? But then I thought again, what does this have to do with him? Anyway, it will not be me who will be executed at that time. Then, as time went by, his heart gradually became alive again. Thoughts that only occurred to me in my dreams when I first landed on the surface occasionally came to my mind when I was awake. Is it really possible for Gu Hang to succeed? The reason why he thinks this way is of course not just Governor Gu Hang's appearance that everything is always under control. He'd seen a lot of pretenders, and he didn't know, and didn't want to find out if the governor was like that. He doesn't want to look at attitudes, he only believes in facts. The truth is, the governor is a rare psyker, and he will accompany soldiers like them in battle. 2 battles were won and 2 camps were captured. This is not a big enough achievement, far from saving lives, but the governor is indeed advancing his plan. Moreover, the governor did not know where to get 2 black box manufacturing machines. The Imperial Church of Mechanics would probably be willing to pay a large price for such a magical thing. These performances gave him more confidence in the governor than his sense of responsibility, especially those 2 black boxes. It seems that things are not messed up at all. Today, he and the governor met a psyker. At first, he thought that the man named Vaughn was just an ordinary psyker, but according to the governor's judgment, he was a cult member. Cults, heresies, that's a good enemy. If the so-called original Moonkin sect is indeed identified as a heretical cult, then the credit for eliminating them is not small. But he still has doubts, is it really a cult? Is it a reason made up by the governor to ask for more assistance, or is it true? I have been attacked by Tsench, the 2 chapters of 22-23 should be tomorrow's content, the timing is wrong. Just add more brothers today. There will be 2 updates tomorrow as usual. The manuscript has been hit hard. If you haven't watched 22, you can go back and watch it, it's already there. It's not that important. On the way back, Gu Hang answered Yen Fonshu's question. Mr. Captain found him and asked the question in his heart, and Gu Hang answered, so what if it's fake? The Navy needs merit, and I need targets. A cult organization that doesn't believe in the God Emperor is one of the chief culprits that Fury Star has been unable to recover for a long time. This merit can satisfy Commodore Yalisha, it can also allow me to obtain enough benefits, and it can also allow me to unite the people of this world. Then, this cult should be real, and that Vaughn should also be a real cultist. After a pause, Gu Hang saw that Yin Fonshu's face was still a little hesitant, and he smiled and patted the captain's shoulder. What's more, it's true. The original Owl Beast sect was a cult, and that one named with the Han people are indeed connected with the original Owl Beast. How did you judge that he was a heretic, not an ordinary psyker? Gu Hang pointed to his own head, and explained, the power of psykers comes from ourselves, from our spirit. We have enough talent and enough spirituality to learn from the ubiquitous but undetectable psychics. In the world, the spiritual energy is borrowed to form spiritual spells. The power of the heretics comes from the dirty evil gods they believe in, not themselves. These 2 powers are completely different, and they are clearly distinguished in my perception. Speaking of this, Gu Hang silently added in his heart that the divine arts mastered by the priests of the state religion of the empire is almost the same, but he didn't say it. Hearing this, Yen Fonshu touched his head. I really didn't understand these things before. But since he is indeed a real heretic, then there is no problem. Don't worry. Gu Hang said, we are on the right track. To appease Mr. Captain, Gu Hang is quite serious. This one is a rare capable person under his command. He came to Fury Star alone, and without accepting the power of the alliance government, he had no team at all. The only person who can be used under his command is Captain Yen. The people in the Waste Cave Club seem to be calm now, but they are a bunch of illiterates, and they can't be expected to do big things. His little entourage, Zhang Chao, is trustworthy enough, but he doesn't have much knowledge. Maybe he will become a talent after a long time in the future, but it is far from being counted now. Yen Fonshu was the rest. At any rate, he was a naval captain, a serious officer of the Imperial Navy. He didn't care that Yen Fonshu still belonged to the Navy ranks, not his people, and obeying his command was also because of Yalisha's order. It doesn't make any difference, as long as he is currently working for himself. capable and trustworthy, that's enough. Gu Hang turned his head, past Yin Fangshu, and looked at the entire army. There were nearly people in the whole team, and they pulled the ox cart along the road to the governor's camp and returned. This time the harvest was quite rich. He left soldiers from the abandoned tongue company stationed at the manor in the Flood River Valley. While protecting the safety of the manor, he also wanted to let the farm laborers work hard. A man named Slamu was elected among the farm laborers as the manager. The other soldiers, a total of about 100 people, and about farm laborers, embarked on the return journey together. Those farm laborers are responsible for transporting the reloaded supplies to the governor's camp. The so-called cart is an ox cart, a cart pulled by livestock called buffalo. This kind of savage bull should not be a native creature of the angry Allstar, but a species introduced from an alien planet a long time ago. After experiencing the war of destroying the world, this kind of creature has not become extinct, but has further mutations, but it is still the same. Traits that can be domesticated are retained. In today's wasteland world, bulls are important animal power. The batch of supplies transported from Fuxing City were originally pulled by bullock carts, but now they all fell into Gu Hang's hands. The supplies were counted and found to be the same as what Gu Hang asked for from Fuxing City. These things are considered to be returned to their original owners. In addition, Gu Hang also seized almost 200 sets of individual weapons and equipment, mainly rifles. The models of these rifles are a bit varied, and the overall production level is not comparable to that of the assaulter rifles. The latter is at least the standard rifle of the Imperial Army and Marine Corps. Although it is used for cannon fodder, the minimum production level and technical level are online. As for the firearms used by these mercenaries, which were produced in the local area of New Shaoxing, it is difficult to say, the quality is uneven, and the best among them is not as good as the assaulter. But at least it is much more reliable than the iron-barreled rifles held by the bandits of the dead prisoners, which Gu Hang didn't even bother to use as scrap metal. At least it can be regarded as a military product. Gu Hang intends to use this batch of equipment as well. Counting this batch, he has about 100 sets of assaulters on hand, and 200 sets of local products. 300 more soldiers could be armed. With weapons and equipment, the source of troops is not a big problem. Abandoned Cave Society can produce some more people, and some of the 3,000 servants he brought down from the starship can also be drawn. Those slaves were not a qualified source of soldiers, and their physical fitness was not even comparable to that of machine servants. However, it will never be better than those who can't eat enough in the Waste Hole Society. Under Gu Hang's system, even those in the Waste Cave can be turned into gold with a touch of stone and turned into qualified soldiers, let alone those former servants. The quality of the soldiers is not high enough, at most it restricts them from continuing to upgrade, but under the capabilities of the system, it is not a problem to train them to the T5 level and reach the capabilities of a regular army. In addition to the supplies he deserved, as well as the weapons, equipment and ammunition he had seized, the bigger harvest was the gift he got after winning the battle. Hearty victory, get 33 gift points, loss 20, elimination 116, captive 42, 1st Mech Light Infantry Battalion, part 16 losses, 43 eliminated, Waste Hole Company, loss 4, elimination 21, Marine Corps, part loss 0, elimination 52, in this battle, including the elimination of prisoners, a total of 158 people were resolved, and a total of 20 people were lost. A T5 level army, plus 4 T1 level Marines, the combined combat power is much stronger than those low-level mercenaries. Even if the defender has the advantage, even if under Gu Hang's order, the soldiers adopted a strong attack method, the exchange ratio in the end was still exaggerated to almost 8 frowny-face dash. Of course, if there is no Rambler driven by the Marines and no psychic Gu Hang to participate in the battle, then the exchange ratio will be ugly. Most of the casualties of our own soldiers were caused by machine guns and rocket launchers. The strafing of the heavy machine gun hit the femoral artery causing massive bleeding, or was directly killed by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range explosion of the rocket. Among the losses of these 20 people, apart from a small number of direct deaths, many were seriously injured and unable to return to the battlefield. This kind of loss is still within the range that Gu Hang can accept, and one cannot expect that no one will be killed in battle. However, Gu Hang also had to consider the replenishment of troops. the loss of the waste hole company is not a big problem. It can be recruited directly from the waste hole society, and it is not a problem to draw 4 more people. It's the servant soldiers, there is really no place to make up for it. In the future, the main force of Gu Hang's army cannot be expected to rely on servitors for a long time. Looking back, we still have to recruit soldiers from the mainland. More on that later. What he wants to go further now is how to use the newly obtained 33 gift points. The order of the chapters was posted yesterday in the wrong order. I posted 23 first and then 22, and those 2 chapters should actually be for today. I set the wrong date when I scheduled it. Just added yesterday. Comrades who only watched 23 but did not see 22 yesterday, you can go back and watch it. 33 gift points, this is the biggest sum that Gu Hang has obtained so far. He intends to keep 3 points for training 3 more companies. For the other, o'clock, he thought about where he could spend it. First click on the Hero interface, and his own personal information panel is still stuck on the prompt that he cannot upgrade due to lack of experience. The way to gain experience is war. Other than that, Gu Hang doesn't know if there is any, such as handling government affairs. Will they give experience? Gu Hang thinks it should be given, but he hasn't verified it and doesn't know. In short, the war he just won was not enough for him to reach the limit of upgrading. Instead, here, he saw a new name. New hero can be activated, Yin Fanshu. Activation requires 10 gift points, okay? Now Gu Hang was a little tangled up. Do you want to activate Yin Fanshu into a hero? After becoming a hero, you can accumulate experience, add some upgrades, and acquire talents. That guy doesn't seem to have any psionic talents. He probably is a warrior template after activation. And I really need to work hard to train it. In 2 years, the Alicia starship flies away, and Yin Fanshu, the Navy captain, will probably go with him. By then, all the investment in him will be in vain. Gu Hang will not distrust him just because he is a naval order, but it is another matter to put in effort to invest in training him. Let it go first, and Gu Hang clicked on the Technology panel again. He gave it a try, investing 10 gift points first. Invest 10 points of gifts, and the probability of lighting up new basic technology is 70%. Are you sure you want to invest? No. Gu Hang was a little surprised. Is this probability still falling? The previous 10 gifts were directly replaced with a basic technology. He thought that he could get 2 black box machines for only 10 o'clock every time he exchanged, but now he said that the probability will drop? 70% probability is not low, but Gu Hang can't help worrying that he will continue to fall again. Every time the lighting technology succeeds, will it phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme to a decrease in the success rate of the next lighting? Gu Hang made a guess about the system's technological function panel. Critical hit. I thought that with such a big hook, I would be invincible casually. After all, technology is the primary productive force. Even if the imperial tax is really tight in the future, if I sell the black box manufacturing machine, what kind of imperial chamber of commerce, imperial mechanical church and the like will come over to give money eagerly? You don't have to worry about paying taxes at all. As a result, the question of how this probability would decrease directly gave him a blow in the head. You still have to come honestly. Gu Hang thought helplessly. Fortunately, he really didn't regard selling technology as the only life-saving straw. If he can solve the tax problem normally, he can solve it normally. These black boxes, including the black boxes accumulated by lighting technology in the future, are the capital for him to continue to grow bigger and stronger in the future. In the position of governor, he didn't intend to find a way to be transferred after a few years of hard work. Planetary Governor is a very special position. The governor of Fury Owlstar is of course not valued by others, but if it is a planet with top productivity and military capabilities, then the governor has too much power to speak. Pedisai, the leader of the Tianma sector, can secure his current position because his younger brother is the governor of the planet Flying Wings, the capital of the sector. The tens of billions of people and the huge and stable productivity are his most solid backing. Technology is the primary development force. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Gu Hang will definitely not sell the black box manufacturing machine. Right now, the success rate of technology function is reduced, but it doesn't matter, the remaining 70% is still a good probability. He still has more than 30 gift points in his hand, and he can successfully exchange them no matter what. Invest 10 points of gifts, and the probability of lighting up new basic technology is 70%. Are you sure you want to invest? Taking a breath, he clicked yes this time. Basic technology, G9 gun family, Imperial Mechanicus undertakes the order requirements of the Astral Army and develops a new generation of kinetic energy rifles. On the premise that the overall cost is lower than that of the previous generation of guns, we will continue to promote lightweight and modularization. Different accessories and simple modifications can be used to form machine guns, automatic rifles, precision rifles, short submachine guns and other firearms with different functions. Further adaptation alloy bayonet. A smile appeared on the corner of Gu Hang's mouth, and he couldn't help but smile more and more happily. Baby! I don't know about other places, at least in the Tianma Star region, whether it is the main force of the Imperial Guard Star Guard or the main force of the Marine Corps. The firearms used are mainly G7, that is, the assaulter rifle. Previously, Gu Hang did have news about the gradual refitting of the G8 rifle in his memory, but at least up to now, the scale of refitting is not large and the production capacity is not enough. And now, he directly got the more advanced G9 model here. Another great weapon. If Gu Hang can integrate the entire planet, the production of the G9 rifle alone can bring in a large number of orders. The Star Army, Navy, and even the local defense forces of various planets in the Tianma Star area should not change into G8, just go straight to 9 in one step and you're done. After eating these orders, it is enough to pay the imperial tax. Of course, that's just thinking about it. Firstly, it is very difficult to break out such a large production capacity. Secondly, if there is such a big movement, the source of technology cannot be explained. Unlike alloy plastic steel, which is a truly basic and extensive material production process, the G9 gun family is still very rare, and it requires too much movement. Don't be afraid of anything else. Will the group of machine oil guys from the mechanic church come to your door? And if you really don't know where this thing came from, maybe the court will come to the door. Sudden knowledge of some unknown source is a form of chaotic corruption. Of course, Gu Hang will not give up eating because of choking. It should be used. At least, it is not always a problem to deploy one's own troops on a small scale. I was thinking about using the weapons and equipment seized from those mercenaries before, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Enthusiastic, Gu Hang clicked on the technology interface again. Invest 10 points of gifts, and the probability of lighting up new basic technology is 40%. Are you sure you want to invest? Sure enough, it dropped again. A successful technology lighting up, will the success rate drop by 30%? Wouldn't it be gone if it happened 2 more times? Outrageous. Who is willing to charge it in this way? Gu Hang cursed. Then it was 10 o'clock. What should I do? What this technological system gives is too fragrant. Lighting failed. Gu Hang's face collapsed, and as soon as the blood hit his head, the remaining 10 o'clock also poured in. Yen Fanshu will go back a little bit, drawing cards is more important. Lighting failed. No, there is a 40% probability that if you click twice in a row, it will fail. What do you mean? In fact, Gu Hang doesn't like this kind of thing that draws probability, and hates failure. But now he can only draw 10 points of gifts, and the next level needs 100 gifts to draw once. Looking at it this way, in fact, in the technology panel, the prize pool for each level is limited. If you smoke too much, the probability continues to decrease, so you can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme upgrade to a better one, or pay a higher price to fight for the low probability. Under this concept, there may be a hidden mechanism. When the probability is high in the past, a good product will be obtained, otherwise the good product will suffer a loss when the probability is low. On the way back to camp, nothing extra happened. Only the governor didn't know why he kept his face so bad that people didn't dare to approach him. Gu Hang's entourage, Zhang Chao, was already waiting outside the governor's camp. He had already been notified by Gu Hang in advance, and he had arranged the preparations for receiving supplies in the camp. Gu Hang is currently short of manpower, so Zhang Chao, a young man, he is also intentionally cultivating. This little guy doesn't look like a soldier, but it shouldn't be a big problem to handle some clerical and administrative work. There's nothing to do if the problem is big. Gu Hang's subordinates can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme many words, and he doesn't have any better candidates. Moreover, the young man Zhang Chao did a pretty good job. It was too late to build a large enough warehouse, but they also freed up some boardrooms for storing materials. Some storage requirements are not high, and it doesn't matter if it is blown by phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and rain, so I found an open space to store them, and covered them with a large tarpaulin, which is enough for temporary storage. Afterwards, Zhang Chao busily went to check the materials and arrange the distribution of the materials, including how much to send to the waste tunch. It was reliable, so Gu Hang felt relieved, and his face looked a little better. As for the depression that had been spent in the previous 2 consecutive rounds, it was almost resolved now. Technology is something that always needs to be drawn with gifts. Probability is the thing here, and there is no way if you fail to draw, just hope you have better luck next time. After the cat entered his room, Gu Hang took out a pen and paper, and began to plan the next thing. This time, the black box of the G9 gun family produced by the technology lottery, he does not plan to manifest it from the system immediately. According to the previous experience of the alloy plastic steel black box, the size of these 2 gadgets should not be too small, and they cannot be taken back after they are manifested. Zhang Chao is already arranging for manpower to dig the bunker. Gu Hang intends to set up a core secret base, as the future scientific research center in the camp, which requires strong secrecy. As for the black box, try not to expose it in front of people as much as possible. The science and technology lottery draw is a small episode, and what to do next is the key. The supplies obtained from Fuxing City, or extorted, alleviated the shortage of supplies in the camp, especially the shortage of food. In his current sphere of influence, he still cannot achieve food self-sufficiency. The Flood Valley Manor can produce grain, but the harvest will have to wait a few months in the fall. During this period of time, relying on this material can survive. The premise is that the size of the population he wants to feed will not expand further. But that is impossible. Gu Hang's next goal is to expand the population. The alloy plastic steel industry line needs to expand, the production line of the G9 gun family also needs workers, and the construction also needs workers. In the future, other technologies may be drawn out and other production lines will be established, all of which require people. Where do people come from? This problem is easy to solve. New Shaoxing is obviously a waste planet with a sparse population, at least not comparable to those hive worlds that can easily reach tens of billions, but people are particularly worthless. The wandering tribe of survivors, the precarious poor living around Fuxing City. These are the sources of Gu Hang's absorption of population. But don't smoke indiscriminately. When people come, Gu Hang has to provide them with jobs, food, and other consumer goods. To put it bluntly, it is necessary to be able to afford it and allow people to exert greater value. This requires more materials and greater production capacity. Now, the first step is to sell the most important output in his sphere of influence, and the most important output in the future alloy plastic steel. Only when it can be sold can we talk about expanding production capacity. Thinking of this, Gu Hang looked at Fuxing City again. It's not that you have to catch a sheep to pick it up, the main reason is that you are 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme, and your identity is suitable, so it's so easy to pick it up. Moreover, he has long regarded Fuxing City as his possession. What's yours is mine, what's wrong with using it first? Anyway, in the end, he must control the city. He only has 2 years, and he can't really farm empty-handed fields in a blank field, and grow enough financial and material resources to pay a planet's tax in 2 years. Going outside to start a new stove is essentially another attempt to control the entire planet. If he wanted to completely control Fuxing City, he would go directly to the city to fight politically with those local snakes, that would be a dead end. But if he mastered a force of his own, and then took over the administrative power of Fuxing City, or even the entire alliance government, it would be another situation. In the near future, when he is ready to take over, it must be the time when he is sure to cleanse the upper and lower levels of power in Fuxing City, so that the power of the entire city can truly be used by him. This kind of power cannot only rely on the deterrence of the quintet in the sky. If he dies at the same time, he himself will die, and the councillors in Fuxing City know this too. Only nuclear deterrence is not enough. Gu Hang wanted, tons of supplies, and they gave them. Gu Hang wanted to clean up and kill them, so they would have to fight Gu Hang with their lives despite the threat of orbital bombing. It's a big deal. Die together. He needs to have a real, regular force to support him in doing what he wants to do. We still have to expand the army. Gu Hang came to a conclusion. Expansion is simple. From the servants brought down from the starship, 200 people were selected. 100 people used the G7 assaulters that were left before, and the remaining 100 people first made do with the seized local miscellaneous guns. Be more systematic, spend 2 gifts, and together with the 100 people from the Waste Hole Company, another light infantry battalion was formed. Gu Hang entrusted Yen Fengshu with the job of recruiting new soldiers from the 3,000 servants. Captain Yen was numb. He knew that his Lord Governor would come again to show that after a few days of training, he could train a regular army that could only be trained in a year or 2. He was really puzzled, and in the end he could only think that this was the governor's ability, and the governor was a genius in training soldiers. Although this explanation was nonsense, he couldn't think of anything else. Of course, even though he knew that in the hands of the governor, even the worst soldiers could be decent after a few days of training, but when selecting soldiers, he still conscientiously selected out of the 3,000 servants 200 of the best. After the equipment and weapons were issued, Gu Hang casually spent 2 gift points in the soldier card to make a training package for these soldiers, and then he didn't care about it anymore, just made a decent one every day. Noodle. It didn't take long for new information to come out. 2nd Infantry Battalion, Light Infantry, Comprehensive cannot be upgraded, quantity, 300 people, equipment, T5, training, T5, experience, the commander of this unit is Prabhav from the Waste Tunch, and he has been promoted to battalion commander. This was a waste hole society that Dennis and Henry had never seen before. He never imagined that such earth-shaking changes would happen to him just because he hadn't been here for a month. He is from Garbage Town, a peddler. It was he who bought the ores produced by the Waste Hole Society, and then sold them to Garbage Town for preliminary processing to form suitable pig iron for sale. He had heard before that a group of looters were targeting the Waste Cave Club. He thought that the Waste Cave Club was over, so he silently prayed for these poor people. By the way, it was a pity that he lost a cheap place to import resources and would make less money. Unexpectedly, the Waste Cave Society not only survived, but also got the help of the Planetary Governor. If this is not a blessing in disguise, what is it? In abandoned Tunch, Henry saw stretches of factory buildings and erected smelting furnaces, emitting white smoke, which represented the power of industry. I saw the living quarters built next to it, and when it was time to eat, I could see the smoke from the cooking. The food quality eaten by the residents of the Waste Cave Society was even better than that of his hometown, Garbage Town, where he came from. He also saw the soldiers standing guard, those mechanical servants who were wearing combat uniforms, bulletproof vests, uniformly transformed into mechanical left eyes, glowing with a cold blue light. They were very elite at first glance. Patel next to him had a panoramic view of his expression. The astonishment of this old friend gave Patel great satisfaction. He really likes to see others surprised. It will make him further confirm from the bottom of his heart how correct it was to completely accept the governor and become his subject. He patted Henry on the shoulder and said, "Don't be in a daze, let's go, there are more good things to see." Withholding his gaze, Henry turned to Patel. Your Excellency Governor is really so generous?" Patel looked pious. "Yes, and this is just the beginning. I believe that under the rule of the governor, we will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme better and better. To be honest, or you go back and tell your bosses let them also join the governor's command earlier." When this topic was mentioned, Henry calmed down a bit. We are already under the rule of the governor, and we are also a member of the alliance. Patel could hear the perfunctory. He was a little disappointed. He really felt that Garbage Town could join in and contribute to the governor's cause. Of course, he also knew that his old friend Henry was just an ordinary merchant in Trash Town, and his status was just that. Garbage Town has a population of over, and it is also a large settlement. Those who speak their minds, there are people called agents. Agents, big and small, determine the direction of the entire Garbage Town. Henry is just a peddler, and he is still fighting for even the smallest agent qualification, and speaking in Trash Town doesn't count. Patel simply hoped that Henry could go back and persuade those agents. But it seems that he is indeed naive. Those agents are earning money from raw materials and energy, earning money from scavengers and adventurers, and they are full of fat. How can they let it go easily? Unless they have witnessed the majesty of the governor. Withdrawing his thoughts on this aspect, Patel put a smile on his face again. He took Henry and showed him some good things. It was an alloy plastic steel product produced by the Waste Ton Society. Seeing the neatly stacked plastic steel, Henry was dumbfounded again. This is alloy plastic steel? Can you guys make this kind of thing? He really didn't expect it. Looking at those smelting furnaces before, he thought that at best they could produce steel and they were already very powerful. He was already thinking in his mind that in the future, raw materials would be transported from Garbage Town, produced by the Waste Cave Society, and then transported to Fushing City for sale. This phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut/phoneme would be much more cost-effective than reselling mineral resources. What is unexpected is that the Waste Hole Society does not produce steel, but alloy plastic steel. The performance of this thing is much better than steel. With different formulations, it can not only exhibit strong compressive and tensile properties, but also have strong plasticity. Judging by the merchant's acumen, its price will of course be higher than that of steel, but in fact, the price is limited. Mainly those manufacturers, whether they use alloy plastic steel for ammunition, machinery manufacturing, or building materials, many low-end product lines with high demand are very sensitive to cost. If the cost of alloy plastic steel is much higher than that of steel, then people would rather continue to use cheap steel. Of course, if there are some alloy plastic steel materials with very special properties, it will definitely be valuable for some special appliances, such as making better gun barrels and stronger mechanical structures, and using them in some high value-added production, and can be sold at a particularly high price. But although ordinary alloy plastic steel materials cannot be sold at a particularly high price, as long as there is a reasonable pricing strategy, this thing will not worry about selling at all. At the same time, it seems that in the entire wasteland, there are very few forces capable of producing alloy plastic steel. Perhaps the Blackbird Heavy Industries Group has this ability, but their production capacity is not enough for their own consumption, so I have never seen them sell this kind of material. From this point of view, the alloy plastic steel produced by the Waste Hole Society can almost be regarded as a unique business. In addition to making money, this represents a huge amount of leverage. Dennis and Henry can't wait. How much are these? Sell them to me. He rubbed his hands and said. Don't worry. Patel laughed and led Henry to another place. Here, there are some finished products made of alloy plastic steel, individual armor vests and helmets. Patel proudly introduced, look at these things, iron pipe rifles can only leave a mark at most. After finishing speaking, he was afraid that Henry would not believe him, so he really took out an iron-barreled rifle. This thing looks simple, but it is a very common firearm in the wasteland. The crude iron pipe is tied with a wooden handle, and has the simplest launching device, which can launch gunpowder bullets. Since there is no craftsmanship at all, its power is very metaphysical, and its accuracy is even more metaphysical. If you do well, it may be SOSO. If you do not do well, you are just a stick that can light a fire. Whether you hit the target or not depends entirely on fate. There are hundreds of guns in the hands of the Waste Cave Club, which were seized from the robbers after the dead prisoners were wiped out. The governor looked down on these rags and gave them as self-defense weapons. The armored vest was put on a target, Patel pulled the bolt, and fired a dozen bullets at a distance of more than 10 meters. After finishing the work, Henry leaned up to take a look. There were still bullet marks, but none of them could penetrate the single soldier vest. The target behind was shaken a little crookedly, but there was no damage. This defense is enough. Henry even tried it on himself and found that the weight was within acceptable limits. Alloy plastic steel is able to maintain sufficient strength and toughness, but also to ensure light weight. This thing is a big killer in the wasteland. As long as it is equipped with such a set, the most common iron barrel rifle in the wasteland will really become a fire stick. He could already imagine how enthusiastically this kind of individual vest would be sought after by scavengers and adventurers if he brought it to Garbage Town. It's all money. Stop talking. I'll buy it. Take my wallet. Henry really wanted to buy it. The alloy plastic steel material itself, as well as the individual soldier vest made out of it, have already allowed him to see huge profits. He's just a peddler in his hometown of Garbage Town, that's right. But he has further ideas. He is chasing the identity of the agent. Garbage Town is a chaotic place, but it is also a holy place for doing business. It is rich in resources and has a large population. There, if the business is big enough, there are enough people under it, and the force is strong enough, they can gain enough influence and become an agent. And in the chaotic political ecology of Garbage Town, it is the proxies who have the final say. They each hold a unique business, form a monopoly, compete with each other and unite with each other, and their power is huge. Henry didn't have enough people and the business wasn't big enough. But if he can really win the alloy plastic steel business, then he has a unique business. As long as he has the support of the Waste Cave Society, allowing him to monopolize, he can quickly obtain a large amount of profits. The remaining problem is the problem of money, which is easy to solve. The identity of the agent is already waving to him. To be honest, if it wasn't for the governor behind the Waste Tongue Society, he would definitely turn his head and leave now, and then find a way to gather a team to wipe out the Waste Tongue Society and firmly maintain the production capacity of alloy plastic steel. Hold it in your own hands. Pity, but it doesn't matter, as long as you can win the exclusive agency right of this business, that's enough. Henry solemnly said to Patel, I want all of your goods, and I will give you the best price. We can also sign a long-term cooperation agreement. Believe me, I will definitely be able to help you make these treasures a bestseller. To the entire wasteland world. We will become the best partners, as long as you sign an exclusive agreement with me. Wait, you wait first. Question mark. Henry frowned tightly, do you have any conditions? Just ask. Patel quickly waved his hand, I don't have any conditions, but it doesn't count if I say it. Before Henry could speak, he continued, everything here belongs to the great governor. I dare not promise you anything casually. Without the approval of the governor, not a single piece of plastic alloy steel here can be sold. Your Excellency. Henry calmed down and started to have a headache. It may not be difficult to fool Patel, but to fool the governor. He has also heard about the deeds of the governor named Gu Hang. Maverick, after landing, he did not take over the power of the alliance government, but went to the wilderness to start construction. Can relying on construction save the entire Fury Star? Henry didn't believe it. Even under the rule of the governor, the Waste Cave Society has undergone earth-shaking changes in a very short period of time. But just such a change is far from changing the ecology of the entire New Xiaoxing. 2 years later, I am afraid that Governor Gu will be settled by the imperial taxation just like his predecessors. But before that, he was the governor, the nominal supreme ruler of the planet. As a small merchant like myself, what capital does he have to fool an imperial governor? Seeing Henry's entanglement and hesitation, Patel didn't know how this old friend had his heart turned. He just grinned and comforted him with a smile. The governor is a very good person, as long as you serve him sincerely, then you will definitely get rich rewards. When Patel said this, he seemed very honest. But why does Henry vaguely feel that there is another meaning behind him? If you're not sincere enough, you're screwed. It should be an illusion. Where does this Patel have so much thought? Henry took a deep breath and said firmly, I'm going to meet the governor right now. The great governor, Gu Hang, is currently studying a corpse. Its shape barely looks like a creature, with 4 limbs, and it seems to walk half upright. It is a bit like a headless ape with abscesses all over its body, and its limbs are completely out of proportion. The chest cavity is extremely swollen. It is fast, extremely ferocious, and has sharp claws on all 4 limbs. After hunting, it will tear up the prey's corpse, and then use the pus on the body to corrode and dissolve the fragments of the prey, and then dissolve into its own body. This thing, the locals call it abscess monster, is a common monster in the wasteland. At that time, he was taking a nap in his room, when he suddenly heard movement outside, and then Zhang Chao reported to him that more than a dozen abscess monsters appeared on the expansion site outside the camp and attacked the workers. Although the soldiers guarding the camp arrived quickly and wiped out the group of monsters, 3 workers were still killed. Casualties, of course, are very bad things. But this is wasteland. Gu Hang didn't pay attention to the unchangeable things that had already happened. He looked at the corpse of the monster in front of him, and asked a sole question: can this stuff be eaten? Yan Fangshu didn't understand what the governor was thinking, but he was greatly shocked. Gu Hang was a little dissatisfied with Lao Yan's shock. He emphasized, in the wasteland, the most important thing is food. As soon as I open my eyes every day, I have to think about how to feed thousands of people in the 3 camps. Sitting on the mountain, we must find a way to find the source of all food. I think this kind of thing has potential. It is said that there are many in the wasteland, and there are things like zombie dogs. If they can be eaten. Governor, please wait first. Yan Fangshu said helplessly, these monsters have a large number of highly corrosive abscesses on their bodies. It doesn't look like something edible, does it? How will you know if you don't try it? Gu Hang is still very persistent. Of course I don't want our people to eat it directly. I heard that on most hive planets, there are technologies that can decompose all organic matter into food. They call that corpse starch? In short, it's starch lumps. I don't know if there is such a technology on the Fury Star. Anyway, there must be one on the quintet, and we still have to try our best to get it. Yan Fangshu was even more helpless. Brother, I have also eaten starch cubes. That thing is essentially a food chemical product, which can redecompose recycled organic waste, including textile waste such as old clothes, waste wood, industrial organic waste, and even plant fibers, animal limbs, etc. Small molecules, refined and processed into synthetic starch lumps. Although some hive planets with extremely poor resources and extremely high population density will really recycle the dead's body, and even recycle the feces, so they are nicknamed corpse starch by people, but don't say it. After all, in general, the composition of synthetic starch is still normal. Small portions, trace amounts of those. Not to mention, we are still good friends. When Gu Hang said that he wanted to use these abscess monsters as a source of food, he was really not talking about disgusting people. He really thought so. Given the choice, of course normal food is better than nothing. But in this wasteland, the production conditions are like this, and the number of people who can support them is limited, so we have to find all means? Eating enough is more important than eating well. Of course, it is possible to extract this technology from the technology panel. But the mechanism that lights up a technology once, and then the probability of shipment plummets, makes the quota of each technology precious. If there is a choice, Gu Hang does not want to obtain this technology from the technology panel. He prefers to use normal means to achieve his goals. His eyes looked up to the sky. A certain faction on Star Fury might have mastered a similar technology. However, Gu Hang has never seen it near Fuxing City, which means that even if this technology exists, it is far away and it is not easy to do. Secondly, the synthetic starch technology is probably very precious on the wasteland planet, and those forces will not hand it over casually. It's better to go to the quintet to gather wool if you spend that effort. There are 10 people living on a giant starship like the quintet, and it is not always possible to land for supplies, especially during missions. They must have the technology to recycle almost all available organic matter. Thinking of this, he coughed twice again, a little embarrassed, and thought, last time I asked her to get sets of equipment and 4 armored vehicles, and I'm going to ask for new technology right away today. It doesn't feel so good. Then I won't ask today, I will ask her tomorrow. Thinking of this, Gu Hang felt much relieved. Gu Hang, who was happy, hummed a little tune, and waited for Dennis and Henry, a merchant from Trash Town. Dennis and Henry finally met Governor Gu Hang. After a careful search, he was taken to the door of the governor's house. This is just a prefabricated house. Except that it is bigger, it looks no different from the prefab houses built next to the servants. There is neither special decoration nor expensive materials. The guards pushed the door open, Henry walked in, and all he saw was plain and unpretentious. There is no special decoration in the room, just an ordinary long table. A man who looked quite young was sitting at the other end of the long table. That should be Governor Gu Hang. His Excellency the Governor is quite out of tune with his environment. The side is so simple, but the clothes on his body are so exquisite. But this difference has become negligible because of the governor's calm attitude towards this simple environment. Henry didn't dare to observe any more. With his head down, he came to this side of the long table, did not dare to sit down, but put one hand on his chest, and then bowed deeply. Maintaining a bowing posture, he said humbly, "My name is Dennison Henry, and I am from Garbage Town. Here, I would like to extend my sincerest greetings to Your Excellency the Governor. Your speech when you landed on this planet is like thunder. I deeply understand that you came to this dying planet with great ambition and compassion to save our subjects. As a resident of Fury Owl Planet, I respect your nobility very much." After a rainbow fart, he patted it firmly. While speaking, Henry also took out a beautifully packaged box. "When I learned that I had the honor to meet with the Governor General, I was so excited that I decided to prepare a gift for you to express my respect for you. It's a pity that the time is too short. Only this small gift is worth it. I hope Your Excellency the Governor will not mind." He continued to maintain his bowing posture, holding the gift box with both hands and raising it above his head. The guard next to him came up, took the gift from him, and brought it to Gu Hang. Gu Hang didn't even look at the gift box, his eyes were always on Dennison Henry, with a smile of great interest on the corner of his mouth. "Get up, if you go on like this, your waist will be broken." Henry straightened his back as he said, "Sit down, let's have a good chat." Only then did Henry dare to sit down. Gu Hang knocked on the table and said, "Dennison Henry, I already know why you came." Henry said cautiously, "I also ask Your Excellency the Governor to give me this opportunity to work for you." Gu Hang smiled lightly and said, "You are very good at talking, and I am also very satisfied with your attitude. I know that what you say may not be what you really think, but I don't care. I will entrust this business to you, yes, but I have two conditions. First, if I give you the goods, I will also give you what I need, and you must bring them to me with guaranteed quality and quantity, without half a discount." The first half of Gu Hang's sentence, the so-called not necessarily sincere, made him feel a little uneasy. But the last sentence made him feel elated in an instant. Obtaining the power of attorney is in itself his biggest request for meeting the governor this time. As for the latter request, in Henry's view, it was no different from by GI. That is not a request, but another gift from the governor. Of course, he has to pay for the goods, and looking at the money now, he can still get it back through the business of helping the governor purchase what the governor needs. Could this still be a bad thing? Without hesitation, he nodded directly, "No problem. I am willing to serve the governor." Gu Hang waved his hand and said, "I have a second request. You need to maximize your influence in Garbage Town and become an agent, even a big one." Hearing this second request, Henry calmed down a little. Seeking to become one of Junktown's agents was his goal in itself. It stands to reason that the governor's offer of this condition does not conflict with him, so he should be happy. However, he didn't think he was stupid enough to fail to understand the undertones behind the request. With the support of the governor, he became an important agent of Junktown, and then? The final say, is it me, or the governor who is the boss behind me? But he quickly put this hesitation and entanglement behind him. It's weird to think about these things. There is a thigh stretched out in front of you, don't you want to hug it? What's wrong with being a puppet? No matter how many people want to be, they can't be. And it's not necessarily a puppet. Seriously working for the governor, don't you have some power of your own? Your Excellency Governor has a lot of affairs to deal with every day. Don't you have to decide the affairs of a small garbage town when you sit in town? The most important thing is to accomplish the governor's goal and follow the governor's footsteps, that's just as it should be. What's more, No matter how harsh the words are, it doesn't matter whether the governor will be the governor or not in 2 years. Thinking of this, he saw the half-smile expression on Gu Hang's face, and he didn't dare to think any further. I always feel like I'll be seen through. Dennis and Henry came to meet the governor this time, and he was very, very surprised by the initial communication. For almost nothing, he got what he wanted. Of course, it is not true that there is no need to pay. After taking the goods, you have to pay for the goods. Using union coins, the governor provided a series of lists, asking him to buy this and that. He looked at it, and there were some difficulties in it. For example, the governor wants the best for Fushing City textile machines, sewing machines, want to import textile raw materials, want thermal limestone generator sets, want thermal limestone itself, want to build cement factories, brick factories. Moreover, the governor seems to know the market very well, and the list and approval given to him allow him to take away the goods, which are of similar value. According to his own estimation, the profits here have been greatly compressed. If he wanted to earn more money, he might have to try his best to sell alloy plastic steel and armor vests at a relatively high price, and he had to find cheap and easy-to-use sources for the things he bought back for the governor. But it's not easy to handle, but Henry is still full of motivation. Isn't this the time to show your abilities? If everything is easy to handle, then the governor can just find someone to do the job, so what is his business? However, when the topic fell to the second half, he gradually became less happy. Mainly mentioned a very critical point. Dennis and Henry wants to get the exclusive right to sell alloy plastic steel industry. This is the protection of his own interests. He needs this thing to ensure that the market path he has made will not be picked by the latecomers. Excluding competitors and doing a monopoly business is of course more profitable. But Gu Hang didn't allow it. He reasoned hard, saying things like, "This way I can better serve the governor, this will help me expand my influence in Junktown, and help you do more things, Mr. Governor." Up. However, none of his words could impress Gu Hang. Gu Hang blocked him back with just a few words, "I can give you the power you want, but I won't give it to you for nothing. You haven't done anything yet, so why do you want so much from me? Use your actions to prove your loyalty." The conversation has already reached this point, what else can Henry say? He nodded heavily, "I will prove it to you, Governor General. Also, do something extra for me? As much as you order. My camp needs more manpower. Fushing City has so many refugees who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the city and bring people here. No problem, I will definitely bring you healthy and reliable refugees, and the price is absolutely cheap." Gu Hang shook his head, looking very dissatisfied. "What money are we talking about? Those refugees are not recognized as official residents by Fushing City, but I recognize them. Every human being on Star Fury is a subject of the Empire. They are all my subjects. I want you to publicize my benevolence, my policy, and my declaration to them, and let them migrate here. If there is any difficulty, you have to provide them with the necessary help, and I will even help directly when necessary. Do you understand what I mean?" Henry was taken aback. "Why didn't you understand? Then I must have understood. Whoring for nothing? Don't you just want to get people here if you don't want to pay?" Henry showed a very ashamed look. Yes, I am shallow. However, according to what the governor said, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Although Fushing City is large, there are only so many jobs and people it can support. Outside the city, there are refugees who cannot survive. It is not impossible to make these people willing to migrate here spontaneously through publicity. But, Your Excellency Governor, please forgive me. If this method is followed, the quantity and quality of the displaced refugees may not be guaranteed. Those refugees who cannot survive are mostly old, weak, sick and disabled. When you are in good health, you can still find a job to support yourself." Gu Hang waved his hand and said, "This is your job. Spreading my will to the public is also a show of your loyalty. Don't let me down. Damn, I really want a whore for nothing." Dennis and Henry could only say helplessly, "Yes, I understand what to do." After dismissing the smug businessman who was ready to do a big job and had to satisfy his reasonable and unreasonable demands at the same time, Gu Hang was busy with another matter non-stop. He asked his entourage, Zhang Chao, to send another communication message to Fuxing City. Vaughn, the member of the alliance, is a matter of cultists, and Gu Hang needs to ask Fuxing City to give him an explanation. Of course, how to explain it is not important. What Gu Hang needs is an opportunity to make use of the problem. He had to work hard to find this opportunity. Now, there's a ready-made one. In the Alliance's nominal governing body, the Alliance's parliament, a member of the cult has emerged. At that time when Vaughn was resisting, he used the storm magic, and when Gu Hang discerned that it was definitely not his own spiritual power, but had some kind of source, he almost burst out laughing. After capturing Vaughn alive, he has almost obtained the interrogation and information that should be obtained. This guy, it's true that he believes in a cult. Although he is not a devout person, he does believe in the statement of the original Owl Beast sect, and is willing to provide those cult members with convenience in their actions as a counselor, and will also offer money and supplies. He is not a core member, but a believer, nothing more than richer. He also got some things, such as being blessed by God and mastering the storm magic. He can let the cultists help him do some secret things that he is not easy to do. In fact, this time he wanted to trouble the governor, and he wanted to let the original Angry Owl sect take action, but they refused because they couldn't arrange manpower temporarily and they were busy with other things. With these confessions, and Vaughn himself still alive, Gu Hang has the greatest capital to attack. After the communication with Fuxing City was connected, the one who talked to Gu Hang was still the chairman of the Alliance's council, Miriam Hodgson. "Hello, Governor." Hodgson opened his mouth to greet first. Gu Hang didn't give any face, and his tone was very severe. "Mr. Hodgson, I am very disappointed in your work." Hearing what the governor said, old Hodgson already felt a dull pain in a nerve in his head. The governor is about to start acting like a demon again. "I have given you the large amount of supplies you asked for. I have also sold the people you asked me to sell. What do you want now?" Hodgson replied weakly, "Please show me, the governor. The members of the alliance can be corrupted into heresies? How did you, the head of the council, do it? Is the council of the alliance still loyal to the empire? Has Fuxing City become the home of the original Owl Beast sect?" In Gu Hang's mouth, repeated accusations came down immediately. Hodgson never thought that Gu Hang would say such a piece of news. With a big pot on his head, he was stunned. Before that, he didn't know Vaughn was a cult member. Everyone can invest enthusiastically. Unbeknownst to Hodgson, one of their union council members, Vaughn, was a cultist. He didn't have this information at all beforehand. Now that Gu Hang told the truth, he was immediately dumbfounded. When he came back to his senses, his first reaction was to suspect Vaughn was a cult member. Did the governor make up his own nonsense and use it as an excuse to trouble Fuxing City? This matter is not trivial. Do you have any evidence to prove it, Mr. Governor? The evidence is solid. The person who attacked the convoy was instructed by Vaughn. I wiped out the gangsters in his manor and captured him. I saw this guy use the storm magic. You seem to know nothing now, President Hodgson. I am very disappointed. A member of the alliance has been corrupted, and you, as the head of the assembly, have no information at all. Is this dereliction of duty, or the alliance itself? Have you been conniving at the spread of cults in Fuxing City? Hodgson immediately denied, absolutely not. We have been strengthening the crackdown on cults. How could we allow the spread of cults? I will investigate this matter. Before Hodgson finished speaking, he was interrupted by Gu Hang. Investigate? Wait for you to investigate slowly. What will Fuxing City look like? Even members of the parliament can be corrupted. How can I believe that you can find out anything? Result? Hodgson was tortured by Gu Hang. This completely unexpected news caught him off guard. He didn't make a relevant plan at all, so he could only bite the bullet and say at this time, we will definitely take practical and effective measures to deal with this problem. Next, we will conduct background checks on all members of the council, and we will also strengthen the investigation of the entire city. The strength of the investigation of cults. Gu Hang, now, I will give you this chance. But I also want to remind you that our city is facing a serious threat, and I want you to solve this problem as soon as possible and thoroughly. If I can't see your more positive attitude, then I will take action myself and hold you accountable for it. Hodgson can only try to guarantee, we will go all out and take all necessary measures to ensure the safety of the city. I assure you, we will give you an account. You better do what you say. After hanging up the phone, Hodgson frowned tightly. He didn't want to be on the weak side every time he communicated with the governor. However, what can he do? It was the first time I came to ask for supplies, and I asked for the allocation with the power of the governor. The amount was not small, but it was not unbearable, so they were stuck at the limit of Fushing City's ability to pay, and they pinched their noses to admit it. No one is willing to completely offend and turn against the governor for this little material. The second time was when Vaughn attacked the convoy without authorization. This was his act alone, and Hodgson sold him without any psychological pressure. On those two occasions, the governor vaguely expressed the intention of using authority and orbital bombing from the sky to exert extreme pressure and threats, with the purpose of wanting something. Speaking of this, as long as he doesn't want to turn his face, then Hodgson has nothing to do but compromise. For the third time now, although the governor didn't make too many threats and didn't ask for anything, his tone was the most severe, directly accusing the Alliance Council of being phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme negligent or a traitor. The handle of the conversation is straightforward. But Hodgson couldn't refute. This time the governor is standing on the commanding heights. The primordial Moonkin sect is the public enemy of many forces in the wasteland. They don't believe in the God Emperor, but instead believe in the so-called original Moonkin. They have mastered the sorcery of storms, and they have actually caused many tragedies that destroyed gathering places. A coalition member turned out to be a member of this cult. How to explain it? I can't explain it. The governor's anger is well-founded. I thought he had sold a grain merchant who was blinded by profit. If that guy wanted to fight against the governor, let him stand up as a target. He deserved his death. But this person turned out to be a member of a cult, which completely caught Hodgson by surprise. He also realized the seriousness of the matter. After hesitating for a while, the old Hodgson turned to look at his grandson Lambert, and asked, "The governor said that Vaughn is a cult member, do you think it is possible? Maybe it's true, maybe it's false." Lambert Hodgson listened to the entire conversation between his grandfather and the governor, and he carefully gave the answer he thought, but this matter is not critical now. Since the governor, it means that he must have some evidence. Even if the evidence is not true, the governor must have forged it well enough. We are really passive now. Regarding Lambert's guess, the old Hodgson sighed and continued to ask, "Then what do you think the governor will do next?" Lambert thought about it. He may use this as an excuse to further intervene in the political situation of Fushing City, in the name of combating cults, deprive us of power, and then control the entire Fushing City. From what you mean, you seem to be dissatisfied with this? Lambert froze. Grandfather? He didn't understand why his grandfather would ask such a question. The governor is the planetary ruler appointed by the Empire and the head of the Alliance government. Isn't it justified and natural for the governor to completely control Fushing City? Lambert frowned tightly, and said with difficulty, You said, but? The old Hodgson said another thing. I still remember, you said that your ideal is to save the world? Yes, nonsense when I was young and frivolous. Then let me ask you now, is this ideal still buried in your heart? Lambert didn't want to answer. Grandpa, what are you talking about? I told you that only the governor can save the world. I don't know if it is the governor Gu, so I have been hesitant, just like the previous governors, all failed. But I have recently figured out a problem. How many governors can we wait for? I don't understand. Do you mean to? No, I haven't reached that point yet. I just feel that this governor is a little different from the previous ones. Old Hodgson said, As for now, I think you have missed the point. Please teach me. The focus now is not what the governor will do next, but what we will do. What we have to do is also very simple. Find out how serious the original Moonkin sect has spread in Fushing City, and what is their purpose. This is the most important thing. It is a matter of life and death. What is the point of intrigue? It is too ridiculous to win the governor and then have the city destroyed by cultists. I understand. The news of the cult's growth made Fuxing City bustling up and down. And as the instigator of piercing the sky, the governor is not in the mood of any urgency at the moment. Early the next morning, in order to solve the ration problem of the territory, he made another contact with the quintet in the sky. Yalisha still has no good looks towards him. Gu Hang didn't care about this, and even understood it very well. If he were to change himself, and being picked up one after another every day, his reaction would be even greater than that of Yalisha. Then for the sake of being so considerate, can you give me the synthetic starch technology? Of course, Gu Hang knew that he couldn't ask for nothing, he had to come up with something. Brigadier General Yalisha, I have another piece of good news for you. Hearing these words, Yalisha remembered the slaves, mechanized soldiers, a pile of weapons and equipment, and 4 Rambler verses that she had lost. Heartache. As for the fact that she sent out a Marine captain before? Is there such a thing? Cannot remember. Yalisha kept a straight face. The good news from Your Excellency Governor is very expensive every time. How come? I am sharing our achievements with the best partners. If you have something serious to do, let's talk about it. I already have some clues about the heresy that breeds on Fu Xiaoxing. I caught a cultist, and it turned out to be a high-ranking official in the planet's government. Hearing this, Yalisha became serious. Has it deteriorated to this point? Tell me where the enemies are, and I will destroy them. No, it's not that time yet. I will soon find the specific traces of those heretics. At that time, you may need to send an elite Marine Corps, or even the power of the ship's church, to help me purify those heresies. It's possible, but it's best to create an opportunity for me to conduct orbital bombing directly. I try my best. Yalisha has nothing to say no to this matter. Carrying out orbital bombing is the most convenient. If you need Marine troops to attack, that's okay. She doesn't resist, as long as it is meritorious service. Moreover, this method of sending Marines to fight is different from the previous method of borrowing people, but it is actually no different from sending them. The person who lends to Gu Hang has worked under Gu Hang for a long time. As for missions, whether to fight and how to fight, the entire command system is still under the control of the starship. At most, Gu Hang just provides a target and gives some reference suggestions. Not a conceptual thing at all. Yalisha's expression calmed down a little, and she felt a little relaxed. Finally, there is hope for a little return on the investment made by the governor. Eliminating the cult heresy entrenched in the head city of the planetary government is more or less something that can be said. Although it is not big enough, but there are rewards and expectations, and there are still 2 years to come. Yalisha, who was in a better mood, asked a question that made her regret later. Very well, is there anything else? Yes, I need synthetic starch technology. Yalisha's face froze. I originally thought you were here to report news, good guy, so you are still here to ask for something, right? I'm only responsible for fighting the enemies of the Empire. Yalisha said, it's not my job to support the construction. This is to fight against the enemies of the Empire. Gu Hang quibbled, what is the core of the cult's growth? It is because the people cannot see hope. They can't even eat enough, and they are easily bewitched by the cult. Synthetic starch technology can help us solve this problem. Yalisha felt that what Gu Hang said was reasonable, but is the people saved by this method considered an achievement of the Navy? While she was thinking, Gu Hang's voice came again, Brigadier General Yalisha, please understand that when we face the enemy, it is of course necessary to eliminate them with lightning force. But if the situation deteriorates beyond control, we need to if salvation can only be achieved through complete destruction, then it is not necessarily a good thing. The cult corrupted a city and destroyed it, or, the heresy spread to a terrible extent, but it was wiped out under the command of the Brigadier General, and hundreds of thousands of subjects of the Empire were saved. Please compare these two, which is better to say? Destroyer, or Savior? It seems that the former one is cooler, but in the Empire, at least in the Pegasus sector, the latter has more gold content. What's more, the identity of the Savior is more in line with Yalisha's mission this time. She came back to squat on the orbit of Fury Owl for 2 years, not to fight and eliminate any enemies, but to assist the governor in recovering the planet. At this point, Yalisha had to admit that Gu Hang's words moved him once again. She began to think about it. If she wanted to give the synthetic starch technology to Gu Hang, what should she do? Is this costly? The conclusion is, not too much. Of course, the starship has synthetic starch technology. During the long interstellar journey, supplies are rare. This ability to recycle almost all organic matter and transform it into edible starch lumps is an important auxiliary technology. However, the important thing is that when the starch synthesis machine is generally used, there are actually not many. In non-wartime, starships can get supplies relatively smoothly, so no one wants to eat starch lumps. At present, the food reserves on the quintet are still relatively abundant, enough to last for years. Moreover, there is more than one synthetic starch machine on the starship. It's not a big problem to send one down. Of course, what Gu Hang wanted was technology, not just machines. But this is not too troublesome, leaving the technician in charge of logistics supplies on the starship, and bringing a machine and some parts, should be able to meet Gu Hang's requirements. Logically speaking, this is enough for Gu Hang to produce a synthetic starch machine by himself, provided that he has a certain industrial foundation. If not, then Yalisha can only say that she can't help. I'm not your mother, how can I feed you milk directly? I promise. Yalisha let go, and a transport plane brought technicians and equipment to the surface, and Gu Hang loaded them with a lot of supplies on the way back. According to him, this is a thank you gift to Brigadier General Yalisha, and it is a special product on Star Fury. But in fact, among the batch of food and textile materials transported from Fushing City, a small part was sent to heaven. It's not meaningless to improve the food and provide some supplies for the people on the starship. After all, it is to express that the governor is not just eating for nothing. As for the difference in value between the two, the etiquette is less important than affection. After watching the transport plane fly away, Gu Hang plunged into the big plan of expanding production. In Gu Hang's plan, he intends to use the Waste Cave Club as a heavy industry production center for his territory. The location there is good. It is relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close / phoneme to the garbage town where the raw materials and energy will be produced in the future, and it has a certain amount of mineral resources. The production line of alloy plastic steel is there, and after the businessman named Denison Henry brings back the unit that uses thermal limestone to generate electricity, Gu Hang will build a power plant in the waste cave. With the development of the heavy industry and energy industry in Wudong, a labor force of only 800 people is definitely not enough. Gu Hang has already arranged the workers who originally expanded the camp and built the airport in the governor's camp to Wudong to meet the manpower demand of the alloy factory there. But this manpower pool still has a maximum limit, and the governor's camp itself also needs people. Production dignitaries, military expansion dignitaries, Gu Hang's current demand for manpower is very high. Absorbing people from the outside is inevitable, and this is exactly what he specifically requested of Denison Henry, asking him to think of ways to promote and recruit people. Of course, those refugees recruited from outside Fushing City are not necessarily qualified industrial population. Not to mention refugees, even people from the Waste Cave Society and ex-slaves brought down from the starship are not very qualified. The literacy rate is a big problem. It may be okay for the illiterate to work as a coolie, but it is difficult to further grow into a skilled worker. But it's a solvable problem. Gu Hang has already requested that night classes be held in the Waste Ton Club, including his camp directly under him. The first step is to do literacy work, and then do some basic skills training, experience summarization, and teaching. In the Waste Cave Society, there are indeed many who are willing to learn and make progress. These people don't need to worry too much, as long as they are given a chance, they will rush forward with all their strength. But not all are self-motivated. Now they can phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live phoneme on the surface without worrying about safety issues. They can eat enough, have clothes to keep out the cold, and I heard that they will be powered on and heated. This kind of treatment can already satisfy them enough. No motivation to improve. Gu Hang is definitely not willing to do this. How can I expand production and rebuild the world without working hard? In this regard, Gu Hang resorted to a trick, the labor distribution system. Work is settled with work points, and work points determine the distribution of materials and benefits. If you want to eat well, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well, dress well, and even let your closest family members phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life together, then you have to work hard. Moreover, at the worker level, some classifications of technical jobs have been opened. After passing the inspection, if you become a skilled worker, the salary you get will be higher than that of a normal worker. The requirement to become a skilled worker is to study hard. In addition, although going to school does not give work points, it is not bad to save money by taking care of dinner and not spending rations. There are both tangible upward incentives and a tangible increase in food rations. The night schools held in the Waste Cave Society and the governor's camp have been widely welcomed. On the contrary, it is the teacher, which is not easy to solve. At present, only the few who can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals read/phoneme and write among the group of servants brought down from the Starship Quintet can be used as teachers. The so-called imparting of professional skills, to put it bluntly, is also during this period of time. Since then, some of the experience and tricks formed by a few flexible minds among the workers have been summed up and disseminated. If there are not enough teachers, it is impossible to teach excellent students. Gu Heng himself also understands this point. Due to limited conditions, he can only do as much as possible. As for the work points mentioned earlier, Gu Heng originally considered whether to engage in currency. The circulation of goods on the wasteland is very chaotic. There are also currencies. The Alliance has a revival currency issued by the Alliance, and several major forces also issue their own currencies. But not to mention the confusion of these currency systems, it is troublesome to exchange them with each other, and even some distant gathering places do not necessarily recognize a certain currency. The most popular trading method on the wasteland is still very primitive barter. The force under Gu Heng's command is not large enough for the time being, and it will take a lot of effort to promote it by issuing a set of currencies by itself, while using other currencies will easily be overwhelmed by people with their size. So he decided not to engage in currency at all, but to develop a set of work points that are only used internally as an incentive. Participate in production to get work points, consume work points to get housing and rations, which is already a prototype of currency under a simple planned economy. Gu Heng didn't plan to engage in a planned economy all the time, but the proportion would definitely be huge. In Gu Heng's thinking, the method of concentrating power to accomplish big things is a very successful experience in the development stage. If the goal of the Waste Cave Society is to develop into a heavy industry center, Gu Heng's positioning of the governor's camp as a transportation hub and a light industry center. Not much to mention about transportation, the core work is the connection with the great treasure house of the sky, the Quintet. When Gu Heng chose the site for the camp, he found such a place with flat terrain and no danger to rely on. The core is for this matter. The textile machines and related technologies that Gu Heng asked Dennis and Henry to purchase were part of the light industry plan by Gu Heng. In addition to textiles, there is also the food industry. The synthetic starch making machine transported from the Quintet has already started working under the guidance of the technicians who came down with the ship. At the same time, a new synthetic starch production line is also being built, which mainly relies on some parts shipped from the Starship at the same time. The Ally factory of Wudong Society also received orders to make some qualified parts according to the requirements of the technicians. For some parts that really require relatively high craftsmanship and materials, Gu Heng will produce them through finished black boxes of alloy plastic steel. Of course, there are still some core components that cannot be produced by the industrial capabilities under his current influence. The technician who got off the Starship is trying to overcome this part of the technology at the request of the governor to see if there is any way to achieve it. Still very promising. The industrial foundation here in the governor's camp started from scratch, but it has developed rapidly, mainly due to the very powerful material black technology. Even if the alloy plastic steel produced by the Waste Hole Society is not good enough, the alloy plastic steel produced directly from the finished black box is the best of the best. However, until the technology is overcome, the scale of the synthetic starch production line cannot be further expanded. However, despite this, the current production capacity alone is quite enough. As long as there are enough raw materials and the production line runs at full capacity, it is more than enough to ensure that all the staff under Gu Heng's current banner can be fed. Even, there is still a considerable part of the production capacity that is rich enough to store grain and even sell it for export. Guhang's many ideas are waiting for Dennis and Henry to bring back the first batch of goods and the first batch of people, and then start to get on the right track. The businessman from Garbage Town didn't make him wait too long and came back soon. The population and supplies were all swallowed by the forces under Guhang's command. The two major industrial centers, together with the Flood River Valley Manor, which has gradually resumed agricultural planting and production, the overall productivity of the governor's forces has begun to embark on a fast track of rapid development. Asuna looked around and saw a large construction site. The governor's territory, the land of salvation claimed by the good man, seems to be different from what she imagined. After the end of last winter, in Osina's hometown, which was called the Southern Provinces by the people of Fushing City, a large-scale wave of mutated monsters broke out. It was a huge disaster, and many gathering places were completely destroyed. It was not easy to survive the wave of mutant monsters, but it did not mean that the disaster had subsided. It was too late to plant seeds in the spring, and because of a winter, and because of fighting against alien monsters. Various factors caused people to lose a lot of food stocks. The problems of hunger and shortage of supplies flooded the southern provinces. What do people who can't survive? Will become a demon. Asuna and her younger brother had a good life. The land in the southern provinces is relatively fertile, and the erosion by waste energy storms is relatively slight, so many of the gathering places here can make a living through agriculture. In fact, the southern provinces were already very important food-producing areas. The 10 people in Fushing City, including the inner city and the outer city, mainly relied on food imported from the south. Asuna's father was a plantation owner. Before everything collapsed, their family's plantation had a population of tens of thousands. When it was rich, it could not only feed everyone, but also have a lot of wealth that could be sold for industrial products. It is conceivable that Asuna's living standard is like a little princess, far surpassing the vast majority of people in this wasteland. But all this collapsed at the turn of spring and summer. Marauders, outnumbered, laid siege to the plantations, riots ensued inside. Under the protection of the guards, the family tried to break out and escape the plantation at the last moment. Those who tried to escape together were many people who did not participate in the riot. But in the midst of the chaos, she was separated from her father. Incognito, face plastered, hair cut. She took her younger brother and followed the team of refugees, and arrived at Fushing City in a daze. In the middle, she suffered too much. For a bite to eat, she is willing to do anything, even a little bit of work can be exchanged for a little food. What's more, go begging, fight with people, steal things, cheat people. Before everything collapsed, she was taught to be a lady, and she never thought she would look like this. But she persisted. In the past few months, she has been dizzy with hunger, and her younger brother, who is just in his early teens, is malnourished. But at least they are still alive. However, she also phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme falls into confusion. If you have never seen beauty, you may be able to sink in the dark forever. But a few months ago, she was still a little princess, the jewel in her father's palm. Her daily worries were about appraising and restoring the high-priced pre-war artworks, helping her father manage the estate and calculating accounts. Now she has to hesitate about what to eat tomorrow. More importantly, this kind of life has no end in sight, no hope, and no light at all. She felt like she couldn't hold on any longer. She thought more than once, living in such a bad world, is it easier to die? But every time she saw her younger brother's eyes, she would put this thought back again, and then gritted her teeth and continued to suffer. Strange to say, in the past, she was not very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to her younger brother who was 7 years younger than herself, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme even felt that this mischievous brat was really annoying. However, during the past few months, she would rather die than take her younger brother with her. Once when his younger brother was abducted, she bit on him like crazy, and she didn't let go until her head was bleeding from the beating. She herself doesn't know why, she only knows that whoever dares to harm her only remaining family member, she will fight with him. But she still understands sadly that they will soon die. The chaos in the southern provinces had a huge impact. Insufficient food imports have caused food prices in Fushing City to continue to rise. Relying on odd jobs, she found it increasingly difficult to feed herself and her younger brother. Recently, another worse news came. It was said that the largest grain merchant in Fuxing City had disappeared. Immediately afterwards, urban food prices became more volatile. And at this moment, a merchant opened a free porridge shop in a slum outside Fuxing City. Anyone can get a piece of hot porridge in the porridge shop, provided that they listen to the statement made by Mr. Gu Hang, the governor of the planet, on the first day he came to the wasteland in the porridge shop. She got into a fight with someone before she took her younger brother to grab a seat. The so-called governor's declaration was very long. At that time, she just wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme a few sentences and eat quickly. She couldn't remember too much about what the governor's declaration said. There was only one sentence, which she remembered clearly: the governor will let everyone who submits to him phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a good life. The next day, the porridge shop was still open, and she came again. But this time, I was told that those who have eaten once are not allowed to eat another meal, unless they are willing to follow the caravan to the governor's camp and become the governor's subjects. Without much hesitation, she pressed her handprint on the paper. After waiting for a few days, when the caravan set off, she came here with her younger brother. Following the caravan to the governor's camp, although life is forced to do so, why not change the status quo and seek some ideas of light and hope? She thought that she would see a well-developed city, but instead she saw a large area of dust. There are many simple concrete buildings that have been built here, but more are still under construction. However, looking at the large-scale construction in the entire camp, at least there should be no shortage of job opportunities. But with my small body, can I work as a construction worker? Asuna, who was in a mess and didn't know what the future would hold, took her younger brother's hand and followed the arrangement of the team to the registration place. When it was her turn, the person who registered asked for some basic information. Name, age, what you are good at, what you want to do. She answered as it happened. Ha! The person registered opposite suddenly said, "Are you literate?" Yes. That's great. The man was overjoyed. Hurry up and fill out another form at that table. Congratulations, you will get good treatment. Asuna passed in a daze. There was no one at that table. After she finished filling out a form, she was assigned 2 jobs: working as a clerk in the textile factory to be established during the day, arranging and executing the production plan, counting the production results, and managing the production process. The second job is to be a teacher in an evening school literacy class. The content of the work made her feel relieved a lot. This is what she is really good at. When she was in the manor, she would assist her father in some management work. Although it was agricultural production management at that time, and now I want to be a clerk in a textile factory, but it is better than doing manual labor with my own hands. Especially after hearing about the treatment, she was even more moved. According to the calculation of work points, the material ration she can get every day is more than enough to support herself and her younger brother, and she can save a lot. Although everything was incomparable to when she was a little princess in the past, it was the only ray of light she saw in the months of ups and downs. Dennis and Henry found that every time he came to the governor's camp, he found a new surprise. At this moment, after finishing a business trip and coming to meet the governor again, he is accompanying Gu Hang to inspect the newly established synthetic starch production line. He saw the workers mixing the decomposed corpses of alien monsters, scraps of wood leftovers after construction, and leaves and branches from the nearby woodland, and feeding them into the machine. After crushing, decomposing, and reconstituting, the other end of the machine outputs rectangular starch blocks. Each piece weighs a standard 50 grams, and a few pieces are enough to keep an adult from starving to death. Although the raw materials used to produce it seemed a little strange, Henry still realized the great value of this technology. Poisonous alien monster corpses, wooden waste, weeds with very low nutritional value, old clothes, rags. These things with very low value can be transformed into precious food in the wasteland through this machine. What's up with the ingredients? Disgusting. When people are about to starve to death, do they still care so much? This is serious food, carbohydrates, and high in calories. Isn't this better than finding some wild vegetables, weeds, and bedbugs, and mixing some grains to cook a bowl of thin porridge? Henry pinched his nose and tried to eat a piece himself. Taste. It can be said to be tasteless, like eating gypsum powder, with at most a little sweetness after the starch is simply broken down by saliva, and a little salty taste. But still, none of these problems are problems in the wasteland. Not to mention the environment where people starve to death in the wasteland. Even the Imperial Astral Army and the Imperial Navy, when the supply is not so smooth, there are still a large number of food rations achieved through corpse starch. Who can compare who is noble? This is terrible technology. Henry stared straight at the eyes, and he said, "Unbelievable, I." Before the words could be uttered, Gu Hang raised his hand and interrupted, "Don't talk, I'll show you." Henry's face was a little red from choking. But then he also immediately understood that it was impossible for him to get this part of the business, especially the production line and technology, from the governor. In a sense, this technology has the potential to change the entire world, which is of great significance. He could only feel sorry for this, and he became more determined to hug the governor's thigh. After visiting the newly established synthetic starch production line, Gu Hang brought Henry to his office. Henry, who just finished a deal, has a lot of things to report to Gu Hang. Sitting in front of the governor, Henry was a little cautious. "This time I was lucky enough to fulfill my mission." The alloy plastic steel caused a sensation among the material merchants in Fuxing City. In the past, only a small amount of this material flowed from the Blackbird heavy industry. The control is very strict, and now there is an additional channel. Those merchants are very happy, and our goods are also very easy to sell. I basically exchanged all the things you asked for. The generator set using hot limestone should be enough to build a small power plant. At the same time, I also activated the relationship of Garbage Town and dispatched a batch of hot limestone. The textile machine is enough to set up a production line. The porridge shop propaganda station we opened recruited more than 200 refugees at one go. However, there has been some turmoil in Fuxing City recently, which has affected our prices. The Alliance Council has gone crazy to clean up heresies in the city, and many people have been affected, making people panic. It is said that there is a counselor in charge of food. It was discovered that there was collusion with a cult. It is said that the governor is still angry? Henry paused, and took a sneak peek at Gu Hang. Seeing that there was no answer to this question, he also understood, so it is the default? Maybe the person was killed by the governor. He continued, "This incident has caused a lot of trouble, and the entire Fuxing City is in turmoil. Moreover, the congressman is finished, and the grain trade business he controls is also in chaos, and even the entire market is in turmoil. If not in this way, our alloy plastic steel can be sold at a better price. But it's not bad now. Fuxing City is the largest market nearby. Not only does it have a strong consumption capacity for various raw materials, but more importantly, it is the core of China Unicom's multi-power and multi-regional trade hub. I talked to many. The agents have also reached a long-term agreement, and they can eat a lot of production without worrying about sales. In addition, we sell those bulletproof vests, which are even more popular in Junktown. They can withstand a single bullet from a green-skinned orc. Now our products are completely popular in Junktown. Recently those green skins. The range of activities of wild beasts is increasing, scavengers and adventurers clash with them more and more frequently, and ammunition and bulletproof equipment are now the best-selling items. This is an opportunity, Lord Governor. I don't expect all the exclusive agency rights, but if you are willing to exclusively authorize me the sales rights of the armored vest, it will be of great help to my qualifications as an agent in Trash Town. I can serve you better." After reporting a lot of things, mainly after claiming credit, Dennis and Henry still couldn't help but mention the exclusive authorization that he had been thinking about. In his opinion, "Mr. Governor, you asked me to prove my loyalty, so I can do it this time, right? I have tried my best to get you the materials and equipment you want. I have brought you the people you want to fool me with my own money. Is this enough to prove my loyalty? You don't want to give me all the licenses for the alloy plastic steel production line, but an exclusive bulletproof vest, isn't that too much?" Henry. Gu Hang muttered his name. "Do you want me to say that you are smart or stupid? I don't understand?" "You are so smart. You are expressing to me that you have made achievements and contributions, and you are also expressing your loyalty to me, saying that you will do more and better in the future. and hope to get exclusive authorization from me. You are worried that if you open up the sales of materials and bulletproof armor, more merchants will come to me and do this business, so that you will not be able to earn this exclusive business again. Speaking of this, he was said to be praising him for being smart, but Denison Henry only felt embarrassed. What Gu Hang said was indeed what he thought, and it wasn't that difficult to guess. But where did you say it directly? Where do you want me to save face? He didn't speak, but Gu Hang continued to say, but you are so stupid that you can't see the essence of the matter. The production capacity of alloy plastic steel is not much, and it will take time to expand the scale. You can eat it now and in the short future. All the cargo, so what are you worried about? Are you worried that if you don't want to work for me wholeheartedly in the future, will I change to a better collaborator? Are you worried that you can't manipulate the price of the goods at will, and I will restrict you from making money in the future? Are you worried that you can't make me rely on you all the time, and I won't be the master behind the governor in the future? Henry, tell me, is that what you're worried about? With a plop, Denison Henry knelt down in front of Gu Hang. Sweat dripped from his forehead. The governor's 3 questions, like skinning, stripped away his psychological defense layer by layer. He didn't think so. At least I didn't dare to think so clearly. But ask yourself, even with the instinct of a businessman, why didn't he do it subconsciously? He is a businessman, he wants to make money, but the governor is not a businessman, he is always required to do this and that, and there are many additional conditions attached to the business, which of course affects his ability to make money. He really didn't want other businessmen to compete with him for this business, even if he couldn't eat all the production capacity in the future. As for going deeper, he really didn't think about it, but if he is the only exclusive licensee, and in the future he has won the qualification of an agent in Garbage Town, and his subordinates have power, and then continue to grow bigger and stronger through the exclusive authority, then the governor will have to expand business routes and continue to develop. I can't do without myself. He will become the governor's humorous minister, his words and deeds will have a huge impact on the governor's strategy, and his voice will become very high. These scenes that I dare not think about, but it is inevitable to think about them, at this moment, being scolded by the governor, they were smashed to pieces with a hammer. He kowtowed heavily, Your Excellency. I absolutely dare not. Maintaining the posture of nodding his head to the ground, he couldn't see Gu Hang's expression, only heard the governor's indifferent tone, which came after a while, Really? Are you so smart that you can think of some deeper things, but you can't even think of this? I don't dare to think about it. Henry didn't dare to play any tricks anymore. Today he was really beaten clearly. You are right, Mr. Governor. I am such a stupid person that I can't see the essence of the matter. You should think that as long as I work diligently for the governor, I don't need to worry about those illusory things. After your point, I have fully understood, please give me another chance. After finishing speaking, he raised his head, looked at the governor sincerely, and kowtowed deeply and heavily again. Seeing Denison Henry's surrender, Gu Hang finally showed a slight smile, and his tone was relieved. Since you can be smarter and think deeper, then that's good. Get up, don't worry about it anymore. Kneeling, I will show you another batch of goods. Didn't you say that in Junktown, weapons and equipment are the best commodities? I think the standard weapons widely equipped by the Imperial Star Militia must be very strong for those adventurers. Appeal. Denison Henry raised his head suddenly, eyes full of surprises. I just got slapped, but the jujube stuffed in my mouth is too sweet. The standard equipment of the Imperial Starfield Army. If he can send a batch to Garbage Town, wouldn't he be crazy? Gu Hang didn't want to hit Denison Henry at first. Objectively speaking, the job that guy did this time was not bad. Gu Hang has all the things he should have, and the thousands of people will greatly supplement his manpower needs for expanding production capacity in the future. But the way that guy was pestering for an exclusive authorization annoyed the governor. Then Gu Hang is not polite. At the same time, he also further clarified one thing: what is Denison Henry's position? That guy may have identified himself as a collaborator. He is a businessman, cooperation is to make money, to earn his own interests, as it should be. But Gu Hang's attitude is of course not like this. What he actually meant to say was, I didn't trick you, I didn't bluff you, I just gave you a chance to rise to the sky in one step. Do you want to continue to be a businessman, or become my subordinate, a senior official of the future planetary government? An ordinary businessman, even if he made some money by relying on the governor, how can his status compare with that of a real high-ranking official? Of course, this is a very risky thing. Whether the governor can completely take power in the future and whether he can really develop, these all require Henry to make up his mind and even invest his capital. But Gu Hang was full of confidence in himself, and he kindly gave Henry the opportunity. At least for now, Henry is still willing to seize the opportunity. That's fine. What you say is not important yet. After Henry made this statement, Gu Hang will take a good look at how he will behave in the future. As for handing over the standard equipment of the Star Militia Army to Dennis and Henry for sale, this is also what Gu Hang himself planned to do, and it was also done by the way. The production line of the G9 gun family is not there yet, but it will be available soon. In fact, black box manufacturing machines are already being used for small-scale production now. In the future, the mother machine will be used to output a complete production line, and the heavy industry of Wudong will be able to add a new arms production capacity. With sufficient production capacity of raw materials such as alloy plastic steel, the production capacity of the G9 gun family will also increase quickly, and it will not take long to fully refit the 2 infantry battalions currently under Gu Hang. The gradually eliminated G7 gun family must have a place to go. It would be good to sell to the garbage town. Gu Hang's territory is developing rapidly, and there is a great thirst for raw materials. Of course, he didn't intend to sell them all. Take out a small part, mix and match the local non-brand weapons seized from the mercenaries in the previous battle of the Flood Valley Manor, and make a bundle sale, which should be able to sell at a relatively ideal price. For the rest, Gu Hang plans to use it temporarily when expanding the army. He still wants to expand the army. At present, after simple registration and reorganization of the newly recruited refugees, some of them will be arranged to go to the abandoned society. Some people will supplement the alloy plastic steel production line of Wudong, and some people will enter the construction of thermal limestone power plants. Although the energy crystals in Gu Hang's hands are still enough, it is still too extravagant to use this precious high-energy battery in industrial production. With the ability to build cheap power plants, it is of course better to keep the energy crystals. Except for the population that was sent to the waste hole society to fill the heavy industry, the rest will be set up in the governor's camp here to set up the textile factory. Human resources are still in short supply. Under such circumstances, Gu Hang still wants to expand the army. In such a wasteland world, he has no sense of security. To put it bluntly, everything he does now is still dancing on the ropes. The Celestial Quintet is mighty, yes, but that's not as he is the governor and the ruler, but the power of his direct lineage is still too weak. If the nearby big forces like Garbage Town and Fushing City were forced by him one day and launched an all-out attack desperately, Gu Hang would not only ask the quintet to avenge him and wipe out a certain area on the surface. Outside of this force, you can only wait to die. Not to mention these low-probability things that haven't been seen for the time being, just right now, there is something happening that touches his sense of security. Mutant alien threat. Not to mention that security anxiety stems from the weakness of one's own direct lineage and the paranoia of being persecuted. Let's just talk about one imminent matter, so Gu Hang has to accelerate the expansion of military power. Previously, there had been an attack by an abscess monster in the governor's camp. Later, Yin Fengshu led people to investigate the source of the monster's attack, and found that it came out of the woods in the west. Later, when Yin Fengshu led the soldiers to train, on the one hand, it was used as a training place, and on the other hand, it was also to eliminate these monsters. As a result, I don't know if I don't go, and I'm shocked when I go. They encountered many monsters in that woodland, not limited to abscess monsters. What's more, they also discovered the hatching lairs of many monsters. Gu Hang even went to check it out himself. In the woods where the rotting nests are densely packed, the bark of the trees has been corroded by the secretions of the alien monsters, exuding a strong smell of decay. The hatching nest he saw was hidden in a dark and damp woodland area, and the entrance to the nest was covered by dense vines and thorns. Burn those vines and thorns, and enter the lair. Surrounded by parasitic trees, a hatching nest was formed. It was dark and damp inside, and a strong odor filled the air. In the corner of the nest, the eggs of many alien monsters were attached to the wet ground, and inside the translucent egg shells, the embryos of mutant monsters were wriggling. A thick layer of mucus condensed on the egg shell, dripping from time to time, turning into a pool of foul-smelling green pus. The cracks in the egg shell reveal a trace of strange light, which is reflected on the wall of the nest, forming a strange shadow. At that time, Gu Hang ordered the destruction of this layer, with flames burning and explosives internally destroying it. However, that was just a small hatching nest, and I don't know how many more there are in this forest. According to their after-the-fact assessment, if left alone, a wave of mutated monsters will sweep towards Gu Hang's camp, including the Waste Cave Society, in a few months. At that time, it may be uncertain how much it will cost to calm this wave. But fortunately, the situation was discovered relatively early, and there was still time. Gu Hang needs to expand his army to protect the safety of the camp. According to his idea, after the troops are reorganized, except for the necessary guard troops, other teams will be sent in rotation to the forest to purify the lairs of those monsters. The most important goal of doing this is of course to nip the problem in its infancy as much as possible. In addition to this, there are also gains that can be obtained immediately, which Gu Hang also attaches great importance to. This harvest is a gift point. When Yen Fanshu led the troops and destroyed the first alien hatching nest, Gu Hang jumped out of the battle settlement interface here. There is no loss, and 2 gift points have been obtained. Then he learned that in that forest land, there were hatching nests of a large order of magnitude. His eyes lit up at that moment. You said it was a threat, and you were right. But in Gu Hang's view, it is also a big treasury. It took a long time to develop the territory, introduce population, light industry, heavy industry, and construction industry, all of which were taken care of. With great difficulty, he managed to increase his monthly fixed income from 12 to 25, which was doubled. Just want to make persistent efforts, mention this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme again, and then get the harvest when the 1-month period expires. In the end, such a big gold mine was dug out. If you destroy a hatching nest, you will be rewarded with 2 points, and if you burn 10, you will be rewarded in 1 month. Then I still work hard to farm. Oh, the fields still have to be planted, and these 2 things do not conflict. However, it was precisely because of the harvest that he paid more attention to it. The 1st Mechanic Servant Battalion remained basically unmoved, and was divided into 3 places: River Valley Manor, Governor's Camp, and Waste Cave Society. The 2nd Infantry Battalion was basically thrown into the strange forest. The name was given by Gu Hongxin. The team was handed over to Captain Yen Fanshu as the Commander-in-Chief, responsible for cleaning the forest land. In the past few days, 7 nests have been burned. Captain Yen commanded actions more cautiously. He would rather progress slower and be more cautious, and avoid losses as much as possible. In contrast, Prabhav, the original battalion commander of the 2nd Infantry Battalion, was not very satisfied with this. According to his thinking, during this period of time, let alone burning 7 nests, he can't wait to burn 70. If you don't strive for as many results as possible as soon as possible, how can you be worthy of the governor's trust? Gu Hang was very satisfied with the high fighting enthusiasm shown by Prabhav. Then he chose to support Yen Fanshu's command strategy. The matter was not so tense that it had to be filled with human life. Gu Hang didn't need to order the soldiers to die for nothing. The elimination of monsters in the heterogeneous woodland can still be done step by step, destroying monsters and destroying hatching nests. Just take it slowly. There are still several months to come. Even if Yen Fanshu's cautious strategy is followed, this problem should be resolved. Of course, as a leader, Gu Hang needs to be more cautious. Destroying those 7 monster lairs brought a total of 11 gifts to Gu Hang. He intended to raise another battalion of infantry from among the refugees, and from among the slave laborers. Using the black box manufacturing machine, he can quickly produce enough weapons and ammunition to equip them. By spending gift points, he can also quickly train these newly recruited soldiers into qualified fighters. In Gu Hang's case, his explosive speed is extremely fast. The governor's will was quickly carried out. A conscription office appeared in the Waste Cave Society and the governor's camp. Residents of the 2 places enthusiastically joined the army. Of course, the reasons for their enthusiasm are not the same. The most active ones are the residents of the Waste Dong Society. They have lived a good life for a period of time and cherish it fully. They are willing to shoulder their guns and defend their hard-won achievements. The second most willing are the refugees who have just been assigned. They didn't have any special ideas, they were simply attracted by the generous treatment offered by the governor to recruit soldiers. Pipes, 2 sets of military uniforms, weapons and equipment. These are enough to attract those refugees who have nothing. What's more, Gu Hang will also give them work points, so they can go to the distribution station to buy what they want. After these 2 days of preaching, they can clearly understand that work points are a good thing. According to Gu Hang's instructions, among the 3 soldiers of the 150 RD Infantry Battalion, 100 were selected from the refugees, 50 were selected from the Starship Slave Labor, and were selected from the Waste Cave Society. The personnel composition is relatively complicated, but Gu Hang himself hopes that the melting pot of the army can knead soldiers from different origins together as much as possible. And the more effective melting pot is the system's soldier card system. After a short period of training, Gu Hang will get a qualified infantry battalion. After 3 or 4 days of training and about 6 days of equipment production, this infantry battalion will take shape. How is the investigation of the cult situation in Fuxing City going? The cult disturbance caused by Councillor Vaughn shook the entire Fuxing City. From the mouths of those refugees and from Dennis and Henry, Gu Hang has already learned that the Fuxing City authorities have been messed up. He's happy with the situation. Taking advantage of this incident to change the political situation of Fuxing City is to pave the way for future intervention in the political situation of Fuxing City. Therefore, even though he knew that the Alliance Council was in a state of desperation, Gu Hang did not intend to stop. Instead, he wanted to pour another fire. He connected Hodgson. "Hodgson, why didn't you take the initiative to contact me during this period? What do I want to explain?" Hodgson's voice was full of fatigue. "Your Excellency, we have taken a series of actions and achieved some initial results. I originally planned to report to you after I have more information. But since you need an answer, I can report to you our current results." "I'm listening." Hodgson began his report. Obviously, he was prepared for the possibility that Gu Hang might come to him for inquiries in advance. His words were very fluent, and he described everything that the Alliance government had done during the time in Fuxing City. Gu Hang listened patiently until Hodgson finished speaking. Hodgson was a little surprised. He was prepared to be interrupted at any time during the narration, but the governor did not do so. However, he was not thankful. This may mean that the governor has greater anger in his heart. Amidst his rising anxiety, Gu Hang's voice slowly sounded, "Oh, that's all? What a remarkable achievement. Several suspects involved in cults were arrested, and some cult materials were seized, but then? Nothing. I didn't find out what happened to Fuxing City being infiltrated by cults, and I didn't know about these hateful cults. What is the plan of the heretic? Even I, who has only come to Fuxing for less than 2 months, know a thing or two about those cult materials. The few shrimps I caught didn't reveal any useful information, and I couldn't even make sure these few are scapegoats introduced by some people. Don't you think that the Alliance government should make more efforts for the safety of Fuxing City? Sure enough, it should come, but it will come." Facing the governor's questioning, Hodgson slowly said, "You are right, the coalition government really needs to make more efforts. Our next investigation will be further intensified. But, in terms of results, we do now have an unproven piece of intelligence." "Oh? We have reason to believe that you may be attacked by cultists. They seem to know that Vaughn was solved by you, and they may even know that the attack against them in Fuxing City was ordered by you personally. They may retaliate against you." Gu Hang's expression had completely cooled down. "The unconfirmed intelligence mentioned that they were going to attack me. How is this unconfirmed law? One of the communications we intercepted mentioned the location of your camp, the approximate number of armed forces you may have. Although the intelligence did not say what to do, our intelligence officers believe that you are now in some danger. I strongly recommend that you return to Renaissance City as soon as possible, and the army of the Alliance will fight for you to the death." After he finished speaking, Gu Hang fell silent. This is really an understatement. Gu Hang thought a lot in an instant. He finally spoke slowly. Speaker Hodgson, you really gave me a big surprise. Hodgson sighed. Gu Hang's tone let him know that his previous worries were right. This matter cannot be said casually, it is easy to be misunderstood, but he has no way to explain it. He opened the mouth and said, I still suggest that, Your Excellency Governor, please return to Fuxing City as soon as possible, so that safety can be ensured here. I will pay attention to the safety issue. As for the cult, I hope that when I communicate with you next time, you can gain more from there. He didn't even bother to respond to Hodgson's proposal to let him return to Fuxing City. After hanging up the communication, Gu Hang's expression was not good. A warning of an attack against him. There are too many deep meanings behind this matter. Is it true or false? Regardless of whether it is true or not, Gu Hang will not be able to force the old council leader any longer. In terms of results, they have achieved a result. Isn't the governor's safety a big deal? But after learning this information, Gu Hang fell into a dilemma instead. How would he respond to this security threat? Focus on your own safety, and then be cautious about everything? That will obviously drag his attention, and he may not have so much energy to trouble Fuxing City in the future, and even the fast track of development that his own power has just embarked on will be affected by this. But it can't be ignored. What if this is true? But if you want to manage it, how can you manage it? The method of the attack is completely unknown. Is it an assassin hidden among the recruited refugees? A bomb? A raid by a squad? An army? Even if nothing happened, it would be hard for Gu Hang to trouble Hodgson. After all, according to the old guy, this information is unconfirmed, and he didn't want to say that it was obtained by Gu Hang when he was pressing for the results. Even if nothing happens by then, it will not have much to do with the alliance government. It can't be wrong to ask the governor to be careful about his own safety, right? Hodgson's warning cast a shadow over Gu Hang's heart. He can even think about this question in a darker direction. Is this Hodgson, or the Alliance Council warning him not to play too much with the governor's authority, and we have the ability to split up and die together? Even if this information is false, Fuxing City authorities have the means to make it true. Thinking of this possibility, Gu Hang's face became even more ugly. However, today's bad news came one after another. After finishing the conversation with Hodgson, he only thought for a while when his entourage, Zhang Chao, ran in with a flustered expression. My lord, we have received a distress call from Captain Yen Fangshu. They are surrounded by a large number of monsters in the alien forest. Gu Hang didn't reply immediately. After a while, Zhang Chao's throat twitched, and he spoke again with some difficulty, Governor? It wasn't until this time that Gu Hang let out a long sigh. I see, call our troops and prepare to rescue Yen Fangshu. Yes. Seeing Zhang Chao hurried away again, Gu Hang sighed again. This warning is really timely enough to be fulfilled. Thank you Foxtail Boss for the chapter push in addition. A friend made a few fan pictures of the characters, but I can't seem to post the Easter egg chapter. The latest chapter can be clicked on the character page to see. In fact, up to now, Gu Hang has not been able to confirm whether Yen Fangshu's being trapped is part of Hodgson's warning. If so, then the ability of the original Angry Owl sect is a bit big. Not only do they have the storm magic bestowed by the evil god they believe in, but they even have the means to control those mutant monsters to some extent? But it would be too much of a coincidence to say otherwise. He also thought about it. Is it possible that this is to divert the tiger away from the mountain? Besiege Yen Fangshu, transfer the main force in the camp to rescue, and then attack the camp? But soon, Gu Hang ruled out this idea. Unlikely. If his enemies were simply mutant monsters, then these monsters would have no brains. If his enemies were cults, or worse, some people from the alliance government, then it would be of little value to them to destroy Gu Hang's camp. After all, whether Gu Hang is causing trouble for the cultists or the alliance government, the most important thing to rely on is his power as the governor. So what if his camp was destroyed as long as he was alive? Those people are no less troublesome. Of course, it's not entirely impossible. If the rescue force sent by Gu Hang was not led by him personally, then the enemy would probably still come to attack the camp in order to seize this opportunity to kill him. And if he personally led the team to the rescue, he might be ready to be ambushed. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme way, it's not easy to do. But Gu Hang is not a entangled character. Now that the challenge has come, face it head on. In Fuxing City, Hodgson was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at the entire city through the huge glass window of his office. In fact, Fuxing City is not particularly large, and there are not too many high-rise buildings. The interior of the city, the planning of buildings and roads are orderly, which is a good foundation laid by the first governor when he built the alliance. However, after so many years, although the inner city looks fine, the wider outer city attached to the outer city wall is in chaos. Hundreds of thousands to nearly 1 million people phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the city, but have no chance to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the inner city, forming a vast slum outside the city wall. There was no plan, no order, everything was chaotic. Sewage flowed across the river, supplies were in short supply, and life was difficult. These problems shrouded the area, and it shouldn't be what a planetary capital city should be. There are many union MPs and inner city residents who don't like those refugees very much. They think these people have brought chaos, and that ghetto is even more filthy. But the smarter people clearly understand that Fuxing City cannot be separated from those people. The refugees living in the outer city ate the worst and least food, had little clothing, and built their houses indiscriminately. Inner city people don't pay them any public services and welfare, but let them do the hardest work, and only pay them a little bit of money, just to keep them alive. Without them, how can the inner city residents phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a good life? How did those congressmen earn far more wealth than they contributed? Therefore, these smart people will occasionally show their compassion without stinginess. They will provide more jobs and hand out to the refugees, as if they are really saving them. But they have absolutely no desire to seek the welfare of those who are not residents. Let the nearly 1 million refugees phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a good life? It is simply unimaginable. People in the inner city are still dissatisfied that their life is not good enough. How can they have the strength to control the refugees outside? Fewer deaths is the only kindness they have. Smarter people may be able to see the crisis hidden in the low and dilapidated houses outside the city wall. Beneath those low-browed, dull, reticent expressions, is there no anger? In fact, the fire has burned countless times. Just a little bit of Mars, still too weak. A little bit of resistance was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme crushed under the huge inertia of this deformed system, or it was scattered when the unarmed faced the military police armed to the teeth. In short, none of these sparks became a conflagration that consumed everything. But that day will come sooner or later. What is missing is a fuse, what is missing is a fireman. Hodgson clearly recognizes that he belongs to the smarter people. He can see all of this, but his wisdom is limited to this. He couldn't find a solution, and he didn't have the ability to integrate and unite everyone. He couldn't even control the Alliance Council. Someone in Parliament secretly supported the cult. He didn't know. If someone dared to attack the supplies delivered to the governor, he was powerless to stop. He was exhausted physically and mentally by the layers of resistance when mobilizing the military and police forces to investigate the cult, and the endless debates and doubts in the Parliament. He felt more than once that he was really old. But he dared not back down. The investigation of the cult was originally an order issued by the governor, which was to toss the political situation in Fuxing City. However, when he actually checked, he faintly sensed that something was wrong. The fuse in the fireman he was afraid of in the past seemed to have appeared. Grandfather. Lambert Hodgson pushed open the door of his office. Old Hodgson didn't look back, but asked, "Is there any result?" "We still haven't found the whereabouts of the supplies." Counselor Marion denied that the supplies passed through her. 2 detectives in charge of this line are missing. "We found many statues of angry owls in the outer city." According to the confession, it came from a relief house. A team of police officers tried to search it but caused a small riot of refugees. They returned without success, and after more men were mobilized, it was already burned. Old Hodgson sighed heavily. "This time, we are in big trouble." Lambert recognized his grandfather's judgment, and because of this, he felt a little at a loss. He asked. I thought it was just the governor who was causing trouble for us, but I didn't expect that after checking it, it really made people sweat. Those cultists are going to do something big in Fushing City, but what are we doing now? There is no clear information. What should we do next? The governor is likely to be attacked. Do we really not need to support it? Who should we send? I'm not even sure if the person we sent might be the one who will attack the governor in the future. The governor may also think the same way, and he won't trust us easily. Then we must also show our attitude. Lambert insisted at this time, I'll go and bring a team that is absolutely trusted. Do you know what that means? I know, it means that we have to bear the suspicion of the governor, and at the same time, we will be considered by those members of parliament to completely vote for the governor, and become a splint in the middle. Obviously talking about the tragic consequences, but the more he said later, Lambert's tone became more and more firm. However, I understand what you said last time, only the governor can save the world. We are not sure if it is the governor, but at least for now, it seems that the governor is a bit different from the previous one. He chose a path that the previous governors dared not take. He has a starship support that the previous governors did not have. I want to give it a try. If he is not the governor we are expecting, then I will do my best to help him be that governor. We don't have so much time to wait for more governors. The whole planet is looking forward to revival, the sooner the better. I am willing to contribute to this first, instead of continuing to wait silently. Being a promoter of the times is far more important than it makes a lot more sense to sit around and wait for the times to change before rushing into the car. The young man talked about his lofty ideals in front of his elders, and his elders watched him quietly. After a while, Hodgson let out a long sigh of relief. I'm already very old. I've lived enough in this wasteland at my age, and I can't make more courageous decisions. You have never been more courageous than me. Your father is better. If you want to do this, then you can do it. When the young man bid farewell to his elders, in Fushing City, the original high priest Chui Cao of the original Raging Owl sect was doing his daily homework. This is a bright hall, a statue of a god like a bear and an eagle stands here majestically. The statue of the angry owl carved out of white jade-like stone, with a furious expression. Anyone who stands in front of it will feel that there is a storm coming, and those whose mind is not firm will be destroyed under the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. The original high priest, Chui Cao, was sitting in front of the original statue of the angry owl. He was being baptized by the storm, and at the same time listening to the wrath of the gods. At this moment, a priest wearing a grey hood quietly appeared behind the high priest. Far away, he didn't feel the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, but he knew what would happen if he stood in front of the idol of the storm. And the high priest has been standing here for a long time. The priest's eyes were full of fear and piety, and he reported in a low voice, High priest, our actions in Fushing City have encountered some obstacles. The governor who is not in the city has put too much pressure on the alliance government. The investigation has become much more intensive. Many materials can no longer be operated through official channels with great fanfare, and the missionary work among the refugees in the outer cities has also been forced to go underground. The high priest turned around with deep eyes, as if looking into the priest's heart. He obviously didn't move his lips, but his voice was like a breeze, and it sounded in the ears of the priest, the power of the storm is endless. We will overcome all difficulties and achieve the sacred mission. Some obstacles will eventually be destroyed by the storm, even if the obstacles whichever governor ours is, too. The priest was sincerely convinced. You are right, the howling envoy sent a letter earlier, and the enemy has already taken the bait, and there must be good news coming soon. As long as the governor dies, the entire Fushing City will be in chaos. They can't bear it. Considering the price of the governor's unnatural death, they will be afraid of the starships in the sky, and no one will have the energy to control what we are doing. The high priest sighed, time flies, and human beings are still sinking in ignorance. Only the storm can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme them out of the darkness. Our mission is to spread the glory of God to every corner of the world. The priest responded respectfully, as you said, High Priest. We will do our best to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to the expectations of the storm. The high priest prayed silently again, and sighed, "May the storm guide our way, and let us be a light to guide people in this darkness. Go, my child, and the blessing of the Lord be with you." The priest saluted respectfully, then left quietly, leaving the high priest standing alone in front of the statue of Nu Shao. Yan Fanshu already deeply felt that something was wrong. He led the 3rd Infantry Battalion, which had just formed an army and had just received its equipment, to clean up the heterogeneous forest land. 4 hours ago, his team was cleaning a monster lair. They killed dozens of monsters near the lair, and the next thing to do was the same as before. Although the size of this hatching nest was larger than anyone they had encountered before, it was not so large as to exceed imagination. After destroying the nest, they are ready to leave and go to the next location. Then, dense gunshots came from the surrounding woodland. Yan Fanshu's command style has always been steady. Even though he had destroyed many hatching nests before, he still didn't relax his vigilance when he encountered this one. There is no shortage of peripheral guards that should be deployed, and when the hatching nest is destroyed, the establishment of a temporary defensive position is not left behind. In short, highlight the appearance of playing dumb and not leaving any flaws. He knew that old boy Prabhav, and he phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme muttered behind his back that he was slow, and wanted to get the 2nd Battalion to do the job, and let the 3rd Battalion, who had just formed an army, guard the house. But obviously, the governor trusts him, the serious captain of the empire, more than the instant Prabhav. And he lived up to the governor's trust. Since the beginning of the operation, his team has suffered few casualties. Especially today, his caution has paid off. The soldiers guarding the periphery found a very large number of monster clusters approaching. They fired first, delaying the advance of those monsters, and at the same time bought time for Yan Fanshu to come here. The soldiers on guard outside fought and retreated. When they came back, Yan Fanshu had already commanded the troops and built a triangular defensive position. The 3 infantry companies each have a position, and some of them protrude outwards, forming horns for each other, and ensuring that the firepower can cover and support each other. All of this could be done in the 10 or so minutes that the guarding soldiers on the periphery won. On the one hand, Yan Fanshu had a good command and prepared in advance. The troops strictly observed discipline and did not relax. The military skills of the entire 3rd Battalion are completely excellent. Although they haven't fought a tough battle yet, the soldiers' mentality can be seen to be a little nervous. But the morale is still good, and the completion of the instructions is also meticulous, which has completely reached the normal level of the Imperial Star Army. Every time she sees this scene, Yan Fanshu sighs. There are not too many such troops on the Starship Quintet. Most of the slave labor army, or machine servant soldiers, can't reach this level. Only a few Marine regiments have this ability, and the Marine commandos he brought down are indeed more elite, but there are only 1,000 soldiers of this level on the entire starship. The soldiers built a defensive position smoothly, which eased Yan Fanshu's nervousness due to the sudden attack. After the enemies appeared in front of them, the soldiers began to fire violently. Under the crossfire, those monsters fell in pieces. They quickly repelled the attack of the monster swarm. Those disgusting abscess monsters of various shapes died all over the place. The dark green pus that flowed out from them was even more stinky. Disgusting is disgusting, but the threat is really nothing. Enemies who can only rely on biting, pus splashing, and corrosion at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals claws close slash phoneme range, and who will die if shot, have no chance under the firepower net. But before they could relax for a while, the enemy's second wave of attacks came. There are still a large number of abscess monsters, human-shaped, animal-shaped, and invisible things covered in long bags, rushing out of the forest, screaming and rushing towards the position. And in this second wave of attacks, some things with long-range attack methods appeared. Abscess Ejector. This monster looks similar to an ordinary abscess monster, except that it has an extra jet port on the chest or on the top of the head. When they rushed to a distance of about 50 meters, they stopped in place, accumulated for a while, and then sprayed a large amount of yellow-green pus from the injection port. These monsters that can spew highly corrosive pus pose a great threat to the position. The appearance of the abscess ejector made Yan Fanshu feel a little troublesome. The pus sprayed from these monsters fell on the ground, forming a puddle of pus, and the ground was corroded until it rattled. There is no place for people to stand. However, if it is unlucky to be sprayed, the splashed pus will be fine when it hits the armor of an individual soldier, and it will not wear through the corrosion. When it hits the arms and legs, it can quickly penetrate through the clothes, forming a large area of corrosive burns, and soon soldiers will lose their combat effectiveness. The most unfortunate thing is that when the head is sprayed all over the body, the soldier will die screaming. What kind of biochemical artillery is this? If these monsters were allowed to spray to their heart's content, they might be wiped out here. But fortunately, the number of abscess sprayers is not too many, and the spray distance is very short, only 50 meters, not really as far as artillery. Within a range of 50 meters, even if there are a large number of other abscess monsters covering it, it is still easy to be hit. Soldiers will also prioritize fire on these monsters after seeing the threat they pose. The 3rd Battalion is a newly formed unit, but it was the first to replace the G9 gun family produced by the camp. A firearm with outstanding power and high stability is the best partner of soldiers. Especially the G9 machine gun type has greater power, faster rate of fire, larger ammunition capacity, and longer-lasting firepower. When facing these monsters, it is like a lawn mower. The bullets were scattered like water, and the monsters standing in front of the abscess sprayer were swept down in pieces, and their bodies were even smashed into pieces. Immediately afterwards, the bullet beat the abscess ejector to pieces. After paying a certain price, they repelled the monster's attack again. The area around the woodland became quieter. After 2 rounds of attacks, those monsters dropped at least 1,000 corpses. Before this, Yan Fangxiu had never found monsters of this scale gathered together in this dense forest. This incident itself was very unusual, but what happened next gave him a strong smell of conspiracy. Those monsters also seemed to understand that there was little point in continuing the previous ferocious offensive, it was purely giving away their heads. They stopped their large-scale attacks, but they didn't leave completely. From their current position, the soldiers could see the ghostly figures in the dense forest in the distance. Those monsters didn't leave, but hid behind the trees in the forest, and they could still feel their deep malice from a long distance away. The soldiers, including Yan Fangxiu, tried to fire into the dense forest. Not effectively. The place they were in was originally a monster's hatching nest. In order to clean up the nest, they cut down and burned many trees where the hatched eggs parasitized, forming a small open space. When the monsters were attacking, they had no cover within 100 meters of the soldiers' defensive positions. However, in the forest land 100 meters away, the power of the bullets was greatly reduced. These soldiers have indeed become qualified fighters after a short training. A qualified fighter is not necessarily a sharpshooter with every shot. At a distance of 8 meters, the enemy is hiding in a dense forest with dim vision and large areas of trees, so it is really difficult to shoot. With his super military skills and the powerful performance of the electromagnetic rifle in his hand, Yan Fangxiu can guarantee 100 shots and he will be wiped out when he sees it. However, after he fired 2 shots and killed 2 monsters suspected of being abscess ejectors, he stopped firing. Gun. Not only did he stop fighting himself, but he also asked his soldiers to stop firing. He is now aware of a problem. The number of enemies is too large. They may run out of bullets, but they may not be able to kill these monsters. Ammo is limited. Originally, they thought they were just going into the woodland to carry out the task of destroying the hatching nest, and they weren't going to fight. They didn't bring much ammunition reserves. And even if it is really going to war, the ammunition reserves still need to be delivered by logistics troops. In the field, how many can you carry with you? Although Yan Fangxiu was already very cautious, when he led the team out to carry out the mission, he also used a bull cart to drag a cart full of food and ammunition supplies. But that's still not infinite. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. If you stick to it, the final result will only be that you run out of ammunition and food. He led the team to try to break out, but failed. After the troops entered the dense forest, their advantage in firepower was greatly reduced, and at the same time, they faced greater threats. Not only are those biochemical artillery becoming more difficult to destroy and more likely to cause damage to soldiers, even those ordinary abscess monsters will become threatening. After all, no one can tell from which tree such a monster will emerge. The bigger trouble is that no one knows how many monsters are hidden in the surrounding dense forest. If they insist on breaking through, how many casualties will they have to pay? After making a preliminary attempt and realizing the difficulties involved, Yin Fangshu ordered the troops to retreat before the casualties actually appeared, continued to stand firm, and asked the headquarters for help. Soon, he got a reassuring reply. "Stay where you are, hold on, the governor will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the 2nd Infantry Battalion and the Marine Commando to rescue you." It was really reassuring to get such a reply. His Excellency the Governor will not abandon them. But after a little longer, the uneasiness in Yin Fangshu's heart gradually magnified again. He felt wisdom from the behavior of these monsters. The first 2 attacks were quite brainless, like the style of these monsters. When they encounter other types of creatures, they will rush up without thinking, completely looking like they are not afraid of death. But at this moment, those monsters used the terrain of the dense forest to trap them in place, but it was by no means a decision that could be made without thinking. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme, there is intelligence derived from these monsters, or there are human factors behind their actions. Yin Fangshu prefers the latter. Then these monsters choose to besiege rather than attack. Why? Starve them here? Obviously unreliable. Then their goal. Did they expect reinforcements? Is this a conspiracy to fight for aid? Are they going for the governor? A series of thoughts flooded into Yin Fangshu's mind, and Yin Fangshu's thoughts suddenly became a little messed up. Most of the way to the rescue is dense forest terrain. If the governor's team was attacked by a large group of monsters during the march, the result would be unimaginable. He immediately activated the communication device again. This time, he successfully got in touch with Gu Hang and reported his guest to the governor. But after hearing his report, Gu Hang just said, "Don't worry, I have plans, take your time." Gu Hang did have his own plan. Now that he has already guessed that this matter is strange, and the road to rescue Yin Fangshu may not be peaceful, of course he will not let himself fall into the enemy's trap unprepared. At present, he can roughly confirm that the person targeting him is the original Angry Owl sect. Because of his pressure on Fuxing City, this group of cultists have endured a lot of pressure. They couldn't solve the problem, so they started to try to solve the person who raised the problem. That is, the governor himself. They also have the ability to initially drive mutant monsters, which is also somewhat surprising. However, he judged that the power these cultists can mobilize should not be too strong. If they have this ability and want their own lives, then they don't need to go through such trouble now, just mobilize their forces and attack their own camp. Not doing it, obviously, because they can't. They have to choose a battle position in a dense forest environment, so that they can take advantage of the monsters they can control, and have a greater chance of winning. After he understood this premise, Gu Hang would not rashly bring the 2nd Infantry Battalion into the forest. For armored vehicles cleared the way, followed by a large number of foot soldiers, and the entire team marched on the edge of the woodland. Gu Hang led the team, looking for a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme that was closer to the besieged Yin Fangshu and with sparser trees. It doesn't matter if you walk a little slower. Anyway, Yin Fangshu said that there is no danger to him for the time being. Then Gu Hang happily left slowly. In fact, rescuing Yin Fangshu was not the primary goal of Gu Hang's coming out this time. There was no urgency in his actions at all. Although he pretended to be going to the rescue, in fact, he just wanted to fish out the enemy. At the edge of the woodland, before entering, his team was attacked by a small wave. A bunch of abscess monsters rushed out, but they were wiped out by a round of fire from the soldiers. That was more like a trial, or a manifestation of insufficient control over large-scale monsters. Unfortunately, the enemy's main force was not fished out. So after thinking about it, Gu Hang waved his hand and led the team into the dense forest. Keep fishing. After officially entering the forest, Gu Hang's team moved even slower. They have always maintained a tight formation, relying on the 4 edifiers, and refused to relax. If the trees are too dense, it is better to stop temporarily, burn or cut down the trees, and ensure a clear view. Fishing, using yourself as bait, it can't really make people bite. The unhurried appearance of the governor's troops is really anxious to death. Prabhov was a little anxious. The 2nd Battalion he led hadn't competed with Yen Fanshu some time ago, and didn't get the job of cleaning up the alien monsters in the forest. He was a little frustrated, and he could only rely on training soldiers to vent his energy while staying in the camp. Hearing the governor's orders suddenly, asking him to call up the troops, he and his subordinates immediately perked up. Especially after hearing that their mission here was to rescue the 3rd Battalion led by Yen Fanshu, who was besieged in the forest by a large number of mutated monsters, he was gearing up even more. Veteran, right? A formal officer from the Imperial Navy, right? Don't you still have to save you with this muddy old man? He really wanted to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the team right away, run through the entire forest, kill Yen Fanshu in front of him, and then laugh at him loudly in front of that guy. However, he was still able to suppress the desire to fight in his heart. At the time of departure, the governor had roughly stated the goal of this operation, and rescue was secondary. The most important thing was that they might encounter ambushes on the road, and they had to fish out the ambushers. When he heard the news, he was even more furious. Someone dared to take the governor's idea? That is really a sworn enemy. Wanting to murder the governor is more hateful in Prabhav's heart than murdering himself. Some time ago, he went back to the Waste Cave Society. Although he had not been away from home for a short time, there had already been earth-shaking changes. Food and clothing are the most basic. Everyone lives in a house on the surface, and no longer needs to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a dark life crowded in a cave. The houses in the residential area are simple board houses for the time being, but plans are underway to build new brick factories and cement factories, and a place has been planned for the construction of a small single-family building. Prabhav had seen the blueprints of the building, and it was very beautiful. When he used to work in the cave, he could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in such a house only in his dreams. At that time, housing will be allocated according to work points. According to the work points of Prabhav as a soldier and his wife's work points in the factory, they can be the first to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme in the plan houses after they are built. Life is getting better and better, and Prabhav also deeply understands that at this moment he is not only fighting for the governor, but also fighting to guard his life that has finally become better and better. All of this was brought about by the governor. Whoever dares to harm the governor, who dares to interrupt their pursuit of a better life, will be his endless enemy. It is precisely because of this that he is completely able to suppress the desire to fight. He carried out the governor's order to fight steadily without any hesitation, hiding all the anger in his heart, waiting for the moment of release. This anger, when it erupts, will definitely burn very vigorously. And this opportunity to explode did not make Prabhav wait too long. The enemy is coming. They could hear the roar that belonged to the abscess monster coming from all around the dense forest, and it became more and more clear. Their roar is very special. This monster without a head or a mouth can make a sharp and unpleasant sound to intimidate its prey through the high-frequency vibration of the lumps all over its body. After hearing the movement, Prabhav sent orders to the companies without the governor saying anything. They immediately stopped their opening operations and quickly turned to defensive positions. After a while, the figures of those disgusting monsters could already be vaguely seen through the woodland. But the soldiers still upheld the combat discipline and did not open fire immediately. Only the precision shooters deployed in the company have better shooting skills and more suitable precision rifles to try to carry out long-range kills. For the time being, the gunshots are still very sparse, but almost every gunshot is accompanied by a monster in the jungle falling down. After a while, the monsters moved closer to the edge of the woodland, closer to the small clearing cleared by the soldiers. At this time, officers at all levels gave the order to open fire. In an instant, bullets, artillery fire, and machine guns from infantry vehicles covered all the surrounding areas. Under the baptism of the metal storm, many of those monsters fell down before they could get out of the dense forest. Even if they could get out, they were one step closer to death, being shot and killed by bullets. Prepared human soldiers, defend like gold. The battle was fierce in an instant. Mortars began to fire, and a few shells were blocked by trees, but the fragments of the exploding shells were still threatening. More shells that were not stopped smashed into the charging monsters in the woodland at a distance of about 100 meters, and could wipe out an entire area of enemies with one shot. In general, due to the woodland environment, the range and power of mortars are greatly reduced. But after all, this is a cannon, and no one can ignore its lethality. Machine guns are even scarier killers. If the enemy is hiding in the dense forest, it's okay, there is cover, the vision is not good, and it's really hard to hit from a distance, but as long as those monsters rush out, even if they only rush to the edge of the dense forest, the trees will be less covered. The power will rise rapidly. And once it really rushed out of the cover of the dense forest, the bullets fired by the machine gun were really like a steel whip, and no one could survive if it swept past. In the future, conventional rifles only need to check for gaps and make up for gaps. The multiple and three-dimensional firepower nets ensured that those monsters could not really pose a real threat to the army led by Gu Hang. What kind of biochemical artillery, what kind of fast-moving zombie dogs, all of them are not easy to use. The abscess ejector has a range of 50 meters, what is there to be afraid of? The precision shooters in the company are all staring at such high-value targets. Even if you don't mention the shooting specialists in the T5 Army, those soldiers of the Marine Commando are serious elites. The electromagnetic rifles in their hands are stronger and more powerful. With their care, it is extremely difficult for those abscess ejectors to enter the range of 50 meters and eject the corrosive pus into the formation of human soldiers. As for those zombie dogs, let alone. Their targets are indeed relatively small, faster and more flexible. However, under the dense firepower net, these little monsters were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme killed along with their hands. It is phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme a round of heavy machine gun fire without a definite target, and a few bullets falling on the zombie dog can blow up this dog-like abscess monster. If you really want to be broken through to the front, it is actually harmless. The small thing is fierce, but the size of about kilograms according to visual inspection determines that the threat it can cause is limited. The firearms in the hands of the soldiers are all equipped with alloy bayonets without exception, and a single blow to the pounced dog can chill the heart. He threw it on the ground, put his foot on his head, pulled out the bayonet, and fired 2 more shots, and it was completely quiet. And in the battle, the 4 Rambler versus were the most terrifying. This kind of infantry chariot, which can also play a role in interstellar wars, is simply not something these monsters can deal with. Of the very few biochemical shells successfully fired by the abscess ejectors, 2 of them hit Walker V's body, but they had no effect. The corrosive effects of this ichor seem terrible to organic matter. The military uniform textiles on the soldiers are very poor at blocking pus, and after touching the flesh, it is even more painful. But the armor vests on the soldiers alone can block the corrosion. Not to mention Edifier V, its outer armor is not only made of solid alloy plastic steel, but also has a layer of ceramic steel film on the outside, which is a more advanced material than alloy plastic steel. But on the contrary, mounted on the weapon platform of the Rambler, the double-barreled cannon, the shells that sweep out are really rubbed to death. Terrible rate of fire, superpower, even hiding in the woods is useless. A few more times, and the tree trunk and the monsters hiding behind it will be destroyed together. In a way, it's really like a remote logging machine. Facing such a large firepower attack, the attacking monster group suffered much more damage than when attacking Yin Fangxiu's team from a distance. In comparison, Gu Hang's team is at a disadvantage compared to Yin Fangxiu's team in terms of terrain. After all, the open space they are in at the moment has just been opened up, and it is the result of opening the way during the march. They are the attacked party, not the initiators of the battle, and they don't have the right to choose the place of the battle. However, apart from this point, the team around Gu Hang has advantages in all aspects compared to Yin Fangxiu. The firepower is more sufficient, and the soldiers are better. Although they are all T5 level teams, there are more than 20 Marine Commando soldiers with Gu Hang. In the battlefield here, they can all be used as sharpshooters, and the shooting accuracy within tens of meters is completely reliable. This also means that those alien monsters die faster. But they didn't retreat, and they still sprang out of the woodland as if endlessly. Of course, these brainless monsters are not afraid, and their lives are worthless, they are purely cannon fodder. However, even if it is cannon fodder, it is still valuable. If the controllers behind these monsters hoped to use the death of these cannon fodder in exchange for the ammunition in Gu Hang's hands, they would have made a mistake. Knowing what kind of enemy he would face in advance, he had already prepared for it when he set off. The production line of G9 has not yet had time to roll out. With the finished black box manufacturing machine, it has just met the equipment needs of the 3rd Infantry Battalion, and the production of ammunition has not yet been put on the agenda. But at least the ammunition stored in the materials transported from the starship before is still enough. But at the moment, Gu Hang even brought out most of the reserves in one go, and many bull carts were pulling the ammunition reserves in the center of the position. With such a large number, not to mention one battle, even if the intensity increased a bit, it would be enough to sustain them for several battles. Gu Hang observed the entire battlefield indifferently. He is currently in the middle of the position, and a Rambler V acts as his command vehicle. The range that his eyes can see is very narrow, but this does not affect his control of the overall situation. The psychic vision has been turned on, and he has a clear picture of the general situation of the entire battlefield. Originally, he was still preparing. If there were any particularly threatening monsters among those monsters, for example, when a large number of abscess sprayers entered the range and threw biochemical shells into his own position, he would take the first step to solve the problem. But now it seems that there is no need for him to make a move. The soldiers did such a good job that it was useless to keep him in the dark. Gu Hang was quite satisfied with this. Since there is basically no problem on the entire battlefield, Gu Hang can safely focus on dealing with the cult members who are likely to appear. He didn't believe that the method of those cultists was just to drive these brainless monsters, and there was absolutely no chance of harming him. They must have other means. The brainless monster has attracted most of the firepower of my soldiers. Now it's time for you to do it, come out quickly. Those monsters have attracted most of the firepower of the governor's soldiers, what are we waiting for? In the dense forest not far away, 3 people in gray and white robes stood on the branches, looking at the distant battlefield. They were surrounded by the breeze, which blocked their vision, making it difficult to observe them from a distance. Even with Gu Hang's spiritual vision, he didn't notice that there were still people standing here. These 3 are the apostles of the original Angry Owl sect. The leader is unusually tall, standing on the branch is quite unsuitable. But if you look closely, you can see that he is not simply standing, he is just pointing the toe of one foot on the branch. A whitish mass of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme was holding his body under his feet. More like floating. What is his real name, very few people know. But his code name in the sect is like thunder. He is one of the 12 executive envoys, the Howling Envoy. Although they don't care about specific practices, they have strong combat power. Within the primordial Nuashia sect, all the 12 executive envoys were truly blessed by the primordial Nuxiao, able to use the powerful storm magic. Within the entire sect, their lofty status is second only to the 4 high priests. It's just that at this moment, the howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme god envoy hesitated. Hearing the question from the entourage priest behind him, he responded, "Now is not a good opportunity. The impact of this abscess monster is much smaller than what we expected. The guard soldiers next to the governor are not at all. No mess." The priest who spoke in front spoke again, "But, Lord Envoy, do we want to give up this opportunity?" This question caused the Howling God Envoy to fall into silence. The man waited for a while, and couldn't help but speak again. "This is a task personally assigned by the High Priest Chui Cao, and it is related to God's great cause in Fuxing City." The Howling God Envoy still didn't speak. The third person next to him spoke, "Don't interfere with the envoy's thinking." The former froze, and added, "Sorry, I didn't intend to question anything, I was just a little anxious. The controller I got from the life school is already in an overloaded state. To maintain this scale of quantity control, at most I can persist less than 10 minutes. Quiet. The third priest interrupted him again just now. "You don't need to say more, we all know it well, let the God Envoy make a decision." The man finally shut up. A few minutes later, the tallest Howling God Envoy standing in the front finally sighed. "Let's go out, today is the time for us to die for the storm." The 2 people in the back were shocked when they heard it. Hearing what God envoy means devotion? Is it possible to go here and never return? Has it reached this level? But it was too late for them to think too much. The howling God envoy jumped off the branch first. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme that originally supported him to float on the branch became more violent in an instant, mimicking the appearance of a giant storm eagle, uttered a clear cry, and took off forward with the envoy on his back. The other two priests hurried to catch up, and they also called out the storm eagle, driving it to catch up. The three of them formed a zigzag shape and rushed towards the human soldiers not far away. It wasn't long after they started their operation that the governor's soldiers had spotted them. It's hard not to notice that there are 3 giant storm eagles in total, 1 big and 2 small, and there is a person on them, which is too conspicuous. Immediately there were bullets covering the 3 of them. However, it doesn't do much. Moving targets, high-speed flying objects, are not so easy to hit. The training package provided by the system is to turn all soldiers into qualified soldiers within a few days, but this does not mean that every qualified soldier is a perfect marksman. Most people can't guarantee the accuracy at all when shooting objects that are not phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to each other and flying at high speed. Even if it is machine gun fire and chasing, the effect is very poor. Of course, with the bullets flying around, the number increased, and they could always be encountered. But the attacks of the abscess monsters on the ground are still fierce, and most of the firepower still needs to be used to suppress these enemies. There are still a few who can change their guns to hit the 3 unknown things flying from the sky. There were not many in the first place, and coupled with the worrying accuracy, the number of real hits was even less. However, the precision shooters specially trained in the Army, as well as the soldiers of the Marine Corps, can guarantee a certain hit rate. But soldiers with this ability are still too rare. Moreover, even if it is hit by a stray bullet or a bullet from a precision shooter, it is of little use. Even Vaughn, who was given the storm magic just because he paid enough money, can use the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme shield to block the concentrated fire of several electromagnetic rifles for a few seconds, let alone a god envoy and 2 official priests. Under the wings of the giant storm eagle, the power of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme surrounded the 3 of them. A few bullets hit them, but they didn't have any impact on them at all, and the bullets were all bounced off. The howling envoy led the 2 priests, and just like this, drove the giant storm eagle to the sky above the position of the governor's troops. They start circling. Then, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme picked up. A white storm enveloped the bottom. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme, logically speaking, has no color, just the movement of air. But the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme spurred from their hands carried white mist. The mist that comes with the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme is neither cold nor humid, but has a certain taste of cutting. Not to mention the slight pain that the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blew on the face. Under the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme, many soldiers were even blown to one side. Then, as the strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blew up the thicker fog, within a few minutes, it had already become an obstacle to vision. The direct casualties are not big for the time being. Many people were cut with small wounds by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme containing extraordinary energy, but these wounds were of course far from fatal. If these 3 cult priests and envoys compress the scope of the storm to a relatively small range, then these small wounds can really kill people, just like Ling Chi, but not now. Compared with just killing a small number of big-headed soldiers, the storm magic they released was more intended to interfere with the continued fighting of the human soldiers below, so that the abscess monsters on the periphery could overwhelm their defenses. That's more efficient. And the 3 of them hovered above the position and cast the storm magic, which really affected the soldiers' firepower output. Being blown to one side or another, it is difficult to stand firmly, and it is even more painful when the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blows on exposed skin such as the face. These factors make it impossible for soldiers to shoot well. And the white fog that came with the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme and drifted wildly also affected visibility. When the firepower of the soldiers was greatly weakened, a large number of monsters penetrated and approached. Prabhav felt a chill in his heart. He knew too well what the consequences would be if these monsters really broke through the fire blockade and rushed to the face. The abscess sprayer, who was thought to be very dangerous among the enemies before, is actually nothing at all. The most frightening thing is those ordinary abscess monsters. The main reason is that there are too many of them. Once caught in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat, although the soldiers are equipped with bayonets, they naturally have no way to fire again during phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat. When more and more, almost endless monsters rushed in, how could his subordinates beat the enemy with simple bayonets? Even if a soldier can kill 3 or 5 abscess monsters in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat, it is useless. The enemy will completely overwhelm them with a larger number. In fact, there are already signs of this. There were already twice as many zombie dogs as before, and after the firepower weakened, they rushed into the soldiers' lines first. This is the first step in shaking the entire line of defense. The zombie dogs that rush in need to be dealt with at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range by the soldiers, and as long as they spend a little more time dealing with these zombie dogs, it will further weaken the firepower, and there will be more follow-up if the zombie dogs rush in. The situation will quickly enter a vicious circle and collapse quickly. Prabhav could see the trend. But there was nothing he could do. He was already shouting at the top of his voice, asking the soldiers to hold on and ensure firepower. But it's hard. The soldiers under his command are not cowards, but pain, strong phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, and white mist are all objective difficulties, and there is no way to say that they can be overcome by overcoming them. Especially the white fog, which seriously damaged the soldiers' vision. Even if they can stick to their combat positions, all they can do is shoot blindly into the surrounding fog. Only in the closer range can we see some faint figures. The decline in shooting accuracy has greatly reduced the power of the firepower net. What he can really and effectively do at this moment is to allow the more important firepower to maintain the attack. The mortar positions that were unified under the command of the battalion headquarters could not be stopped, and Prabhav also asked the mortar crews to place the landing points of the shells closer. Before, most of the shells were thrown towards the edge of the woodland as the first wave of killing and interception. Don't put it to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, because you are worried about accidental injury, and at the same time, after the enemy gets closer, the formation will become sparse due to the casualties on the charge road, which will reduce the lethality of the artillery fire. But that's out of the question now. In addition, even the machine gunners deployed at various points also worked hard to stick to their posts. Their situation will be a little better, and the firepower will be in a small temporary position constructed with wooden planks and sandbags, which can slightly block the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme. The machine gunners resisted the pain, lying on the ground, holding the trigger with their fingers, not caring whether the barrel would overheat and be scrapped, and frantically poured bullets into the mist. At the same time, the firepower of the 4 edifiers never stopped. It is precisely because the mortars, machine guns, these 3 important firepower points, have not been misfired, so that the firepower of the entire defense line is still guaranteed to a certain extent. If not, the line of defense is now broken. However, Prabhav knew that if he only relied on his own command, he could only do so much. The fragile balance can only slow down the process of the collapse of the defense line, but cannot return to the previous level of completely denying all monsters from the range of firepower. He raised his head resentfully, and looked at 3 Stormhawks, 1 big, 2 small, faintly visible in the mid-air. He knew that there was the source. But for these 3 guys in the sky, Prabhav really can't help it. He had already ordered all the precision shooters in the company to shoot at the sky, but it had little effect. He also took out his own gun and shot at the sky, but it was more like venting, and it was useless. He has worked very hard, but what happened next seems to symbolize that his efforts will be destroyed. The current position can be stabilized because the mortar positions and machine gun fire points still exist. This factor can also be clearly seen by the Storm Apostles flying in the sky. They didn't go to the trouble of going to the Rambler V, their storm magic. There is no way to penetrate the armor and hurt the driver inside. and to hurt the infantry vehicle itself. Forget it. In contrast, machine gunners and mortar players are better at solving problems. In the sky, a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme bomb descended. A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme bomb the size of a wheel pierced through the white mist from midair, came straight down, landed on a machine gun position, and exploded loudly. It was like a cannonball, and the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme pressure that exploded suddenly swept people up. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blades scattered under the high pressure were really like broken shrapnel, cutting the human body full of holes. The machine gunner who was blown away by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme bomb and the two soldiers next to him were out of breath when they fell to the ground. A machine gun fire point was pulled out, and the impact was not small. In the area it originally covered, many zombie dogs rushed in immediately, and the abscess monster behind followed. The pressure suddenly increased. Seeing two more phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme bombs falling from the sky, Prabhav was already panicked. He subconsciously moved towards the point where the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme bomb fell, trying to block it with his body. But at this moment, a rather familiar voice sounded in his mind, "Don't worry, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme your team with your heart." Master Governor? Prabhav recognized the voice, looked left and right, but saw nothing. At this time, he only realized later that this voice sounded directly in his mind. He suddenly realized, and recalled the battle by the river valley, those people who died in a very special way. The governor possesses some kind of magical power called psionic power, and he is not a powerless person. If it is the governor, then there will be no problem. There is such a deep trust in the governor in Prabhav's heart. Gu Hang did not disappoint him. The two phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme bombs that were about to hit the ground, which made him wish to use his body to stop them, suddenly dissipated in midair. Immediately afterwards, the three giant storm eagles flying in the sky also dissipated. Three figures fell from midair. In an instant, the situation has changed drastically. All of this is of course due to Gu Hang's actions. At this moment, he has already got off the infantry chariot. Through the walker's armor, the psionic energy leaks out directly to release spells, which will attenuate to a certain extent. To ensure success, he left the infantry vehicle and went outside. Psionic Cut is such a useful spell. Gu Hang did not directly use this spell on the three cultists. The soul strength of those three guys is quite high, and he can see clearly in his spiritual vision. If you go all out, you may not be able to cut off their heads and kill their souls. The target that Gu Hang chose to attack was the psychic connection they used to control the Storm Eagle. It is more convenient to destroy the flying magic, let the three fall, and then annihilate them physically. Beside him, 11 soldiers of the Marine Commando rushed out and found the three fallen persons respectively. These commandos raised their guns and fired while running at high speed, but they were ridiculously accurate. The metal spikes accurately found the free-falling target in mid-air. This is far beyond the standard of their colleagues. The reason why these 11 Special Forces members can perform at such a high level is because they have surpassed the level of T4 fighters and reached the T3 level. Before coming to carry out the mission called rescue, but actually fishing, Gu Hang spent all the savings on hand. Originally, the gift he got in the battle at the Flood Valley Manor was used up when he was extracting technology and training the 3rd Battalion. But a few days ago, when Yen Feinshu led the team to burn the hatching nests in the heterogeneous woodland, he could get 1 to 2 points of gifts for each one burned, depending on the size of the burned hatching nests. 7 hatching nests were burned down, and Gu Hang got 11 gift points. And this gift, he threw it to 11 Marine Commando soldiers. The elite commando soldiers who came down from the starship have a completely different style of painting from normal soldiers. They wore dark brown one-piece combat uniforms and masks. They were well equipped and did not expose any inch of their skin during the battle. The seemingly light combat uniform is more useful than an armored vest with ceramic steel plates inserted. These are the elite of the Imperial Marine Corps, considered special forces. Its own training degree is the level of T4 troops in the system's rating. If you want to raise their training level to T3 level, then the cost of each soldier is 1 gift point. 1 point of gift is enough to train 100 ordinary people into an entire company of soldiers equivalent to the regular army of the Empire. But when used to train T3 soldiers, it is only enough for one person to upgrade. If you want to train up to T2, you need 10 gift points, which is enough for Guam Hang himself to go up a level in the Heroes panel. However, the cost is great, but the value is extraordinary. At that time, he led 11 Marines out alone, and then performed some special training exercises mysteriously. The moves were made up by him, but when he declared, he spoke of a blessing from the Emperor, from the special training methods he had. It is difficult for ordinary people to believe this kind of thing, but it is different when it comes to Governor Gu Hang. These Marine Corps soldiers have all seen with their own eyes how those muddy legs became qualified soldiers in a very short period of time. Can you believe it or not? The soldiers of the Marine Corps were simply ecstatic. The 11 people followed the governor's instructions meticulously and piously, and completed the movements. Then, they really felt the earth-shaking changes in their bodies in a very short period of time. They grew stronger, even to a somewhat inhuman degree. They run faster, have greater strength, and are more resistant to blows. Even the bullets are less powerful, so they might not be able to penetrate their frontal bones. Their strength is almost 2 or 3 times that of the past, and they could not move. The immovable boulder is even a little relaxed now. Their nerve response has also become faster, and some flying birds are like slow paper airplanes in their eyes. Their military skills have been greatly improved in a short period of time, and each of them has changed from being an so accurate shooter before to becoming. They also feel that they have mastered some very efficient melee combat skills, and with a portable short knife, it is enough for them to kill 5 or 6 past selves in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. Combat. Deeply aware of the changes that have happened to them, they feel as if they are in a dream. Why? It's so unscientific. But it's a reality. They can only attribute it to the blessing of the Emperor, the magic of the Viceroy. And they are one of Gu Hang's trump cards for this operation. At this moment, these soldiers who have been strengthened to the T3 level are also playing the role that Gu Hang expects. 11 electromagnetic rifles, chasing down the fallen evil priest. They don't need to communicate verbally, and every 3 people stare at one. The metal spikes are like opening a lock. Even if they are running and the target is still in free fall, they will rarely miss. And during the process, Gu Hang was still playing tricks. The opponent is very strong. Gu Hang will not use his limited psychic power at will. But just like cutting off the control of the 3 evil priests on the Storm Eagle just now, he can do some drastic things at some key points. And this time, the bad thing he did was to interfere and cut off the 3 priests' control of the Storm Shield. Although Marine soldiers have been strengthened to the T3 level, the reinforcement is that the soldiers are not firearms, and the Eagle electromagnetic rifles in their hands have not changed in any way. The metal spikes hit the 3 guys, all of which were blocked by the Storm Shield. It is very difficult to break the Storm Shield purely by the power of bullets, and it takes a long time for people to stand still. But it has some effect. It will reduce the strength of the Storm Shield, and force those evil priests to mobilize their spirituality to maintain the strength of the shield. This gave Gu Hang an opportunity. He just needs to come up lightly, and he doesn't even need to use a lot of effort to completely disintegrate the Storm Shield, just make it more unstable. The Storm Shield, whose strength weakens in an instant, and even has gaps and holes, is quite fatal to the falling priest. The one with the weakest level among them is especially miserable. In midair, at least 5 or 6 metal spikes penetrated his body. The ultra-high power of the electromagnetic rifle cannot be supported by the strength of the human body. That guy was smashed in the air in an instant, and when he landed, he couldn't even see the human form, just some broken corpses. But the other 2 are doing fine. In Gu Hang's field of vision, he could see that the strongest one was basically unaffected. After his Storm Shield had a problem, he quickly made up for it and didn't let himself get shot. The other had a similar reaction, but this one's level was obviously far from the strongest one's. In the end, he was shot twice, and 1 arm and 1 leg were broken. The 2 priests who were still alive after landing, each moved. The strongest, almost uninjured one suddenly sprouted a pair of white storm wings. The image of the wings is somewhat like a turbine, and the speed is extremely fast in the blink of an eye under the sudden jet of air. He ignored the Marine Corps assault soldiers who rushed over, but directly targeted Gu Hang, who was behind him. The Howling God envoy did not forget his mission. The most important goal of his trip was to kill the Planetary Governor. I plan to use the storm and the white mist to disrupt the soldiers' positions, let those abscess monsters rush over, and wipe out all the soldiers. Afterwards, we only need to take care of the governor hiding in the infantry chariot. But unexpectedly, the governor actually left the protection of the chariot by himself. It's just that the governor actually possessed spiritual power and even used very advanced techniques, which surprised him greatly. As a result, there was a major flaw in his plan. The governor's actions not only stopped their destruction of the human soldiers' positions, but even put him and his two subordinates in a very dangerous situation. But he still has a chance. If only he could kill the governor on the spot. The whirlwind brought up the wings formed by the vortex, allowing the Howling God envoy to gain explosive speed. He went straight to Gu Hang. As long as Gu Hang is killed, his mission is still considered complete. Those seemingly elite soldiers also seem to have sensed his intentions. Half of the people went to suppress the other priest who was still alive, and the other half tried to stop him. When the bullets came, the storm shield was still faithfully performing its duties, and it couldn't easily break through the defense. Two soldiers who were relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme blocked his way, drew their short knives and tried to fight him. The reaction speed and agility of those soldiers surprised the Howling God envoy. He was moving at super high speed, and the burst speed of the turbo wings was so fast that it was impossible for ordinary people to react, let alone intercept it. But those soldiers can do it. And their will is beyond imagination. To be near him is to bear the force of the storm. The high-pressure phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blade cut through their combat uniforms, and even cut dense wounds on their bodies. But they are still able to be firm in their will and unwavering. More importantly, the short knives in their hands could really pierce the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme around him. This is absolutely inhuman power. If he hadn't reacted very quickly and exploded a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme bomb between himself and the soldier, blowing it away, he would have been stabbed. But he can only pop one. Another soldier stabbed the blade into his body fiercely. If it wasn't for the power of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme to help him deflect the blade at a critical moment, he would not have been stabbed in the abdomen, but in the heart. But the current situation is still very critical. The soldier quickly let go of the hand holding the knife, ignored the blood, picked up the electromagnetic rifle, and was about to give the envoy a shot at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range. If it was hit, the howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme god envoy would have to suffer on the spot. His storm shield has been pierced by the knife just now, but he is not completely sure that he can completely resist the shooting of the eagle. At the critical moment, the howling phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme god envoy became ruthless. He opened his hands, advancing instead of retreating, and hugged the soldier, preventing the special warfare elite from firing bullets directly. His physical strength is not as strong as the opponent's, and he will be freed in a moment, but the storm magic is grand at this moment. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blade spun around him in an instant, pouring into the soldier's body mercilessly. The ceramic steel plate will not be easily destroyed, but this thing is not covered all over. The combat uniform was cut under the high-pressure phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme blade, followed by the flesh. The blood was soaring and scattered by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme. In an instant, a large person was cut off, leaving only guns, bulletproof plates, helmets, fragments of relics, and broken bones. The howling god envoy covered in blood did not dare to stay for a moment. In desperation just now, he almost broke out with all his strength, which is why he was able to achieve such a terrifying effect. However, he has personally experienced the strength of these elite soldiers whose costumes are completely different from ordinary soldiers, as evidenced by the short knife stuck in his abdomen. If there is another moment of hesitation, there will be soldiers rushing up next to him. With a distance, relying on the storm shield that resisted the bullets, he might be sure to kill all the soldiers. But firstly, there is Gu Hang, who can manipulate exquisite psychic spells to make trouble, and secondly, he can't get away from the distance now, and the defense effect of the storm shield against melee blades is not as good as defense against bullets. Not much stronger physical strength and fighting skills, it is too disadvantageous to fight against those elite soldiers. He gritted his teeth and forcibly summoned his strength again. The pair of storm turbine wings formed by magic behind him roared violently, and he once again burst out at the limit speed on the spot. And this time, finally no one stood in front of him. He rushed towards Gu Hang at an extremely fast speed. During the flight, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the ground, the already thin white mist was completely cut apart. His whole body is like a sharp arrow. The next moment, he slammed into Gu Hang's body fiercely, sending him flying out. The violent phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme completely enveloped Gu Hang. When the Howling God envoy treated Gu Hang, he was more cruel than the soldier he had killed earlier. He overloaded the energy of the storm magic once again, even if it would cause a strong backlash effect, he would not hesitate to make sure that he could kill Gu Hang. Gu Hang fell hard to the ground. Then, he stood up. The Howling God envoy stared at him with wide eyes, completely unable to understand why this happened. The force he put in was enough to cut Gu Hang's entire body into pieces, but why did this Governor General seem to be intact? Gritting his teeth, he tried to burst out again, but this time the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme didn't respond to his call. Instead, he felt a sharp pain in his lungs, as if the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind whine slash phoneme was constantly cutting in his chest. He couldn't hold back, arched his body, opened his mouth, and vomited out blood, with fragments of lungs in it. When the pain subsided a little, he raised his head, and saw the infantry tank right beside him, which had already aimed its cannon at him. Fire! In an instant, several large-caliber machine shells broke his already fragile storm shield, and then destroyed his body. Gu Hang still felt a little scared. After the enemy appeared, he noticed that one of the three was particularly strong. When dealing with these three guys, he also distributed his strength accordingly. The other two were basically no accidents. One died before landing, and the other was almost dead. He lost his limbs and wanted to resist. At this moment, he was held down by 3 or 5 special warfare elites and stabbed to death with random knives. Up! But the strongest one was still beyond expectations. He was already trying to do something, that guy was halfway flying over, when he was intercepted by the elite Marines. It wasn't because of Gu Hang's sneaky touch, it wasn't that easy to get stabbed in the stomach. Unexpectedly, that guy had clearly reached the limit of his sorcery and had a knife stabbed in his abdomen, but he was able to explode with amazing power in the end. Not only did he use the storm to dismember an elite land soldier in a terrifying way, but he was also able to continue to explode. Power rushed towards him, sending him flying, and violent storms swept across him continuously. Under normal circumstances, he should be dead, just like the elite Marine who was chopped up. At the critical moment, what played a role was the talent he obtained when he raised his personal level to LV2 last time, Body Protection Spiritual Chi. This thing does not need to be activated, it is passively triggered, and it will take effect after being beaten. It really saved Gu Hang's life. After being blown away, Gu Hang could feel that those violent winds, around his body, were constantly fighting against and wiping away his spirituality. The force of the gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind slash phoneme was so fierce that almost instantly, Gu Hang's spirituality was almost gone. But fortunately, the power of this gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind slash phoneme came and went quickly. It belonged to all the power that the opponent erupted at once. If it was carried over, it would be gone. However, after enduring this wave of attacks, Gu Hang's spirituality was basically exhausted. But he is not alone, and the chariot can help him take the last step. Looking at the enemy who was smashed to pieces and definitely couldn't come back to life, Gu Hang breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I have a better skill. Turtle, the female captain's heart rate exceeds that of the protagonist? LSP. I mean, there are so many discerning readers. P.S. There is a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals dead data slash phoneme bug in the front, the number of T3 Marines is 11 instead of 9, it has been corrected. Thanks for pointing out the problem. The Howling God envoy was dead, so dead that he didn't even have a human figure. The priest who was blasted by the metal spikes before was also shapeless, leaving only a pile of broken corpses. It's the last one. The death looks a little better, just a little bit. One arm and one leg were broken in midair, and he wanted to resist after landing, but the elite land warrior who came up to him again broke through the storm shield and stabbed him to death. After the death of the three priests who possessed the power of the storm, the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme quickly calmed down, and the white mist also quickly dissipated. During this short period of time, the soldiers were indeed in chaos because of this. The firepower network was affected, many monsters rushed in, and more than a dozen abscess injectors entered the range, and the sprayed pus caused the soldiers there were casualties. But all in all, the mayhem was damaging but not fatal. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme cleared, and the soldiers regained control of the battlefield. Despite the casualties, they killed all the monsters that rushed into the position. Those abscess injectors who had just fired 1 or 2 rounds of biochemical shells were also wiped out by machine guns and machine guns of infantry combat vehicles. Although the 3 storm priests were finished, the battle did not end directly. It is true that those monsters obeyed the command of the priest of the storm to some extent, but after the death of the priest, they were out of control, and they were still extremely harmful. They still maintained a berserk state, constantly pouring out of the forest, trying to attack all living things that they can see. But even though they were still crazy, and the firepower of the soldiers in the position was reduced due to the previous casualties, they still couldn't rush in. The difference in firepower is not something these primitive monsters can fight against. It is said that when a large-scale, full-fledged abnormal tide occurs, more and higher-level monsters will appear, not just limited to the lowly abscess monsters and ejectors. But at least Gu Hang and the others didn't run into each other this time. The hatching nests in the forest are still in the stage of accumulating strength. Perhaps given a few months, they will gradually hatch and devour each other, and a group of high-level monsters can grow up, and the situation will become very troublesome. But right now, in order to kill Gu Hang, the original Angry Owl sect has ripened most of the hatching nests in the woodland in advance, and launched a seemingly large-scale attack, but in fact there are not many high-level monsters, and the threat is relatively low. Relatively average. Even, to a certain extent, the behavior of the original Angry Owl sect helped Gu Hang. A large number of hatching nests have been ripened in advance, and a large number of monsters gather here, which can be dealt with uniformly. This reduced a lot of workload for Gu Hang's troops to clean up the entire heterogeneous woodland in the future. As the battle continues, it can be seen that the number and density of those monsters rushing out of the dense forest have decreased significantly. Obviously, they are not really infinite. After being wiped out in large numbers, there aren't many left. In the end, when the troops led by Yan Fangxiu also rushed to the scene, the whole battle basically came to an end. When he knew that the governor might be ambushed, he couldn't stay where he was and wait for rescue. He took the initiative to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme the troops and slowly broke through outwards, also adopting a steady approach. According to his thinking, it doesn't have to be a successful breakthrough, even if it can help the governor to attract some attention, that's a good thing. As a result, as he was walking, not long after, the number of monsters he encountered suddenly decreased, as if they had all gone to other places. He guessed that this was because the battle on the governor's side had already started, and he could even hear the roar of guns. So, they speeded up, rushed to the scene of the battle, and joined the governor. But at this time, it was already the end of the battle. He could only take the 3rd Battalion, joined the battle, and cleaned up the remaining monsters together. Soon, no active monsters appeared in front of the soldiers. Perbov stepped on an abscess monster that had lost its lower body and was climbing on the ground with only its hands, and watched it stretch out its hands in vain to try to grab itself. After pondering for a moment, he raised his pistol and pointed it at the monster's head, making him completely quiet. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned his head and saw Yan Fangxiu walking over with a tired face. His gaze was naturally placed on the corroded and rotting shoulder clothes of the other party, and he saw the red skin under the tatters. He grinned and said, "Yo, Captain, I'm quite embarrassed." Yan Fangxiu rolled her eyes angrily, walked up to him and punched him in the chest, you're not going to get any better, you're even limping when you walk. Isn't that just to save you? Speaking of this, Yin Fanshu couldn't deny it, and his face turned dark. At this time, Prabhav comforted, "It's not your fault, this bunch of garbage, trash, and heretic traitors who feed their consciences to dogs, just want to use you to ambush the governor, it's not your fault. Our mission is to be a good governor. My lord's sword and shield. Neither of us completed this task very well today, but I will work harder from now on, how about you?" Yen Fanshu looked at this officer who had grown up from the Waste Cave Club with some surprise. Why did this guy suddenly express such emotion? For the time being, he still doesn't know that the storm priest rushed in front of Gu Hang just now, directly threatening the governor's life, and he has no way of knowing how much this scene was watched by Prabhav, and it had an inner impact on Mr. Battalion Commander. He didn't understand these things, so Mr. Captain could only touch his head, nodded, and agreed. Saying goodbye to Prabhav, Yen Fanshu found Gu Hang. The governor is in a chariot. One of his old subordinates stopped him. "The governor is resting. I have something to report." The Marines were a little tangled, but still stopped him. "But, Captain, the governor is resting, so you better not disturb him." Yen Fanshu was surprised again. These are not the soldiers Gu Hang recruited on Star Fury, but the Marines he brought down from the starship, who are his direct subordinates. All the while, their relationship was meant to be closer. Even to say something disrespectful, everyone complained about all kinds of things about the governor in private. The soldiers are loyal to the governor, but that is more like due to duty and position. But now, he really sought his respect for the governor from the eyes of his old subordinates. A question mark slowly rose from his head. What happened just now? He didn't think there was a problem with his subordinates' respect and loyalty to the governor from the bottom of their hearts. On the contrary, that's how it should be. But this did not prevent him from being curious about the reasons for these changes. He gave up on waking Gu Hang up. Instead, he pulled his old subordinate aside and asked carefully what was going on in the battle just now. After learning about the situation, Yen Fanshu was also silent. The governor was approached by a heretic heresy and was attacked but was unharmed, but he was a little tired. The governor's psionic spells showed their power again. These old subordinates, after the governor's quick special training, have undergone earth-shaking changes. This information, to Yen Fanshu's ears, was like reading from heaven. Why is it unscathed? Why do those cultists fall down while flying in the sky? These can only be attributed to the magic of psionic energy. The news that the governor is a psionic master, Yen Fanshu could accept it SOSO. Anyway, it wasn't the first day he knew that the governor was a psyker, it was just that his performance was even more miraculous. Yen Fanshu tried hard to convince himself that it was no big deal. But these elite Marines who followed him in the past, can they become stronger? Or did it happen in a very short time? Like the governor training those ordinary people? Yen Fanshu found it hard to accept and unbelievable. He jokingly said, "Then you boy, aren't you better than me now? Do you want to come and practice?" In the past, no one dared to answer the soldiers of the Marine Corps. Captain Yen Fanshu was famous for being able to fight, and it was uncomfortable to practice against him. But now, it's different. The soldier said with some enthusiasm, Okay. No, don't. Don't just look at the girl. Why did it exceed so much in one night? The governor is also very handsome. Gu Hang sat in a chariot with a pale face, closed his eyes and rested his mind. He noticed the movement outside, but he didn't care about it. In the battle just now, he consumed a lot. The most important thing was that he was hit head-on. Spiritual protection blocked almost all the damage for him, but it also drained all his spirituality. In fact, this is a very dangerous thing. According to the education I received in memory about psionic spells, complete spiritual depletion would have uncontrollable consequences. Death, madness, insanity, split personalities, these are all possible. After the battle, Gu Hang checked his spiritual status while resting, but he was relieved in the result. Those bad situations did not appear, and the current symptoms are only a little fatigue and a little headache. Generally speaking, after rest, you can get better. But he still learned some lessons. This time, it was still a little risky, so that he put himself in danger. But looking back carefully, Gu Heng didn't feel that what he did was particularly wrong. It's true that he is the governor, but it's really not to the point where he can't sit on the throne. His career is still in its infancy, and some things have to be fought. Just this time, in his entire sphere of influence, he couldn't find a second psyker. If he doesn't come forward in person, there is no way to solve this matter today. It is also impossible for him to let Yin Fengshu and the 3rd Battalion he led really get stuck in the woods and die. But this time the result is definitely good. It must not be easy for the original Raging Owl sect to spawn and control so many monsters, otherwise they would not be rats in the gutter. After using this method, 3 more powerful priests were lost here. The loss must be quite painful. Even before that, they should be quite painful. If they hadn't asked Fuxing City to intensify their efforts to investigate the cults and forced them to jump over the wall, they would not have tried to pay the price to assassinate themselves. That's good. If you didn't handle me this time, then wait for me to go to Fuxing City and blow all your old bottoms away. After resting for a while, he felt that his state had recovered a lot. Only at this time did he really have the energy to take stock of his gains. This time it can be regarded as a complete victory, although the loss is the biggest since the previous battle, but the result is also the same. Slight advantage, get 86 gift points, loss 103, elimination 6597, captive 0, 2nd Infantry Battalion, 77 losses, 4,447 eliminated, 3nd Infantry Battalion, 24 losses, 1613 eliminated, Marine Corps, 2 losses, 537 eliminated. Just looking at the battle loss ratio, it is very beautiful, but Gu Heng is not happy at all. The ones that were wiped out were all mindless monsters. If they follow Yin Fengshu's strategy, in the next few months, they will be able to burn down the layers of these monsters one by one almost without damage, instead of facing them at the same time after their unification is catalyzed. Not to mention bringing 3 storm priests to face it together. A total of 103 soldiers were lost, and the losses of the 2 battalions exceeded 25%. These casualties were mainly caused when the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme was shrouded in dense fog. Among them, 2 Marines who he had just pulled to the T3 level were killed, and they were all killed by the most powerful priest. This means that the 2 points of gift they invested are gone. The normal 2 infantry battalions, especially the 2nd Battalion, need a substantial replenishment. The total population under Gu Heng's current rule is less than 600. Not counting the servant battalion, it also supported 2 infantry battalions with people before, and the mobilization rate has exceeded %. In fact, the pressure is already very high from the perspective of population composition, let alone that Gu Heng is here besides the army. Various rapidly expanding production lines also require manpower. Excessively high mobilization rates have affected production efficiency. Especially for the manpower of young and middle-aged people, there is a huge gap in the waste-hole society, which is already a restrictive factor for development. The army's wounded need to take another 100 from the manpower pool, very exhausting. Gu Heng can already imagine that Patel, who is in charge of heavy industry production at the Waste Cave Society, will definitely scratch his head. That guy will not set up any obstacles for the boys to serve as soldiers for the governor. In his heart, it is an honor and he is defending the fruits of their labor. But after the manpower is reduced, he really has to scratch his head on how to maintain and even expand production. As for other costs, the textile factory has opened, military uniforms can be produced by themselves, and the relevant design drawings have been given in the past. Alloy plastic steel production lines can produce armor vests, firearms can recycle equipment left on the battlefield, or produce new ones, even if it is soldiers training. 1 soldiers only have point of gift. These are all fine. The problem is still population. Still have to suck blood. The quintet in the sky is not easy to attract, and it is not interesting to attract low-end population. Gu Heng was playing with the female captain's other ideas. On the quintet, there were plenty of talents he coveted. Eliminating the original Angry Owl sect, at least giving them a hard time, would also require the power of the female captain, and it would also be regarded as a reward for Yalisha, but this can be discussed later. The rest is Fuxing City and Garbage Town. Trash Town is full of adventurers who dream of getting rich. It is not ruled out that they have experienced ups and downs, and now they want to find an honest man. No, they want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme an honest life, but they can't force it. Fuxing City is a huge source, and Gu Hang does not dislike the refugees who cannot survive outside the city. Counting 10 people, it is unrealistic to eat them all in one go, but he now has enough jobs and enough food to support many people. After thinking about the loss, the next step is to gain 86 gift points. This is Guam Hang's biggest gain so far. Even more than before. This gave Gu Hang a feeling of getting rich. The shadow cast on his heart by the huge casualties of the soldiers dissipated a lot because of this joy. Of the 86 gift points, it is estimated that there are more than 30 points, which were contributed by the 3 priests, and the one with the strongest light gave more than 20 points. That great priest, in terms of psychic strength alone, was a bit higher than Gu Hang. It's just that in terms of spiritual power application, Gu Hang has the exquisite soul cutting inherited from the ancient family, and the spiritual body protection given by the system, which is much stronger than the great priest who can only borrow the indigenous evil gods and use storm magic. In other words, Gu Hang was able to win because of his powerful spells, and because of the large number of people. It was really more than spiritual strength. Gu Hang, who was only LV2, was not as good as the opponent. To eliminate such a powerful enemy, it is reasonable to give more gifts. As for the remaining 6,000 points, that is the result of the more than alien monsters that the soldiers killed. Obviously, the lives of these monsters are worthless. But the number of people who couldn't stand it was really huge, more than 6,000 died, and it also gave Gu Hang a lot of gifts. It's just a pity that the evaluation of victory in the battle is only slightly superior, and the gift coefficient obtained after the battle is not large enough, otherwise there should be more room. Next, there is the question of how to spend this gift. He happily called out the panel, and then saw an old thing flashing, and another new thing appeared. What is flashing is the Hero panel. What's new is a new function called Event. The movement of the Hero interface was expected by Gu Hang in advance. Now that such a tragic battle is over, he can always upgrade, right? Sure enough, he clicked on it, and among the heroes, the only one was himself, who had already reached the standard for upgrading. It's just the price of this upgrade that made him frown. 50 points. The price of upgrading to level 2 is also too expensive. However, after this encounter, he is also quite eager for the growth of his personal strength. After upgrading, his own safety can be guaranteed even more. Not to mention, the influence of a powerful psyker on battles below a certain scale is huge. Even if the price is expensive, he intends to grit his teeth and upgrade himself. But not in a hurry. There are some other changes in the Heroes panel. He saw that there were 2 more characters who could be activated as heroes. One is per buff. After this battle, the minor captain from the Waste Cave Society seemed to be recognized as a talented person by the system and could be activated as a hero. And the other, named Osinachenko. Who is this person? Gu Hang was at a loss. I still have such a person under my command? Oh, it seems there is. Gu Hang remembered that in the statistics of the group of refugees who had just migrated from Fuxing City, he probably glanced at the list of literate people, and it seemed that this name had appeared on it. What did this person do to make the system think she was capable? Gu Hang also became curious. It's not that she is going to be promoted to a hero right away, but since she is recognized by the system as having a certain potential, even if she is not promoted, she can be scooped up and entrusted with important tasks. Gu Hang seems to have discovered another usage of this hero function. You can find talents without upgrading. Satisfied, he closed the hero panel, and Gu Hang opened the newly appeared event panel. Unknown events are happening, you can direct the events in the direction related to you. This event will cost 50 gifts to open. Countdown to the end of the event, 1 day 6 hours, that's it? You don't have any information, and you want to lie to me for 50 gift points? Without even thinking about it, Gu Hang turned off the event function. Then he really thought about it, and turned on the function again. It's unbearable. It's so fascinating to not know this kind of thing. In general, the quality of things produced by the system is strongly linked to gift points. As much as you pay, the things you can get are as good as you can get. Except for the 2 technology card draws, there is a 40% probability that you will miss 2 rounds in a row. Besides, I don't seem to have cheated on me. Hey! But drawing an unknown event card, is it easy to be cheated? What if there is any hidden probability? During this short period of time, Gu Hang was entangled in his heart, and had many thoughts. He is not a person with a tangled personality, but what can he do? Too poor. All problems are problems of poverty. If there are enough gifts in hand, Gu Hang will immediately activate this event and then see what the hell it is? But if the unknown event is activated, the remaining 36 gifts are not enough to upgrade. After thinking carefully for a long time, Gu Hang still decided to trust the system. Although it was a gamble, he still made this choice with the idea of system product, value for money. Of course, the more important point is that he has the means to guarantee the bottom line. In less than 2 days, the month will be full. At that time, the monthly fixed income will be issued. According to the development momentum of Gu Hang's forces, there should be 30 or 40 points of income by then. Together, it should be enough for him to upgrade to LV3. Relatively speaking, unknown events may be more cherished. After all, it has a countdown, and when the time passes, the event disappears. Time-limited lucky draw, you have to win for me, right? With this mentality in mind, Gu Hang made the final choice. The gift of 50 points was gone in a snap, replaced by brand new information that appeared in his field of vision. Event activated, Phoenix will die, a war group of interstellar warriors that is about to be destroyed has ended the 100 Years Redemption Expedition and is approaching Fury All-Star. It seems that they are looking for salvation and hope here. Please decide your actions carefully. Your behavior determines the next development of the event. Event branch, unknown. Seeing that the new event reminder mentioned that a space warrior group was approaching Fury All-Star, Gu Hang could hardly control the expression on his face. If he had a Space Marine chapter to his aid, what was there to worry about? It is impossible for any difficulty on Fury All-Star to block the footsteps of the entire battle group. The term Space Warrior symbolizes glory, greatness, and death within the Empire. They are the Emperor's angels of death. It is said that tens of thousands of years ago, the God Emperor used himself as a template to create many different gene seeds, selected the best people, implanted the gene seeds, and formed the original interstellar warriors. Each of them is an extraordinary existence, with a body countless times stronger than ordinary people, wearing a special power armor connected to the nerves, and their individual combat power is extremely terrifying. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme. Only a few space warriors are needed to form a small team to kill tens of thousands of troops and behead a general, and this is just their routine task. They are true killing machines, and the angels of death. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme up to their name. In the era of the founding of the country, the major space warrior legions were the sharpest swords in the hands of the Emperor, and they made absolute contributions in creating the infinite territory of the Empire. Then, after the Emperor's ascension to godhood some 1 year ago, all Space Marine legions were split into smaller chapters. According to the provisions of the Holy Scriptures, the maximum size limit of a Space Warrior battle group is 1,000 people. Typically, a warband will have a parent planet. The wargroup's home planet does not need to provide taxes to the Empire, and all manpower and material resources are assigned to the wargroup. Chapters can form mortal auxiliaries, chapter fleets, and have enormous autonomy. They will respond to the highest call of the Empire, and will be thrown into the most terrible battles. But other than that, their actions are more arbitrary, with a high degree of freedom. In Gu Hang's understanding, it was like a combination of warlords and feudal lords. Such a battle group will come to Fury All-Star? Gu Hang quickly calmed down. Still the same sentence, the system is produced, and it is worth the money. A gift of 50 points, I'm afraid it won't be able to be exchanged for a space soldier, let alone a battle group. Not so good. He also noticed the information provided in the event interface, this is a dying warband. That's fine. If it's a strong warband, he can't say anything. The status of a chapter leader might be higher than that of the head of the star area. Gu Hang has already realized that this incident, good or bad, is unknown. He really has to act cautiously as the system prompts, otherwise the consequences will be unpredictable. But in general, it also means opportunity. If there are interstellar warriors who can help him, he will have an absolute guarantee of force on Star Fury. In a space infinitely far away in physical distance, a flaming spaceship is sailing. It's scarred, it's not big enough, it carries a dying chapter. The Phoenix chapter has concluded their long crusade of redemption and has now been restored to glory. The Grand Tribunal of the Eastern Starfield, representing the center of the Empire, personally announced this to the world. But so what? We won the 100 Years Redemption Expedition and obtained the results we wanted most, but we are about to be destroyed. The chapter master of the Phoenix chapter, Salas Martins, always thinks so sadly. He is the 64th chapter master of the Phoenix chapter. This battle group with countless glorious histories is likely to end in his hands. How was life in the chapter before the Atonement Crusade? At that time, the Phoenix Squad was glorious and powerful. They guarded their mother planet and accepted the worship of hundreds of millions of mortals. They selected the best young people from among hundreds of millions of people and underwent gene seed transformation to turn them into one of them. The human and material resources of the entire planet are mobilized by them. And while they are responsible for the defense of their mother planet, they will also accept the Emperor's call to travel throughout the universe to participate in one glorious and great war after another. They phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme crushed the enemies of the Emperor one by one, or defended one world after another that was about to be destroyed. He and his brothers are called the Emperor's Angels. This glory accumulated for thousands of years came to an abrupt end 100 years ago. Martins doesn't hold a grudge against anyone. In Bohemia Blight, the Phoenix Warband is on the wrong side. By God's grace, they were not purged as traitors, but they were still guilty, and the Grand Inquisition sentenced them to a century-long redemption expedition. The so-called redemption expedition is to let the battalion who has been convicted of a crime carry out the most difficult mission with the most casualties without supplies, soldiers, or support. After the task is issued, it cannot be refused, and it must be carried out with all its strength until death. The vast majority of chapters sentenced to a crusade of atonement phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme never make it past the end of their punishment time. But the Phoenix, true to their name, was tenacious, and they miraculously survived the redemption crusade. One cruel war after another lasted for 100 years. These days, they still fight for the Empire with little honor. Their fight is for atonement and for death. During the 100 Years expedition, the chapter leader changed 6 times, and finally fell into the hands of Martins, a man who thought he had little talent. A few months ago, in the final battle of the redemption expedition, the previous chapter master led the last elite of the chapter to launch a desperate assault. They won, but at the expense of none but Martins and 6 others who were left behind. He will always remember the look in his mentor's eyes when he handed him the medal symbolizing the chapter master before charging. It was full of expectation, full of hope, and the future of the battle group hung heavily on his chest. He is determined to rebuild his chapter, but does not know how. Their homeworld has already been assigned to another battle group. The fleet has all crashed, leaving only the Ferning Feather, a small spaceship that is not even a frigate, power armor, weapon depot, gene seed bank. With the crash of the flagship, everything is lost. Perhaps there has never been a battle group that can be worse than them. They can only wander in the universe blankly, drifting around like headless chickens. There are indeed quite a few forces that want to help them. However, Martins could see through the sinister intentions of those people. They only want the Phoenix battle group with only 7 people left to be their senior thugs. There is no honor in that, and there is little hope. What Martins thought of was the opportunity to rebuild the chapter, the opportunity to continue to let the chapter fight with honor. It's a pity that when mentioning this, those who tried to help them all shut up. Some time ago, their spaceship jumped through a spiritual network tunnel and came to the Tianma star area aimlessly. Just like the many star regions they passed by in the past few months, nothing special. However, the chaplain of the warband approached him at this time, claiming that he had received a revelation during his prayers. The hope of the warband's rebirth lies here. hope rose in Martin's like a straw caught by a drowning man. Intellectually, he shouldn't believe it. Is there anything special about the Pegasus sector? An unknown star area, neither special output, nor any glorious history, nor any other battle group stationed here. How could the hope of the battle group's rebirth be here? However, emotionally, he believed it almost without hesitation. Obviously, it was only a few months, which was nothing compared to the long life of the spacefighters after transformation, but he felt that he had already suffered for too long. This sense of emptiness was even more painful than during the Atonement Crusade. If there is an opportunity, he can't wait to grab it. The chaplain of the war group, also his most trusted battle brother, has been back in the prayer room for 2 days, without any movement. Martin's mentality gradually became anxious. But all the anxiety, at this moment, has the result. He heard heavy footsteps, and turned his head to see a skull-shaped helmet wearing the priest's characteristic black power armor. The huge shoulder armor was painted with the fiery red color of the chapter and the pattern of the phoenix, which symbolized the chapter. Identity of. He is Rizzo, the oldest of the 7 still alive, having fought in the chapter for 400 years. He was supposed to participate in the final death battle, but was forced to stay by the previous chapter master. The chapter needs his experience to assist Martin's. Pastor Rizzo, you're finally out. Did your prayers come to fruition? Yes, chapter commander. Rizzo's voice was tired, but also with some expectation. I got a more accurate revelation. The opportunity for Phoenix's nirvana is here. The priest's finger points on the star map. There is Fury Owl Star. Martins looked a little dazed. He searched his memory, but couldn't remember anything special about this world. He couldn't help asking, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" "I'm sure." Rizzo said frankly. The God Emperor revealed that the opportunity for the rebirth of the war group's nirvana is there, and it should be on the governor of that planet. Martins paced left and right, and finally made a decision. Okay, turn around, let's go to Fury Star. Pastor Rizzo's revelation was the only opportunity Martins had looked forward to in the past few months. Although he has never heard of anything special about the world of Fury Star, since it is the revelation of the God Emperor, it must be a powerful governor, and he may be willing to help the battle group complete the reconstruction. After activating the Phoenix Will Die event, Gu Hang still has 36 remaining gifts. A lot, but not enough. For a moment, he wanted to take this gift to draw a card. With a 40% shipping probability, can you still draw it 3 times? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But he ultimately chose not to do so. He still wants to upgrade. Waiting for the monthly fixed income to be issued, adding these 36 points is enough. If you spend the gift now, you won't be able to get promoted after 2 days. In the end, he still suppressed the thought of drawing cards. After Gu Hang completed various system functions, he also had a good rest, by the way. Although there was still some pain in the head, it was much better than when the battle was just over at the beginning. This also reassured Gu Hang a lot. It seems that the previous spiritual drain was not serious and did not affect the Foundation. Leaving the infantry fighting vehicle, the work of cleaning the battlefield continues. The soldiers gathered together a large number of monster corpses, or the battered corpses. Because there are too many, it is impossible to put them all back in one go, and the rest will be piled up first, and they can be transported again later. These are the raw materials for the synthetic starch production line. In other places, corpse starch may be a black name, but here in Gu Hang, it seems to be true. Although the hungry people in the wasteland may not care much about this, as long as there is nothing wrong with eating it, or there is no big problem, it is better than nothing to eat. But Gu Hang still tried his best to hide this news. He couldn't keep it completely secret, but he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to publicize it. It's not something to be proud of after all. While the troops were busy, Yan Fanshu approached him again. Seeing that the captain's nose was a little crooked and there was a bruise above his left eye, Gu Hang was stunned for a moment. How did you get hurt like this? This shouldn't be an injury caused by an abscess monster, right? It's nothing. Oh. Seeing Mr. Captain's embarrassing face, Gu Hang suddenly realized, and remembered something he almost forgot before. You were beaten up by your old subordinate? Yan Fangshu became impatient immediately. What violent beating? How can it be called violent beating? Just accidentally lost a move or two, not considered violent beating. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hang was amused. That's right. It's not a violent beating. It's not a violent beating. It's just a small violent beating. Yan Fanshu was speechless. He didn't want to talk to the governor anymore, but he couldn't help feeling itchy. Muttering, he still couldn't help saying that. Your Excellency Governor, this intensive training. He was a little embarrassed to say the request at all. He couldn't beat his old subordinates, and in the end he had to come to ask the governor to participate in that special intensive training. He always felt a little ashamed. Gu Hang patted Yan Fanshu on the shoulder and said, "How could I not agree to this request? But not now, your potential is even greater, and you deserve more severe and valuable training." Yan Fanshu's eyes lit up. "Thank you, Governor. Don't be in a hurry to thank me, but I also want to say something up front. If you gain something, you should pay. Everything in the world is not without a price. If you want to get a gift from me, you should be more sincere and loyal to me." Yan Fanshu understood what Gu Hang meant. But he dared not agree. He is a member of the Imperial Navy, and his future is still in the stars and seas. Does he want to switch to a planetary governor and join the Planetary Defense Force? There is a gap. The Imperial military system consists of roughly three parts: the Imperial Navy, the Imperial Astral Army, and the Planetary Defense Force. The former two are the armies directly under the Empire, with a relatively high status. In theory, they are directly under the command of the Empire's central government and receive supplies from the Empire. The Planetary Defense Force, PDF, is just a planet-level defense force formed and led by the Planetary Governor. The Empire doesn't care about the PDF's training, equipment, and supplies, but sometimes the PDF is recruited into the Astral Army, or taxed by the Empire. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme in high-intensity interstellar wars. PDFs are also used as cannon fodder by the main force of the Empire. The Navy masters don't even look down on the head soldiers of the Star Militia. Can they be regarded as a PDF? Compared with the captain of the Planetary Defense Force and the captain of the Imperial Navy, the idiot should choose the front. But what about a general of the Planetary Defense Force compared to a captain in the Navy? This is not easy to say. A captain of the Marine Corps, such as Yan Fanshu, at most he led a special marine company, and there were hundreds of people under him, and now there are only 30 people. But if he became a general, he might be able to become an important figure on this planet. Can you really be a general? Accepting the governor is tantamount to betting that the governor in front of him can win. Yan Fanshu was a little afraid to gamble. He is not a barefoot man, unlike the local residents on Fury All-Star. Looking at Yan Fanshu, who was in a dilemma, Gu Hang didn't force him. He smiled and patted the other person on the shoulder, and said, "Don't worry, it's still early, you don't have to make a decision now. In any case, you are my subordinate at this moment, and you are all under my orders. The future, I believe it will come, you will make decisions in the future." Yan Fanshu heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Gu Hang gratefully. Fortunately, the governor didn't have to force him to make a choice right now. He worried that he had chosen the wrong one. "Okay, let's not talk about this. What do you want to see me for?" "There is indeed something serious. There is a troop from Fushing City approaching us. They don't seem to be hostile. The leader of the team claims that he is the grandson of Hodgson, the chairman of the Alliance Parliament, and has come to protect the safety of the governor." Gu Hang's expression was strange, and his tone didn't know whether it was ridicule or sigh. "The team of the Alliance Council, whether they have evil intentions or they really want to defend me, it's too late. What do we do now? Scatter them? No." Gu Hang waved his hand. "The matter is over, I want to see what they mean. You take the 3rd Battalion up, disarm them all, and then bring the people here. Just in time, the battlefield needs more people come to clean. I also want to meet the grandson of the chairman of the council. What news will he bring me?" "Yes." Yan Fanshu went to work. He didn't keep Gu Hang waiting too long, and soon brought him here. Soldiers, barehanded, honestly started to clean up the battlefield, carrying the monster corpses together with Gu Hang's original soldiers. In addition, a young man wearing an officer's uniform was brought in front of Gu Hang. Lambert Hodgson. Gu Hang phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme out his name. The young Lambert gave a military salute to Gu Hang and said hello loudly, "Your Excellency Governor, hello. Why did you come?" "Come to defend the governor." "Come on, does your grandpa know?" "I am following the orders of the chairman of the council." "Then the time for you to come is very coincidental. My battle is over and the enemy has been eliminated. You should have come earlier, no matter what you want to do." Lambert said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Governor, we are late. I also understand your doubts. But please believe that we are indeed here to defend you. My subordinates and I will obey any orders you have unconditionally, no regrets." Gu Hang smiled. Let me add it again. This book is an original worldview plus stitched a lot of Warhammer 40k settings into the Star-Lord text. There are only settings, and there will be no specific characters, events, places and completely consistent history in Warhammer. This book is mainly an interstellar science fiction novel, or it can be called a space opera. If you have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red / phoneme it as a hammer text, it's not impossible, but if you see some settings that are different, please use the description in this book as the main one. Gu Hang smiled. He stepped forward and gave Lambert a big hug. "I am willing to believe in you, welcome to join, young comrades." Lambert's statement was very sincere, but Gu Hang didn't fully believe it. It's just that this guy brought a group of people, and if he was asked to disarm, he would disarm, and if he was asked to work, he would do the work, so why worry too much? Gu Hang doesn't expect anything from them, and secondly, he doesn't know how to use them to do important work, so he just cleans up the battlefield and acts as a porter. Who can do it? Just use it and you're done. As for trust, it's not expressed in words. With longer time and more experience, he will always show his true self. Moreover, this guy brought an even bigger surprise to Gu Hang. Along with him, in addition to armed soldiers, there were more than refugees. According to Lambert, this was recruited from outside the city when he set off. The reason why he did this was because he heard that a businessman named Denison Henry had recruited refugees for the governor. Thinking about it, the governor's manpower gap is quite large, so he did this once when he set off. Not only that, but he also arranged manpower to carry out long-term migration propaganda outside Fuxing City, propagating that the governor will have a good job, good treatment, and food, clothing, warmth and starvation. Yo-ho, the young man is very good. Gu Hang was overjoyed. For this reason, he was too embarrassed to rant when he called old Hodgson. But there's really nothing to spray. The attack should really have nothing to do with them, at least there is no evidence to prove this. Those who did it were heretics, and the powerful storm magic made this point clear. Moreover, before the attack, it was Hodgson who gave him a warning in advance. At the moment, old Hodgson also said that they have made further progress in their investigation of the cult. They captured 2 middle-level missionaries of the original Rajal sect, and learned that this cult organization is indeed secretly increasing its operations in Fuxing City, and there may be a plan in progress. Continuing along the line should yield more rewards. In addition to the cult issues that Gu Hang used to manipulate the alliance government, Hodgson's performance in other aspects also made Gu Hang quite satisfied. Sending a grandson over, whether it is to serve him or to be a hostage, is itself an expression of attitude. As for the actual situation, he also made his attitude very clear. 500 soldiers and 2,000 refugees may not be a big deal. Hodgson has already vaguely promised that he will act in accordance with the instructions of the governor in Fuxing City and cooperate with the governor. But Hodgson also said he needed the governor to understand his difficulties. He is the president of the council, but he is not eloquent. Directly providing resources, promoting a certain decree, replacing a certain member of parliament, mobilizing the army on a large scale. All of these ultimately require the entire parliament to discuss and form a resolution. Gu Hang didn't force much on this matter. It's useless to force. At present, Hodgson can be considered to be on his side, at least according to his attitude. It doesn't make much sense to force him. On the contrary, Gu Hang still needs Hodgson to help him force those congressmen. This time, Gu Hang chatted with Hodgson for a long time. From what he needs Hodgson to do, what kind of support he provides, how to advance Gu Hang's will step by step, and what kind of situation the rival city has reached, Gu Hang will consider re-entering the city. It even slightly involves him entering the main alliance. What kind of policies and reforms will be implemented after taking over the power of the governor, how to make the entire planet pay taxes in 2 years, and at the same time ensure that the planet continues to develop. If the conversation is not in-depth, most of the places are just tasted. After all, Gu Hang still doesn't fully trust the chairman of the council who said he would side with him. But to be able to talk about these topics and talk so widely, Gu Hang can be regarded as accepting the chairman of the council to a certain extent. As for the moment, Gu Hang does not plan to visit Fuxing City in the near future. The problem of the cult has not yet been resolved, and his safety is not guaranteed when he goes to Fuxing City. His power is not fully concentrated, and it is not easy to use his hands and feet when he goes there, but that time will not be too far away. Fuxing City, the inner city, a certain private club. 3 big figures who are well known in the entire alliance are gathering here. These 3 are all members of the alliance, and each has a large property in Fuxing City. However, their faces were all very gloomy. Bradford said, "Everyone has finished listening to the recording. Don't keep talking, let's talk about your thoughts." He is a business tycoon in Fuxing City. He doesn't have many businesses under his umbrella, but he has strong business channels in the southeast and northwest. Many things that Fuxing City produces can only be sold through his channels. Things that Fuxing City does not produce need to be bought through his channels. In Fuxing City, a place with a commercial hub as its core, one can imagine his status. After Bradford finished speaking, the old man sitting next to him shook his head and said, "I still can't understand why old Hodgson would do this. Isn't he afraid of repeating the situation of the second governor? This person's name is Norris, and his family is an industrial tycoon in Fuxing City. Its subsidiaries include food factories, chemical factories, textile factories and other important categories, and also set foot in the medical industry. He and Vaughn were considered important allies. After Vaughn's death, the industry collapsed, which had a great impact on him. When he mentioned the situation of the second governor, the faces of the other 2 became more gloomy. They all recalled that terrible era in unison. 12 years ago, the second-generation governor came to Fury Star on a frigate. At that time, the alliance was still very strong. Although the structure was a little loose, it was in line with the reality of Fu Xiaoxing. The major forces would at least respond to the requirements of the alliance government, not to mention obeying orders. This is the solid foundation laid down by a generation of governors. However, this foundation almost collapsed in just 6 years. After the governor landed and mastered the authority of the governor, he did not take the path of the previous governor to recuperate and develop first. He believes that the previous generation of governors was due to their kindness and weakness, which led to insufficient taxation. The natives of Star Fury are disloyal, and they need to be punished with the strictest attitude to pay taxes. He sat in this position for 6 years. The first 2 times he paid enough imperial taxes by means of looting and coercion. But his tyranny also sparked turmoil that swept across the world. The flames of rebellion spread everywhere. Some forces broke away from the alliance, some forces rebelled against others, some forces violently resisted, and some forces perished. The entire planet suffered a huge population loss in 6 years. This kind of loss includes not only a large amount of manpower being handed over as imperial taxes, but also a large number of people who died due to turmoil, and those who died of starvation and freezing due to lack of supplies. The first governor's 17 years of recuperation on Fury Owl was almost destroyed. The second-generation governor, of course, was unable to support the third taxation, and died in the hands of the Imperial Taxation Department. Those 6 years were something that no one from the Star of Fury wanted to. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme again. Whether poor or rich. The last of the 3 stood up. He is a burly man, and he still wears a camouflage uniform when he hangs out with friends. He is Mundok, a Union general. In Fuxing City, the 20 standing soldiers, the 70-odd planes, and the He-dash tanks are all theoretically his subordinates. Everything must be back on track. Old Hodgson's mistakes must be corrected. Parliament impeachment? I remember that the next Parliament will start in 4 days, but we may not succeed. The old Hodgson has been in business for so many years and has many supporters. It will take a lot of time for us to connect. No. Mondock vetoed the statement, "That's too slow, we need a faster way." The other two froze. They saw Mondock's slightly hideous expression. The situation in Fuxing City is treacherous. Gu Hang can roughly guess a little bit, but he can't know it too clearly. He didn't care too much about it. He is still squeezing the development progress of the entire territory. The 2nd Battalion and 3rd Battalion are continuing to be recruited, and Gu Hang plans to recruit another infantry battalion. The new arrivals were an important source of soldiers. With options available, Gu Hang has been working hard to avoid two consistent sources of soldiers in a unit. But now, other groups under his command have been mobilized several times, and it is difficult to spare more people. Therefore, Gu Hang simply spent 3 gift points on the newly recruited 2 soldiers to complete the initial training, and then pulled out some veterans from the 3ND and 4RD battalions and mixed them into the -TH battalion. So far, the total population under Gu Hang's command has reached 8,000 people, and there are soldiers. There is still a huge manpower gap. However, what Hodgson's grandpa and grandson arranged before is gradually taking effect at this moment. Except for the more than 2,000 refugees who came with Lambert, in the past few days, there have been refugees one after another every day. Because they heard the propaganda about the governor's camp, they moved here with their families. This allowed Gu Hang's forces to add a few dozen to as many as 100 or 200 people every day. Although it does not quench your thirst, it is a good thing to have continuous drinking water. One by one smelting furnaces were sent to the Waste Hole Society after being manufactured by the Black Box Mother Machine. Truckloads of hot ash stone, metal scrap, and metal minerals were transported from Garbage Town and sent to the smelting factory. Some of the alloy plastic steel produced in the Waste Cave Society were sent to Fuxing City and sold through Dennis and Henry's channel. Some remained in the Waste Cave Society, or were forged into armor vests, which were given priority to supply the governor's new recruit soldiers, but some of them will also be sent to Junktown for sale. The other part of the alloy plastic steel will enter the newly established G9 gun family workshop, be processed into various parts, and be assembled again. The G9 gun family has gradually started mass production in Gu Hang's territory, and it is no longer like before, which can only be produced by the mother machine. The population of the Waste Cave Club has now even surpassed that of the governor's camp. Heavy industry is simply a black hole of population, as if no matter how many people are filled in, it can be eaten. As for the governor's camp, the development of light industry is relatively slow. Textile mills and synthetic starch factories have already started operations. But the latter machines are not enough, and the technicians who have come down from the starship have not yet overcome the method of how to make synthetic starch machines according to the current industrial base. Now there are 2 production lines in operation. The former is logically able to absorb a lot of people, but according to the plan, the priority of recruiting workers from the heavy industry at the Waste Hole Society is higher, and the textile factories here can only recruit female workers. Even many female workers go to the factory. Abandon the Waste Hole Society. At the same time, there is a great demand for construction workers in the 2 places. Factories need to be expanded, residential buildings need to be expanded, and in addition to these, there are also shops, distribution stations, canteens, school buildings, administrative institutions. These all need to be built. The corresponding facilities also need to be supplemented by population. Population. The unemployment rate of Gu Hang's forces has almost reached 0. This also means that every citizen who comes to the governor's camp has received a warm welcome. The heads of all factories, production lines, and departments are all scrambling to rob people. Men go to factories, women go to textile factories, children are raised by collectives, and there are educational institutions. As long as the elderly can walk, there will always be a job for them, even if it is just to liberate another labor force. When the forces under his command were almost running like clockwork, Gu Hang also ushered in the moment of settlement in the 2nd month after he arrived at Star Fury. Current gift points, 88, monthly fixed income, 56, Governor Temporary Camp, 17 Terra month, Waste Cave Society, 39 Terra moon, a fixed monthly income is paid out. The gift he had left before was 36 points, to replenish the 2nd Battalion and 3rd Battalion, and to establish the 4th Battalion. A total of 4 recruits needed to be trained, and he spent 56 gift points. Plus the 88 points issued this month, the total is, dash. The value of monthly income here is a quantitative comparison of the development speed. Almost half a month ago, this number was still in their early 20s, but now it has more than doubled. This is already the limit of the current population size. If there is any further improvement, the population must increase significantly, and still be able to maintain an extremely low unemployment rate and high production efficiency. Under this premise, Gu Hang looked at the hundreds of thousands of impoverished people outside Fuxing City, and felt that it was a waste of money. With this population size, if people can make the best use of it, what a terrifying number it would be. It is a huge loss to let them be unemployed, hungry, and cold outside the city. However, talking about the development of his own power, after meeting someone, Gu Hang felt that his thinking had opened up a bit. That person is named Asuna. It was after the battle in the heterogeneous woodland that he found a person who appeared on the hero interface and could awaken as a hero. At first, Gu Hang thought that this girl, who didn't look like a warrior at all, might have some kind of psychic talent. After activating it in the hero interface, she could awaken into a psychic. Psychic talents are rare in the human population. But after all, he has 8,000 people under his command, so it's not too much to have such a one, right? But after seeing the real person, Gu Hang was a little disappointed at first. This girl is not as talented as he thought. As a psionicist himself, he was able to judge it. But after in-depth communication, and even knowing what this girl did when she joined the textile factory and became a manager, Gu Hang found that he might have picked up a treasure that was no worse than a psychic. To put it bluntly, there is nothing too unusual. Asuna didn't improve any workmanship, she just rearranged the working system of the entire factory according to her own thinking, and trained a few left and right hands to implement the system with her. Account records, work plans, incentive policies, results assessment, execution efficiency. When these things are implemented one by one, the management efficiency of the textile factory has been effectively improved. The inevitable chaos and extensiveness in the process of rapid development of the territory have been effectively improved. This made Gu Hang realize that the limit seems to have not been reached. Even if the population does not increase and the equipment does not increase, the establishment and continuous reform of the administrative management system can still increase productivity. What is the relationship between the economic base and the superstructure? Gu Hang thought about it in his head. To be honest, it would certainly not be bad for Gu Hang to do these tasks, these rules and regulations, and these management policies by himself. But he is the governor, he is the ruler, and he must grasp all the military and government property. It is unrealistic for him to deal with every detail in every detail. Maybe it's okay now, but in the future, when the power under his command grows bigger, it will be less and less likely for him to do so. He needs an efficient administrative system, bureaucrats, civil servants, these roles are essential. And the girl in front of her seemed to be a good choice. Her potential was even recognized by the system. Then Gu Hang didn't have too many other scruples. System, activate this girl for me. Asuna was still a little dizzy when she left the governor's palace, which was just a big house. When she first found out that the governor was going to see her, she was quite nervous. She had a natural and generous personality, but after several months of hardships, she added a wildcat look, willing to fight and desperate. But she was still nervous and overwhelmed. The hardships of the past few months were so unforgettable that after coming to the governor's camp, she once again lived a stable life without worrying about what to eat tomorrow or safety issues, and she cherished it extremely. She worked very hard at work, entered the textile factory, and became a manager because of the most literacy. She tried her best to translate her ideas and experiences according to her own ideas and experiences, as well as the book she had phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red phoneme in the pre-war era. Ideas were proposed and implemented. She herself thinks that she has done a good job, but there are indeed some places, not to mention deviant, at least it is different from other factories and units. Could the governor be angry about this? With a feeling of anxiety, she met the governor. This was the first time she had seen the governor up phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. She thought that he should be a majestic man, but she didn't expect that he was quite young, as if he was not much older than herself. He has a handsome face and wears a golden, gorgeous, and straight military uniform, but his smile is quite easygoing. The governor first asked her about her living conditions and past life experiences, and she answered them one by one. In the chat, the mood is also slightly relieved. Later, she talked about her work in the textile factory and her thinking. While listening, she also raised some in-depth questions and suggestions from time to time. Asuna felt that the communication with the governor was very pleasant. She found that the governor is a good listener, and the occasional questions are just right. At the same time, she also felt that the governor's insights were also very profound, which gave her a lot of inspiration. Achieve a lot. And after the conversation was over, something happened that she didn't expect at all. The Governor General mentioned that a new department named Production Department will be established, with the purpose of governing all its factories, formulating production plans, and optimizing the system. And she will be nominated as the acting head of the Production Department. Asana was dumbfounded. She was the first to wonder if her ears were broken and she misheard the meaning. After confirming that it was correct, she began to wonder if the governor's head was, "Oh, I can't think like this, it's too disrespectful." But that's probably what it means. I am just a little white rabbit who doesn't know anything. Why do I have to take on such an important job all of a sudden? Gu Hang did not give her the right to refuse. And she won't say no. She felt flustered and terrified, feeling at a loss what to do. If it were a few months ago when she was really a young lady, she might have chosen to escape because of fear and worry that she would not do well. But now, after several months of suffering, she knows that any opportunity needs to be fought and fought for by herself. The governor gave the opportunity, and she was fully aware of what this position and this job meant. She had no idea at all, but it didn't stop her from trying to convince herself that she had to try and change her destiny. She can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme up to the opportunity given by the governor. She must be worthy of the trust of the governor, so that she can hold her destiny in her hands. And it doesn't seem like I'm really incapable of doing it. In the past, she probably couldn't do it. But this time, after chatting with the governor, after she walked out, she always felt that her mind was churning. The governor's words just now seemed to have turned into some strange, huge, and useful knowledge. Many things that I didn't understand and didn't know how to do before, I seem to be able to figure it out now, and I can find a suitable way to deal with it. Many things that I thought I had done well before, can now think of more suitable solutions. Can make the results better. This situation, when she was talking with the governor, she had already vaguely noticed it. He wasn't quite sure what the reason for this was, so he sighed casually. Then he saw the governor showing a strange smile to her. Normal situation, maybe this is the revelation from the emperor. This is your revelation, she complimented. Gu Hang laughed and waved his hands at that time. Don't say that, I can't afford it. Activated hero, Asuna, N, level, LV1, physical 4, spirituality 5, commander 7, politics 9 characteristic, excellent government officials, good at statistics, arrangements, and planning of various political and economic affairs. Arranging her in a suitable position can improve administrative efficiency. Politics +1, looking at that N, Gu Hang had a weird expression on his face. On top of N, is there still R, SR, SSR? It turns out that this is not a farming system, nor a war system, but a card drawing system, right? There are also elements of character development. So far, 3 functions with randomness have appeared in his system. Gu Hang complained in his heart. But being able to activate Osina is pretty good. Even more valuable than activating Yen Fangshu. At present, within Gu Hang's sphere of influence, there is a shortage of people, but there is also a shortage of talents. The military aspect may be better. After all, there is a soldier card system that can provide training bonuses for the entire army. And there is also Yen Fangshu, a serious Imperial Navy captain. Even if he is not activated as a hero, he still has excellent military command skills. To put it bluntly, it can make do with it. On the contrary, on the side of government affairs, Gu Hang really didn't have any suitable candidates. Before that, he could only use his followers Zhang Chao and Patel to coordinate the situation of the entire camp. This is a lot of pressure for both of them. Zhang Chao's actions were so not a big mistake, but it was just the case that Gu Hang didn't have any more expectations from him. If there is a further request, I am afraid that Zhang Chao will not be able to bear it. In addition, the heavy industry group of the Waste Cave Society is currently in charge of Patel, the former leader of the Waste Cave Society. He is also learning while doing it. His past experience is far from enough to deal with the various problems that have emerged in the rapid development of the heavy industry in Wudong. He worked very hard, but it was also very hard. Even if he was so reluctant, it was difficult to really improve his own level to the necessary level. Now that he has an extra Osina under his command, Gu Hang can feel more at ease when it comes to government affairs. As for raising someone to such an important high position so quickly, will it be a bit of a blow to the seedlings, and there will be no promotion in the future? This is possible, but Gu Hang can't take care of so much now. Solve the practical problems first, the so-called way of employing people, let's wait a little later. Asuna also has a picture. Regarding the matter of Asuna being activated as a hero, Gu Hang also discovered a hidden mechanism of the system. People who can be activated as heroes don't seem to be fixed. It wasn't the first day that Asuna came to his camp, but she was detected by the system after she showed a relatively good ability, and was determined to be activated. After that, people like Patel and Zhang Chao. With the increase of work experience and the improvement of their own perception, is it possible that their potential will also increase and become candidates who can be activated? Even if Asuna, who is set as the lowest rarity of N level, is it possible that the potential will increase in the future? Gu Hang thinks it is very possible. The real world is not a game, people will change. People with outstanding talents may hurt Zhongyong, people with poor talents may suddenly realize one day, this is uncertain. After spending 10 gift points on Asuna, Gu Hang still has 78 points in his hand. There is no doubt that he spent 50 points on himself directly. Upgrade. Upgrade successfully, physical attribute +1, spiritual attribute +1, please choose one of the 5 directions of physique, spirituality, commander, leader, and uniqueness to generate new talents. Gu Hang tried to click unique as usual, but it still didn't come out. In desperation, Gu Hang could only choose the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme ahead. I have already thought about what to choose, and it is still the spiritual phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals /phoneme. Mind power control, now you can use your spirituality to directly control physical objects. Spirituality +1, the spiritual talent is quite unpretentious. In Gu Hang's memory, many psychic users manifested their psychic talents in this way, which is quite conventional. But conventional does not mean weak. Instead, it's a very powerful talent. Especially when the spiritual strength of the psyker itself is large enough. It's a pity not to have a more powerful psionic talent, but the result itself is not bad. Since then, his overall attributes have become like this: Hero, Gu Hang, Faction Leader, LV3, Inexperienced cannot upgrade, Physique, 9, Spirituality, 17, Characteristics, Psychic Spellcaster, Governor of Furious All-Star, Talent, Spiritual Energy for Body Protection, Mind Power Control. The attributes need to be specially mentioned. Gu Hang has figured it out now. The average level of a healthy mortal is about 5. Take Asuna as an example. The girl is a bit thin and weak, but her spirituality is no different from that of a normal person. She has good commanding skills and can be a leader. It is a bit difficult to be a military commander, but she is not a big problem in managing logistics. The political attribute is the highest, and it is more suitable to be a high-quality government official. As for Gu Hang himself, the commander and political attribute points will not be displayed. It seems that the system is not willing to quantify his ability in these two aspects. As for the two objective abilities of physique and spirituality, he will increase a little each time he upgrades. And every point, it grows about 1.5 times. Now his physical attributes, from strength to shock resistance to nerve reaction speed, a series of abilities, combined, are about 5 times that of ordinary people. And his spiritual attributes reached 129 times that of ordinary people. If the total strength of his spirituality before could only be regarded as an excellent psyker, now he can be regarded as powerful. Who is not a psionic master? Gu Hang was still very satisfied with this. If he was allowed to return to the battle in the alien woodland a few days ago, it would become extremely easy. When the three cultists rode the Stormbird and flew out of the woodland, he was able to crush the three guys in the air. There was no need to wait for them to reach a certain distance. In order to interfere with the Stormbird, and rely on the strengthened Marine Corps elite to help. In fact, he can almost understand now that any psionic talent is just icing on the cake. What is really decisive is the spirituality itself. This thing determines the overall spiritual power strength. As long as it is high enough, no matter how shallow it is to use it, it can be finalized at a critical time. That's what it means to drop 10 meetings with one force. After completing the improvement of his self-level, Gu Hang still has 28 gift points left to spend. After thinking about it for a while, he still couldn't hold back, and took it to draw a technology card. And this time, there is a 40% chance of getting into the soul. Gu Hang let out a long sigh of relief, and if he missed 2 consecutive rounds, he would call the police. He couldn't wait to take a look to see what this newly drawn technology was. Basic level technology, whetstone hybrid engine, the most frequently used engine within the unlimited territory of the Empire. It can flexibly use various types of biofuels, fossil fuels, and batteries to provide power. It can be flexibly configured in set size regulations. It is not advanced and powerful enough, but it is versatile enough, and it can be seen in countless Empire worlds. Gu Hang Lu blossomed. The technology cards drawn are all good things. With the current attitude of the forces under his command, it seems that everything he can draw is quite powerful. But in any case, the whetstone engine still has an irreplaceable role. As mentioned in the system introduction, this thing is not advanced at all. At least compared with those powerful engines that use material reactors, energy crystals, and supercompressed energy, they are far behind. But if you really want to give Gu Hang such a high-level engine, he can't use it. He has nowhere to find enough qualified nuclear fuel, and he can't mass-produce energy crystals, let alone ultra-compressed energy and spiritual energy. And even with these adapted high-level energy sources, it is useless. These more powerful power sources are used in power armor, titan mechs, mobile fortresses, and various starships. Gu Hang couldn't make anything. The low-end attributes of the whetstone engine are just right. Its most outstanding place is that it is not taboo about driving fuel. Put the whole battery on it, it can move, the whole diesel, gasoline, kerosene, it can move, the whole biofuel, put a piece of firewood or crops on it, and through pyrolysis and gasification to produce liquid or gaseous fuel, it can still move. Moreover, it has a very wide range of applications. You can build a small, earthy, sturdy and easy-to-use one, and you can make a 3-jumper, and you can build a larger, more powerful one to build a tank, and then build a larger one, arranged in a power pack, which can be driven big cargo ship, make it lighter and higher quality, and use higher quality fuel to make it into an aero engine, very useful. With it, Gu Hang's construction machinery and vehicle manufacturing industry will be established. He was still thinking before that with the development of the territory, the transportation volume would increase, and the brute force that he had seized incidentally when transporting the materials extorted from Fuxing City before was becoming more and more insufficient. He was still thinking about where to get a few more cows. Now, don't worry about that. Who would use the backward animal power? At most, it can use some waste heat on some rough terrain where the car really can't run. It is not that with engines, there are cars and engineering machines. Chassis, moving parts, suspension system, transmission system, body design, handling system. There is a lot more than the engine that is needed to make a good car. However, the question of good and bad can be resolved later. With a suitable source of motivation, there is a beginning. To put it bluntly, take the entire car frame, the entire transmission rod, and the entire wheels of alloy plastic steel, and build a 3-wheel jumper that can run, and pull a cart behind it, which is much better than using human and animal power. Now that the engine is available, if some design plans for vehicles and engineering machines are drawn out later, the heavy industry in Gu Hang's territory can take another big step forward. Before that, Gu Heng planned to find someone to design a simple car that could move, improve transportation efficiency, and make some exports by the way. If the output is not bad and the performance is sufficient, a small three-wheeled truck can be assembled to equip our troops, and the high and low will also be a motorized infantry regiment. Gu Heng came to his secret base, where a basement was dug and a wall was built. The loyal and reliable machine servants received strict orders to stay here and not allow anyone to enter. Of course, the governor can come in as he pleases. Here, the 2 technologies and 4 black box manufacturing machines that were drawn out before are all there. In addition, a lot of open space has been reserved. On the one hand, it is reserved for the 4 existing machines to feed and produce, on the other hand, it is also convenient to place more machines in the future. He configured the new 2 machines. There are also workers in this secret factory. The level of confidentiality is high, and they are not allowed to leak information. They are required to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the factory. They are not allowed to go out unless there are special circumstances, and they will be monitored when they go out. They poured the raw materials into the finished black box for producing the engine, and soon, under Gu Heng's initial settings, 2 engines, 1 large and 1 small, that met his requirements were produced. These 2 engines will be sent to the research institute and handed over to the technician who got off the quintet to figure it out. Anyway, there is no prospect of conquering the self-produced synthetic starch production line, and it is a bit difficult to get it out. There is no way. The Industrial Foundation and Scientific Research Foundation under Gu Heng's command are all in shambles, even if it is a relatively basic technology from the perspective of the civilization of the entire empire, it is difficult to come up with it. This also proves the value of the scientific and technological functions in the Gu Heng system. To put it bluntly, if Gu Heng wants to pay taxes every 2 years in the future, whether the things given by the technology panel can be used well will be the key. If Gu Heng had the ability to turn Fury Star into a small forging world, then there would be no need to worry about the lowest imperial tax. Back to the moment. 2 of the finished products were made out of black boxes first, and more can be made when the Research Institute has a specific application plan. The black box of the production line is not in a hurry to move first. Similarly, when the application plan can be implemented, it will start to produce engines at full capacity. There is no need to worry about these. Gu Heng placed high hopes on the person who wanted to figure out how to overcome the technical difficulties of synthetic starch, and who wanted to come up with an application plan for the whetstone engine, scratching his head with his mechanical hand at the moment, thinking about his secret factory. Wu Jiarong was really curious. She comes from a foundry world, a tech specialist who once had the potential to be promoted to machinist. But the internal fighting situation of the Mechanicus is much more serious than what outsiders imagined. She lost the battle, not only failed to be promoted, but also all her property and knowledge became someone else's. Incidentally, she herself lost her personal freedom. It was paid as an imperial tax. But since then, she can't count on the luck of the times, but at least the situation has not continued to be miserable. Anyway, she is a technical specialist, not a slave laborer. When the Pegasus fleet needed to be replenished, she was thrown into the quintet, and she worked for 10 years. She had already accepted her fate. After leaving the Forge world and the system of Mechanicus, she is unlikely to have any room for improvement. Even on the quintet, she is not the only technical commissioner, and there are even several technical priests, but it is difficult for her to be accepted as a student, and she will strive for opportunities to develop again when she is taken away from the starship in the future. Even after a long time, she still feels that there is nothing wrong with living like this now. It's not too busy, so you don't need to intrigue, do your own thing well, and maintain the part of the starship structure that you are responsible for, especially the logistics system. There are still a group of slave laborers and junior commissioners under her management and deployment. As for herself, she also has some spare time after work, which can be used to study things she is interested in, make some gadgets, and amuse herself quite a bit. It's not a bad day, it seems. And just when she had almost accepted her fate, a transfer order from Brigadier General Yalisha brought her, along with a few junior commissioners, to the surface with a synthetic starch production line and spare parts. The good days are over. She thought so. Wu Jiarong found that she seemed unable to accept her fate. As long as you accept your fate, you will be slapped immediately, and then you will be slapped one level lower to see if you still recognize it. 10 years ago, she failed to win the fight and gave up. When she planned to consider promotion next time, she was chased and killed, and became an imperial tax. It's good to have sex, and even plan to find a man to marry, and give birth to a baby before the body transformation has changed to the stomach, but was dispatched to the surface of Fu Xiaoxing. Anyway, there will always be a lower limit. But what can be done? She can only bear the burden of hard work. However, after coming to the surface, she found that it seems that the situation is not as bad as she imagined. She knew that Governor Gu almost started to develop this place from a very poor background. The Industrial Foundation and Scientific Research Foundation are almost zero eggs. But other than that, everything else turned out to be full of benefits. She has no worries about food and clothing, and the food is even better than that on the starship. Although she has received the order of the governor and is studying how to realize the synthetic starch technology with limited conditions, she does not need to eat synthetic starch herself. According to the work point calculation made by the governor, her work points are quite high, and the ration quota and quality are good. You can get the sun during the day and the night. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme at night, which is not the case on the starship. The more important point is that she has found her long-lost goal again. This thing sounds false, but when it comes to reality, it's just one thing: knowing what's the point of what you're doing. She saw that the refugees from Fuxing City in the camp were not full of food. To be honest, she didn't have much sympathy for this, but through her own research, it was not a bad thing to let them eat. At that time, she will be able to see people's smiling faces, she will be praised by the governor, and she will know that her work has really changed something. It's not like being on a starship, day after day, year after year, but no clear work results can be seen. There seems to be no big difference between those artillery and those machines, whether they are maintained every day or at intervals. Besides, the subject of synthetic starch given by the governor is also very interesting. It's challenging, but it seems to be within my ability. She is motivated to do well. In addition to such things as motivation and goals, she also found another thing that had disappeared for a long time: curiosity. She was so curious about what happened to the governor's secret factory. Is the forces under the command of Governor Gu Hang a real technological wasteland? Yes, but not exactly. Most of the places are crude and backward beyond words. However, Wu Jiarong was able to see the best alloy plastic steel material here. This does not refer to the alloy produced by the so-called Waste Hole Society, but the special alloy that the governor specially ordered to be transported to her. Others don't realize it. They just think that the two materials look more beautiful on the outside, and should be more usable, but they don't know the specific difference in detail. But she clearly understands that this kind of alloy plastic steel can be regarded as a special material. Not to mention the broken place like New Xiaoxing, many places with a strong industrial foundation cannot produce this kind of special alloy plastic steel. Even in the foundry world she was in before, the output of this material was very low. When doing some research and production work, it was very difficult to apply for or purchase this stuff. She couldn't believe that it was produced locally by Fu Xiaoxing. There must be some unknown secrets in it. She had inquired about it, but she didn't dare to make a big fuss. At first, she thought that when the governor came to this planet, he had stockpiled a batch of high-performance materials, but they haven't used them up yet. But later, when the G9 rifles started to appear, she knew that things were definitely not as simple as she thought. And now, the governor sent someone to send her 2 whetstone engines with different specifications. The technical content of this thing is not particularly high, and it is not an advanced product at the level of the entire galaxy. However, just like special alloy plastic steel, the most rare thing is the technological value contained in it. Whetstone engines can be made everywhere, but it is the first time Wu Jiarong has seen such a good one. It's as if someone has spent his whole life working on how to make an engine that can only be used as a power source for 3 jumpers. Highlight 1: outrageous. A bold idea came to her mind. I couldn't fall asleep after thinking about it. For a while, I felt that I was really whimsical, but for a while, I felt that it might be true, otherwise I couldn't think of any other explanation. How could there be such a thing as a black box manufacturing machine on a mere wasteland planet without a governor with real power? If you want to say that Governor Gu's own family, the wealthy Gu family in the Tianma Star District, has one treasure, then there is still a little possibility, just a little bit. Is it possible that his family brought it to him? It doesn't feel very realistic. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either / phoneme. Wu Jiarong still couldn't figure it out, but she didn't dare to think any further. Will die. Even, she has already started to regret, why did she inquire about the secret factory before? What's next? This tossing and turning mentality lasted until the next day, making her feel a little restless when she was working. Then, she heard a piece of news that shook her even more. What? The governor is coming? Yes. One of her apprentices, a junior commissioner, was a little puzzled as to why the mentor seemed to be in dire straits. What's wrong with this? I can see the apprentice's doubts, but Wu Jiarong has no intention of explaining. Say what? Speaking of your mentor, I seem to have guessed the secret of the governor, and now I am afraid that the governor will silence me? She could only prepare hastily. To be honest, the new task given by the governor, asking her to come up with 2 plans that can use 2 types of whetstone engines, one large and one small, is actually not difficult to do. With her level and the premise of excellent materials, it is very simple to produce 2 kinds of cars that can run and use. However, the time is short, and she has been restless recently, so she hasn't done it properly. Now that the governor is coming, she has no choice but to say that she hasn't done anything recently. Hurry up and hold on to the Buddha's feet temporarily, not to mention that you will be able to come up with the design plan immediately, at least wait until the governor asks. It is good to have some ideas and a few pictures. Facts have proved that her preparation in advance is still valuable. When the governor arrived, she was able to talk eloquently, and she could take out the small parts that had just been rubbed and machined with tools, and cooperate with the design drawings to talk about her own ideas. At the beginning, she stumbled a bit, because she felt that this temporary thing was a bit rough, and at most she could only be considered able to run. But seeing the governor nodding, she gradually relaxed a little. I'm still of a good standard, and the governor's requirements are not that high. With a relaxed mood, she can more freely express her technical level to the governor. This is the only thing she is proud of after she came to New Xiaoxing. In the past, whether it was in the Forge world or on a starship with a technical priest, her technical level was not worth mentioning. Only on the surface of the Angry Owlstar, she is the only one. Seeing Governor Gu keep nodding and listening seriously, Wu Jiarong's mood is getting better and better. She even began to feel that it was not a bad thing to leave the starship and come to the surface. No one can overwhelm her here, she is the most trusted technician by the governor. Of course this is because no one can compete with her. But isn't that a good thing? If you can dominate and be the leader, why do you have to get involved with a group of other technical bigwigs? Just when she had such a thought, Gu Hang spoke again. Commissioner Wu, I have another question. Your Excellency Governor, I can help you answer any doubts you have. Wu Jiarong took it all in confidence. Why are you so curious about the secret factory? Wu Jiarong fell into an ice cave. She has one thought now: people really can't have the idea of admitting their fate. In her whole life, as long as she accepts her fate, she will end badly. The last thing I wanted to face happened. At this moment, she couldn't even think of the excuses she had pondered when she tossed and turned before, and when she faced the interrogation. Seeing Wu Jiarong's face puffed up, hesitating, not knowing what to say, Gu Hang showed a gentle smile instead. Commissioner Wu, don't be so nervous. You have some guesses, right? Just speak out boldly. Hearing Gu Hang's question, Wu Jiarong seemed discouraged. Yes, in your secret factory, is there a black box manufacturing machine? Yes. Gu Hang admitted with a smile. Wu Jiarong got the answer to her previous curious question and confirmed her guess. But in the current situation, she is not happy at all. Wu Jiarong sighed deeply. I would rather you not tell me this. You just need to tell a simple lie, and I will definitely believe it. But it's not necessary, right? Gu Hang stood up, looking out from the windowsill. Look at this place. 2 months ago, this place was still a wasteland. but now, it already has the appearance of a town. What's more, you have also seen the abandoned cave society in the distance, and it is booming there. Maybe in the eyes of many people, this does not seem like what a governor is doing, but I am sure I am on the right path. I want to create a seed here, and finally let it take root and germinate in the entire Fury Star. In the future, I envision, Fury Star will have the same powerful productivity as the Foundry World, and the same living environment as the Garden World. Speaking of this, Gu Hang turned his gaze back to Wu Jiarong. Do you believe? Do you believe? Wu Jiarong didn't believe it. Productivity comparable to Forge World? It is possible. Can the standard of living be compared to Garden World? Not without such examples. But have both? Then kidding. The Garden World has a beautiful environment, ample supply of resources, and a superior quality of life for people. It is usually an administrative planet or a business hub planet. As for the Foundry World, the environment is usually not much better. The whole world will look like a huge factory, and countless people will contribute their sweat, and even their flesh and blood. Can these two things be combined casually? Among the countless stars in the entire empire, how many such examples can be found? Can Holy Terra, the capital of the empire, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme up to what the governor said it would? Do not know. It can be heard from the propaganda, but she has never been there, has never seen it with her own eyes, and dare not believe it casually. She couldn't even believe that Holy Terra would look like what the governor said, let alone in this remote wasteland planet. Rationally, she felt that the governor was just talking nonsense and drawing big cakes. That pie, it's big and round, but it's ridiculously far away and unreal. But emotionally, she could feel Governor Gu's lofty ambitions. Aspirations, of course, cannot be eaten. Back then, she still had the ambition to be promoted to a mechanic or even to go up to the level of a technical priest, but in the end, she was paid as an imperial tax? But she felt that she could trust Governor Gu's ambition. Believing that he has an aspiration and believing that this aspiration can be realized are two different things. But just by believing in the governor's ambitions, she can probably imagine in her heart that her governor's future should not be someone who just wants to eat and wait to die, only wants to extort money, only wants to pay the imperial tax every 2 years, the rest of the time is for people who have fun. Then working under such a governor seems probably a good opportunity that I have never had in the past. 10 years ago, she was in the Foundry World, and she thought she was talented, but all she wanted was to be promoted to a mechanic. On the starship, her future was cut off, and all she wanted was to find a better man to marry and have a baby. Then eat and wait to die. One day I will be too old to retire, but it is also very likely that before that, the quintet will be destroyed in a certain war, and everyone on board will become another part of the space junk. Following a governor and becoming the most important technician under the governor's command, her future achievements may not be mere mechanics or mechanical priests. Perhaps, she could have the chance to become a mechanical bishop, or even. She didn't dare to think about it anymore, it was too difficult to be promoted to a sage. If you think about it like this, isn't it just as vain as the governor's fantasizing that the Fury Star can become a combination of the Foundry World and the Garden World? It's all a long way off, but not that far away. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. Indeed, the governor is now poor and white, and the population directly under his control has not even exceeded, and even the governor's administrative power cannot be extended to the world. But then again, if the current governor is in power, can he still look up to such a small technical specialist like himself? I'm afraid it's not possible to recruit a bunch of more advanced experts casually. It is just now, when starting a business, that there is an opportunity to send charcoal in a timely manner, and there is an opportunity to grow as the governor continues to take power. What's more, the governor still has a black box manufacturing machine. The value of this thing is extremely precious. According to legend, they come from the distant Golden Age, an era when the empire was not yet established, and it was almost unverifiable. It is said that the human beings at that time were the masters of the entire universe. Every human being has dignity and can enjoy the best life. It doesn't matter if they can engage in any industry they want according to their own interests, or they don't work at all. The black box manufacturing machine was a product of that era to ensure that human beings can obtain products easily and quickly in any environment. As long as the interstellar colonists have a black box, they can quickly establish a suitable home on a new barren planet. It is also by relying on the black box that human beings can spread their footprints all over the universe in the Golden Age and maintain a level of technology that is not bad in every world. But in today's era, the Empire's technology is completely different from the Golden Age. Scientific research depends on archaeology. This sentence is not a joke. A topic that cannot be solved after 100 years of research in the foundry world. Maybe one day I discovered an ancient ruin, got a little hint from it, and solved the problem. In fact, many of the various technologies used by the Empire on a large scale are recovered by archaeology, and the level is less than 1% of the Golden Age. Precious Titan armor. In the Golden Age it may have been just some kind of vehicle driven by a lumberjack. And something like a black box manufacturing machine is even more archaeological the top priority of scientific research. This thing can directly produce finished products, and it also has extremely high research value. Although the three kinds of black boxes suspected to appear in Governor Gu's hands at present, the products produced are all things that have long been rotten in the Empire, and they are of no value in themselves. After all, which normal world cannot produce rifles, alloy plastic steel, and whetstone engines? However, it is the black box itself that is of high value. The output is not that important, but the technology contained in the black box itself, from the Golden Age, is enough to drive the Church of Mechanics crazy. Gu Hang listened carefully to Wu Jiarong's introduction to him. Some he knew from rummaging through his memory, and some he didn't know. These messages are important, but relatively unimportant. According to Wu Jiarong, he basically gave up the idea of selling black box manufacturing machines. In fact, it's not impossible to sell it at all, and it takes a lot of effort for others to grab it. It might be a more labor-saving way to buy it for a little money. However, Gu Hang won't sell it. Too dangerous. Compared to the Mechanicus, which is extremely powerful in the entire empire, his little governor is nothing. What's more dangerous? If he sold a few units, wouldn't the Church of Mechanics keep an eye on him? Want to get more? Or want to know how on earth he got his precious black box? As for the unimportant point, it is because New Xiaoxing is too remote and inconspicuous. It is difficult for what happened here to reach the ears of mechanics. At present, the interstellar communication of the entire Star Fury is only with the quintet. If you don't leak the news to the sky, this matter will be gone. What's more, it's impossible for Gu Hang to chase after the little things, since he has a black box in his hand and doesn't use it. He was considered careful before, but it was inevitable that some would be exposed. As long as he used it, there was nothing he could do. In the future, he will be more careful. At the same time, he also needs someone to help. Gu Hang looked at Wu Jiarong with expectation. In the communication with Wu Jiarong today, what made him happy was the attitude of this female technician. Although she didn't answer her previous question of believe it or not, she expressed her attitude in the subsequent explanation. If the governor trusts me, I can work in the secret factory. There will be your research and development center, and all your technological output in the future will have a plausible explanation. Wu Jiarong's attitude appeared humble. Gu Hang looked at her with a smile on his face. Very good, I am very satisfied with your suggestion. I hope you can do everything you promised, and I also guarantee that you will get what you want. Wu Jiarong's heart skipped a beat, but she soon regained her composure. She was sure that Governor Gu understood what she meant. Entering and working in the governor's secret factory, of course, will be able to push all the special output on her in the future. In addition to the normal secrecy mechanism, another layer of illusion is created, that is, there is a talented technical master working for the governor, so as to explain the output of the secret factory or the future Wu Jiarong Research Institute. In this way, if outsiders want to find out the secret, they must first break through the secrecy mechanism and means, and then see her, and then solve her, and then they can get the secret of the black box. The degree of insurance has increased significantly. But again, she gets more. She will become the governor's most important technical advisor. Even if better technical experts come later, she doesn't have to worry about her position being replaced. the output of technical knowledge, various technical achievements will be placed on her head, especially with the development of the governor's territory. More and better new technologies will appear in the future. She may really be able to become a sage lying down. What's more, being able to study the black box, a technological creation of the golden age, at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range was something she could never have imagined in the past. With her previous status, it was impossible for her to have access to this top-level research material. She knew that she was not capable of dismantling the black box and studying the contents inside. There are so many things that the top sages in the entire mechanicism have not figured out, and it is even more impossible for her, a small technical specialist, to understand. But even a little gain, a little inspiration? As long as there is a little bit of fur, it may be able to match the results of her long-term study of technology in the past. It's done. The arrangement came very quickly. Immediately after Gu Hang left, Wu Jiarong brought people to settle in the secret factory under the leadership of the governor's loyal servants. It was renamed as a research institute, but unfortunately, it was not changed to Wu Jiarong Research Institute as she wished, but there was no name at all. But she didn't mind phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. She has already seen a bright future, so her work motivation is directly full. The application plan of the whetstone engine that Gu Hang asked for, she quickly came up with it. It wasn't a shoddy thing that was made to deal with the governor that day, but a serious one, constructed with painstaking efforts. It's still not advanced, and if it's too advanced, it will embarrass her ability. However, what the governor requires is not advanced, but sufficient reliability and relatively low difficulty in mass production. In these respects, she has achieved the ultimate. She believes that as long as they are at the same level as technical specialists, no one can do better than her. After all, she was almost promoted to a mechanic back then, but she failed in the promotion only because she failed in the struggle. She has always felt that her true level has reached the level of a mechanic. And what she took out was not just as simple as a piece of design drawing, but also contained 2 samples. A small tricycle with a body that can carry 3 people, and there is room for a machine gun on the small body on the side. A military 3 bungee came out just like that. The larger engine was used to build a large front. It is also compatible with various types of vehicle body, carriage, and flat panel, and can be hung behind the front of the vehicle. It can be used for cargo delivery or as a troop carrier truck. After seeing the finished product and even trying to drive it himself, Gu Hang was very satisfied with Wu Jiarong's work. He set the model names for these 2 cars. 3 bungee stereotypes, Patroller XL 100. The front of the truck is named Tainyo RN 100. These 2 types of cars will definitely continue to iterate in the future. Wu Jiarong has already figured out their large-scale mass production plan, and the follow-up related work will also be handed over to the Waste Hole Society. The alloy plastic steel processing factory will undertake the production of some spare parts, a new car factory will be built, and the process and production line will be built under the guidance of Wu Jiarong, and mass production will begin. The engine yard is not in a hurry. The black box of the mother machine can directly pull out the production line of 2 different specifications of whetstone engines. There is no need to rush to do it now, it will not be needed for the time being, the speed of building cars is not enough, and the engine is built too much, and it will be left to eat ashes. Afterwards, Wu Jiarong babbled and told Gu Hang a lot of things she planned to do in the future. Thinking about the black box, improving the technical level as much as possible without dismantling it, perfecting the theory, researching various products of the black box. These are her own cultivation, so I won't say much. In addition, she will also carry out the work of Research Institute to be worthy of the name. In the future, she plans to engage in research and development of propellants and shells. This aspect should be easy to handle. On the production line of the G9 gun family, of course, there is a production process with bullets. And the propellant is also a key part. It's just that the production line produced by the black box is purely for the G9 gun family, and it is not suitable for guns. But since the production process is ready-made, with Wu Jiarong's ability, it is appropriate to take out the production part of the propellant separately and specialize in production. In conjunction with the production of upper warheads and warheads, follow-up shells can also be self-produced. Gu Hang doesn't have to worry too much about running out of mortar shells in the future, and his mortar will become empty. It's not just mortar shells, it's also possible to make rockets. With the production capacity of shells, artillery must also be put on the agenda. Unlike mortars, according to Wu Jiarong's design, she is going to produce serious, large-caliber artillery. Artillery is the god of war. She conceived a 155mm howitzer, and the craftsmanship is still adapted to local conditions, with the core of solid leather, durability, high reliability, simple craftsmanship and easy realization. Of course, this also leads to a possible loss of accuracy, but it is harmless. This is adhering to the governor's idea of first solve the problem, and then solve the good or bad. In addition, rocket launchers that can be used by individual soldiers and rocket pods that can be fired in succession will also be put on the agenda. At that time, with the Iron Bull truck, at most some improved models will be available, such as heavy firepower equipment such as rocket pod launch vehicles, towed artillery, and even self-propelled artillery. Wu Jiarong is a treasure. She can make Gu Hang's black box technology source explainable. In fact, the black box technology he has drawn out are all low-end stuff. Incredible. In addition, it is able to bring more technological products to Gu Hang's subordinates in addition to the black box technology. Climbing the technology tree, relying solely on the black technology of the system is not enough. Of course, the so-called technology tree is not just military technology. Further development of non-military factory technology is also needed. As for the production line of alloy plastic steel, Wu Jiarong has no ability to transform the already mature production line produced by the black box technology. However, such as hot gray stone generator sets, textile machines in textile factories, cement factories, brick factories. These are mostly production technologies imported from other places in Fu Xiaoxing, and in her eyes there are still many improvement space. However, Wu Jiarong is not supercilious phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. If all these research and development tasks are scheduled, her follow-up workload for a long time will already be fully scheduled. The female technician was quite regrettable, as if she wished to help the governor complete the technological upgrade of the entire camp in a short period of time. This made Gu Hang couldn't help sighing in his heart. As expected, human beings, if they want to display their value, subjective initiative is the most important thing. Relying only on duties and slavery, the production efficiency and production capacity are extremely weak. Once people really want to do something and regard it as realizing their own value and their own goals, they can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme release huge energy. This energy is the core that changes the world. But after Wu Jiarong returned to her heart and showed a very positive attitude, there was a new movement in Gu Hang's system panel. When he checked the Heroes interface, he found that Wu Jiarong's name appeared among the activatable heroes. This is what he expected. After judging that the hero function will have new activation options as people grow, after talking with Wu Jiarong this time, and looking at her follow-up performance, Gu Hang can roughly judge that this guy there is still potential. In fact, she herself is a talented person. 10 years ago, when she was still young, she was already able to hit the rank of a mechanic. At that time, she was only in her early 20s, a female technician with no background, and it was impossible for her to be able to get to this point without hard work and poor talent. If it goes well, it is a bit wishful thinking for this guy to be promoted to a bishop in his lifetime, but it is not a problem to become a technical priest or even a machine soul priest. It's just that her life was not going well, and she couldn't develop to such a limit that she wasted 10 years on the quintet. But now, with Gu Hang here, she found a new way and had a further opportunity. Although it was very unconventional, it was enough to cheer her up and strive to make progress. It is normal for such a person to be recognized by the system as a potential person. Gu Hang casually gave the remaining 10 gifts to Wu Jiarong. Activated Hero, Wu Jiarong Gen, Level, LV2, Constitution 6, Spirituality 8, Commander 5, Politics 3, Skill 11, Characteristic, once a technical genius. She used to be a technical genius, but the passage of time has smoothed her talent. She may sink forever, but she may also rise up again and regain her former spirituality. Technology +1, Wu Jiarong, who had just been activated, was LV2. Presumably, this is because of his self-accumulation as a technical specialist in the past, which made him recognized as a level 2 hero by the system. As for the activation fee, it is still fixed at 10 points. I don't know if activating a higher level person to become a hero will consume higher gift points. As the name suggests, it should represent her technical level. This guy's political points are only 3, which is far worse than normal people. No wonder he can't get along in a place like the Mechanicus. I only know that I am terrified. But it doesn't matter, Gu Hang made her a hero, not to make her engage in political work. As long as there are enough technical points to develop and improve more technologies for him, that's fine. After activating Wu Jiarong, Gu Hang only has 8 gift points left. Looking at Yen Fengshu and Prabhav, who are still waiting to be activated in the hero interface. Definitely next time. After letting go of the work on the scientific research side, Gu Hang turned his attention back to the productivity building of the camp. As it turned out, Asuna had done a pretty good job. With the population of the camp approaching, the population increasing by dozens or even hundreds every day, the lack of manpower in various places, and the need to deal with various affairs, she can still arrange things in an orderly manner. That's great. Calling this girl a hero and letting her take on a bigger burden is really the right choice. Zhang Chao didn't seem to be very self-motivated. After Asuna helped, Gu Hang observed the kid specially, and found that not only was he not unhappy because of Asuna's separation of powers, but he was a little happier because of the reduced workload. Gu Hang didn't know whether to be thankful that there were no signs of internal fighting among his subordinates, or to complain about his little followers' inability to support the wall. But in general, Gu Hang is still very satisfied. With Asuna's help, he was able to relax a lot and spare some energy to do other things instead of spending a lot of time on various government affairs every day as before. With the saved energy, he can further focus on his next strategy, which is to revive the city. With the help of Hodgson, the chairman of the alliance, Gu Hang felt that the plan he had planned before to control the entire Fuxing city could speed up the process a bit. But just as he was revising his plans, he received a communication request from Yalisha Fofana. The female captain sent him a piece of news that surprised him. Gu Hang, do you know the Phoenix Squad? Hearing this question, Gu Hang's first reaction was that the event he activated before has already kicked off? How long has it been? That warband came so fast. As for the question Yalisha asked, Gu Hang felt that he should answer it more cautiously. It doesn't seem very good to say that you know or don't know. So he asked back, Brigadier General Yalisha, do you know what's going on with the Phoenix Squad? Yalisha didn't think so much, she pondered for a moment, showing hesitation, but still gave Gu Hang a warning, their situation is very complicated. Yalisha still spoke very vaguely, but she probably meant that, 100 years ago, they were sentenced to a redemption expedition. They should perish and should not survive. Now, they hold on, some people will have a headache. I don't give you any advice, just treat it with caution. After a pause, she continued, they asked to land on the surface and see you. I can't stop it, but if you need it, I can try it. After thinking for a while, Gu Hang still said, no, let them come. Every Space Marine chapter is a mighty force. If they are fully staffed, they will not only have 1,000 top fighters, but also a fleet, and hundreds of thousands, or even millions of well-equipped mortal auxiliary troops. The Empire will set up such battle groups one after another to garrison some important worlds, and when necessary, send them to a key battlefield in the Star Sea to play a decisive role. The Phoenix chapter has cleared itself of its sins. It stands to reason that the Empire should support them in rebuilding. Adding such another chapter may be able to keep one or even several star regions safe. But the Empire didn't do that. Gu Hang can't control the higher level game now, but just as Yalisha warned, there must be trouble with the Phoenix group. Yalisha's so-called, if Gu Hang needs it, she can stop it means that she is not willing to directly intercept a spacefighter group, even if it is a remnant group, because it will cause a lot of trouble. But if Gu Hang is willing to take this blame on his back, and he, the Planetary Governor, initiates the request, then she can take the risk to help. It's pretty good to be able to do this. Gu Hang knew that she was kind. Including her help, including her warning. It seems that the female captain, unknowingly, has begun to treat Gu Hang as an ally. That's a good sign. However, Gu Hang still rejected Yalisha's kindness. What is the purpose of intercepting these space fighters? For the time being, Gu Hang has no intention of giving up this activated event chain. He's really hungry for that remnant group. No matter how weak the Phoenix battle group is now, it is still a battle group. If he could gain their effectiveness, then he would be able to sweep the entire Fury Star without hindrance. The starship is awesome, but no matter how awesome the starship is, it can only be bombarded from the sky. It is impossible for Yalisha to send troops down to fight on land. Even if it's a real land battle, her little marines are useless. Orbital bombing is a strategic deterrent nuclear weapon, and it will not be used unless it is a last resort. As for threats, hasn't Gu Hang been using it for the past month? Otherwise, the Fuxing city government couldn't be so obedient. It said it would give supplies if it wanted, and it would be exhausting to do it if they asked them to self-examine the cult and give them an explanation. Hodgson, the chairman of the Alliance Council, even voted for it. How can the governor's name alone be enough? The past governors who had no titles, shouldn't they just be finished? Disobedience is a low-level way of playing, bullying others, obediently obeying others, not following through on orders, concealing actual information. Without your own strength, you will be coaxed around, and you may even feel that everything is under control. Joyfully, I feel that the indigenous leaders are quite obedient, doing their best, and the progress of collecting the imperial tax is also going well. Before the tax official came, he still felt that the warehouse was full of things, and he ordered several waves of people to check. No problem, but it turned out that on the eve of tax payment, the amount was not enough. Gu Hang doesn't want this kind of thing to happen, so deterrence alone is not enough. He needs to be on the ground, have real strength, have subordinates who are sure to obey his orders, and have reliable military force. It can be guaranteed that others will not deceive him, and those who disobey orders will be suppressed forcefully, and the suppression method cannot be as destructive as orbital bombing. New Xiaoxing is already very bad. If he really wants to bombard Fuxing City again, then he will really not be able to pay taxes. Phoenix is such a conventional power. With the help of the interstellar warriors, Gu Hang can ensure that that person dies when making a verdict, instead of having to bombard a city with orbital bombing in order to kill some people. However, when he saw the Phoenix battle group, he was still taken aback. A few hours later, he stood on the landing field, watching the sky fall. That was the Fingyu, a ship. Well, it can't be called a starship, it can only be called a spaceship. It's too small. When he just learned that the battle group planned to drop their spaceship directly on the surface, Gu Hang was still taken aback, afraid that there would be no place to put it. In his impression, even if it was a frigate, there were thousands of crew members on it, and it would be a huge monster when it landed on the ground. As a result, look at it now, that's it? It's probably a circle or two bigger than the transport ship on the quintet responsible for communicating with the ground. No, it is said to be a remnant group, but can it be so remnant that there is not even a starship left? Space Marine chapter? That's it? Could it be the Vanguard? The hatch opened, and Gu Hang first saw a much stronger and taller figure than normal people, wearing bright red main body power armor with white trim, and holding a bolter, walking out of the spaceship hatch. With his heavy steps, each foot can take an extremely majestic posture. His power armor is not glamorous, and there are subtle signs of damage in many places. But this symbolizes that he is a veteran who has survived many battles, and countless people, monsters, aliens, and traitors have died in his hands. Under his bright red helmet, his cold eyes stared at Gu Hang. Gu Hang felt a biting chill. This is called murderous? Afraid, but not so, Gu Hang felt a little excited instead. It was the first time to see an interstellar warrior with his own eyes. Gu Hang only felt that his reputation was well-deserved. He was indeed a powerful warrior whose reputation spread widely throughout the universe. He watched one spacefighter after another coming out of the hatch, and his expression became more and more satisfied. Then, the satisfaction in his heart stopped abruptly. 7 people came out, and the back was empty. Only 7? No, what kind of battle group are 7 people? There is no way to form a tactical team. He knew that this was a battle group on the verge of death, but a mixed up like this, it was a bit too near death, right? Gu Hang was a little disappointed. Martins was a little disappointed. He came out at the end of the line and saw Mr. Governor, who came to greet him. He knew that it was Gu Hang, the person he was going to meet on this trip, and the light that Pastor Rizzo foresaw and could possibly save the battle group. On the way here, he originally envisioned that Star Fury would be a rich planet, or a well-developed forge world. The governor here has a strong influence, and will be friendly to the war group, willing to help the war group rebuild. But things don't seem to be what he thought. The governor in front of me is a little too ordinary, right? He was neither tall nor strong, and apart from being pretty good-looking, he looked like an ordinary mortal. Of course, Martins could feel the psychic reaction from the governor, which was not weak, but that was only relative to ordinary mortals. That level of psychic power couldn't pose a threat to him or any of his combat brothers at all. The power armor on them has a certain anti-psychic effect, and their bodies modified by gene seeds, as well as their powerful spiritual will, are not something ordinary psychers can shake. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say that Gu Hang can be killed like a chicken. It should be appropriate for a strong man to kill a wolfhound. Of course, it is too harsh to compare a mortal with the angel of death. The strength of a planetary governor does not lie in him personally. But look at this planet. Look at this in front of me. Martins doesn't know whether to describe it as a small town or a camp. Is this the core of the governor's rule? The first meeting between Gu Hang and Martins was hard to say whether it was good or bad. Well, both of them were disappointed in their hearts. But to say something bad, they all put away the disappointment in their hearts by coincidence, and the communication with each other was quite smooth. The governor's expression is always smiling, which makes people feel like a spring breeze. Martins and his fellow Space Marines kept a grim, stern look throughout, but that was their style, and they had always been. Gu Hang is like this because he has cleaned up his mood. The Phoenix group was much more crippled than he had imagined, which certainly disappointed him, but even if there were only 7 of them, they were still 7 extremely strong men. He was even thinking, now that he has more than 1,000 soldiers under his command, plus his own psychic, can they beat the 7 of them head-on? Very slim. What else? These 7 Space Marines are still a decisive force. What's more, if this battle group is really not very crippled, with 100 people, 1 or 2 large starships, and a large group of mortal auxiliary troops, what's the matter with me? At that time, I'm afraid that he, the governor, will be framed by other regiment leaders, and it would be good if he can be the logistics chief. On the contrary, the chances are even greater. In contrast, Gu Hang was more curious about the attitude of this Phoenix leader who called himself Martins. The content of the chat between the two of them, at best, is understanding each other, at worst, they are talking nonsense. In short, what they are talking about at the moment are all unnutritious topics. Then why, although the battle group leader has been sullen, he has been patiently chatting with him about these things? Even when he asked some of their past experiences, Gu Hang could feel that the Martins chapter commander was resisting in his heart, as if he didn't want to answer such questions. However, just when Gu Hang felt that his question was a bit reckless, he heard the Martins chapter commander, following Gu Hang's words, talk about their situation and battle situation in recent years. This is a little strange. These Emperor's angels of death are generally not talkative. It's not that they can't chat, but they usually separate themselves from the so-called mortals. They always think that they are the heirs of the Emperor, inherited the genes of the Emperor, and are the angels of the Emperor. Although they come from human beings, they are detached from human beings. Among them, some are friendly to mortals, some are cruel to mortals, and some are ignorant of mortals. But no matter what the attitude is, even if it is kind, it is also kindness from above, it is the charity of angels to mortals. If it was a normal situation, if he talked about some unpleasant topics of this chapter leader, not to mention that he would be furious, at least frown, refuse to answer or change the subject, that is also normal. He pinched his nose and answered, which seemed to show a certain attitude of the chapter leader. Why? I have a request for you. Don't tell me you also have a request for me? What are you asking for? Gu Hang recalled the text in the event description. A war group of interstellar warriors that is about to be destroyed has ended the 100 Years Redemption Expedition and is approaching Fury All-Star. It seems that they are looking for salvation and hope here. About to be destroyed, looking for redemption and hope. Oh, you need my help to rebuild the warband, don't you? But why me? I look so poor and empty here, it doesn't look like I can help you rebuild the battle group, right? Is it a function of the system again? The system convinced you that I can help you? The key system didn't tell me how to help? While Gu Hang kept communicating with Martins with a smile on his face and a sincere and dignified attitude, he panicked a lot at the same time. However, while chatting, Gu Hang slowly let go of these thoughts, and gradually became fascinated by what Martins said. According to Martins, it is not systematic. He just talked about fragments of the missions they performed in the Redemption Crusade. But carry out the task of jumping gangs on the Starsea battlefield full of gunfire, and slash the generals to seize the ship, the lone army goes deep into the enemy's position and destroys the heavy fire positions, head down. Those achievements all sound too legendary. Gu Hang sighed for a long time, and said, Martins chapter commander, your experience is so emotional. No matter what others think, at least I think that no matter what you have done or how big a crime you have committed, now you have all been redeemed, and the Emperor will never blame you again. You are great heroes, and you should not wander aimlessly in the sea of stars. After a pause, Gu Hang continued, although the conditions here are not very good, if you don't mind, I am willing to provide a shelter for the Phoenix Squad. You can rest and get supplies here at any time. I know it might be a bit arrogant to say this, but if you want, Fury Star is also willing to become your second home. My door is open to you at any time. Having said that, Gu Hang has already turned around, facing the battle group leader who was much taller than himself. Looking at each other, he looked calm, sincere and enthusiastic. But Martins hesitated. As the God Emperor's angel, he avoided the eyes of a mortal. Thank you for your kindness, Governor General, but I need to think about it again. In the camp, Gu Hang had already sent people to temporarily clear out a house for the Phoenix battle group to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in. They are so tall that they look like 7 little giants. Houses built with normal human needs are a bit low and cramped for them. But there is no way, on this condition. Fortunately, they did not make too many demands on the living conditions. Although theoretically in a safe environment, none of the 7 fighters took off their armor, at most they just took off their helmets. They were sitting together at the moment, and a soldier with a bald head and a square face and 3 golden service nails on his forehead said in a muffled voice, Commander Martins, I don't understand, why did you treat that mortal just now? So polite? Brother Schneider, we are all fighting for the God Emperor, and we are all the people of the God Emperor. We should not be too proud. We should maintain the most basic respect for a planetary governor. But I don't think so. Captain, do you still think this mortal is the hope of saving the warband? A mortal, a governor of a ruined world, who can't even control his planet, what ability can help us rebuild the entire warband? We're wasting our time here. Schneider's attitude was hardly deferential. He touched the service nail on his forehead, which was his pride. A golden service spike, representing a Space Marine's 100 years of service to the chapter. 3, representing that he is a 300-year veteran. He has always believed that he is more qualified for the position of chapter leader than the younger Martins. However, the previous chapter leader handed over the heavy responsibility to Martins. He wished he could go to the death battle with the leader of the chapter, and it was better than being led by Martins now. Of course, he was actually more unwilling to suffer the confusion of not knowing what to do now. He knew that the current Phoenix battle group had no room to fight for power, and they needed to be united. Although he does not recognize Martins as the chapter master, he will obey orders unconditionally, which is his duty as a soldier. However, before the order was issued, when the matter was still in the discussion stage, he would not be polite. He will frankly and unscrupulously ask what is in his heart. And he also believes that this doubt is not only in his heart, but also in the hearts of other fighting brothers. Faced with the doubts of his combat brothers, Martins heaved a long sigh. On the face of this battle group leader who should have been resolute all the time, there was fatigue and bewilderment. We have no choice. This sentence even brought others down. The bald Schneider still opened his mouth and said, We have come here and seen the situation here. Now we should know that we have come to the wrong place. We should not waste precious time here. We should return to the Starsea and return to the Starsea. To find new hope. Schneider choked for a moment, and he also recalled the embarrassment of the past few months. But he quickly retorted, then what's the use of being here? That mortal would be willing to resupply us, but he doesn't even have a bolt or bullet. The Phoenixes seldom quarrel like this, they all understand that they are the last brothers and family to each other. But the bleak future still prevents them from maintaining a good attitude forever. Now is not the time to fight, although the current situation is more life and death than a fierce battle, but at this time, they need a correct direction. Martins didn't stop the brothers from bickering, phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either/phoneme. He knew that this happened partly because of his lack of prestige, but even he himself was at a loss now, wondering whether he should agree to Governor Gu Hang's invitation, so how could he stop the quarrel? And the one who stood up in the end was the one with the oldest qualifications in the battle group and the one with the most special status. Pastor Rizzo. The power armor of the priest is different from the other 6 battle brothers in terms of painting. It is no longer red all over, but the main body of the armor is black. Only the bright red flame phoenix pattern is on the shoulder. The priest who took off his helmet looked a little old, and half of his beard and hair were already gray. Space warriors have an extremely long lifespan, and it is not even heard of an angel of death who died of old age. But that doesn't mean space marines don't age. Time is the sharpest knife, which can always cut traces on the face and body. The pastor said, "Stop pointless arguments." After he spoke, the battle brothers literally shut up. As a priest, and as the oldest person in the chapter, his words are even more important than the chapter leader. But after Rizzo stopped the quarrel, he didn't say anything more, he just turned his attention to Martins and said, "Chapter Commander, you need to shoulder the responsibility of the entire battle group, this matter should be decided by you." Martins hesitated. He understood that Rizzo spoke in support of himself. In the state of the debate just now, he was unable to make a decision for a long time, and he was even unable to stop the continuation of the debate, which was a drain on his prestige as the chapter leader. But knowing all of this doesn't mean he really knows what to do next. He looked back at Pastor Rizzo and asked, "You said that you have received a revelation. This Governor Gu contains the hope of rebuilding the battle group. But how can he help us rebuild the battle group?" Rizzo shook his head and said, "You shouldn't ask me this question. The revelation didn't give me an answer. But the person who received the revelation is in this small town. Why don't you ask him?" Martin sighed deeply and said, "Okay, then I'll go now." Watching the chapter leader walk out of the house, the bald Schneider said, "Our chapter leader is too indecisive. Maybe it's because the responsibility he shoulders is too great, so he has to be careful. That shouldn't be like this." Schneider still seemed a little dissatisfied. "I don't have to leave here, but at least we need a firm goal, and then we need to act firmly, and we can't hesitate here. The one floating in the sea of stars months too. Everything sucks, I hate the uncertainty, warriors shouldn't be like that." Faced with the question raised by the Matins chapter leader who had gone back and forth, Gu Hang was a little bit stumped. "How to help you rebuild the battle group? You ask me, how the hell do I know? I want to say that I can't help it. You won't suddenly get angry and pull out your bolt gun and shoot me?" There was a lot of panic in my heart, but my face was calm. He said, "Martin's chapter commander, you suddenly asked me this question, and I don't know where to start to answer." Hearing what Gu Hang said, Martins also felt a little disappointed. It's no wonder, even I don't know how to rebuild the battle group, so if I ask a mortal, what answer can I get? But at this moment, Gu Xing continued to speak, "But, Commander Martins, please forgive me for speaking out, you are confused now, and you really shouldn't. Rebuilding the battle group is a grand, difficult plan. When you think about how to get it in place in one step and want to get a definite answer, of course you will feel that you have no way to start, no clue, and hope is slim. And these things will turn into thousands of difficulties and stand in front of you. Why don't we break down this huge plan into achievable small goals one after another, and then do it step by step?" Martins would not sigh in front of Gu Hang, he just said, "I understand these principles, but..." Gu Hang shook his head and waved his hands to stop Martins from continuing. He was trying to grasp the initiative of the topic. "Since you came to ask me, why don't you listen to my thoughts more? Commander Martins, in your opinion, the battle group needs to rebuild. What exactly does it need?" Martins was diverted from thinking, followed Gu Hang's thinking for a while, and said, I need enough manpower and material resources to build the basic strength of the battle group. This includes logistical supplies and a large number of mortal auxiliary troops. Very good. Ku Hang said with a smile, this seems to be a more specific question, so let me try to answer it. The manpower and material resources you need can be provided by Fu Xiaoxing in the future. Our planetary defense army can be used as a wargroup auxiliary army operations. The entire planet can also use a lot of manpower and material resources to provide logistical support for the battle group. From the maintenance of power armor to the replenishment of war materials, it can be done. Martins was a little puzzled. Even if I believe you, as far as I know, although you are the planetary governor, you have not yet controlled this planet, and the manpower and material resources you can mobilize are limited. The production capacity of the entire planet is also very doubtful. Not even a bomb can be made. Ha ha ha. Ku Hang, who was questioned, not only did not feel embarrassed, but laughed. Yes, what you said, Commander Martins, is right. But I have a plan. In the future, I will put Anger Xiaoxing has built a forged world, and I can provide everything the wargroup needs. I don't ask if you believe my plan, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. I just ask you. Are you and your battle group willing to fight for the new life of the battle group? Is the chapter willing to fight for the newborn of the chapter? Martins didn't even have to think about this question. This is as it should be. But how could it be so easy for him to be fooled by Ku Hang's few words? Of course we will fight for the chapter's revival, even at the cost of our lives. However, I must confirm that our battle is really for the chapter's rebirth, not for the power of some people. The two are the same. Ku Hang said, on this issue, I will be frank with you. Of course, what I do is not all for the sake of the Phoenix Squad. I was ordered to come to this. The waste Earth planet is to be developed and strengthened. However, isn't our goal the same? I think there are three major elements for Phoenix to rebuild. One is manpower and material resources, which requires a large number of auxiliary troops and sufficient logistical support. Second, you need a battle group fleet. Third, 7 angels. Far from being a battle group, you need to recover and replenish enough battle brothers. The third point, I can't help you. But the first and second points, as long as Fu Xiaoxing grows up according to my plan, then it will become your solid backing at the same time, solving the problems of the mortal auxiliary army, issues with the fleet and logistical supplies. I want to develop and grow my world, and you need a world that grows and grows to rebuild the warband for you. The Phoenix fights for the future of the Fury Star, and the Fury Star fights for the revival of the Phoenix. It was born to fit together. Chapter masters are certainly not political stuff, but Space Marines phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme don't have to think that much, and many of them have always said straightforwardly, then why don't I choose a world that has already developed? Ku Hang smiled, if you had a choice, you wouldn't come to Fu Xiaoxing. Martins had to admit that the mortal governor was right. The Phoenix Squad wandered for several months and experienced many worlds, big and small. If they had a choice, they would have settled down long ago. Their goal had always been to rebuild the chapter, and no one really wanted to help them rebuild. It is of course very good to accept a few space fighters as allies and thugs, rebuild the warband? Forget it. Maintaining a serious warband requires almost the entire planet's efforts. A large number of troops, a large number of logistical manpower, and starships are ridiculously expensive things. Not to mention, the particularity of the interstellar warriors destined them to be a group of superhuman warriors with high independence and a special status in the Empire. The Emperor's Angels of Death are not just a description of them, but a title for their special status. It really took a lot of effort to rebuild the regiment. At that time, you thought you had gained a warband to work for you, but in fact, when the time comes, will the warband or the governor be in charge? In the eyes of most Space Marines, the Planetary Governor is nothing more than a mortal who supplies them, manages the planet, and is a steward at the end of his life. Still thinking about commanding space fighters to go east and west? That is a dream. Whether it's most of the governors or the foundry generals of the foundry world, no one wants to spend half a day's effort and end up with an overlord on his head. Most of the people Martins met along the way were like this. He doesn't think too much himself, but he can see the thoughts of others. Those hypocritical smiles, those chest-padded promises are all vain to him. Use reconstruction as a radish to hang them, let them work hard, and finally kick them away when they are worthless. But it is difficult for the dying battle group to resist a powerful governor. And when it came to Fu Shaoxing, although he was disappointed by the backwardness of the whole world, to some extent, it might not be a bad thing. His warband was shattered, down to 7 warriors. But the angry Owlstar is also a broken world. Governor Gu really needs them very much. With their help, the Governor-General will be able to better control the entire planet. And as the Governor's power grows, they will also benefit from being nearby, and grow accordingly. He didn't have to worry about Gu Hang cheating them, or being unfavorable to them. As long as Governor Gu is so virtuous now, no matter how crippled they are, only 7 of them are capable of fighting back, and then retreat completely. They don't have to worry about the Governor's reneging at that time, because the battle group will absorb nutrients and become stronger under the staged performance of the duty of supporting the battle group. And as long as the war group can become stronger as the Governor's power becomes stronger, then in the future, even if the Governor's power grows and the two sides turn against each other, the war group may already have enough strength. At that time, they will have enough strength to return to the Star Sea after parting ways. What's the big deal about becoming a ship-based battle group? Even in the worst case, they can guarantee to die. Oh, no, we are the loyal warband, we will not do such things. Seeing Martin's stern face that seemed like he wouldn't show any thoughts, Gu Hang smiled kindly and sincerely, as if he didn't care what Martins thought at all. Martin said, "Maybe we should indeed grow together. You revive your world, and I revive my battle group. But, how do you ensure that you can do it, so that your world can really be as you planned? Has it developed? You see, my situation may be similar to yours. You are dying, and I will die if I don't achieve something in 2 years. But the difference between us is that I have confidence in my future, and you're lost, you don't know how to succeed, and I do. In this case, you who are confused, why not bind your fate to me? It won't be too long as 2 years, we will see the outcome." Martins has been moved by Gu Hang's words. A phoenix who doesn't know where to go, why not take a train that knows how to go? It's nothing more than 2 years, and for the long-lived interstellar warriors, this is not too long. Having survived the 100 Years Redemption Expedition, it is no big deal to spend 2 years squatting on the Fury All-Star and just sit and watch the time go by. If this Governor Gu really fails, when he and the officials of the Imperial Administration Department decide to execute the governor 2 years later, he can personally send the governor a ride. Martins has been inclined to agree to cooperate with Governor Gu. He originally planned to go back and discuss with his fighting brothers before giving the final answer. But at this moment, he thought of Rizzo's words again. You are the chapter master, and you must shoulder the heavy responsibility of the chapter. So Martins changed his mind. He stood up and looked down at Governor Gu, who was much smaller than himself. He found that even though his body completely covered the governor, he had to look up to see his face, which was extremely oppressive. But the governor's expression did not change at all. In the end, Martins stretched out his huge palm to Gu Hang. I hope that our cooperation will be blessed by the Emperor. The smile on Gu Hang's face became even brighter. He stretched out his hand and held it with the disproportionately big Martins, for the Emperor. Gu Hang lied to Martins. Not much, just a little bit. Painting cakes can't be regarded as a lie. If the space fighters are willing to help him, and the future of Fu Shaoxing really develops as he planned, then he doesn't mind supporting a battle group. He never thought of letting the Phoenix serve him completely and thoroughly. The difference is too big. In the Imperial system, the Planetary Governor and the Space Marine Chapter Commander are not a system at all, and there is no subordination at all, but in terms of status, the latter is much higher than the former. If it was the Phoenix Chapter's heyday, then they would dominate their home planet, and the planet's governor is really a mortal steward, doing chores that Space Marines are too lazy to do. His influence will be in a sector it is extremely powerful within the scope of the entire starfield. Every governor in the entire starfield will respectfully welcome the arrival of the chapter leader, and pray that when his world is threatened, he can get the help of the nearest neighbor. With the distance of countless light years, the reputation of the Phoenix will spread widely. Once a large-scale war starts and only one chapter participates in the battle, the chapter leader will become the highest military commander in most cases. Although the Imperial Navy and the Imperial Astral Army do not belong to the chapter in name, they will fully respect the opinion of the chapter leader, and even obey the command of the chapter leader. Of course, if there is a famous general with a grand reputation, that might be different too. Although the Phoenix is not the Phoenix it was 100 years ago, the organization of the war group is still there, and the identity of the group leader is still there. It is impossible for Gu Hang to make a war group completely obey him. Don't talk about him, even the head of the star area can't do it. But forming an ally in mutual benefit, that's enough. Euphoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live /phoneme in my house, drive my car, eat the meals I provide, use the supplies I brought you, and I promise to rebuild the battle group for you in the future. In this case, I have difficulties, you have nothing to do to help me shoot twice, isn't it too much? As long as this covenant is maintained, Gu Hang doesn't mind fulfilling his promise and rebuilding the battle group for them after a long time. Whether it is the supply of manpower and material resources, or finding ways to build or buy starships for them. As for where Gu Hang lied to them, that's the third point he said before: replenish enough space fighters. Gu Hang actually has a solution. How to become a space warrior. This is a very difficult thing. Requires gene seed. After being implanted with gene seeds, the chosen ones will undergo drastic body modification. After a year or two, let the gene seeds completely and meticulously change the entire body. In this way, he became a recruit. Then, after a lengthy training period, the chapter deems the recruit to be qualified enough to be given the power armor to truly become a space marine. It is easy to say, but in fact this process is extremely difficult. After the gene seeds are implanted in the body, the drastic transformation is extremely difficult to survive. The candidates who want to become space warriors are all physically fit and determined people selected from hundreds of millions of people, but even so, most of them cannot resist. Or the collapse of the body, or the collapse of the will. As long as one of them is not supported, it will cause the gene to collapse and die. After carrying it through, there is still the recruit training stage. Fortunately, this part is only strict, and generally does not have too high a death rate. During this whole process, the most important things are two things: high-quality soldiers and gene seeds. The source of soldiers is relatively easy to say. Generally, a battle group has an entire planet as a recruiting world, which is the so-called home planet. People from one planet can be used to select soldiers, choose the best among the best, and generally there is no need to worry. Even if it is a ship-based battle group, you can go to certain planets to try to recruit soldiers. It is not realistic to carry out large-scale selection on a global scale, but it seems that hundreds of people want to be taken away for training. Is there any governor who will object? Even if the Phoenix is like a bear now, just go to any world and take a few good seedlings away. Ordinary planets don't have the heart to hunt down a group of interstellar warriors for a few people. But even if the problem of the source of soldiers is solved, the Phoenix cannot solve the latter, which is the problem of gene seeds. How the Emperor once created the gene seed of the space warriors is no longer testable, and there is no technology left over from tens of thousands of years ago. In the current era, space marines are born mainly by the space marines themselves. Every space soldier can give birth to 2 gene seeds in a lifetime. The first, 5 years after they become a space marine, matures in their bodies and can be harvested to develop new recruits. The second, matures after 10 years, but cannot be harvested, only after death can be extracted. Theoretically, one space warrior can change into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, exponential growth. But in fact, impossible. Space warriors are always fighting in the most dangerous battles. It is very common that the corpses are broken and cannot be retrieved, and there is no time to collect the corpses. The second seed may not be recovered, only the first seed. The source's relative stabilize. Then, each warband has to hand over 10% of the gene seeds to the Empire within a certain number of years as a gene tax, which is used to test whether the warband's gene seeds are pure, polluted, and mutated. Will also serve as a seed bank for the creation of new chapters of the Empire. In addition, the implantation of gene seeds has a high failure rate. Once it fails, people will die. Under the superposition of multiple factors, it is almost impossible for Phoenix to change from 7 to 14 or 28. To make matters worse, the 7 surviving Phoenixes are all veterans of more than 100 years, and the 5-year-old seeds have been picked long ago. If you want to pick them again, you have to wait for them to die. In addition, it seems that there is no pharmacist in charge of gene seed implantation among them, so they can only let Rizzo do the job. He would, but certainly not as reliably as a professional warband apothecary. If the craftsmanship is not good enough, it may mean that the probability of the subject's successful awakening will be further reduced. When Gu Hang said that there was no way to help Phoenix in this regard, Martins would not doubt it at all. It was just a topic that was skipped. No space warrior would expect a mortal to provide Phoenix with any help in this regard. But the reality is that Gu Hang has this ability. In the event panel, the event line of Phoenix will die has undergone new changes. Phoenix will die, gene seed, repeated event, can be continuously selected. Phoenix Squad came to Fury All-Star and reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with you. A governor who is seeking to control and develop the world, and a warband that is dying but determined to revive are a good match. The most important thing for the revival of the battle group, the gene seed, is nowhere to be found. If you have this ability, how would you choose? Pay 100 gift points and get a gene seed, Phoenix battle group. Looking at the function of this system, the joy was second to none, and Gu Hang felt more like a cold sweat on his back. 100 gift points, exchange for a seed, is really expensive. And the seed exchanged for 100 points of gift cannot be equated with a space soldier. How much is a young, strong, determined, talented young man worth? How much is it worth to have the implants, survive the modification, and undergo the long and brutal training of a space marine? How much is the power armor specially designed and manufactured for interstellar warriors that can connect with interstellar warriors worth? Gu Hang still likes to use the system's gift point system to calculate the value. He has now upgraded twice, to LV3, the total value is about 70 points of gift. 10 points for activation, 2 points for level 10, 3 points for level 50. And when you upgrade to level 4, you will get 200 gift points. He is not an opponent of any space warrior now, and it is estimated that he will have to wait until level 4 before he can tie with an ordinary space warrior. A group of veterans like the Phoenix would probably only be able to fight at level 5. And those like Martins, Rizzo, and a bald soldier observed by Gu Hang are stronger than the other 4 veterans. In this way, it can be considered that a space warrior is worth about 300 gift points, and a veteran is worth about 800 points. If Gu Hang wanted to use the system to build a space warrior from scratch, he would have to exchange 100 points for a seed first, and then do the implantation. If he failed, the 100 points would be in vain, and he could go to the next step if he survived. The recruits who have survived have no hardware conditions, no experience, and no skills. Gu Hang has to spend at least 111 points to train him to the level of T1 level troops, and then find a way to get a set of power armor. In this way, he will be able to get about a standard can. After this process is completed, gift points will cost at least 200 points, and the set of power armor is assumed to be worth 300, which is indeed similar to the price of cans he estimated based on his own combat power. That's why Gu Hang sighed, how expensive it is. I've been playing around for a few months now, and I don't know if the gift points I earned are enough to add up to 300 points. But what stopped Gu Hang, and made Gu Hang feel cold after watching the repeatable branch event of Phoenix is dying, that can be exchanged for gene seeds, was his ability to quickly realize the major hidden dangers contained in this matter. If he changed his seed and met Martins and said that this is my support for you, then Martins would definitely not feel half grateful, but would definitely pull out his bolter and force him to ask him what the hell is going on. The one who gets the gene seed will then be sent to the trial court. Sophistry is useless, this seed is also specially marked, it belongs to the Phoenix War Group. Each chapter's gene seed will be somewhat different. It may be difficult for outsiders to distinguish, but for themselves, they can tell at a glance. How will Gu Hang explain it then? He couldn't explain it at all. This is a function that I dare not take out. But soon, another bold thought rose in Gu Hang's heart, then can I have the dove occupy the magpie's nest? When you turn back and become rich, you can exchange a bunch of gene seeds, find people secretly, ensure loyalty, brainwash with psychic powers, implant seeds secretly, cultivate them secretly, and war armor can also be purchased secretly from certain foundry worlds. When the strength in hand is almost enough, the whole Hongmen banquet, the 7 real phoenixes are surrounded by 70 fake phoenixes cultivated by Gu Hang, and after they are killed, the real Phoenix will be me in the future. I'm so old. Population replacement plan? It's too bad to do this. Gu Heng shook his head and put this thought aside. To entrap allies, is I, Governor Gu, that kind of person? What's more, this matter is easy to say now, but it is still very troublesome to do it. I don't know how many details need to be dealt with. More on that later. Anyway, now, I can't afford such a high-end unit. The Furious Owl Star Governor's government and the Phoenix Battle Group have since become informal allies. They said it was informal because they didn't sign any specific agreement, and it didn't come down to words. It's just that the Phoenix Squad agreed that if Governor Gu was in any trouble, he could send them a mission invitation. And they will also, depending on the situation, accept or not, and perform tasks as required. Except for the governor's mission invitation, all their activities are free in principle, but it's better to say hello to the governor, so as to respect the governor's right to rule the entire planet. And the governor is also obliged to provide them with a resident on the planet, provide supplies, and continue to pay for the necessary help for the reconstruction of the war group, within the range that the governor can afford. In fact, this rebuilding assistance has already begun. The first is the ammunition supply. Wu Jiarong received the governor's request that she had to engage in the production of bullets for bolt guns. This is very difficult, the current industrial base of New Xiaoxing can't produce it at all. Diamond warhead, secondary fire propulsion, mass response fuse, secondary explosive characteristics. It can not only penetrate armor, but also explode. This stuff requires high craftsmanship. If you really want to do it, it's not impossible, you have to rely on Wu Jiarong's hands to rub one by one. The mechanical arm modified on her body can complete this job. The few junior technicians under her, maybe the whole workbench can do it. The output is impressive. Moreover, it is obviously a waste of talent to let her, the technical leader in the governor's camp, spend a lot of time doing the work of rubbing bullets with hands, and it will also affect the development of Gu Heng's territory. But after all, it is a replenishment method. Afterwards, Wu Jiarong also moved some equipment from the Phoenix Fleet's spaceship, Finyu, to study how to do mass production, so that at least her junior technicians could take over the job. In addition, there is power armor maintenance, which only Wu Jiarong can do at present. Don't make it too bad, just make small repairs. As a technical specialist, she can barely do it. In fact, the maintenance of the chapter's equipment is generally carried out by technical sergeants. Phoenix used to be a technical sergeant, and he went to Mars, the base camp of Mechanicus, to study. The level is even higher than that of ordinary technical priests. But what can be done? On this condition, bear with it. Reconstruction is not an easy task, it takes hard work. However, on the other hand, Governor Gu's effort in rebuilding the war group has been recognized. An engineering team was specially formed. They will build a monastery quite far from the camp. The space warriors claim to be the sons of the Emperor, the angels of death of the Emperor, and they have always been regarded as the most steadfast believers in the Emperor in the Empire. They are a military organization, yes, but they are also a religious organization. Many Space Marine chapters refer to their headquarters as the Fortress Monastery. The construction site that has already started has also attracted soldiers from Phoenix to visit. They all couldn't help but think of the headquarters of the battle group on the home planet. Now this is so different from what it was then. But at least it's off to a good start, and the warband is on the right track. On the second day, the 7 fighters of Phoenix left the house that the governor had arranged for them, and lived directly next to the monastery construction site. They're going to watch the monastery and build it from scratch. The arrival of the space warriors did not have a great impact on the governor's camp. Even the people in the wasteland have heard of the name of the Emperor's angel. In the past, before the planet was smashed, these stories were enduring popular themes, appearing in text and visual images. In today's post-war era, of course these things are gone, but the story itself will still exist. The previous generation tells the story to the next generation, and then it is passed on to the next generation. This makes the people under the governor's command feel curious when they see the space fighters, and they can't help but always look around. But it is also the characteristic of wastelanders, they are sensitive and timid to danger. They only dared to watch from a distance, and they didn't even dare to look too presumptuously or too directly, so as not to annoy these giants who could slap themselves to death with a casual slap. And the space fighters. To be honest, they are very used to this kind of gaze. As for the impact on the development of the camp, to be honest, there is still a little bit. Here at Guhang, there has always been a huge manpower gap in the development of productivity. Now, aside from other supply needs, an engineering team has to be dispatched to build houses for the space warriors. The key point is that these space warriors attach great importance to this, and they simply phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme next to them, directly supervise them, and dare not even cut corners. The alloy plastic, steel, cement, and bricks that are produced in large quantities need to be sent to them for their use. The materials were all the best, and those space warriors were still not very satisfied, and they didn't let go until they were convinced that this was indeed the best quality thing that could be produced in the governor's camp. However, generally speaking, this impact is still within the range that Guhang can accept. Just treat it as hiring 7 hunks and pay the employment fee. Aside from attracting attention, slowing down the development speed of the governor's camp a little bit, and occupying part of manpower and resources, the rest of their presence is very low. In addition to watching the construction site every day, I pray and train, and my life is like an ascetic. Later, I seem to feel that it was a bit embarrassing to be doing nothing like this all day long. At any rate, there was a saying of assisting in combat. They began to enter the heterogeneous jungle in batches to fight those mutated monsters. This is definitely in defense of the Governor General's cause, not because it's been a while since I've seen blood. It's just that the monsters in the woodland can't satisfy the space fighters. Before, although there were no high-level monsters in the heterogeneous woodland, at least there were quite a few of them. However, after the ambush plan of Guhang by the primordial owl cult last time, a certain catalytic method was activated, so that a large number of hatching nests were spawned in advance, and after a large number of monsters gushed out and were eliminated, the number of monsters in the heterogeneous woodland became smaller. Very few, not even many hatching nests. This makes the space warriors want to practice their hands and find some sense of killing again, which is not enjoyable enough. But soon, they come in handy. When the phoenixes were doing nothing, Guhang returned to his job of worrying about the development of the camp. The total population of the camp has officially exceeded these days. Asana's arrangements for various production plans and population distribution were not to say perfect, but at least well organized. Guhang didn't have much room to intervene directly. There is a political officer with a political score of 9, and the camp with a scale of people has been handled quite well. Just pay attention to it a little bit, and there is not much to worry about. He saw that the monthly income of his subordinates has been rising steadily, and it has reached 61 points at present. Try to break through when the salary is issued next month. At the same time, it was also during this period that he selected and recruited more than 100 soldiers from among the newly arrived refugees, including the soldiers that Lambert had brought before. The troops completely handed over to the governor together constituted 2 battalions of infantry. That is, the 5th Battalion and the 6th Battalion. These 6 soldiers have also experienced Guhang's use of system functions to strengthen the training. This means that Guhang spent 1,700 gift points, but it also means that the troops under his command have reached more than people. To be cautious, Guhang replaced and deployed most of the officers of the 2 battalions. A considerable part of the soldiers has also been reorganized from the previous 3 battalions 2, 3, and 4. The mixed troops have tried their best to get rid of the influence of the original command system. After the reorganization of the troops, even if Lambert's kid has evil intentions, it is of no use. It is unlikely to call on the troops to defect or something. Of course, judging from the current release of time, Guhang preliminarily believes that the Hodgson family, the old and the young, should cooperate sincerely. But even so, the heart of defense is indispensable, and Guhang's first-hand precautions are also justified. Lambert had no objection to this. He even had no objection to losing his military power and being thrown by Guhang to work under the young Asana. He worked diligently and was praised by Asana. He understands that his identity will indeed make the governor misunderstand and guard against him. But he is determined to use his attitude and everything he does to prove his loyalty for a long time to come. Gu Hang is satisfied with this. The lad is very good. His grandfather is also on the road. The population growth in the camp would be difficult to achieve without the cooperation of Fuxing City. In addition, most of the commodities in the governor's camp, apart from those that are digested internally, are sold abroad in Fuxing City. The purchase of food, minerals, and other consumer goods is also relatively smooth. During this period of time, Dennis and Henry felt that the business was too easy. But today, Lambert came to see Gu Hang in a panic, and told Gu Hang some bad news. "I can't get in touch with my grandpa." Gu Hang frowned. "Be more specific." "This morning, I made a routine contact with Fuxing City, but I couldn't get in touch." It's not that no one answered, but it was completely disconnected. "I realized that something was wrong, and tried to connect with other wireless communication lines of the family. But the situation is similar. I contacted some people who have a good relationship with our family. None of them knew what happened, but they told me that Fuxing City is under martial law, and the poor from the outer city are forbidden to enter the city." Gu Hang narrowed his eyes. "This is really bad news. It sounds, old Mr. Hodgson, that something may be wrong. I beg you to save him." Gu Hang patted Lambert's shoulder and said, "I know you are anxious, but being anxious at this moment will only make things worse. Calm down. You need to mobilize all your contacts and hidden power in Fuxing City as much as possible, and make things worse. Find out what happened." After a pause, Gu Hang continued, "Also, I will make preparations. When necessary, I will enter the city." "You want to enter Fuxing City?" "The governor will always return to his position." Gu Hang said, "What's more, the Hodgson counselor is working for me now. If he is in disaster because of this, if he is alive, I will try my best to rescue him. If the worst happens, I will avenge him." "Thank you, Your Excellency Governor. Go ahead and get busy with your business." Watching Lambert leave, Gu Hang sat back in his seat. Revenge, of course. Gu Hang meant it seriously. Old Hodgson has been sitting on Dao Yutai for many years, and he has no foundation and can't be the chairman of the parliament. After going through so many ups and downs, nothing happened, but after he made it clear that he wanted to support himself, he suddenly encountered a disaster. If Gu Hang, the governor, doesn't do something, then it won't work. In addition to this reason, there is another stronger and more urgent reason for Gu Hang to make a decision. Someone has waged war on him. Although the situation is still unclear, after Hodgson made it clear that he supported him, if he dared to attack him in Fuxing City, it would undoubtedly be a war. Regardless of whether the war against him is the cult heresy that believes in the original Angry Owl, or the conservative faction in the alliance government, Gu Hang must respond. In fact, his current preparations are not sufficient. In his past plan, he entered the Fuxing City in person, and that should be 2 to 3 months later. At that time, the economy and production capacity of his territory will be able to support him to fully support an army that is at least 3 times larger than it is now for short-term military operations. And at that time, with the railgun of the quintet as the greatest deterrent and the systematically trained troops in his hands as a routine means, he will return to Fuxing City and completely control that city. In this way, he will have a population of nearly 1 million. The production potential provided by the technology panel will be greatly realized. Politically, he can truly exercise the power of the governor as the governor, and with the guarantee of military power, quickly sweep through all the surrounding gathering places and include them in his own and the production system built. Now, it seems that this plan was forced to advance. Since it is a war, there is no such thing as ready. He couldn't ask others to wait until he was ready to fight. But it's not without good news. Gu Hang's strength has not been accumulated in place, but he now has the help of space fighters, which is an unplanned strengthening. The support provided by the 7 Phoenix veterans is probably more valuable than the military power that Gu Hang will develop and expand in the next 2 months. Let's go to war, let's go to war. It's not a bad thing to plan ahead. It's a pity, old Hodgson, hope he's all right. The troops directly under Gu Hang quickly assembled, and as usual, the servant battalion would be the guardian of the house, and the remaining 5 battalions formed an infantry regiment, waiting for the next order. the mission request was sent to the Phoenix Warband and received a positive response. Gu Hang personally communicated with Yalisha, and the two communicated for about half an hour. Yalisha said that the entire starship will enter a state of combat readiness from now on. As long as the governor needs it, the orbital gunstrike will hit any location designated by him within 10 minutes. Starting tomorrow, the combat readiness mission of the starship will be completed, entering the wartime state, which means that the time for rail gunstrikes can be shortened to less than 10 minutes. At the same time, when it is clear that the combat target is likely to include heresy, Gu Hang's combat mission here will be supported by the state religion team on the starship. A squad of battle nuns will reach the surface in 6 hours. Here's another extra surprise. Until now, Gu Hang didn't know that there was actually a small team of combat nuns on the quintet. On the way to Fu Xiaoxing, he didn't know this all the time. The Battle Sisters are also a legendary group. They are the only armed force on the surface of the Empire's state religion. After the theocratic wars, the state religion was not allowed to have any man in arms. But they grabbed this word, supported the nuns, and founded the Sisters of Battle. These Battle Sisters, who have been blessed by the state religion and have extremely firm beliefs, are called the Emperor's Daughters. They may not be as powerful as the gene seed implanted Space Marines, but they can, under the blessing of the Emperor, acquire extraordinary powers. They also wear special power armor. Unlike the Space Marines, they cannot have a direct neural connection between the modified spinal cord and the armor, but they can drive the armor through the power of divine magic. And the armor they were blessed with, though not as heavy as the Space Marines, was still a formidable weapon. At first, he thought it strange that there was a squad of battle nuns stationed on the quintet, but after searching in his memory, he suddenly realized. The Order of Nuns has many branches. In addition to the most important ones, there will also be some subordinate second-class and third-class religious orders. They also, of course, needed places to stay, usually with important institutions of the state religion. In the Tianma sector, on Kaloga 3, a hive planet, there is a cathedral of the state religion, which is not only the most important branch of the state religion of the Empire in this sector, but also the belief hub of many surrounding star sectors. And there is the Holy Mercy Lily Sisters. On a large starship like the quintet, the church is a must-have place. In normal times, priests and nuns need to comfort the minds of the crew on the battleship. In wartime, they will resist the corruption from evil. In this case, if there is a relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPA/PH equals clause close / phoneme military cooperation between the Star Region government and the state church, it is not impossible to equip an additional squad of combat nuns in addition to the regular Starship Church. And somewhat similar to the Star Warriors, the Battle Sisters are not counted as the subordinates directly commanded by the Captain Yalisha. But after all, they are on the same boat, and if there is a request, it is normal for them to agree. What's more, this time it wasn't Yalisha's request. It was the news of the cult on Fury Owl Star. After reaching these Emperor's Daughters, they took the initiative to ask for a fight. A fanatical battle sister who will not tolerate heresy. And with the help of these battle sisters who are not too weak even if they are weaker than the space fighters, Gu Hang's actions are even more powerful. What's more, in comparison, these battle sisters are more professional anti-cult experts than Space Marines. If there are traces of the original Raging Owl sect in this matter, the Emperor's Daughter will give them a huge surprise. While Gu Hang gathered all the help he could get, the news from Fuxing City was also constantly being collected. Lambert became an intelligence officer. He has mobilized himself and his family's contacts as much as possible, trying his best to obtain information from Fuxing City. At the same time, after Dennis and Henry received the news, although he is currently in Garbage Town, he also has many partners in Fuxing City. He is also actively mobilizing his contacts to help collect information. The situation in Fuxing City is becoming more and more worrying. The person who initiated martial law was General Mondak. This person is the supreme commander of Fuxing City's military forces, which means that the Fuxing City's military may have stood on the opposite side of the governor. There is still no news of the old Hodgson until now, and his life and death are unknown. But what is worrying is that various clues indicate that many important members of the Hodgson family are also missing, including Lambert's father. Rumor has it that the bodies of servants of the Hodgson family have been found. The home of the Hodgson family was sealed off by the authorities. Soldiers with phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme ammunition are guarding the surroundings, and no one can approach. This is all bad information. And in the name of Gu Hang, the governor, the inquiry sent to Fuxing City was answered, but the reply was insincere. Its authorities claim they have also discovered the disappearance of Lord Hodgson, suspecting a cult. Martial law and the blockade of the mansion are all necessary measures to find out about this matter. They promise that if there is anything to gain, they will notify the governor as soon as possible. Gu Hang didn't believe it at all. If this is the case, why didn't the authorities of Fuxing City report Hodgson's disappearance to him immediately? This matter was only discovered when Lambert contacted his grandfather as usual. What's even more ridiculous is that the second news from the Fuxing City official is to invite the governor to return to Fuxing City to sit in charge. However, on the grounds that it was difficult to provide supplies and garrisons, the governor was required not to bring an entourage of more than 100 people. So far, Gu Hang has confirmed that the situation in Fuxing City has completely gotten out of control. Regarding the second message, Gu Hang only replied 4 words. I'll be there. He will come? Industrial tycoon Norris asked cautiously, are you sure? He said he would come, so it must be true. Bradford said, but our Lord Governor, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like he will be caught without a fight. He will come, and it is impossible to really bring only 100 personnel. Norris continued to ask, the staff placed there said that 7 people suspected of being spacefighters came to his camp recently. If this is true, what should we do? This Bradford was asked. His eyes could not help looking at Mondoc next to him, with some complaints. Norris was already very dissatisfied. As I said earlier, we can't be too hasty. That Governor Gu is so powerful that he can really get help from the spacefighters. How do we end up now? Mondoc sneered, it's only now that I know I'm afraid. What's the use? Old Norris, have you lost your former vigor? Norris argued, does this have anything to do with your spirit? No matter how vigorous you are, will you go head to head with the Space Marines? Don't worry too much. Bradford came out to smooth things over, this matter may not be true. How could a legendary figure like a space warrior be called by him? This may be the governor's, we can't just mess up our positions. Even though he said so, there was an unconcealable panic on his expression. There is a high probability that it is false, but what if it is true? Mondoc looked at the 2 ends of the mouse's head, and the contempt on his face became more and more obvious. But he understands that he still needs the support of these 2 people now, and he has to give them a little confidence. First of all, Bradford is right. It is very likely that this incident is not true. It is an illusion fabricated by our governor. Secondly, even if it is true, what is there to be afraid of? Multiple lines of information say that there are only 7 spacefighters in total. 7 people, we have a legion of 1 people. We have 70 challenge tanks, we have 100 cannons of various types. We have to be afraid of the 7 spacefighters? Do you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme too many stories about the pre-war era, and really think that those spacefighters are descended from the gods? I never believed those false rumors and exaggerated propaganda. They have 1 head and 2 hands, can they still tear the tank with their hands? It's just a big laugh. After a pause, Mondoc continued, there are only 1,000 people under the governor's command, and there are no heavy weapons. Don't worry about coming and going every day. If you have this time, why don't you help me do more things? Hearing Mundoc's confident words, Norris and Bradford felt a little more at ease. If you think about it carefully, it does make sense. Even if there are interstellar warriors, 7 people, what kind of weapon can they become? Could it be possible to kill 1,000 at a time and slaughter the Fuxing City Legion? But at this moment, Norris, a cautious person, asked another question, have you considered the issue of orbital strike? Having said that, Mondoc was really silent for a while. Compared with the question of the unidentified spacefighters, the quintet flying in the sky is the most troublesome threat. This thing is definitely not fake. Such a big starship is floating in the sky. In some clear night skies, the light emitted from it can even be observed with the naked eye. The main gun of the quintet may not be able to blow up the entire Fuxing city with one shot, it should be no problem with a few more shots. Spending half a day and one day carefully bombing a city-sized place can ensure that every inch of land is taken care of. There are underground air defense positions left over from the war years in Fuxing City. Hiding inside may have a chance of surviving orbital strikes. But firstly, there are not many people who can hide there, and secondly, even if people are alive, what's the use if the city is blown up? Can the General Mundok conjure food and ammunition supplies out of thin air to maintain his army? Norris, an industrial tycoon, can still develop his physical industry underground and engage in large-scale production? Bradford, a business tycoon, where can he buy and sell to make a lot of money? They are reluctant. They usually look down on the hundreds of thousands of refugees outside the city, and even ordinary residents in the inner city are not looked down upon by them. But these people are their real source of wealth. It doesn't matter if you die. If the city is completely destroyed and people die, then they are also finished. However, the problem of starships cannot be solved. In the end, Mondok could only say, "Gu Hang won't do that, Fuxing City is destroyed, and he will die in 2 years." If Gu Hang knew what Mondok was thinking, he would definitely laugh. "I'm going to kill a few people, why should I bombard a city?" Will he really order Yalisha to bomb Fuxing City? Yes and no. Yes, it refers to small-scale and relatively precise military strikes. No, it means that Fuxing City will not be destroyed until the last moment. Fuxing City's inner city and outer city impoverished people have a total population of nearly 1 million. And what is the population of the entire Fury Star? 6 years ago, in the last years of the second governor, when the imperial tax was paid for the last time, the number was 4,000 million and more than 2 million. A planet with a population of 4,005 million, which is, % of the heyday of the pre-war era of Star Fury. 99.5% of the population was lost in that war in the darkness and chaos of the century after the war. And after the reign of the second-generation governor ended, the governor will be replaced every 2 years. Has the situation of Fu Xiaoxing improved in the past 6 years? Obviously not. As far as the situation here is concerned, the population is likely to continue to decline. Compared with the population, the loss of productivity may be more serious. This has also led to the fact that the population is very small compared to a planet, but people are still worthless. Because even with such a small number of people, New Xiaoxing's current output is still very reluctant to support. So, now the answer to this question is very clear. Why is Gu Hang absolutely unwilling to order the starship to bomb Fuxing City easily? Because this is one of the few densely populated places on Star Fury. Based on a population of 100 million, it is already 2.3% of the total population of the entire planet 6 years ago. In reality, the proportion will only be higher than this figure. According to Gu Hang's estimation, the current total population of Star Fury may be less than 4,000 million, or even less. Moreover, regardless of the poor people outside Fuxing City, the poverty is clanging, but this city is still a bright pearl on the star of Fuxing. In this city, which gathers a total of 1 million people in the inner and outer cities, the increase in productivity brought about by the scale effect is incomparable to the sum of small gathering places with a size of 1 million people. Bombing Fuxing City, losing 2.3% or even more of the world's population, and losing more than 5% of global productivity, these are things that Gu Hang is unwilling to accept. Not to mention, without the original population gathering place of Fuxing City, the huge development potential would be lost. If the city can be captured and controlled peacefully, with a population of 1 million combined with Gu Hang's technological system, it will be able to explode a huge production capacity. Without Fuxing City, Gu Hang would have to fill up the wasteland with thousands and hundreds of people, and find hidden and guarded small places like countless waste cave clubs to gather the population. Peaceful control of Fuxing City is equivalent to Gu Hang recovering 1,000 abandoned cave clubs. This is the biggest reason why Gu Hang will not order the destruction of Fuxing City unless it is absolutely necessary. Life is the emperor's coin. This sentence is appropriate, but there is a half sentence behind, use it well. Even if the emperor is like this, Gu Hang, a governor whose entire family property may theoretically be less than 4,000 million, has no reason to be so extravagant that he can waste 100 million coins at will. Say 6 hours, that's 6 hours. A transport ship disembarked from the quintet, bringing with it a squad of battle sisters. 11 nuns, led by the elder sister Garrett, came to the surface. The crowd is 1.8 meters tall, and wearing armor makes them look taller and thicker. The milky white battle armor is dotted with green patterns, which looks holy and elegant, making them really like a living lily lady. When they came out of the hatch, Gu Hang thought he saw another battle group coming out. Of course, it's just a sense of sight. The difference between the two is still quite large. The red armor of the Phoenix looks like a veteran of hundreds of battles who has killed a river of blood. The green and milky white armor of the Holy Lily looks like an elegant lady who spreads the gospel. The biggest difference is their size. The 1.8-meter high battle nuns are already tall and strong among women, let alone wearing power armor, which is much larger than the body of ordinary troops. However, it is still incomparable to the interstellar warriors who are 2 meters tall and have a huge body when they are horizontal. Gu Hang collected his thoughts and went up to meet him. Ms. Garrett, welcome to your arrival. With your help, the traitors and cult heretics of Star Fury will be unable to hide. Unlike the interstellar warriors who always put on a dead face, the attitude of the leader of the Battle Sisters is gentle and kind, at least Gritter is like this. With short white hair, she stretched out her hand with a smile on her face, and shook hands with Gu Hang. Her voice was deep, gentle, and very healing. I am also very glad to meet you, Mr. Governor. I hope we can have good cooperation in the future. After saying that, she turned her gaze to Martins, the leader of the Space Marine chapter, who was standing not far behind Gu Hang. Smiling and nodding. Martins also nodded in response. Gu Hang observed this. These two have a story. He asked curiously, you two know each other? Garrett smiled and said, if you want to know, Mr. Governor, you might as well ask Martin's chapter commander. If he doesn't want to tell you, I can't say much. Gu Hang turned his gaze to Martins again. Martins didn't speak for a while. He thought he would not get an answer, but in the end, this serious space warrior still spoke. We fought side by side in the organ sector. Garrett said, I want to thank you. Without you, the Holy Mercy Lily might not exist anymore. No, I want to thank you. You could have evacuated, but you insisted on fighting with us. Garrett smiled brightly. That's not what you said at the time. Martins was rarely ashamed. Ha ha ha. Garrett laughed and walked forward. Although she was much shorter than Martins and both of them were wearing power armor, this did not prevent the head nun from giving the chapter leader a big embrace. Anyway, it's a pleasure to see you again, my comrades in arms. Congratulations on atoning for your sins, and may the God Emperor bless your future. It's quite miraculous that two long-lost comrades in arms can meet again in such a small place as New Shaoxing, and have the opportunity to fight side by side again. The so-called Organ Star area that the two of them mentioned is far away from the Tianma Star area. But they don't have much time to catch up. It's time to go. The reason why it has been delayed until now is because Gu Hang is waiting for the arrival of the Battle Sisters. Although there are only 11 of them, they are still an excellent 11 fighters. As long as 2 or 3 nuns cooperate, there is a considerable chance of defeating an ordinary space soldier. What's more, there is also Garrett, the head nun. Gu Hang could vaguely perceive through spiritual energy that the strength of this head nun might not be much weaker than Martin's. Of course, there is no more news from Fuxing City. Old Hodgson seems to have disappeared from the world, and his life and death are unknown. But Gu Hang didn't intend to wait any longer. The servant battalion is the housekeeper. The 2nd to 6th Battalion has a total of more than 500 fighters, the Marine Corps, the Phoenix Space Warrior, the Holy Lily Battle Sister. A whole team escorted the governor from the camp to Fuxing City. From the governor's camp to Fuxing City, according to the speed of the infantry, it would take almost a whole day. In the evening, the team arrived outside Fuxing City. As for Fuxing City, it has long been aware of Gu Hang's approach. Gu Hang didn't intend to hide it at first, and it was a big fanfare along the way, so it was a bit difficult not to be discovered. As for Fuxing City, there are too many ways to know in advance. If Fuxing City is only counted as the inner city, the scale is not large, but if the outer city is counted, the haphazardly built houses of the poor occupy an area that is not small. When Gu Hang and his team arrived in Fuxing City, they just stopped in the outer city. An army stood in front of him. That was the defender of Fuxing City. A large number of soldiers occupied the slums in front of the main entrance. They guarded the house, staring at the outside. There were tanks hidden in the houses, most of which were blocked by the small houses, but stretched out the black barrels. They blocked the governor's team from advancing. An officer, with a few attendants, approached the governor's procession and asked to see the governor. Gu Hang saw him. The Fuxing city officer saluted Gu Hang. "Good day, Your Excellency Governor, I am Fuxing." "You don't need to announce your name, I'm not interested in knowing. Tell me, why is my city blocking my entry? Why are you soldiers who should be loyal to me standing against me?" The officer who was interrupted to introduce himself swallowed a bit. He feels extremely tense now. He looked to the left, and there was a giant in a red armor, which he knew was a space warrior. He looked to the right, and there was a lady in a white and green armor, which was a battle nun. He looked in the middle again, that was his governor, the supreme ruler of this planet. He thought to himself, how could he have the guts to speak in front of these legendary figures? But he still spoke. "I am ordered by the Alliance Council and Lieutenant General Mundok, the garrison general of Fuxing City, to ask you to stop advancing. It is no problem for the governor to enter the city, but he is only allowed to bring no more than 100 guards, and no space marines or battle sisters." Gu Hang seemed to have heard a super joke. "Mundok? Lieutenant General?" he asked me. The officer seemed to realize how absurd what he just said was, so he could only bow his head slightly and remain silent. Then Gu Hang said, "I will now tell you in my capacity as the governor of the Fury Star, no matter what position or power the Mundok you mentioned before, he has no more. He is no longer a member of the Alliance, and is no longer the commander-in-chief of the army. Now, bring this news back to your comrades in arms." Gu Hang had already given this officer a chance. But he didn't catch it. It can be seen that he is under tremendous psychological pressure at the moment, but he still resisted, and he said, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency Governor, but please obey General Mundok's. If you haven't finished speaking, you can't continue." He felt a magical force strangling his throat. Soon, he fainted due to cerebral ischemia. Letting go of the power controlled by his thoughts, he let his body fall to the ground. Gu Hang waved his hand, and soldiers came up to drag him away. This officer is very courageous. But his courage was used in the wrong place. Martin said at this time, "Governor, the situation is now very clear. The behavior of that self-proclaimed General Mundok has already amounted to a rebellion. Now all those standing in front of us are rebels. So, what do you suggest, Commander Martins? Do you want to kill all the rebels? Can the 7 Phoenix fighters do it?" Martins really calculated it carefully, and then said, "It is difficult to completely defeat this one strong army with heavy firepower and armor with only 7 of us. I need the Holy Mercy Lilies. The cooperation of the sisters also requires the cooperation of the naval gunfire of the quintet. At night, we can enter the target area, mark the orbital strike, and then the starship will strike first, and then we can enter the sweep. In this way, we should be able to complete the task at a cost." Battle Nun Garrett raised objections. "I'm sorry, Commander Martins, I really hope to have the opportunity to fight side by side with the Phoenix again. However, our mission to land on the surface this time is not to counter the rebellion, but to deal with heresy. I will not participate in the task of fighting against mortal rebels. Mr. Governor, please understand." Gu Hang was not disappointed, but showed a conciliatory smile. "I understand, of course I understand. The plan of the Matins battle group leader is very suitable. When I think that these enemies in front of me need to be eliminated, I will take yours plan. But right now, we don't need to complicate things that much." "Then what are you going to do?" "Let's rest first. Marching all day, you are fine. My soldiers need to rest to recover their combat effectiveness. As for the specific plan, I will tell you later. Please also cooperate with you and Sister Garrett tomorrow." Martin stared at Gu Hang for a moment, and finally nodded. Garrett also made a statement, "We will not slaughter mortal soldiers, but we will provide the necessary protection for you, Mr. Governor." I am very grateful for this step. In Fushing City, Norris and Bradford nervously waited for the news from the outer city. When they learned that Gu Hang had already set off, and that there were indeed spacefighters and even battle nuns beside him, the businessmen among the two members of the alliance were already very flustered. Regret filled their hearts, and they even raised objections when General Mundok decided to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme the troops to deploy defenses in the outer city. But their opposition was weak, as always. They could only watch as Mundok stood in front of the governor, and prayed that no conflict would break out. As a result, it really didn't explode. Governor Gu actually stopped outside the outer city obediently. This is great news. Bradford said, it seems that we overestimated Gu Hang's tough attitude. Perhaps, his previous toughness was also fake. Norris said cheerfully, at least, I can sleep soundly tonight. We really need a hardliner like Mundok, and he has done a good job. Yes. Bradford said, the crisis of war has been greatly reduced. Now, the remaining thing is how to get that wayward governor to stop playing camp building games outside and go back to his place as soon as possible, where it should be. Yes, as soon as he comes back, everything will be back to normal. Just like the previous three. Yes, we have countless ways to deal with him. What is the spring and autumn dream of saving the world? Fu Xiaoxing doesn't need him to save him. He just needs to be a governor honestly. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a comfortable life for 2 years, and then 2 years later just die in peace. On the second day, early in the morning, the sun was about to rise, and the sky was just getting brighter. In the outer city of Fushing City, many soldiers were on duty all night. At the forefront, the person in charge of setting up the card is 2 major officers. One of them said, last night, Randolph didn't come back. I don't know if he died or was detained by the governor. Another asked, is the general angry? No. The major replied at the beginning, the general is quite happy to see that the governor's team has really stopped outside. Very happy? Randolph is his own nephew. The previous person just shrugged and said that was the way it was. Cold-blooded, poor Randolph. While chatting, suddenly one of them stretched out his hand and pointed to the dim morning mist outside. What is that? The other person followed his fingers and looked over. It's not yet fully dawn, the light is not enough, and there is still morning fog this morning, the visibility is not good. But he could still see, vaguely, a few giant-like figures slowly approaching. The two looked at each other. One stepped back and blew the whistle to alert the soldiers guarding Luca, while the other raised his gun and asked into the dense fog, who is it? However, Mist gave no response. The figure walking in the thick fog did not say a word. Just after getting a little closer, there was the sound of heavy footsteps. The footsteps came a bit abruptly, there was no sound at all before, like ghosts. Now that they saw them, the footsteps were so obvious and heavy, as if a drum of war was beating in their hearts. He has realized who is coming, but he doesn't know what to do. Open fire? Don't dare. First of all, he did not dare to take responsibility for the first shot. Secondly, and more importantly, as he is standing in front of Luca blocking the way without even a bunker, if he dares to fire the first shot, he will die immediately in the next second. But no matter? During the struggle, he found that the soldiers stationed behind were all ready after being reminded by the fellow officer who had just talked with him. There were dozens of guns aimed at this place, which made him feel relieved. He looked forward again and asked again. Who is it? Please call back. This time, there was still no response. However, as the footsteps approached, he could already faintly see the person coming. The fiery red power armor and the iconic huge body undoubtedly represent their identities. The man surrounded by them, although he had never seen him before, should be the governor. As they got closer and closer, the blocking officer became more and more nervous, and his hands were sweating on his weapons. He couldn't help but issue the third warning. Please stop, you are not allowed to pass. There was still no response, as if what was approaching was not a living person, but a group of ghosts. After the third warning, the Comer was very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. He couldn't help turning his head back and looking at his companion, as if he wanted to know from his companion what to do next. In the end, he found that his companion was also looking at him with the same question in his eyes. According to the rules of the wasteland, if you encounter such a situation, you must not say anything, just take a shuttle first. When a person is dead, there is no threat. But here right now, regardless of political rules, would it be useful for the soldiers to shoot at this group of steel bodies with their rifles? How to do? Nobody knew what to do. Under the hesitation, entanglement, overwhelm, and great pressure and tension, the soldiers and officers who set up the card just let the space fighters and battle nuns escort the governor to them. It's time for the final decision. The officer who could call the shots still did not dare to give the order to fire. But he couldn't just let people go. In the end, he gritted his teeth, bravely stood in front of the crowd who were advancing step by step, stretched out his palm to the leading space soldier, made a gesture of refusal, and said in his mouth at the same time, "Stop advancing. Forbidden ahead." There was a muffled sound of dong. His head was deflated. The red-armored warrior walking at the forefront didn't mean to stop at all. Facing the obstruction, he just stretched out his hand, as if fending off a fly, and slapped the officer's face with the back of his hand. The movement was so fast that the officer didn't react at all, let alone dodge. His head collapsed as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. The splashed blood stained the bright red armor, which was not eye-catching at all. His body fell sideways crookedly, his legs and feet were still twitching. Blood flowed out of the shapeless head, and soon formed a big puddle. No one cares, no one bothers. The angel of death didn't even have a slight change in pace. And the people who followed behind didn't even look to the side. Even the battle nun of Holy Lily didn't respond to this. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme officer was dead, but the soldiers still dared not shoot, not even when the space marine kicked Luca over. No one dared to stand in front of them. And so they let the governor's team pass. As for the road behind, Gu Hang and his party walked unimpeded. Although people died at the first road card, there was actually not much movement. There was no gunfire, let alone cannon fire. Many soldiers in the back had no idea what happened, and even quite a few of them were still asleep. Under such circumstances, Gu Hang and his party consisted of 19 people, walking swaggeringly on the street from the outer city to the gate of the inner city. The environment in the outer city is not good, with disorderly construction and no planning, and many alleys are very narrowly spaced, which looks like a typical high-density slum. However, the avenues extending outside the several gates leading to the inner city remain spacious. The heaviness deliberately stepped on when the power leg armor hits the ground can float very far. Many soldiers who were on duty and woke up, and those who probed their heads, all saw them. The majestic and mighty interstellar warriors and the heroic battle nuns are dazzling, and they also bring out the dignity of the governor under their protection. Such a person, is it that these little soldiers can deal with them? No one dared to think. But at the same time, they felt relieved a lot. Before that, General Mundok was determined not to allow the governor to enter the city, and even put on a strong confrontation. Now, thank goodness General Mundok has changed his mind. Most of the soldiers in the rear didn't know what happened to Luca. Seeing the governor and his party walking on the road swaggeringly, they thought it was normal and the general allowed them to pass. Otherwise, why no one hit them? Why didn't anyone stop them? Mundok, who was in the outer city, guarding the gate and sitting in the army, had just been woken up, and when he heard the news, he was already terrified. After the governor's army arrived yesterday, although the nephew sent out failed to come back, the governor's army actually stopped outside, obediently, without moving. This made him quite satisfied. His tough attitude has achieved results. The next thing to do is to consider how to talk to the governor. But who would have thought that early this morning, he heard the shocking news? Under the escort of 7 space warriors and 11 battle nuns, the governor swaggered through his army and was walking on the main road towards the inner city. And during the whole process, the relationship between his army and the governor's guard seemed very peaceful. It is said that an officer who stood in the way died, having his head crushed with a blow. But otherwise, not a single shot was fired, not a single shot was fired. His soldiers, leaving the enemy just like that, came over. Why is that? Have all my troops rebelled? This was the source of Mundok's trepidation. Because it is not impossible. He is a general and a commander, but nominally he is a subordinate of the governor, who is the supreme commander. Ordinary soldiers don't know that much about the twists and turns above, and they won't easily position the governor as an enemy. To some extent, if the soldiers really wanted to rebel, what could he do? Mundok didn't even hold back, looking around, afraid that before the governor's men arrived, his own soldiers would tie him up the next moment, yelling something like "borrow the general's head for use" and so on. But luckily, that didn't happen. His personal guard battalion is still loyally guarding outside. The adjutant who came to report the letter answered his previous question. It is true that there is no one blocking it. I inquired and said that you may have allowed the governor's team to pass, so the soldiers did not dare to block or open fire. Not to mention others, even he himself thought so. Fart. Mundok was furious. You never gave such an order? Faced with this question, Mundok calmed down instead. He calmed down and quickly analyzed the current situation in his mind. The situation should not be as bad as he imagined just now. The soldiers are just confused, and at a loss, but they don't mean to rebel. The prestige that Mundok established among the troops still exists, and the soldiers will still regard him as the supreme commander of the troops. And more importantly, the propaganda they have done for a long time among the troops of the alliance authorities, and even in the entire city, is still effective. Only 6 years have passed since the brutal reign of the second governor, and people still remember it vividly, and no one wants to go back to that time. And it is precisely with the help of this public opinion that in the past 6 years, on the one hand, they have puppetized the governor, preventing his decree from leaving the office, let alone affecting the wider land outside Fushing City. They also secretly blamed the governor for many of the bad things they did. In Star Fury and Times City, after the baptism of the past 12 years, although there are still people who remember the revival of a generation of governors, people nowadays don't have much favor for the governor sent by the empire. Hatred is not counted, after all, he is a newcomer, and he hasn't had time to do bad things yet. But the remaining fears and resentments are not lacking at all. After Gu Hang arrived, he actually jumped out of Fushing City and ran outside to mess around. This was unexpected by the high-level executives of the alliance, but they were happy to see it. If you want to play any construction games, go for it yourself. No one believes that within 2 years, he can survive the imperial tax 2 years later just by building from scratch outside. 2 years later, the governor was executed, and the top management of the alliance launched some scapegoats, saying that they were members of the governor's government, and they were finished together, and then just waited for the next governor to come, and survived another 2 years. It is precisely because of this that they have recently relaxed their smear campaign against the new governor. Not to mention, among them, there was such a traitor as old Hodgson. Consciously or unintentionally, the news that the new governor is doing well outside has spread among the poor outside Fushing City. Until recently, they realized that the problem was serious. Not only did they kill Hodgson, but they also made it clear to the governor that they would fight. Under such circumstances, they restarted a round of urgent propaganda work, trying to make Gu Hang a new second-generation governor, saying that he will come back to seize power and arrest half of the people in Fushing City to become the empire pay the tax. How miserable it would be to be paid as an adult tax. But in fact, if the poor are really taxed as people, it might not be a good thing. It might be better to be a slave laborer on a starship than a pauper on Raging Owl. Of course, there is also the possibility of being sent to the Star Militia Army as slave labor, cannon fodder, or a frontline logistics transport team. That may be a little bit bad, although the same food is full, but the average life expectancy is a bit low, measured in hours. But when they advertise, they don't talk about eating enough, honor, they only advertise how long they will phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live /phoneme. Their propaganda still has some effect. Previously, Gu Hang was very impressive in construction outside, and he also attracted a lot of refugees. Henry and Hodgson also did a lot of publicity, which made his reputation very good. And now, if they try to speak ill of Gu Hang, the effect will be relatively limited. But at least it has diluted a lot of the previous good reputation, reminding people of the fear of being ruled by the governor, and the already tendentious attitude has become hesitant again. Thinking back to this point, Mundok had to rejoice that it was a good move. Otherwise, he might really face the situation where the governor raised his arms and the soldiers turned against him. After analyzing these situations clearly, Mundok knew roughly what he should do. He needs to come forward in person, with his own prestige, to strengthen the will of the soldiers, so that they can clearly distinguish the situation, who is the enemy and who is the commander. Even, at the critical moment, he needs to further insist on his tough stance, so that under his encouragement, the Guards battalion will clearly stop Gu Hang from moving forward, so as to drive the entire army. But thinking of this, he hesitated again. Intellectually, this is no problem, but is it really necessary to show up in person, to face the Space Marines? If the governor really ignored it and ordered an assault, just the hundreds of people in his personal guard battalion, would he be able to stop it? I'm afraid that his head will be taken off before the army has time to react and the heavy artillery has not had time to mobilize. Mundok was caught in a dilemma. Mundok knew what the right thing to do was, he just didn't dare to do it. Without him, I am afraid of death. He hesitated and wavered, but when he was at a loss, Gu Hang's footsteps were so firm and getting closer. He knew this, and as time passed, he began to realize that he couldn't wait any longer. At this time, making a choice, even if it is wrong, is no more wrong than doing nothing. He really didn't dare to go out in person, face the majesty of the governor, and the threat of the space fighters, but it was impossible for him to surrender to the governor. There was no such option, prestige discredited. The general who left the army will never be able to gain the support of the army again. At that time, the governor may really be able to take away the command of the army by virtue of righteousness. He finally came up with a compromise plan. Gu Hang was finally blocked. To be honest, he was disappointed by this. The reaction is too slow. Although, the current scene is one of the many possibilities he envisioned. The soldiers may be at a loss because of the status of the governor, because of the sudden arrival, and because they have not fired. This is also the reason why Gu Hang chose to set off when the sun was about to rise and many people were still asleep, and it was also the reason why no one shot when they crossed the road ahead. But when it happened, he still lamented his opponent's indecisiveness. Gu Hang changed his position on the opposite side, and he had already ordered decisively. The heavy artillery was pulled up, the tank was pulled up, whether he was accidentally injured or not, and what would happen after he finished fighting. Let's talk about the fuck first. That Mundok, can't you imagine that he won't survive? He was still scruples about it, and he didn't know what to be scruples about. Of course, if the other party really wants to do this, Gu Hang is actually not afraid. Since he dared to come, of course he has the means to break the situation. The heavy artillery can't kill the space fighters, the battle nun can't kill him, and it can't kill him. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. To be more precise, it can't be hit. But that didn't happen, so I won't say much about it. But at the moment, Gu Hang doesn't care about this obstacle. About one company of soldiers, led by several officers, blocked the front of the road tightly. They came in a hurry, and they didn't even have time to set up Luca, who intercepted them. They just blocked the way with human flesh, and didn't even shoot. It's just that an officer shouted with a loudspeaker in front of the battle, "Stop! After 3 warnings we will open fire. The governor must come alone." Hearing the warning, Gu Hang also saw the soldiers blocking the way on the opposite side. The muzzles of their guns had been raised, their hands were on the triggers, and they were ready to fire at any time. 3 warnings? There was a sneer on the corner of Gu Hang's mouth. The above ones are indeed rebels. Gu Hang said softly. The officer on the opposite side was about to issue a second warning, but at this moment, an explosive bomb exploded his body. The large-caliber warhead made of diamond completely destroyed most of the officer's body. The extremely penetrating explosive bomb continued unabated, and later pierced a soldier to death, and then exploded among the crowd. The characteristics of the standard explosive bomb, in addition to the large-caliber warhead with strong penetrability, it is also equipped with an explosive fuse and a miniature-shaped energy bomb inside. When it exploded, the impact force and the combined power of shrapnel were even stronger than ordinary grenades and gun-mounted grenades. The bolter in the hands of the Space Warriors is simply a crushing weapon for ordinary troops. It can be used as a burst of small-caliber howitzers against light infantry, or as an armor-piercing projectile against armored units. When the armor is pierced, the bomb will explode inside the vehicle, killing the target inside the vehicle. 7 space fighters opened fire at the same time, and the firepower of the bolt gun covered the white soldiers who were forming a human wall on the road, destroying them completely almost in an instant. Even if there are 2 tanks among those soldiers, it is also meaningless. If it is the main battle tank in the Star Militia, such as the Lion King tank, the bolter is really tickling. But these 2 tanks right now are just local products produced by some military enterprises in Fu Xiaoxing, and they are not the mainland battle tanks in the Starborder Army. The armor looks thick, but whether it is design, technological content, or the material itself, it is not enough to pass the test, and it cannot stop the explosive bomb with a warhead made of diamond. The bomb pierced the armor and blasted into the car, causing an explosion inside. It might not be a big problem for the tank to be punched with a hole, but there must be no one in it who survived. During this process, among the 100 or so soldiers, someone occasionally reacted and pulled the trigger, firing at the space fighters. But until they were almost dead, the number of bullets hit might not exceed 20, and most of them went flying, and the few that hit didn't even leave a scratch on the power armor of the space warriors. Gu Hang knew that the person who spoke was called Schneider. This warrior with a bare head without a helmet is a more elite fighter than a veteran. Moreover, Gu Hang could tell that that guy was a bit at odds with the chapter leader Martins. But these things, as well as what he just said, Gu Hang has no time to pay attention to them for the time being. He has more important things to do now. The psychic energy surged, and the power of thought magnified the degree to which his voice vibrated the air from his opening, sending his words to the ears of many surrounding soldiers who watched the devastating and one-sided massacre just now. I am the governor of the empire, and I am the ruler of the alliance. Anyone who dares to stand in my way will be regarded as a traitor. I order all soldiers to obey orders, stay put, and wait for the result. I am the governor of the empire. All soldiers, follow the instructions, stand by and wait for the result. These words seemed to form waves in the air, echoing constantly. At the same time, the speed of Gu Hang and his party suddenly accelerated. When the space fighters and battle sisters were advancing at full speed, their speed was comparable to that of a chariot. The explosive power is stronger than the sprint champion, and the endurance is stronger than the long-distance running champion. And Gu Hang, of course, would not use his own 2 legs to chase. The control of mind power took effect again, and the invisible force lifted his body, making him half-floating, closely following the advancing extraordinary soldiers, and keeping himself under their protection all the time. Do you feel better if the 2 chapters are released together at noon? Before, it was posted twice in the noon and afternoon, and it seemed a bit split. Although using the power of psionic energy, Gu Hang conveyed the warning in order to every alliance soldier around. However, he will not place his fate in an uncontrollable place. It is entirely possible that those soldiers did not obey the warnings and orders, or because of their loyalty to Mundok and the alliance, or because of stress, they directly opened fire on Gu Hang. Therefore, Gu Hang must be prepared for the blow. If the surrounding soldiers make a move, the armor on the soldiers and nuns moving outside will become Gu Hang's best cover, which cannot be pierced by ordinary firepower. If heavy artillery shells are really going to fly over, not to mention whether those shells can be easily hit in the fast-moving state, even if they can hit, Gu Hang has the ability to identify them in advance, and then use the power of spiritual energy to let the shells fly in the air. When it was in the air, there was a slight deviation, causing it to hit the air. At the same time, they will also turn into sharp knives, pierce through the entire army, and go straight to the headquarters of the Fuxing City military to capture Mundok alive. He believed that under the high-speed charge, nothing could stop 19 top fighters, plus the assistance of himself, a psyker. At least the Fuxing City military must not have this ability. However, even though Gu Hang had prepared for the worst, this bad situation never happened. The surrounding soldiers still did not fire. Perhaps it was Gu Hang's use of psionic energy to send the words to their ears, which really had an effect. The soldiers were hesitant to act as the governor and the pressure to become traitors to the empire. Or maybe it was just a few seconds ago that the Space Marines wiped out an entire mixed company of tanks and infantry, which was really terrifying. Of course, it was because the Mundok Guard Battalion who blocked the way did not understand the combat methods of the space fighters at all, and chose extremely wrong arrangements, which led to a wave of wipeouts. But ordinary onlookers may be emotionally trapped in shock and unbelievable, and it will take a while to understand. What's more, if you think about it, isn't it scary? More than 100 corpses and the wreckage of 2 tanks, the effect achieved by 7 people in 2 seconds, is simply frightening to death. None of the battle sisters did anything. Of course, these 2 points may work together. Those soldiers were indeed frightened, and then the governor's words gave them a reason to convince themselves. In short, the soldiers did not do anything. Gu Hang and the others, who were running wildly, went inward all the way. Their speed is even faster than Mondok's getting the news. Those who could directly contact Mondok were killed just now, and some little clever ghosts wanted to report back, but they had to outrun the space warriors and battle nuns. This also led to the fact that when Mondok learned that the guard battalion he had sent out to intercept had been wiped out, Gu Hang, who was leading the men, almost reached his face. And his face was already pale. The unit under him that can guarantee loyalty the most is the personal guard battalion around him. This part of the team was split into 3 parts in his previous decision. Except for those who went to stop Governor Gu and those who still stayed by his side, the rest was to mobilize troops. Of course, he also considered what would happen if a conflict really broke out and the governor chose to do it. In other words, do you want to be ready to do it yourself? Originally, he thought he was ready, but when he found that Gu Hang was able to pass through Luca without being blocked, he became suspicious and sent a team to try to directly command the large troops below. But it seems too late. How to do? He felt that he was just thinking about it for a moment, and he hadn't decided whether to leave or stay or fight, when the sound of guns and guns rang in his ears. Those who were most loyal to his personal guard fought back bravely in the face of the 19 people who rushed straight. However, this obstruction is meaningless at all. The command headquarters of Mondok essentially selected a relatively large house in the outer city, which looked relatively good in appearance, and requisitioned it. A part of the buildings around the house were demolished, and the waste materials were used to build fortifications on the spot. The personal guards were stationed around, together with 4 challenge tanks and a combat command vehicle. In the face of blows, he can stand firm here. If necessary, when the surrounding messy buildings have been cleared, he can also easily slip away in the command vehicle. His personal guards had a suitable place to garrison, and they had deployed a defensive stance ahead of time, not huddled together, protected by bunkers and foxholes, so they wouldn't be wiped out by a bolter round. There are still many soldiers who were accurately targeted and killed by small-scale explosions, but at least they can still fight. At the same time, after the soldiers of these pro-guard battalions went into battle, a considerable part of the nearby Alliance soldiers were also mobilized. After all, General Mondok was there, and quite a few of these Union soldiers stopped watching and tried to attack. But even though the space fighters were not able to wipe out the defenders in one wave, they were not blocked. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. No need for cover, they just went straight ahead. The shooting of bullets is not very effective on the ceramic steel armor, the grenades thrown over cannot be blown up at all, the number of rocket launchers flying from the sky is small, and the hit rate is still low. Those who can really hit will be killed by Gu Hang use psionic deflection. In fact, it is not deflected, and it may not be a big problem. Even if his face was smeared, it was nothing more than a stagger, a little discomfort from the shock, and a little gray smoke on the armor, so there was no major problem. Of course, the Battle Sisters might be a little bit more affected. Mercy Lily's white-green armor is beautiful, but certainly not as strong as a Space Marine's. Therefore, Gu Hang will take care of the firepower that hits the fighting nun. The head nun, Garrett, also noticed this. She nodded slightly to Gu Hang, and then put more effort into the battle. She took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme, accelerated forward, rushed out of the front line, and quickly approached a tank that was turning its muzzle and trying to fire. In her hand, she held a long-handled war halberd, and when she swung it, the golden blade cut off the barrel of the tank with just one click. Then, she jumped high again, and the halberd penetrated the tank from the top. The soldiers in the car only felt a golden light shining from their heads, and then they saw the captain and driver being strung together into candied hawse. Everyone was terrified. And this is just a microcosm on the battlefield. The firepower of ordinary soldiers is completely unable to stop the progress of superhuman fighters. However, the bolt guns in the hands of the space warriors and the battle nuns can easily destroy the enemies who stand in the way. They didn't kill all the soldiers quickly, but it wasn't necessary. In just a moment, they had already penetrated the defense lines of those soldiers. Gu Hang has even been able to see Mondok. The general of Fuxing City, right in front of his eyes, had just boarded a command vehicle in a hurry, and seemed to be planning to run away. But now I just want to run, how can I get away? At this time, Mondok was destined to be unable to escape. It was still Sister Garrett who made the move. She knew that for Gu Hang, if he could capture the rebel leader alive, it would be more valuable, even if this guy still couldn't escape his death in the end. After cutting a tank, the head nun did not stop, but continued to accelerate. She jumped up high, and the combat backpack behind her suddenly spewed out dark green flames, pushing her body and accelerating in midair. The command car that started up just now was rushed to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme by the head nun before it even got up to speed. She opened fire with a single-handed gun in midair, and the infantry accompanying the command vehicle were all accurately sniped one by one. When she landed, there were no enemies around. With a swing of the halberd, half of the pair of rear wheels of the command car were cut off. With another slash, the door of the car was cut open, revealing Mondok's terrified face. The rebel leader had shown some bravery up to this time. Trembling, he raised the pistol he had prepared and pulled the trigger at the head nun. However, how can the bullets fired by ordinary self-defense pistols shake the feedback power armor of the head nun? He only fired one shot, and the bullet bounced off the armor. Immediately afterwards, he was grabbed by the collar with one hand by the head nun, and he was directly dragged off the car. The general, who was like a dead dog, fell to the ground and was dragged by Garrett with one hand towards Gu Hang. He kept struggling, but it was meaningless. The head nun's hand was like steel, and he didn't let go at all. The surrounding guard soldiers who were still alive could only watch helplessly. The general, who was usually high above the ground, is now being dragged on the ground. They have someone who wants to be saved, but has absolutely no idea what to do. It's really useless if the bullet hits it. Use heavy firepower to bombard it? What if the general was killed by the incident? What's even more frightening is the dozen or so male and female fighters themselves. They have also confronted the most elite extraordinary fighters of the Empire head-on, and they have only one feeling: how can such an enemy be considered human? Invulnerable, cannon motionless. However, the other party shot casually. As long as there were more people on his side, then a large number of people would be taken away. Those angels of death, like strolling in the garden, captured their general under their protection. It's not that they didn't fight to the death, but all they could do was die. This kind of battle that must be lost and impossible to win, they can no longer fight. Seeing that the general was captured, they even felt a sense of relief. I lost all the losses, can I stop fighting? Such thoughts filled their hearts, and the soldiers' trigger fingers became less resolute. As for the space fighters, they also reduced their firepower. They didn't shoot anymore and just hid the soldiers. They didn't bother to care about them. They would only shoot the bombs at the enemies who were still struggling. The Phoenix is an extremely poor warband. In their eyes, bombs are worth more than the lives of these local aboriginal rebels. At this moment, Garrett has brought Mondok to Gu Hang. At this moment, General Mondok, who has always been tough and dressed in combat uniform, has completely lost his usual image and demeanor. Being dragged all the way to the ground, because the head nun was too rough, half of the time, he was on the ground with half his face on the ground. When he came in front of Gu Hang, half of the face mopping the floor was bloody, and the blood and dust on his body, as well as the half-torn clothes, made him look very embarrassed. He was thrown in front of Gu Hang, struggling to get up, but the pain in his whole body was so painful that it was difficult to get up. But there is no need for him to get up by himself. An invisible force lifted his body and lifted him up. He was able to face Gu Hang directly. He opened his mouth with difficulty, trying to say something, but couldn't utter a single word. There was also an invisible force that blocked his throat, making it difficult to even breathe, let alone speak. Of course it was Gu Hang who did it. Whether the guy in front of him wanted to be tough one last time or begged for mercy, Gu Hang didn't intend to listen. Now, it doesn't matter what attitude Mundok has. As far as Gu Hang is concerned, if this guy is captured alive, then there is only one use left for him. Safety, I'll leave it to you. Gu Hang's voice rang in the ears of the space warriors and battle nuns. Garrett smiled and nodded. In fact, these words were mainly addressed to her. Next, Gu Hang will be exposed to the guns of all enemies. He didn't worry about those ordinary soldiers, not even the bombardment of artillery fire. He can handle those. Only, he was worried that there would be cultists from the original Raging Owl sect lurking in the army. It is possible. Their hands, coupled with the bullets and artillery fire of some controlled soldiers, would indeed pose a threat to him. It's not enough to die, the worst is to sneak into the protection of space fighters and battle nuns when the situation is not good. Is there anyone on the Fury Star who can break through the protection of these 19 people and kill himself? Impossible, absolutely impossible. However, that would be a bit embarrassing, and it would not be conducive to Gu Hang's establishment of his own prestige. And what he needs from Garrett, the head nun, is to try to keep him from falling into that embarrassing situation. This was discussed beforehand, and the head nun agreed very simply. Or in other words, if they only help the governor to suppress the rebellion, the nuns of the Holy Mercy Lily are actually not interested. The core purpose of their coming to the surface is to fight against heresy. And the job of watching out for cultists who may appear later is exactly what they want. Gu Hang withdrew his gaze and looked at Mundok again. It's time to use the Alliance General. Under the power controlled by the power of thought, Gu Hang's body began to lift into the air, together with Mundok. Gu Hang's golden governor's uniform moved without phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win / phoneme. He looked stern and solemn, overlooking the entire battlefield. Mundok's figure was slightly lower than him, his limbs and throat were bound by psionic energy, and he couldn't move, let alone speak. Only Gu Hang's voice could resound through the scene through the power of psionic energy. All soldiers, put down your weapons. I am Gu Hang, I am the representative of the empire that you swore to serve, and I am the representative of the emperor to rule this land. I am the master of Star Fury, and I am your governor. And this, the man you call the general, betrayed the empire, betrayed the emperor, betrayed me. Hearing this, there were some subtle changes in the expressions of the space warriors and the battle nuns. To betray the governor is indeed to betray the empire. To betray the empire, isn't that to betray the emperor? There is nothing wrong with saying it, but Your Excellency the governor puts himself on an equal footing with the empire and the God Emperor. Doesn't it feel right? But they didn't say anything phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either / phoneme. Gu Hang didn't care what these pious God Emperor believers were thinking. He continued, I hereby announce that, in the name of the Emperor, I will strip General Mundok of his status and judge him as a traitor to the Empire. Soldiers, no matter what order you have received before, it has now been completely terminated. In the name of the governor, I order everyone to put down their weapons. Your past actions will not be held accountable, but from this moment from the beginning, those who still do not obey orders will also be regarded as traitors. Between words, Gu Hang raised a pistol, pointed it at Mundok's forehead, and executed him with one shot. To Gu Hang, killing Mundok in this state is like crushing a chicken. His psychic power could lift his entire body into midair, and with that same power, it would certainly be no problem to break Mundok's neck. Gu Hang did not do this, but the reason why he chose to execute with a gun was the sense of form. Gu Hang wanted to use this very symbolic method of shooting to tell all the soldiers that their past commander was a guilty person and a traitor to the empire. And they should completely draw a line with the traitors at the moment and accept the leadership of the governor. He didn't plan to use all the 10,000 soldiers in Fushing City immediately. But at least, these people must not be an obstacle to his next actions. If the Great Purge is a certainty, it will begin with the military. Almost all the surrounding soldiers saw what happened in mid-air, and all heard the governor's declaration. The general is a traitor? This news made people feel a little unacceptable for a while. It wasn't just Gu Hang talking about it, the soldiers would really regard Mundok as a traitor and Gu Hang as the commander. After all, before this, they were not familiar with Gu Hang, but Mundok was their leader for several years. Many of them were officers promoted by General Mundok. However, now Mundok is dead. Died right in front of them, or died by being convicted and shot. The object of allegiance has been lost. Many people fell into a daze. What to do next? To avenge the general? This, in the minds of some who are deeply in favor of Mundok, this may not be an option. In fact, some people did try to do this. There are officers try to continue to encourage the soldiers under their command to launch an attack. But that doesn't work very well. The core point is that they have no way to deny Gu Hang's status as a ruler. He was the real governor, and he executed the general, leaving little reason for the remaining soldiers to continue fighting. Just relying on the agitation of the officers is not that useful. Only a small number of people with unclear brains will draw out their weapons and try to attack. In the face of these attacks, Gu Hang remained motionless in mid-air. This time is definitely not the time to back down. He just wanted to stand here, spread the declaration he just made to the soldiers over and over again, and deeply engrave his identity into the soldiers' minds. As for those obsessed with obsession, their attacks are within the reach of Gu Hang. His mind control is enough to allow him to catch the bullets fired at him within a certain distance and deflect them away, making them unable to hit. And even if it was a rare bullet, he didn't have time to catch it, but he still had the body protection aura on him as a last resort to protect it. If it was set on fire by tens of thousands of people, there is nothing to say Gu Hang would have to run away immediately, but this situation did not happen. After all, there were only a small number of people who attacked him. This small number of diehards was immediately and forcefully suppressed. Space Marines will strike. The bolt gun in Phoenix's hand can always kill those rebels with precision. However, the cult members that Gu Hang was worried about were not able to pose a threat to him at all. His previous guess was correct. Among the troops in Fuxing City, there must be magicians from the original Raging Owl sect lurking in. After he was lifted into the air, those magicians quietly popped up and aimed at him. Within the scope of Gu Hang's psychic perception, he has already discovered the traces of those heresies. While planning to attack Gu Hang with spiritual energy, they were still trying to encourage the surrounding soldiers to continue attacking Gu Hang. However, with his trust in the Battle Sisters, Gu Hang did not move. And the sisters led by Sister Garrett did not disappoint Gu Hang's trust. In the previous actions, the Sacred Lilies, who were actually a little bit paddling, became active at this moment. The 11 people did not need to communicate, and they were divided into two groups in a very tacit understanding. Garrett acted alone, and a total of 6 groups rushed into the group of soldiers. They shouted the name of the Emperor, and found out those guys who had taken off their disguise and were about to try to use the power of magic to attack Gu Hang. They are real experts in anti-cultists, and natural enemies of all heresies, cults, and psychers. There was a faint light on the bodies of the Holy Lilies, indicating that the blessing of the God Emperor had arrived. Within a certain range, all hostile psychic and evil means will be directly hindered. There is of course a limit to this hindrance. If the target's strength is too strong, the magic that should be cast will still be cast. After all, their anti-psychic powers are derived from the magic they mastered, from the blessing of the Emperor. In essence, when a hostile spell takes effect, their magical power will immediately counter it. But at least none of the warlocks appearing now can break through the anti-psychic suppression of the fighting nuns. If the sorcery and psionic powers were ineffective, those cultists mixed in would be powerless to fight back and be wiped out easily. Seeing the Battle Sisters kill their comrades around them, some soldiers revolted. No matter whether they fought back instinctively or were really bewitched by the cultists, the Sacred Mercy Lilies would not be merciful, and they would all be wiped out. These lurking heretics are not much different from ordinary soldiers in appearance. The soldiers didn't know that these were cult members, and some thought they were being massacred. In order to avoid the spread of this kind of misunderstanding and cause the already very tense situation to slip into a completely uncontrollable situation, Gu Hang used the sound of psionic drumming to ring next to the ears of all the soldiers again. Drop your arms. Stop resisting. The cultists who intend to destroy Fuxing City are conspiring, and the battle nuns are clearing out heresies. Put down your weapons. You will not be implicated. Anyone who continues to hold weapons will be regarded as a traitor. Drop your arms. Don't be a traitor. In a daze, quite a few soldiers finally stopped resisting. At this moment, the infantry regiment led by Yan Fangshu also entered the arena. They cautiously approached the line of defense of the Alliance Legion and shouted along with the governor, putting down their weapons and stopping resistance. Soldiers who were disarmed remained where they were, the few who remained armed, whether they resisted or not, were executed. The governor acts as a humanoid broadcasting station in mid-air, and also casts a persuading surrender halo to the entire army of the Alliance Legion. The spacefighters and combat nuns wipe out the stubborn traitors from within, and disarm ordinary soldiers. The infantry regiment led by Yin Fangshu disarms from the outside. The main battle ended here, and most of the Alliance soldiers chose to surrender after witnessing the general being tortured and shot. The governor personally ordered to persuade him to surrender, and facing the irresistible spacefighters and battle nuns. They don't want to fight anymore. If you can't win the fight, and you don't know the meaning of continuing to fight, then why keep fighting? The big picture is set. Gu Hang also heaved a sigh of relief. He had reason to be happy. The final means he prepared was not used. His actions today have elements of risk, but not much. Under the double protection of the interstellar warrior and the battle nun, he himself is considered a very powerful psyker, so it is not easy to get into trouble. In addition, he still has the bodyguard of the governor's status, so that those Alliance soldiers are at a loss, throwing their hands at the mouse, and unable to devote themselves to the battle with all their strength. This is an even more layer of protection. It was because of these bonuses that he dared to come and behead Mundok, and then subdue the entire army. And the biggest risk is just failure in action. At this moment, his established goal has been achieved. Of course, he also thought about what would happen if this adventure slipped out of control. Then what he may have to face is to be trapped in an army of 19 people with a scale of people. But on the one hand, he is sure that he can still break through with all his strength in this situation. On the other hand, he also has the ultimate means to completely solve the problem. In space orbit, the quintet is fully ready for combat, and the naval guns are ready to fire at any time for orbital strikes on the ground. Once the situation is completely out of control, Gu Hang will leave a mark and try his best to break through. The team led by Yan Fangshu will also respond from the outside and build a defense line to block the Alliance army in the outer city. After he breaks out, the naval guns will start orbital bombing, bombarding the Alliance Legion stationed in the outer city area in a relatively precise and small-scale manner. Orbital strikes are not completely invincible. If the party being shelled has deep air raid shelters, tunnels, and a very strong bunker specially designed to resist orbital strikes, it may greatly reduce the power of orbital bombing and reduce damage. But obviously, the Alliance Legion did not make such preparations. And temporary digging is impossible. After the orbital bombing is over, Gu Hang will bring his troops up to clean up the battlefield, which will also achieve the goal of destroying the Alliance Legion. But that was the last resort. Orbital bombing cannot be completely accurate, and there must be shells that may fall into the inner city or the outer city that is not a combat zone, causing serious accidental injuries. The fear of orbital bombing will permeate Fuxing City. This kind of panic may help Gu Hang's next actions, but it may also fuel the resistance of city residents. If you fall into that situation, there will be no less troubles in the future. But if it really got to that level, Gu Hang would not soften his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a plan. But if you cannot use it, of course it is better not to use it. The current result is much better than using railguns to open the way. The Alliance Legion has become his. It is definitely not enough to completely control these 10,000 fully armed legionnaires and turn them into reliable subordinates. It took a lot of effort just to disarm them all and put them under surveillance. After the execution of Mundok, it took almost a whole day to disarm and resettle these soldiers. The main reason is that although most of these soldiers have accepted their fate, there are still a small number of them who refuse to surrender their weapons, so that they clashed with the infantry regiment led by Yin Fangshu, and bloody incidents occurred. At the same time, there are quite a few people, even though they dare not resist openly, they will run away quietly with weapons. The directly subordinate troops that Gu Hang brought in consisted of 5 battalions of 500 people, which was a bit stretched. Although they have tried their best to prevent this situation, there are still a large number of Union soldiers who fled with weapons. These guys may become trouble in the future. If they hide in the slums of the outer city, they may become a hidden danger to the security of the outer city in the future. If they escape outside the city, they may become bandits. Trouble is trouble, but it's just mange, not a big deal. Excluding those who died and those who ran away, the soldiers who were finally concentrated and guarded were about people. Next, Gu Hang did not rush into the city. The current situation, the city's problems, and Hodgson's problems are no longer important. After the army was disarmed, the city had become a prey for anyone who wanted it, and it would not move yet. It just depended on when Gu Hang went to harvest it. In fact, what Gu Hang is facing right now is far from the full war potential of Fuxing City. This action is not even a war. If Gu Hang had to name it himself, it should be called a special military operation. Gu Hang keenly judged that although the disappearance of Old Hodgson meant that the Alliance authorities had launched a war against him, but the enemy he had to deal with in this war was not the entire Fuxing City. On the contrary, that city should be his, and the people in the city and the army defending the city should not be his enemies, but his subjects. Clearly recognizing who the real enemy is, and who should be won over to his side, is the core reason why Gu Hang was able to achieve such great results at a relatively small cost. Only by understanding this problem can we achieve twice the result with half the effort, instead of foolishly treating the entire city as an enemy, and ultimately end up losing both sides. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme problem is solved, the rest is how to do it. There are space fighters, there are battle nuns, there are starship macro guns, and there is the status of governor. The means to solve the problem is not a big problem. After solving the Alliance army, Gu Hang sent people to divide the army into 5 places. The 4 infantry battalions each defended and closed the 4 gates of the inner city. These inner city people who protected themselves with high walls are now shocked to find that the walls have become their prisons, and they can no longer get out through the 4 exits. So far, the dignitaries of the inner city and the 10 people living in the inner city have been locked inside, isolated from the 90 million people outside the city. The other battalion guarded, disarmed and captured Union soldiers. Gu Hang is also here. These 7,000 people are critical. Gu Hang didn't imagine that he could subdue them into his subordinates immediately, but in the future, they will be a very important part of Gu Hang's military force. It is impossible for him to leave these 7,000 people unused. Even if he has a systematic training function, a good source of soldiers is still important. But before this army can be incorporated, Gu Hang still has a lot of work to do. More than soldiers were disarmed and put under surveillance, but that didn't mean the matter was over. Are there any heretics among them? Could there be cultists who were not exposed in the action against Gu Hang just now? It's quite possible. The Battle Sisters are in charge of this work. Unlike the Phoenix who had been idle after the battle, the nuns of the Holy Mercy Lily became even busier. They began to look for any hidden cult members within the entire army. Under the eyes of Sacred Mercy Lily, heresy and heretics could not hide, they were quickly identified, their identities were revealed, and they were executed in public. Their actions not only did not cause the soldiers to backlash, but instead provided Gu Hang with further help. The reputation of the original Nuoshao sect was not good. When the soldiers found out that there were many heretics around them, they were actually angry. From this, they will think, is this the former commander's intentional connivance? Do I want to continue to fight against the governor together with those cult traitors? That definitely won't work. In other words, this gave the soldiers another reason to convince themselves to accept the decision to surrender. At the same time, the sacred lilies are also preaching by the way, instilling the teachings of the state religion, belief in the emperor, and loyalty to the empire into the hearts of the soldiers. Their strength has been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the previous bloody battles, but now, they are showing kindness. There will be gentle smiles on their faces, and the light of divinity will bloom on their bodies. And the belief in the emperor who ascended to God is the most common belief in the entire human empire, even in Fury All-Star. Taking advantage of fighting against cults, carrying the power of the victors, and the confusion of the soldiers after the defeat, their missionary effect is quite good. The Holy Mercy Lilies didn't do this to help Gu Hang. Is there any other reason for nuns to preach? As for objectively helping Gu Hang, the Planetary Governor who is the spokesperson of the Empire's rule, to strengthen the loyalty of the soldiers, that is a surprise. And when the fighting nuns were busy, Gu Hang was not idle. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. In the prisoner of war camp, he met with all the surviving military officers above the battalion and regiment level, and chatted with each of them for a period of time. After completing the private meeting, he also called all the military chiefs above the company level and held a closed-door meeting. During the conversation, Gu Hang listened to a lot and said a lot. He understood the confusion, demands, and confusion of the soldiers, and he gave many firm answers. Gu Hang did not come to destroy Fuxing City, on the contrary, he came to build this city. Loyalty to the empire is the obligation of every soldier. They will be able to gain more meritorious service on the battlefield, and they will rebuild the world, fight for yourself, your family, and a better tomorrow for your hometown. Of course, these things are nonsense. But Gu Hang also said a lot of real things. In Fuxing City, the treatment of these alliance regular troops is not bad, and Gu Hang can ensure that their material ratio will only be higher than in the past, and the officers are the same. In the future, the army will expand, and officers who perform well will likely have more opportunities for promotion, the army will receive more attention, and better equipment will be allocated to the army. All family members of soldiers and officers will receive corresponding subsidies according to their military ranks. If there are casualties, the compensation ratio will be higher than before. Spiritual and material, on both levels, Gu Hang has provided protection for these mid-level and low-level military officers. The officers, one by one, patted their chests to assure the governor that they were deceived in the past, and now they understand that loyalty to the governor is the only right way. After the overall chat, it seems that the guest of honor had a good time. Of course, Gu Hang is not naive. Can people believe everything they say with their chests clapped? Can you use it as your own immediately? That's obviously not realistic. For example, it is impossible for Gu Hang to let these alliance soldiers take on the task of blocking the city. If this is the case, there will be a bunch of dignitaries in the city who are familiar with the officers, soliciting friendship and offering bribes. I am afraid that many people will run away by then. Under the current situation, those veterans, those officers who are mixed in the political situation of Fuxing City, would be too stupid not to say some beautiful words. But Gu Hang didn't care. If you show your attitude, that's fine. In the future, Gu Hang has a way to improve the combat effectiveness of the army and improve the control over the army. In terms of material conditions, he will really follow the promise and not fool people. Serving as a soldier eats food and promises to give everything that should be given, so that there can be a foundation of loyalty. The construction of spiritual civilization must be further strengthened. In this regard, Gu Hang intends to adopt some special measures. He will draw a large number of manpower from the 6 infantry battalions he built by himself for special training. He would invite the Battle Sisters, the Space Marines, and give them lessons. After they finish the class, Gu Hang will go to the class in person. It is not any special military training, but the cultivation of ideological consciousness. Loyalty to the empire, belief in the emperor, these need to be further emphasized. Gu Hang, on the other hand, needs to bind loyalty, honor, and belief to himself. There's nothing wrong with that, it's logically true. You believe in the God Emperor and are loyal to the empire. The governor is the governor appointed by the empire, and he is the person who will rule on the Fury Star on behalf of the God Emperor. Allegiance to the emperor is allegiance to the governor. There's nothing wrong with that. However, the Phoenix and Mercy Lily won't be bothered with the work of stuffing private goods. Gu Hang will work harder and will do it himself. All of these people who have been trained will be placed among the officers at all levels of the Alliance Legion. It's not to grab power and become a military chief, but to do the job of a political commissar. Their duty is to spread the idea of loyalty to the governor to the entire army and review the actions of the military chief. If an officer shows signs of disloyalty, the political commissar will report to the top for processing. In wartime or other emergencies, the political commissar can even execute the chief military officer and take over command of the troops. In the regular army of the empire, there are similar positions. But what Gu Hang has to do is to go one step further. Build the political commissar on the company. Building the army, strengthening discipline, boosting morale, spreading loyalty. These are what these people will do for Gu Hang in the future. For these things, Gu Hang stayed in the outer city for 2 full days. Almost 50 political commissars were also elected. They temporarily put on black coats and military caps that had just been dyed red, and settled in the prisoner of war camps, and entered the various companies of the Alliance Legion. Although these people were pushed away, even the ideological training that Gu Hang conceived before was done very crudely. The nuns came to chat with them for a long time, and Gu Hang himself chatted for a long time, and that was it. But no matter what, their loyalty to Gu Hang is guaranteed to a certain extent. Throwing it into the army first can strengthen the control over the army. As for the training, it is not too much to go further when the situation subsides when you are free. And when Gu Hang was busy building the army, the inner city had been turned upside down in the past 2 days. It is estimated that it will be on the shelves at midnight on Monday, o'clock on Sunday night. There are 3 chapters added today, there will be 2 chapters at noon tomorrow, chapters will be released at night. Norris and Bradford, these 2 people who are in the Alliance and in Fushing City, have no demeanor at all at this time. Hateful Mundok. We must deal with it toughly. It's a pity to lose your life, what can we do now? The army is gone, and the city has been blocked. Now we are all fish on the chopping board. Bradford with disheveled hair, looked crazy and terrified. But between the words, he couldn't help but secretly glanced at Norris on the opposite side. Bradford's words were heard, but he was silent, and old Norris was silent. Under his thick white hair and beard, the expression formed by his eyebrows and lips is full of gloom. Bradford gritted his teeth and continued to complain, "What should we do now? It's useless. Have you seen the photo? Have you seen the video? That Gu Hang. He just flew in the sky. He just executed Mundok in public like that. Hell, why did we never know that Gu Hang is still a powerful psyker?" After speaking, he looked at Norris again. The old man still didn't speak. Bradford continued to speak, "Those space fighters. Battle nuns. Didn't they say it was fake? They killed fully armed soldiers like chickens, and destroyed our tanks as easily as opening cans. How dare we fight with such an enemy is going to war? Damn it! That reckless Mundok bewitched us and made us miserable. And those soldiers. How dare they? Every month, every year, the Treasury spends so much money on those soldiers, allowing them to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a life that they couldn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme before when they were cattle, and giving them a higher status, but how did they repay us? When they needed them most, they did not dare to fight to the death, but surrendered. That Gu Hang said that he is the ruler, he is the commander-in-chief of the army. What a fart. Why did those soldiers don't want to use your brain to think about it? Did Gu Hang send them a penny? Bradford, a business tycoon, didn't talk about demeanor at all. He scolded left and right in an incoherent manner. He first scolded Mundok, then Gu Hang, and then went back to Mundok to scold those ordinary soldiers. He finally managed to bore Norris. "Okay, put away your crazy look, and stop putting on airs in front of me." Norris said, "Do you want to ask me, want to know what I should do next? I can tell you, no problem. Now Fushing City has already become our prison, so what's wrong with all the prisoners who are dying? But even if I tell you, do you really dare to follow me?" Bradford immediately abandoned the previous collapsed appearance, and said with a different face, "Why not? The Legion is finished, Mundok is dead, and now you are the only one left in the whole city, Mr. Norris. It's a real power faction. If you have someone in your hand, you will have guns and cannons when you open the arsenal, and those in the whole city who don't want to return to the governor's rule will unite by your side." "Humph," Norris snorted coldly. After Mundok's death and the surrender of the Union legions, the political nature of the restoration changed. Anyone with a discerning eye can't see that the alliance has changed? If in the past it was possible to rely on the Alliance Legion and rely on the military potential of the numerous population representatives in the inner and outer cities of the city to fight against the governor, now it has become absolutely impossible. There are 4 doors, and if the army turns against them, they can't even get out of the city, and it is absolutely impossible to turn things around. And the rest is how to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme. Their life and death are already only in the governor's mind. According to their thinking, although the governor has not yet entered the city, it may be too late to make a decision when the governor enters the city. At this moment, there are really not many decisions they can make. Nothing more than fleeing and kneeling. It is not easy to escape from Fushing City right now. As for kneeling to the governor, if the kneeling posture is not good, I am afraid that I will not survive. Friends who used to cooperate with each other are now indispensable to each other. For example, at the moment, Norris can see that Bradford pretends to be broken in front of him and praises him, and he has no good intentions. That guy looked like he was motivating himself to arm the industrial workers and resist to the end, but if he really did that, the guy in front of him would be the first to sell him. Of course, what he said that he has a way and knows what to do is also false. He will arm the workers, he will turn the factories into military positions. But this is definitely not for resistance, but to concentrate the actual power in the city in the hands as much as possible, increase the bargaining chips held, and finally kneel down to the governor with more weight. The population that can be organized, the weapons and equipment, and the means of production in the factory are all mine Norris's. The governor keeps me, it will be of great use in the future. As for this Bradford in front of him? A person who used to rely on contacts and channels to do reselling business, please ask for more blessings. After the short conversation with the old Norris, Bradford's face was quite gloomy. He felt that old Norris saw what he meant, and was not fooled. Damn it! How can I run away without a conspicuous guy in the city to catch the governor's attention? Yes, Bradford wanted to run. Bradford didn't want to stay and be a dog, nor did he, like Norris, have the money to be a dog. On the contrary, the extensive contacts he has accumulated over the years as a distributor have given him many other places to go after leaving Fushing City. Even if life is not as good as before, it is better than staying. As long as you can escape. For Norris, there is no hope. He didn't believe Norris' words, and he didn't believe that this guy would really fight against the governor. On the contrary, he felt that fellow Norris was looking for a way to make himself kneel with more weight, in order to obtain better surrender conditions in front of Gu Hang. Maybe he would be regarded as an increase in weight by that guy condition. But this kind of thinking is not worth mentioning in his opinion. If you can't survive, the governor has already attacked with thunder. No matter how beautiful your kneeling posture is, it can't compare with being a dead person. Make room and sweep the upper floor, so that the governor can better draw on a piece of white paper. Moreover, even if it survives, in the future, the city will become the governor who counts its words, and the Alliance Council will no longer have the same power as in the past, and it will not even matter whether it exists or not. Old Norris must be finished, but the hateful thing is, since you are going to be finished, why don't you finish it more vigorously, and give me more opportunities when I escape? After thinking about it, Bradford gritted his teeth and felt that he couldn't wait any longer. If you wait any longer, the governor will enter the city at any time, and the purge will start at any time, and if you wait any longer, you will have no chance to run away. He made up his mind. Bradford decided to run away. Don't procrastinate, just run tonight. He didn't dare to bring too many things. Although he had a lot of wealth in Fushing City, these physical belongings would obviously slow down his actions. With it, it is inconvenient to escape. His greatest wealth lies in his own life and the connections he has accumulated over the years of doing business. As long as you get out alive, you will come back after all your money is gone. Instead, he gave a lot of money to his bodyguards and the mercenaries he recruited, and promised that as long as he could leave the city and go outside, there would be more money to give to these bodyguards. When operating at night, Bradford came to the northwest edge of the city. This is not the gate of the city, but it is not impossible to leave the city. With his years of experience in business, of course he has mastered some special channels. In the past, this passage dug from under the city wall to the outside through the sewer was used for smuggling. For some special commodities that need to be imported or exported secretly, and for tax exemption, this method can save a lot of effort and money for these not-so-visible businesses. And now, that passage would save Bradford's life. After walking for half an hour through the dark sewer pipes and the secret passage dug out later, they arrived at the place. A group of bodyguards took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme, and someone climbed up the ladder and pushed open the wellhead on top. It was not easy, the mouth of the well was sealed with mud for camouflage. If you can't push it open, you have to insert a knife along the edge of the cover to loosen the soil. Tough, but doable. After working for a long time, the cover was pushed open, and the 3 bodyguards went up. They held guns professionally, guarded in 3 directions, and waited for the follow-up people to come up. Soon, under the protection of 2 groups of bodyguards, Bradford came to the ground. The sky was dark, he had seen the surrounding environment many times, and he was very familiar with it, but it was a little too quiet. In the past, after getting out from here, you could hear the noise of the outer city. Those poor people sometimes make a lot of noise at night to reflect the nightlife. But this is also normal. The war was fought just now, and it is normal not to dare to stand up at night under the panic. What's more, maybe the governor has set up military control outside the city. While thinking wildly, the bodyguards at the back also came up. "Let's go," Bradford urged. It is not difficult to go through the tunnel, the next step is the most dangerous path. It would take them at least half an hour to leave the outer city completely. Only then can it be considered safe. Before setting off again, they restored the cover of the wellhead of the secret passage to its original state. Otherwise, if someone saw it, wouldn't they know that someone had escaped? When they're done with that, they're off. Swish! 2 white searchlights shone extremely bright light on them. At the same time, there was a voice of yelling, "Drop your weapon. Kneel down and surrender." Bradford, who was stabbed blindly and in pain, felt miserable. He knew it was over. He resigned to his fate, dropped his gun, knelt on the ground and dared not move. But his bodyguards had mixed reactions. Some people wanted to run away, and some tried to counterattack towards the source of the light against the glare of the light. But the next moment, the characteristic beep-beep of the G9 rifle sounded. Those who tried to run and those who resisted all died. On the way back to the camp, Purbov, the battalion commander of the -ND battalion of the governor's infantry regiment, laughed, "Huh? I didn't expect it to be really rewarding. This secret channel news is really good." His adjutant was also beaming. Yes, it is really useful for the governor to send someone to be that political commissar. I was a little bit reluctant when Cody was elected, but I didn't expect to get this one the next day. The news of the smuggling cave, let's block here, originally thought to try it casually, but it turned out to be really rewarding. The man who was arrested, did he say anything? Yes, he said that he is a member of the union, and he wants to see the governor. Damn it, is it possible for one person to see the governor? But I'd better report to the governor to see if the governor is willing to see this person. If he is willing, let a team of people overwhelm him, if not. Damn it, I don't have a place to take care of him, or I'll just kill him and fall down. Bradford, who was bound and followed behind, was frightened. The governor will definitely meet me. I know many things. I will be very useful to the governor. Bradford originally thought that his fate would not be revealed until the next day, but he didn't expect that even though it was already late at night, Gu Hang hadn't rested yet and met him in the early hours of the morning. That made Bradford heave a sigh of relief. The governor is willing to see himself, at least he won't be shot dead by the officer who caught him. But it is far from being able to relax now. Next is the moment of real destiny. Whether he can show his value depends on the next few words. If you want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme, you must show your value. He had to tell the governor that he was more useful alive than dead. However, the conversation with the governor this time was a bit beyond his expectations. He was dumbfounded by the first sentence. "Bradford, we met on my first day on the surface. I thought you were going to die in my hands that day, because I hate the way you smile. Now it seems that I feel like yes. Bradford silly, why the fuck did I laugh that day? If this is the cause of death, it would be too unfair." Before he could speak, Gu Hang continued, "I know you want to convince me to let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme, and you want to show your value. I will give you this chance, but I can tell you the benefits of your death first. In this way, you can think about it in your own heart. What do you have to pay to replace these?" Bradford swallowed nervously, listening to Gu Hang speak slowly. Next, I will conduct a major cleansing in Fuxing City. The performance of the entire organization of the alliance government has let me down in the past few months. How can I do well with politics when I am with you insects? So, I plan to arrest all coalition members, middle and upper level government employees, have a public trial, and make your crimes known to the public. I didn't. Bradford couldn't help trying to explain, but was interrupted by Gu Hang. I don't care, you will be guilty anyway. People in Fuxing City can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme better, people in the outer city can't afford food and clothing, and the whole world is in chaos. These are your original sins, and they will be woven into a specific line. An outrageous crime. And you will pay the price for everything on the gallows in the end. The people will feel happy, vented, and possibly terrified, but in the end they will respect me more. You don't worry about being alone, there will be many people accompanying you on the road. After a comprehensive cleansing, the political situation in Fuxing City will take on a new look. I will promote some new officials. They have no foundation and not too much entanglement. They will come from the bottom and will become a new interest class. All their honor and disgrace will be tied to me. They may not do well at the beginning due to inexperience and lack of ability, but they will do their best to implement my will. And I will completely and thoroughly control this city, to carry out my plan to revive the city, and even the entire world. Okay, I'm done talking. Now it's your turn, Mr. Bradford. Can your brain be smart enough to come up with a reason why you are more valuable than dead? I'm quite looking forward to it. It's going to be on shelves tonight. The idea of starting this book was actually quite impulsive. Many friends advised me not to write, saying that this stuff is niche, the market is small, it is relatively unpopular, and the results may not be guaranteed. When it comes to writing a book, what is the most important thing in choosing a subject? Is it market acceptance? Is it possible to write in the scope of one's own ability? These are important, but not the most important. In my opinion, the most important thing is, what exactly do I have the desire to create and express? What am I trying to write? Interstellar themes, space opera, WW-, style warfare, cannon tanks, mechs, special forces, trench warfare, crowd charge. Then look for ideas to visualize those ideas. Total War plus Stars plus Hearts of Iron plus Warhammer 40k. Putting these things together, I feel very excited when I think about it. Then I started writing, didn't listen to persuasion, and sent it after finishing writing. The start was not going well, and the results were not so good, so that the editor told me that there was Sanjiang who could be admitted. I was really surprised and pleasantly surprised, thinking that there was no chance. Of course, the overall results are definitely still not good. I'm also prepared. Write what I want to write, and then hope to find readers who can match each other's brainwaves. This is my goal. That's about the origin of the book's creation. It will be on the shelves tonight, and I will tell you about the update plan. For long-term updates in the future, the daily limit is 4,000 words, which is about 2 chapters. Sometimes it may be combined into one chapter, and it can be published at noon as much as possible. Some comrades say less, and I have no choice. When a person reaches middle age, his energy is low, he has a job and a family, and it is difficult to make more commitments. But I will work hard to add more on the basis of Chapter 2. I hope to be able to do 3 updates frequently, but this is not guaranteed. I can only say that Chapter 2 is the base. If there is any happy event, such as ordering a whole number, such as a large reward, 1 chapter for a single 10W coins, 2 chapters for the leader, such as my boss was hit by a car when he went out, not such things, I will work hard to add more on the basis of chapter, dash. Let's talk about the update plan on the day of the launch. Today's 2 chapters were sent out at noon, free chapters. After midnight at night, I will post chapter 5 directly, then tomorrow at November 2nd, noon, there will be, dash, chapters as usual. This is chapter 7 on the day it was released. If you have subscribed 1,000 times, let's add a chapter. Only 2 chapters in 2000. Anyway, it can't be higher. That's it, I hope everyone can join in. A lot of support. It allows me to write this book for a long time and stably, and at the same time, some income can subsidize my family. See you all tonight. When Gu Hang spoke, his attitude was very sincere, as if he was not talking to a prisoner. However, what he said was so cold. More importantly, Bradford believed every word Gu Hang said. He deeply realized that the governor didn't bother to deceive him at all. His head was spinning rapidly, the pressure of death forced him. You can't make me wait too long. This night is very long, but I have more things to do. I don't have time to waste on you. Gu Hang's words sounded again, it was an out-and-out reminder. Bradford has never felt his head turn so fast in his life, his thoughts are not yet perfect, his thinking is not exhaustive, but he can only speak immediately. I did it in the position of a member of the coalition in the past 4 years. I have been familiar with many merchants in Fuxing City and even outside of Fuxing City, and I know a lot of information. Very good, this is one. Gu Hang said, but it's not enough. Your will is not firm enough to withstand torture. In the end, you will say anything. There is still a period of time before the public trial execution meeting is held, enough for us to get rid of your mouth. Pry out everything you want to know, and it will not prevent you from being executed in the end, so that people can make the best use of it. The words spoken by the governor with a smile made Bradford tremble all over. Make the best use of people. Is that what you mean? Really, Yuza? There were times when he really wished the governor hadn't been so honest. He wasn't used to having such frank conversations, and was terribly frightened. But he could only bite the bullet and give another reason. After the big purge, it is difficult to guarantee the quality of the administrative staff you promote, and it will be very difficult for them to carry out their work. I can do it from scratch, and I am very capable. Yes, I will be loyal to you and do everything you want to do for you, without complaint or regret. Valuable proposal, but leaving an old member of parliament will make the deterrence of the purge and the public trial to expose the crime flawed. Your personal ability is not enough to make up for the loss. After a pause, Gu Hang continued, Bradford, I am a little disappointed by your performance. I thought you were a smart person, and you would think that you would not get your life back if you understood information and worked hard. You made those 2 reasons anyway, which makes me wonder if it was worth my time to listen to yours. My time is running out, and yours, too. With the communication with Gu Hang, Bradford felt the sense of fear and despair accumulated in his heart deepened. The governor's words and the governor's attitude seemed to be a pair of big hands holding his heart, and they kept tightening during the conversation. He felt like he was about to lose his breath, and his mind was about to be crushed under the horror of death. But at this time, he was finally able to risk everything. Gu Hang was always very frank. He spoke about the cleansing and the subsequent plan without reservation. As for myself, I may need to speak out all my thoughts frankly. I am a channel businessman. My roots are not only in Fuxing City, but all over the place. I have acquaintances in many city-states in the eastern provinces, each with a size of more than 20 people, the manor owners in the southern Xingu area, and I have a very good friendship. That guy Vaughn wants to engage in grain trade, and he also wants to connect with the manor owners through me, the Oasis Kingdom on the Great Western Wilderness, and the Blackbird Heavy Industry Group further west, are even more painstakingly built by me. The commercial phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals rut route slash phoneme, that is the core of the heavy industry that is rarely seen in the entire Fury Star. My connections, the trade routes I have established, and the many people who have been planted on this phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals rut route slash phoneme are my greatest wealth. But it is intangible and will disappear with my death. Even if I want to give you, if I die, I can't hand it over. You can use torture to make me reveal all my contacts, contact methods, and even the character and experience of the other party, but their trust in me is not you. Anyone can be sent to replace me. After I die, they will be like raindrops falling into the sea, and they will never be found again. You will worry that I will not die and make the public trial conference flawed. But I am willing to be your tainted witness, according to your needs, to testify against the crimes of every congressman. There are many things that you don't even need to make up and list. I know a lot really. Being a liaison officer, a diplomat, a trade representative, an intelligence officer, these are the irreplaceable values of my life. But you must still have doubts. I have so many contacts in the outside world. Once I am free, it is easy to escape. For this reason, I am willing to move all my family members outside to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in Fushing City. I am willing to bring your most loyal guards with me when I go out, so that I can monitor and execute me at any time. Or do you have any periodic attacks? Poison, antidote, I am also willing to accept. Of course, all of this may not be stable. I may abandon my family members heartlessly, my loyal guards may be murdered by me outside, and the poison may find an antidote outside. But this is the risk. At this point, Bradford gritted his teeth and said something that he thought was too bold in hindsight. You were testing me to see if I was smart enough and honest enough, and I answered, now it's up to you now, Your Excellency Governor, do you have enough courage to take the risk? Are you confident that the great cause you will do in the future will make me sincerely worship you from the bottom of my heart, so that I will not defect? Ha 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 ha. Gu Hang laughed and patted Bradford on the shoulder, and did not take offense at the last words that were even slightly provocative. Now I think you are indeed a smart person. It is obvious that I have great confidence in me. Just come on as you say, I hope you don't let me down, and I hope you can see the day when great things come true and be a part of it instead of falling in the middle. Bradford knew that he had passed. But unexpectedly, he didn't feel much joy in his heart. His mood at the moment is very strange. Fortunately for the rest of his life? Of course there is, but there is still a certain kind of special emotion towards Gu Hang. It was mixed with a little hatred, a lot of fear, a little admiration, a little respect, and a little hope that he couldn't even detect. He remembered Gu Hang's declaration on the first day after he came to the surface. He said that he wanted to rebuild the entire wasteland world so that everyone who surrendered to him could phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a good life. Governor Gu seems to be different from every governor in the past. At first hearing his declaration, it sounds like a cliché, but after a closer look, is he really capable of doing it? If he does it, will his future prospects be worse than when he was a member of the Alliance and a channel businessman? Thinking of this, Bradford suddenly reacted, huh? Have I been CPU? Gu Hang was indeed dissatisfied with Bradford's previous answer, but the last words really changed his mind. That was exactly what he had expected. Originally, Gu Hang wanted old Hodgson to take on this job. That old man who has lived for a long time even experienced the process of establishing an alliance on the Star Fury of the first generation of governors in the earliest days. Although not a dedicated channel businessman, living a long time as phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme wealth. But now it seems that the old Hodgson is dead. Although he himself hadn't gone into town to investigate the situation, little Hodgson, that is, Lambert, couldn't wait any longer. After the affairs in the outer city were roughly over, he was impatient to enter the city. Gu Hang sent some of the elite Marines to him, and asked him to go into the city first to investigate. No one has sealed off the Hodgson family's mansion, and there is no need for the dignitaries in the city to do so. However, Lambert, who returned home smoothly, failed to find anything of value. After catching Bradford, this guy told Gu Hang the news. Old Hodgson was indeed dead, and it was Mundok who killed him. During the negotiation process, Bradford participated, and both he and Norris Sr. tried to object, thinking it was too cool. But they did not object to success. At that time, Mundok had much more power than them, and the main reliance was of course the army. Of course, in the end they were persuaded, acquiesced to the plan, allowed old Hodgson to be assassinated, helped with the aftermath, and participated in the division of the Hodgson family's wealth in Fushing City. In this matter, he is of course guilty, and he is Lambert's murderer, but strictly speaking, he is not the mastermind, but probably an accomplice. Of course he has to pay for what he did. Even if his previous answer made Gu Hang quite satisfied, it doesn't mean that Gu Hang will let him go. His life may be temporarily saved, but his status as a prisoner cannot be removed for the time being. Gu Hang will consider the issue of pardon only after he has committed a crime and performed meritorious service. Murdering the president of the Alliance Council is a serious crime. It is connected with the collusion with the cult that happened to Councilman Vaughn before, and then together with the crime of treason that Mundok blocked himself, the governor, outside the city. Gu Hang now has 10,000 arguments, and he can take Gu Hang the rich and powerful of Fushing City. It's time to see which hat fits their heads. If this one doesn't fit, there's another one. There is no crime that cannot be found. Evidence is needed for investigation, and only a list is needed for counterinsurgency. Bradford's first crime and meritorious deed was to help Gu Hang complete this list, and his own name would also be on it. Joining him in this work would be Lambert, who could not find his grandfather and was about to hear the bad news. Under the hatred, Lambert is afraid that he will not be merciful to these former fellow villagers. At the same time, he will not let Bradford, an enemy, have a good life. But Gu Hang didn't pay much attention to these things for the time being. He believed that Lambert would do well. Tomorrow is the time to enter the city. And on the night before entering the city, Gu Hang finally got busy with various matters at hand, and finally had the time to look at the benefits obtained from the system level after the last battle. Epic victory, get 133 gift points, loss 13, elimination 1097, captive 7388, Governor's Infantry Regiment, 13 losses, 177 eliminated, Holy Mercy Lily Sisters, Allied Army loss 0, elimination 169, Phoenix Battle Group, Allied Forces loss 0, elimination 757. This battle can actually bring him hundreds of reward points. This is a higher profit than the previous ambush against the primordial Raging Owl sect, which incidentally wiped out most of the abscess monsters in the alien woodland. The point is, he didn't think of it beforehand. He even thought that this battle might not be regarded as a war in the judgment of the system, but more like an assassination of a special person, or a surprise military operation. Moreover, even if it was judged to be a war, in fact, the main results of the battle were fought by spacefighters. The Sisters of Battle were a little bit sloppy in the early stage, but when the cultists emerged later, they got serious about it. But no matter who they are not Gu Hang's subordinates. Will the system give points for the results they typed? The actual result is that it will not be given, but the value is huge. Although the space fighters and battle nuns killed the enemy, Gu Hang got no points, but their actions undoubtedly defeated the Alliance Legion. Except for the fleeing enemies, most of the rest put down their weapons and surrendered, and a small number of resistors were killed. And those top fighters definitely don't have time to do the work of taking prisoners. This part of the work was done by Gu Hang's infantry regiment. The 13 casualties of the infantry regiment and the 177 kills occurred during this period. And the captives were also counted as captured by the infantry regiment. Then there is a point. Although, because the main battle was not fought by Gu Hang's subordinates, the coefficient of gaining gift points became very low, but due to the small loss in great results, it was evaluated as an epic victory, which added back a part of the coefficient. Moreover, being able to capture so many people, in addition to the invincible performance of the macho men and women, the influence of Gu Hang's status as the governor, and the morale blow to the soldiers caused by the volley execution of Mundok are also valuable. Under the influence of many aspects and factors, these 133 gifts were finally formed. The unexpected joy belongs to Yes. So far, he has 135 gift points, which is quite a lot. However, he has not yet thought of how to use it. In Soldier Card, how to transform more than 7,000 captured soldiers. But this has to wait until their loyalty can be ensured as much as possible, and when the political commissars installed can play a role. Otherwise, after the training is over, the strength has been strengthened, and the result is a defection, which will be difficult. Technology, the system also needs to be drawn. It is very important for the development of the territory to draw out a few more powerful gadgets, but there is no rush for now. How to use these gift points, Gu Hang still needs to think about it. It was dawn, and Gu Hang entered the city. There were no scenes of welcoming people and eating pots of pulp. The people in the inner city heard the sound of fighting outside in the early morning of the previous few days, and also learned from various rumors that the governor was coming, and the 4 gates of the city were closed. Blocked by the governor. Even though it's only been a few days, the material reserves in the city are still sufficient, and for the time being, people will definitely not starve to death. However, these inner city people have not heard much about the benevolence and good governance of the governor. On the contrary, they have more fresh memories of the fucking things that the past governors did. Regarding Gu Hang's arrival, they were hesitant, suspicious, and distrustful. At this moment, they are all hiding at home, closing the doors and windows, just watching the space soldiers, battle nuns, and passing troops passing through the avenue from the gaps. Gu Hang felt countless gazes from both sides of the street, but he didn't care. He took the people and headed straight for the Alliance Council Hall in the center of the city. Sitting in the hall of the Alliance Council, Gu Hang looked around. The construction here is quite like that. There are many complicated reliefs on the circular dome. The content is quite religious, and the image of the emperor can be seen everywhere, a grand story of an alliance built amidst the ruins. There is a small hole with a glass cover on the top, through which the skylight shines. Even if the light is not turned on sunny days, it will still be very bright. Under the dome is a long table, where the members of the alliance usually hold meetings. Going up the long table and stepping on the stage of 5 steps, there is a throne-like chair. According to the design concept, there should be a seat exclusively for the governor. Back then, when the alliance was revived, a generation of governors should have sat in that high position, watching the congressmen discussing and solving various problems in the process of rebuilding the Star Fury. Proposals were proposed one by one, problems were solved one by one, and plans were implemented one by one. It was supposed to be a glory days. Until now, there are still many people on Fury All-Star who will miss that time, especially after experiencing the follow-up second-generation governor. Gu Hang doesn't know too much about the deeds of that generation of governor, and he doesn't think that he is the heir to the other's legacy. But this does not prevent him from doing similar things in the same place. Sitting up, Gu Hang's system has new information. You have occupied the city, Fuxing City. Fuxing City monthly fixed income, 68 gift points. Seeing the occupation and seeing Fuxing City included in the system statistics, Gu Hang was originally happy. He had been looking forward to this news when he first landed as the governor a few months ago, but he never saw it. Today, it finally came true. However, after seeing the number 68, Gu Hang frowned fiercely. This is too low. Ridiculously low. The governor's camp he built from scratch, plus the waste cave society that was so rotten when he took it in, can add up to provide him with 61 gifts. When that number was reached, the combined population of the two camps was just over 1. How could Fuxing City, with a population of nearly 1 million, be so small? Then, he saw a series of negative effects under Fuxing City in this integrated internal affairs interface. City shutdown greatly reduces city income. In addition to anarchy, there are several states that have significantly reduced urban income, including uneasy people, extremely low average living standards, hungry cities, low management level, poor infrastructure, low population quality, low public order, rebels. There are also several entries that reduce income at a moderate rate: disorderly market, trade interruption, extensive development, post-war chaos, military control status, administrative chaos, grassroots out of control, cult heresy. I won't mention the small reduction in income, anyway, it's not a lot. Gu Hang was speechless. With so many negative effects, it seems that it is not inconceivable that the gift income has plummeted to the bottom. However, Gu Hang quickly adjusted his mentality. This situation, he did not expect at all. My previous thinking might be that even if I took down the city by military means, I still need to go through governance in the future, so that the system can recognize that the city belongs to him. And right now, a lot of negative effects are stacked on him, which greatly reduces the income, which probably means the same thing. Similarly, this matter can also be thought about in a positive way. These clearly defined negative effects gave Gu Hang a clear indication of the problems that needed to be resolved. Attack one by one, probably enough. In his opinion, these debuffs in Fuxing City can be roughly divided into 2 categories: development issues and management issues. The former is not something that can be done immediately. Productivity needs to be increased and trade routes need to be restored so that people can have enough food and clothing, have the energy to renovate cities, and obtain a better standard of living. As for management issues, there are some deep-rooted ones that will also take time to deal with slowly. But at least individual problems can be solved immediately. For example, the biggest debuff, city shutdown. Factories were closed, shops were closed, and the residents of the city were afraid to go to the streets. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either /phoneme because of military control or because of fear and anxiety. Unable to work, insufficient food stock. This is what Gu Hang is about to do. He needs to immediately establish an administrative system, no matter how rudimentary, but at least effective, to deal with the problem of city shutdown. That would be a whole new executive team. He had hesitated before whether to do this, but the death of old Hodgson made him completely extinguish the thought. If there is an old man who supports him wholeheartedly and has a reputation in the Alliance to assist him, he may take over the original administrative system of Fushing City and slowly carry out reforms. But now? Pull it down. Still using the past administrative system, there must be constraints. The battle has been won, so why mess with Fushing City and the original system of the Alliance government? What's more, is there anything good about the original system of the coalition government? In the past, the governor had insufficient control, and needed to coordinate all parties and factions to compromise with each other. However, Gu Hang doesn't need it. At least not for now. There is no need for him to come up with a parliamentary system, where all factions, all walks of life, all kinds of people who hold power and speak are all gathered here, so that things can be done well. He decided to abandon the original system, overthrow, and completely rebuild a highly centralized regime and system, and implement his will with high efficiency. He will retain the title of Alliance, which is a necessary political title to subdue and rule settlements outside the Renaissance City. But other than that, he doesn't plan to leave much else behind. He would abolish parliament entirely and replace it with a coalition government. The government has multiple departments under its jurisdiction, and the affairs officer will be the leader. In the future, political officials will be proposed to make decisions and guide urban development. The old system will be wiped out, those in power and the rentier class who used to be high above will be liquidated, the entire class of factory owners will be wiped out in a wave, and will be replaced by collective factories owned by the government. After the old interest groups that have been eliminated are gone, their vacated positions and interests will become the interests of newcomers. The new interest groups grew out of the new system and emerged only by relying on the governor. In turn, they will also be the governor's staunchest supporters. This process will be a revolution that may seem brutal to some. There were footsteps coming from the door. Gu Hang finished his contemplation, looked up and saw a slightly thin girl in a gray-blue shirt, walking in. Here comes Asuna. After listening to the governor's order, Asuna was a little dazed. Recently, she had just stabilized the job at hand and established a government affairs team to manage the two camps. She was transferred to Fushing City with a government affairs team of about 10 people. Immediately afterwards, she received the appointment of the governor. She will be acting minister of production in the coalition government. The experience of the past few months has been too magical. A moment ago, he was a refugee with no food or clothing, and then somehow became the production manager of the governor's camp. He had to manage the production work of people in the two camps, arrange various production plans, and recruit personnel. And now, she has become a senior official of the Alliance government. Nearly 1 million people in Fushing City want her to be in charge of production planning and consumption arrangements. At the beginning, she only managed 1 people, and she didn't know if she could do well, so she just bit the bullet. Fortunately, after that exchange with the governor, her head suddenly opened up for some reason. Although she is still a little unskilled in the following work, she can always quickly find solutions to various problems that arise. As the work became more and more handy, Asuna gradually felt relieved a lot, and began to devote herself to her work gradually. She discovered that she loved the job. On the one hand, I can be considered to have no worries about food and clothing. On the other hand, watching those homeless people who used to have similar experiences to the governor's camp, with my help, their lives are not particularly good, but at least when she has a prosperous life, she will feel joy in her heart. She doesn't particularly understand the grand plans and great achievements of the governor, but in her opinion, those who can work hard, eat well, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well are the cornerstones of great achievements. But now, the scale that needs to be managed has changed from 100 to million. After the scale increases, there will definitely be countless problems that need to be solved. She didn't even know if she could do well. It's not that he's afraid that if he doesn't do well, he will lose the governor's trust. In this regard, Asuna's ambitions are not very great. What she is even more afraid of is that her own mistakes will affect the livelihood of millions of people. During the period of wandering and struggling outside Fushing City, she was very aware of how difficult the life of ordinary civilians was in this wasteland. Especially those poor people outside the city who have no savings to speak of, their ability to resist risks is extremely low. It is true that she was born in a family with good living conditions, but it is also because she has seen the light that the suffering of struggling in the dark is even more unforgettable. You have this heart, which is why I entrusted you with the task. Gu Hang encouraged her again. If you have the heart, I can hand over the livelihood of nearly 1 million people in Fuxing City to you. If you can't even do it well, how can I trust those who don't have a deep experience of suffering? Asuna took a deep breath and strengthened her confidence. I understand, I will work hard. Next, Gu Hang talked with Asuna for a long time. Gu Hang fully expressed his expectations to Asuna. Of course he wouldn't let this little girl, Asuna, do it from scratch and out of thin air. Even if Asuna did it, he was not at ease. Here, Gu Hang explained many things. He told Asuna that the first thing that needed to be done was hunger. The city's granary has been brought under control, and she has to ensure that the poor outside the city will not riot because of starvation. It has reached a very endangered state. Those poor people really have no savings, and if they don't distribute food, they will starve to death. Secondly, she needs to resume production in Fuxing City as soon as possible. The small handicraft workshops in the outer city have been brought under control, and they can resume work in the first step. The large factories located in the inner city will be confiscated from the dignitaries and congressmen later, and they will also need to implement the resumption plan as soon as possible. This is the most urgent thing. The rest is to move the work point system to Fuxing City as the basis for distribution, clarify the production capacity of various industries in Fuxing City, formulate production plans, and consider how to upgrade industries, expand the civil servant system and improve administrative efficiency. In this way, each problem can be solved one by category. After Asuna understood Gu Hang's meaning, she started to work. However, if her job is to be done well, it depends on how well the other person is doing. That person was Lambert Hodgson, who was in charge of the cleaning under Gu Hang's order. If you want to open a warehouse to release grain, you must have grain to store. If you want to resume production, you must also have shifts. The coalition government in the past was a typical small government. They don't pay much attention to the issue of food security. They don't even have official granaries for strategic reserves. The grain stored in the city is only stored in the canteens of grain merchants and some factories, and these things can only be obtained after the house is searched. Similarly, if you want to solve the problem of resuming production, you must also complete the confiscation of the means of production, that is, the major factories. At this moment, there was a fire in Lambert's eyes. Bradford was horrified by his stare. He said helplessly, "Don't look at me like that. The governor asked me to cooperate with you in your work. I came here for atonement. Your sin cannot be redeemed." Lambert said through gritted teeth. "But it's not up to you, it's up to the governor." Bradford said something stiff at first, but soon he felt that he should not offend Lambert too much. Although he killed his own grandfather, he was already deadly offended. But there is no need to provoke them anymore, and then this person who had already invested in the governor ran to the governor and strongly demanded that he pay for his life. That would be too difficult. Although the hope is slim, Bradford's best choice is to bridge the relationship as much as possible. He said, "You're angry, you want revenge, it's okay. I'll pay for what I did, and I'm already paying. You see, I wrote you so many words. If you follow the above list, you will be able to avenge the revenge of your father and grandfather." Mondak is the main attacker and the most hardline element. His family has a deep influence in the army. You can kill them all. I'm already doing that. There is also Old Norris. He has gathered at least 5,000 people in his largest manufacturing plant and is waiting for it. It looks like he wants to build the factory into a tight fortress, but in fact he wants to surrender. So what? So, you don't have to attack hard, but you have to go to the governor to mobilize more troops and apply for support. You can act on behalf of the governor and agree to Norris' surrender conditions, and I can even serve as an envoy to help you negotiate. The governor's order is to clean up all the old dignitaries. I know, of course I know. Bradford said with a wry smile, but as long as that old guy agrees and falls into your hands, don't you just do whatever you want? Bradford has a sinister plan. Pretend to agree to Norris's condition of giving up resistance, then go back on his word and kill him. Lambert was a little tempted by this proposal, but ultimately refused to do so. Indeed, as Bradford said, it would save a great deal of effort, at least not to fight. For a heart attack, thousands of people, even ordinary workers, were armed, basically only equipped with light weapons, but after all, they were defending in the reinforced factory. If you want to conquer it, you need to work hard. Even need to bear a lot of casualties. But Lambert was going to do it anyway. The main reason is that he doesn't want Gu Hang to bear the name of a betrayer. In private, any method is acceptable, but on the surface, as a ruler, credit is very important, and even in a sense it represents credibility and whether the policy is easy to be trusted by the public. In this case, pretend to be upright. Being clever here may indeed save a lot of effort in solving Norris's problem, but the price of taking a shortcut at this moment may be doubled from other places. After making this decision, he also used it to mock Bradford, saying that he can only be a businessman in this life, and will never understand the pattern of a politician who does great things. Bradford was speechless. Lambert's actions also received additional support. He mobilized 2 infantry battalions to enter the city with the governor, and also pulled out a dozen heavy artillery pieces from the captured military weapons, and made a strong attack posture. Norris sent envoys to discuss terms of surrender, but Lambert once again sternly refused. Lambert asked all those who were stubbornly fighting in the factory to surrender unconditionally, lay down their weapons, and wait for the governor's trial. It was an ultimatum, and Lambert would only give them an hour. The news was brought back to the factory by the messenger, and the people inside were silent. After an hour, when no one came out to surrender, Lambert ordered the battle to begin. Pulled by him to help Purbov, he ordered his 2nd battalion and started fiddling with the big newly acquired toy. Those were 5.5mm howitzers. The 155th Battalion, which was pulled to work together next door, also had 5 captured artillery pieces as battalion-owned firepower. 10 heavy cannons fired in unison, and shells were fired into the factory. A round of volleys went down, and black smoke billowed from the factory. The governor's soldiers rushed inside in no hurry. When the enemy is completely surrounded, it would be a fool not to make good use of the heavy artillery and use the lives of soldiers to pay for it. Anyway, there are a lot of shells in stock. 10 artillery pieces will fire 10 or 20 rounds of the motherfuckers first. In the process, Lambert also received additional assistance. Sister Garrett brought 6 nuns here. It was not the first time Lambert had met the nuns of the Lily of Mercy. To be honest, he prefers these battle nuns who always have a gentle smile on their faces compared to the phoenixes who have dark faces all day long and look like no strangers are allowed in. Although fighting, these nuns are equally ruthless. However, I have seen it before, but it is the first time to communicate, and Lambert seems a little cautious. Nice to meet you, senior sister, thank you very much for coming to help us. Garrett said, You're welcome, we are all fighting for the Empire. Mr. Lambert, I have heard about what happened to your family. It's a pity that this happened to you. Thank you. However, I remember that you and your subordinates should be investigating the traces of the cult in the city? How can you have time to participate in the battle here in the factory? Garrett responded, There is evil hidden in this factory. Moreover, the activities of the cultists may be related to the catastrophe suffered by your Hodgson family. Lambert paid attention immediately. Can you tell me? It's not impossible. Then, the head nun told Lambert, a descendant of the victim, what she had discovered during this period in more detail. She went to investigate the death scene of the old Hodgson, and found a remnant of heresy in the Hodgson family mansion. Therefore, she believed that heresy was involved in the assassination of old Hodgson. The other sisters went to investigate other clues, and she came here with 6 people. At the beginning, the mastermind who planned to assassinate Hodgson was Mondoc, but that person was dead. The remaining 2 participants were here, and she came to understand the situation. After learning of this, Lambert immediately dragged Bradford out. In the details about the old Hodgson's death that this guy revealed before, he didn't mention anything about the cult. Bradford was also stunned after hearing the head nun's question. He doesn't know. He didn't lie, he has reached the point where he is now, and he is working hard to survive and seek a possible commutation of sentence. About the cult, if he knew about it, how could he help those cult members to hide it? He wished he could sell all those brainless guys. But he really didn't know about it. The assassination was the mastermind of Mundok, and Bradford only participated in the aftermath and carve-up. He didn't care how the assassination was done. In his opinion, it is not difficult for Mundok, a guy who has mastered the military power of the Alliance, to do this. As it turned out, the Hodgsons disappeared from their own mansion one night. After confirming that Bradford was indeed not lying, and that there was indeed no aura related to occult in him, the head nun let him go. Then, she set her sights on the factory area in front of her that was still being bombarded by artillery fire. There was the last plotter involved in Hodgson's assassination, that is, Old Norris. In that factory, she could feel the fluctuations belonging to the evil energy of the storm. That is heresy, sorceress energy, the extraordinary power that does not believe in the God Emperor, but prays from elsewhere, is heresy in the eyes of the state religion. Even some radicals believe that spontaneously generated psychers are also heresy, and there should be no legal psychers in this world. And these extremists are usually accused of heresy by the Imperial Spiritual Society. It is common for the two sides to fight with each other, and even destroy each other physically. Mercy Lily is not that kind of extremist, otherwise the first thing they would be hostile to would be the governor himself. It's just that, from other extraordinary creatures, through the connection of faith, the extraordinary energy obtained through the prayer of heretical rituals, no matter what faction the members of the state religion will hate it. All 5 chapters are out. I hope you can support us a lot. There are 2 more chapters at noon tomorrow, see you then. The old Norris with disheveled hair has completely lost his former demeanor. He intended to surrender to the governor. In his opinion, although the resistance formed by the coalition members has been disintegrated, the future of the city is destined to be decided by the governor. However, if the governor wants to rule, he cannot rely on himself alone. A certain class, a certain group of people must be needed to implement his will and implement his policies. Norris did lose before, but he conceded the bet. He is willing to pay the price, willing to help the governor rule the city, and in the process of ruling, regain his part. In his opinion, this is a matter of course, and the governor will definitely agree. The only thing to consider is how much authority the governor is willing to give him. It was this consideration that led him to gather and arm the workers. This is a move to increase the weight of one's own surrender. In this way, he is announcing to others how much control he has over the important physical industries in Fuxing City, so that he can get more attention from the governor. However, after the governor entered the city, the envoys he sent out did not even meet the governor, let alone discuss any conditions. Immediately afterwards, Lambert led the army to surround his fortified factory and demanded his unconditional surrender. By this time, he felt a little bad. The choice of Lambert to bring someone in charge of besieging his factory was a strong signal in itself. He can be regarded as Lambert's murderous enemy. If the governor intends to accept his surrender, it stands to reason that Lambert should not be sent here. Wouldn't that intensify the conflict? But he still held a glimmer of hope and tried to negotiate, but Lambert was completely resolute and issued an ultimatum. When he heard the ultimatum, Norris couldn't believe it. The governor really doesn't want me? I am the biggest industrial tycoon in Fuxing City. The resumption of work and production in the whole city is inseparable from me, and the livelihood of countless workers depends on me. With me like this, how dare you want me to die? Then, when the time for the ultimatum came, 10 heavy artillery pieces fired at the factory. A round of shells fell, and black smoke rose from all over the factory. A 155mm caliber cannon is enough to penetrate the factory building and cause terrible damage inside. There was wailing throughout the factory. Among them, Norris's office on the top floor of the factory's main building was also hit. If he hadn't been dragged into the basement by the bodyguards when the ultimatum was issued, I'm afraid there would be no bones left by now. He was at a loss for what to do, and his head was completely filled with fear. And it wasn't just him who was in deep fear. After a round of shelling, the armed workers who were not well prepared suffered very heavy casualties. If it weren't for a group of people in dark blue robes shouting everywhere to stabilize the order, the morale inside would have completely collapsed after a few rounds of shelling. They called on the armed workers to hide in solid factory buildings, using various sundries, building materials, and scrapped machines to build fortifications that could withstand shell fragments and shock waves, or hide in the basement, ready to face the shells. Then when the governor's lackeys attack, give them some color. Encouraged by the blue robes, the morale of the armed workers has stabilized somewhat. In the basement, watching the blue robes keep coming in and out, busy to and fro, his sluggish face suddenly became lively. Yes, yes, yes. I'm not finished yet. You. Stop. Norris grabbed a blue robe. I am your most important collaborator, you must protect me. I want to leave here, I want to. Before he could finish speaking, he was pushed away by a gust of air current. The blue-robed man stared at him and said, "Coward, if you want to escape, go by yourself. We must fight here." There was madness in his eyes. Norris yelled, "You're going to die." The blue robe's gaze became even more contemptuous. True God believers are not afraid of death. We have to teach those governor's lackeys a profound lesson. You are crazy. The blue robe ignored him and ran up. In the busy factory, planning to resist to the end, the desperate Norris is like an old dog that has been abandoned. In another basement of the factory, Trikeo, the original high priest, is also here. Beside him were two men in gray and white robes. Their outfits are very similar to the howling angels that Gu Hang met in the alien woodland. They are indeed the two envoys of the original Angry Owl sect. Their identities are equal to that of Howling Phone, who died at the hands of Gu Hang, and they are the other two of the 12 envoys. The shadow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme god envoy is a fat woman, and her fat body cannot be concealed even by a wide robe. The Gale phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme god envoy is a very strong man. The gift of the storm has already been planted? Chui Cao asked. The two envoys bowed together. I would like to follow the decree, and they have all been planted. Chui Cao's expression was filled with compassion. God's people will return to the kingdom of God, so we should go too. There are even greater plans waiting for us to contribute. The faces of the two divine envoys were filled with excitement. The voice of the shadow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme god envoy even trembled a little due to excessive intoxication. I can't wait to see the storm come. The Gale god envoy next to him calmed down a lot. Don't indulge, the plan has to be launched in advance because of the governor. We don't have that much confidence. It's just too cautious. The shadow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme god envoy was very dissatisfied when her climax was interrupted, and her sharp voice sounded, "We could have dedicated this city to the storm a long time ago, but it's just 4. Having said that, she suddenly stopped talking. She saw Trikeo's gaze and looked towards her. This is the will of the storm. Trikeo said with a smile on his lips, Shadowwind, you don't understand the will of the Lord enough. You stay. Ingfeng's eyes, which were originally squeezed into the fat, suddenly widened. No, no, no. I don't mean to be dissatisfied. This is not a punishment for you. Chui Cao's smile became more benevolent. This is a test for you. Those humble servants of the false emperor who came from outside the sky will affect the cause of the Lord. This time, we not only to create chaos in the city and attract the governor's attention, we have to eliminate those false emperors and lowly servants as much as possible. It's a pity that only 7 of them came this time. However, you still have to do your best. Why, do you understand? The shadow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme god envoy really wanted to refuse, but in the end, she could only bow her head obediently. Chui Cao nodded in satisfaction and said, Then I will leave it to you. Shadow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win wine / phoneme. I hope I can hear good news from you later. Gu Hang suddenly felt a palpitation. He got up from his seat and went to the window to look out. From here, the specific situation of the battlefield could not be seen, but the sound of the heavy artillery firing could be heard halfway across the city. He already knew that Garrett had already rushed over there with the extremely combative nun. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. However, Gu Hang couldn't ignore his previous restlessness. He is a psychic, and intuition is a thing that most of the time actually foretells that something is about to happen. Hearing the sound of cannons continued, Gu Hang was still not at ease. Instead of entangled here, it is better to go there in person and find out. Gu Hang left. Before leaving, he also sent a message, hoping that the Phoenix Battle Group, who had just found a place to rest in the city, would rush over as soon as possible. This was still a quest request, and according to him, Sister Garrett might be in trouble. I believe that he had an affair with the head nun in the past. Oh, no, it was the commander of the Martins who had fought side by side, so he shouldn't just sit idly by. They are idle anyway. The speed of Gu Hang rushing over was very fast. As soon as he thought about it, he flew into the air. That's the benefit of psychers. By the time he arrived at the scene, Lambert, Prabhav, Jarrett and others had already started their ground attack for a while. In the previous multiple rounds of artillery fire, more than 100 heavy artillery pieces were smashed in. Not to mention that the entire factory area is in ruins. It's not too bad. According to their assessment, under such circumstances, the non-professional soldiers inside and the temporarily armed workers not only suffered heavy casualties, but their morale should almost collapse. The next thing is that the infantry, under the leadership of the battle nuns, enters and cleans the battlefield. Those who are dead are ignored, and those who are alive are pulled out and captured, and thrown into a prisoner of war camp. It is not a matter of the army to see how the follow-up arrangements are made. According to Prabhav's thinking, this should be an easy operation. Sure enough, all the fear comes from the lack of firepower. There is no such heavy artillery that can directly damage concrete and cement structures. Only relying on the previous 60mm mortars, grenades, and rifles. If you want to take down the current factory area, even if the opponent is only some armed workers, I am afraid it will be impossible. Many lives have to be paid. But now, just using the 10 captured 155mm heavy guns, the battle is much more comfortable to fight. If you can use big bombs to bombard his mother for a dozen rounds first, and then the infantry will go up to clean up the battlefield, then who is willing to spend their lives filling trenches? Or say that artillery is the god of war. However, before entering, Garrett issued a warning to him and the commander of the 6th Battalion. Don't let your guard down, there are powerful enemies inside. There are still strong enemies? At that time, Prabhav was a little unconvinced. What strong enemy could be stronger than the 155mm howitzer? Afterwards, he thought of the heroic appearances of the Phoenix and the Mercy Lilies on the battlefield. If there are enemies of this level, it seems that it is really not good. If someone else said it, he still wouldn't believe it, but it was this gentle and powerful nun who spoke. Then believe it. Prabhav discussed with the battalion commander of the 6th Battalion and decided not to throw all his troops into it. Although they only have 600 people in total, which is not enough for this fairly large factory area, but they would rather proceed slowly and be more cautious. They each sent out a company and entered first. When the company enters, it is also based on the team as a unit, and each is responsible for advancing. The distance between the teams is relatively wide, and each team will be divided into 3 teams to sweep the semi-ruined factory area. At the request of the officers, the soldiers bowed their backs and leaned against the ruins as a cover, a little slow and cumbersome, but they walked forward very solidly. It is not easy to move forward without thoroughly confirming the safety of an area. As a result, there are really enemies. Moreover, these enemies will resist very strongly. Those guys in work clothes and armed with weapons that are not much better than iron pipe rifles emerged from the ruins. When they emerge, they are usually only 50 meters away from the soldiers who are advancing to search, which is not too far away. After coming out, they used the weapons in their hands to shoot a bunch of bullets towards a group of infantry. The soldiers reacted very quickly. They quickly lay down and looked for cover. The marksmanship of those armed workers was not very good, and most of them drifted away. They were really shot, and the plastic steel armor on their bodies could save their lives. While a group of soldiers was suppressed, the other 3 groups not far away would immediately launch a counterattack. Relatively speaking, the marksmanship of the soldiers under Gu Hang's command is much better than that of the armed workers. The performance of the G9 assault rifle is also far more reliable than the weapons in the hands of armed workers. The trio could kill all the armed workers who came out in one burst of fire. After finishing the kill, instead of putting down their guns, they continued to point their guns at the spot and made tactical gestures to the group of soldiers who had been pinned down earlier. The three people got up quickly and went to the location of the shot target. They are going to confirm the results of the battle and see if there are any remaining enemies. If any enemies are not dead, they will make up the guns by the way. And the three who completed the kill provided them with fire cover. If an enemy emerges, they will fire immediately. Not far away, Garrett, who was just about to shoot, lowered her gun. Her eyes were even a little surprised. The performance of these soldiers somewhat exceeded her expectations. Before, she didn't pay much attention to the combat status of these ordinary infantrymen under the governor. Although, the individual equipment on their bodies looks very similar to the regular army of the Empire G-type rifles and plastic steel vests. But this can only be regarded as the most basic cannon fodder equipment. It stands to reason that not only mortars are required in the team, but also a few LR laser guns and HS electromagnetic rifles may be needed. Simple fragmentation grenades may not be enough. Even if you can't get out hot melt bombs and compressed energy bombs, at least get more bazookas, too. Even if it is pure light infantry, the equipment of these infantry under Governor Gu is still far behind. But this is understandable, forgivable, and even admirable. At least, Your Excellency, the governor has been working hard to get his armaments closer to the Astral Army. What else can he force? However, when it comes to fighting, the combat quality and combat performance of these soldiers are impressive. Although the equipment is not enough, but this level of training, it is the appearance of a regular unit of the Star Militia Army. Such a team, even Garrett, cannot be underestimated. With the help of these people, she felt that she and her sisters could relax a little bit. But just when she thought so, a sudden change occurred. Judging from Garrett's sharp eyes, the governor's soldiers who just killed those enemies have done a very good job. The bullets were accurately and meticulously fed into the heads and chests of the armed workers, each hitting twice. An enemy with almost no protection, if the vital part is shot by the G9's gun, it will undoubtedly die. Confirming the results of the battle is a necessary tactical action, and Garrett will not interfere. In fact, her gaze was already looking elsewhere. Although the resistors who emerged at this moment were scattered, there were indeed quite a few. The armed workers who survived the bombardment used the half-collapsed factory ruins as bunkers and positions one after another. After the governor's soldiers who came to sweep them approached, they all took the initiative to fight back. The soldiers' progress was blocked, and they had to find cover to fight back. But just like the scene that Garrett just saw, in most cases, the governor's soldiers won overwhelming victories by virtue of their stronger soldiers' quality and equipment advantages. Of course there were some losses, but not large. On the contrary, the armed workers who took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme suffered more casualties. But if there is a certain place where there are more armed workers gathered and they fight more cautiously, they only stick out their guns to stop them. Then Garrett does not intend to waste time, she and her sisters will go directly. These armed workers mixed with heresy are all hateful traitors in her eyes. However, just when she focused on a place where she was stubbornly resisting, the place where she thought the problem had been solved and she could rest assured, suddenly changed. In Garrett's perception, there was a very strong storm and evil energy in an instant. Her face changed, and she immediately warned, "Dangerous. Get out of there." But it's too late now. The bodies of the dead armed workers exploded like corpse bombs. Their flesh and blood flew all over the place, as if a compressed air bomb had been buried in their bodies. The soldiers who heard the warning but didn't understand the danger were blown several meters away by the sudden burst of compressed air. When they landed, their limbs twisted, and the strong shockwave damaged their internal organs. The sharp air knife cut through the body without the protection of the plastic steel vest and helmet, and the face, limbs, and throat were completely torn, bloody. Gretel immediately started yelling again, "Don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the enemy's corpse. It will explode." This accurate information, together with the picture of what happened just now, was seen by other soldiers around, and then quickly spread to the outside world. The actions of the governor's soldiers became much more cautious. The tragic death of the comrades in the corpse storm bomb taught them a profound lesson. They changed the conventional tactical requirements. Instead of going to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range confirmation after killing, but changing to make up the gun from a long distance if it is convenient, and pull it down if it is not convenient. In this way, you don't have to worry that approaching the corpse is as dangerous as approaching the landmines, but the enemy quickly came up with new tricks. Beside the armed workers, some people in blue robes emerged. The power of storm magic surged from their bodies. These people, in the eyes of Garrett, are not very powerful magicians, but there are quite a few of them, and they are shy. What they did was not to directly use magic to attack the governor's soldiers and the battle sisters, but to blow up the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme and blow the bodies of the armed workers who were shot to the governor's soldiers on their ground. These corpses, like compressed air cannonballs one after another, caused a lot of trouble to the soldiers. These shells sent by the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme are not as powerful as the 155 caliber howitzers, but the key is accuracy. There were places where soldiers hid behind slopes made of collapsed walls and small recesses. As a result, a gust of phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme swirled and sent a corpse in. The soldiers had already seen it in advance, and it was useless to open fire to smash the corpse, so they could only run out quickly. The body bomb exploded, killing 3 people. This bunker position, which seemed to be quite good at first, seemed unsafe. In fact, nowhere is safe right now. The actions of the soldiers were hindered by corpse bombs. Even with the support of the battle sisters during this period, the problem was only alleviated. It's okay for the battle sisters to kill those blue robes from a distance, but they have to show their faces. Hiding behind construction debris, shell craters that may be several meters thick, the bolter can't hit it hard. Anyway, they sent the corpse over by phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme, so they didn't need to show their heads. Under such circumstances, Garrett made up her mind. Sisters, for the Emperor! Charge with me! She jumped out, and her sister jumped out with her. The holy golden halberd in her hand is an extraordinary weapon blessed by divine magic. Other nuns don't have such powerful things, but it's not necessary. Whether it's an ordinary sword or a bolter, it's enough. Instead, it was the holy golden halberd of the head nun, which caused serious damage. Compared with the weapons in their hands, their defense capabilities are equally hopeless. After they started to charge, their bodies were completely exposed, and they deserved to be shot intensively by the armed workers. However, the ability level of the armed workers is not very good, and the nuns of the Holy Lily of Mercy are fast and flexible in their actions. When the two are superimposed, the hit rate plummets. If they hit, the power armor on them is useless. The Mercy Lilies were in full swing. As they charged, the bolters in their hands also fired. At the same time, the governor's soldiers behind them also stepped up their firepower projection, used as a cover, suppressed each other, and caused casualties by the way. The nuns rushed into the enemy formation smoothly and began to eliminate those enemies at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range. Their targets, of course, are not the ordinary armed workers, but the blue-robed cultists who act as cannons and project the entities of the armed workers as cannonballs. Their appearance brought a devastating blow to the enemy. Whenever a battle sister approaches a position, the cover loses its usefulness, and the bolter can mow down a handful of enemies entrenched there. Even phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme enough, the blade in the hand becomes a more effective weapon than a bullet. Killing those enemies, however, has never been the biggest problem facing the nuns. Exploding corpses are. Even the nuns in power armor don't want to eat a magic bomb at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range. The nuns have the ability to counteract spellcasting, but firstly, they have to be relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the caster. Secondly, the explosion of corpses does not seem to be a process of casting spells. In other words, the process of casting the spell has already been completed, and only a means of detonation is missing. It was a very weak movement, not easy to suppress. The nuns can only countercast spells, not disable all supernatural powers in a certain area. There is an essential difference between the two. If the blast wave of the magic bomb explodes, if the distance is 2 phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme, the power armor will be damaged. If you eat it twice, cracks may appear, resulting in a decrease in defense performance and casualties. Therefore, after they killed someone at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme range, they would quickly distance themselves to avoid being bombed. As long as the distance is longer and the power of the shockwave is weakened, the damage will be within the acceptable range. Even for this reason, they may only get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to slaughter the blue-robed cultists, and then those armed workers who will be used as corpse bombs, they just leave them alone, or wait for a little distance before dealing with them. Just armed workers who explode when they die aren't a problem, those blue-robed cultists are. The Battle Sisters were right. A factory that has been bombed into ruins is of little value to bombard it with artillery. The semi-ruins that were blown up became shelters for survivors, and they were stronger than normal factory buildings. If you want to gnaw it down, you still have to rely on infantry to fight. With only armed workers as opponents, 2 infantry battalions are enough to gnaw it down. The number of armed workers who are still alive will not be too many, and they lack heavy weapons and lack military skills. Even if it seems that they are not afraid of death, it is only a matter of time before they are all killed. With the quality of the governor's soldiers, even in the most costly and bloody hand-to-hand combat, the losses will actually be very limited. As long as those blue robes are killed. That's what the nuns are doing. They also did a good job, leading the soldiers to start again with heroic actions. At the same time, after finding out the situation on the battlefield, the commanders of the 2nd Battalion and 6th Battalion who participated in this battle also made plans to increase frontline soldiers. So far, 4 infantry companies have been engaged in frontline battles, including the only company with a special designation in the entire army, the Waste Hole Company. When the blue robes were attacked and wiped out in large numbers by the combat nuns, without the artillery, it became extremely difficult for the remaining armed workers to hold back. The situation turned back to the side of the governor's soldiers. According to this situation, the battle should have come to an end. After Gu Heng arrived at the scene and met Prabhav, Lambert and others who were commanding the battle, he used his thoughts to control his body, and when he looked down from a high place, he saw the battle situation like this. It stands to reason that such a situation should reassure him a lot. The nuns of Holy Mercy Lily worked very hard when facing heresy and cults. The soldiers accompanied the battle with high morale. Although there were some casualties, they were completely within acceptable limits. Although a factory was smashed, this should be the only place in Fuxing City where armed resistance can be carried out on a large scale. When you're done, you should call it a day. With this killing of chickens and monkeys, the remaining alliance dignitaries have no ability to resist, and can only tremble under the butcher knife wielded by Lambert. However, the throbbing feeling in Gu Heng's heart suddenly came again at this moment. It was as if some huge disaster was about to take shape before his eyes. He directly activated his spiritual vision to view the entire battlefield. Gu Heng saw a lot of reactions from the storm energy. Those armed workers were all implanted with some kind of evil energy in advance, which could be detonated after death or even while alive. The specks of storm energy that Gu Heng saw should be these, which are normal. As for the others who are strong and weak, they should be the blue-robed cultists who popped up. They are suffering from the full force of the sacred lily and are dying very quickly. According to this posture, in a few hours at most, before the sun sets, the entire factory area can be completely cleared. In short, at a glance, Gu Heng didn't see any problems. Then what was the reason for his previous palpitations? Isn't this some kind of spiritual warning? Is it just that I'm too tired recently, and my brain is twitching? Thinking of this, Gu Heng felt a little more relaxed. This is of course the best. Otherwise, if there is any crisis, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Gu Heng glanced at the battlefield again. Still no problem? Wait a minute. Gu Heng frowned deeply. It wasn't that he saw anything new, but that he found that he seemed to have overlooked it. Those dots of light symbolizing the storm magic seem a bit too much. According to what Prabhav reported to him in the previous battle situation, even if armed workers died, the corpses would be shot out as landmines and shells. Of course, there would be no light spots for the spent body bombs. And when the nuns of the Holy Lily of Mercy began to show their power against the blue-robed cultists, the soldiers followed them and dealt with the remaining armed workers. Without the control of the warlock, the corpse will not explode by itself after death. But even so, the soldiers also tried their best to stay away from the corpses that hadn't exploded, so as to ensure that there would be no consequences of walking around and being manipulated by a magician who hadn't had time to be eliminated. How to deal with these remaining corpses afterwards is a troublesome issue, but at least for now, it is unlikely to become a threat to this battle. However, the number of light spots that Gu Heng saw did not match the number of armed workers killed by the soldiers and still stubbornly fighting in the central area of the ruins. Moreover, there are quite a few light spots of storm evil energy, which coincide with the positions of the soldiers. He thought before that it might be that a soldier approached by accident. But on closer inspection, it can be found that the soldiers did not know that there were armed workers' bodies next to them. It may be normal for one or two people to be careless, it is not normal for so many people to overlap. Do you want to die? Impossible. Reminiscent of the previous situation, Gu Heng thought in amazement, those are the workers who were buried under the ruins of the factory and died in the previous shelling caused by hundreds of shells? They are also implanted with the energy of storm magic, and they can also be used as corpse bombs. It was only because of the previous bombardment that a large area of the factory area collapsed, and many corpses or living people were buried under the ruins. However, being buried does not mean that there is no threat. What if thousands of them exploded under the ruins at the same time? It is equivalent to thousands of compressed air bombs, which explode below, and the shock waves and air pressure released instantly will blow up the semi-ruined site that looks solid and stable into the sky. For those already deeply involved, the consequences are devastating. The 4 infantry companies of the 2nd Battalion and 6th Battalion that went into battle might all be wiped out, and even the 6 Holy Lily Sisters brought in by Garrett might suffer heavy losses in this wave. After understanding the risk, Gu Heng didn't even have time to communicate with Prabhav, Lambert, and others. His order, transmitted through the entire battlefield through the shock of spiritual means, I am Gu Heng, and I order everyone to stop fighting and withdraw from the factory area. Repeat, evacuate the factory area immediately. In order to prevent Garrett, who is not his subordinate, from understanding his order, he specially pulled a psychic communication line and sent the voice into her ears. This is probably a trap, get out first, let's take a long-term plan. Of course, the soldiers under Gu Heng's command obeyed the orders. The governor gave the order, and although they didn't know why, they obeyed the order and stepped back. Of course, it's not like turning around and running away foolishly. Someone needs to cover it with firepower, and someone must set up a defense line to prevent those armed workers from taking advantage of this opportunity to attack and cause unnecessary casualties. As for Garrett, when she heard Gu Heng's voice just now, she didn't understand why she had to quit. In her opinion, this battle is about to be won, and retreating at this time, not to mention a failure, at least gives those cultists a chance to breathe, which she does not want to see. But she couldn't continue to attack alone with the 6 nuns. When she saw the governor's soldiers retreating, no matter how unwilling she was, she could only retreat. The angry head nun, after preparing to withdraw, questioned Governor Gu Xingshi. However, Gu Heng's judgment that this place is a trap that was sent to her ears immediately made her vigilant. She didn't see anything, but it didn't prevent her from taking the warning seriously. Governor Gu is a psychic, maybe he can see things that she can't see? She beckoned, motioning for the sisters to follow along. However, the enemy also sensed the intention of the governor's troops and the sisters of the Lily of Mercy to retreat. Those armed workers who were still alive jumped out of the bunker like crazy, and started a fierce pursuit. They kept firing with the weapons in their hands, and even more so with their feet. Looking at their appearance, it seems that they are not expecting to cause much damage with the light weapons in their hands, but more like sending their bodies closer to the nuns and soldiers even if they die. This is by no means the organization and morale that ordinary workers can have. Their eyes are full of madness, and they can no longer see the brilliance of reason. They really can't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme for long. Even if they are retreating, the fighting nuns and the soldiers of the governor still maintain a good degree of organization. Kill it! However, behind those armed workers, a fat figure in a gray robe quietly appeared from the ruins. She didn't move forward, and she didn't expose her body to the shooting range. She opened her hands, palms facing the sky, and the power of the storm began to spread out from her center. It was as if there was a pervasive breeze blowing in. The corpses of those workers blown by the breeze, even those buried under the ruins, all underwent some changes. In Garrett's perception, the violent storm energy was activated on the originally silent corpses under her feet and around her. The bombs hadn't exploded, they had just been activated. And then, all you need to do is ignite, and these corpse bombs will explode naturally. Garrett knew she couldn't run away. Before the opponent detonated the trap, it was impossible for everyone to withdraw from the area covered by the trap. But when the opponent activated these corpse bombs, their location was also revealed. She stopped, exerted all her strength, and charged towards the source of the storm's evil energy. She jumped into the air, and the power pack behind her spewed out flames, causing her to burst into extremely fast speed suddenly. Halfway through, she kept holding the bolter in her hand, but the target of the strong storm fell energy she sensed never appeared within her field of vision. She could only grit her teeth and continue to sprint. In this very short time, a little emotion appeared in her mind. Most of the sisters who followed her had just retired from the last arduous war. The congregation sent them to the Starship Quintet, as members of the state church accompanying the ship, with the intention of allowing them to go to a quiet place and rest for 2 years. Obviously, the quintet is staying in the orbit of Star Fury, and nothing should happen. They can spend 2 years of peaceful life in the chapel on the ship to soothe their tired hearts from years of fighting. This is kindness, but Garrett does not appreciate it very much. She was on the starship, she was very calm, but her heart was hard to calm down. She has long been used to the environment of the battlefield, but after she settled down, she was very uncomfortable. When she heard that there was a cult raging on Fu Shaoxing, she couldn't wait to bring her sisters to the surface and participated in the battle. In her opinion, it was a waste to wear the armor blessed by the Emperor and wield great power, not to destroy the enemies of the Emperor, but to cultivate one's morality in the Starship Church. But what I didn't expect was that it was my own decision that brought the sisters who could have rested peacefully into a desperate situation. She herself may be able to survive the ensuing explosion because she is strong enough. But her sisters, there will definitely be casualties, and even the entire army will be wiped out. They have experienced countless times more difficult and terrifying battles than those on Fury Owl, and survived, but at this moment, because of their own command, they will step into a trap and die here. It's ridiculous to say that the ship capsized in the gutter, but it has to pay the price of blood. If she couldn't stop the explosion, she might have to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and regret for a long time. But no matter how hard she rushed, it seemed like it was too late. She could already feel that the spreading storm force activated more and more corpse bombs. I'm afraid the explosion will happen in the next moment. However, at this moment, everything came to an abrupt end. Those corpse bombs were not further activated, let alone exploded. Immediately afterwards, she heard a sharp, exasperated voice coming from the center of the evil storm energy, "Damn you!" A phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme bomb flew out from there and hit the air. Garrett followed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme bomb and looked up, and saw a man wearing a golden nobleman's long robe, floating there. When the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme bomb was about to hit, it dissipated suddenly, leaving only a scattered phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme, blowing his long clothes and black hair violently. The man's eyes were shining with blue psychic light, and his target was the leader of the cult. Grattle realized that just now, the governor had used some kind of psychic means to cut off the cult leader's control over the corpse bomb and prevent the impending explosion. At this moment, Gu Hang's voice rang in her ears, "Master Nun, please destroy that heresy as soon as possible." "It is good." Garrett was not swayed by the change in the situation, but now she was even more excited when she heard Gu Hang's words. She maintained the flame spurt acceleration given by the power pack, and rushed towards the cult leader at the fastest speed she could achieve. The few armed workers who were still alive tried to stop her. The guns in their hands will not pose a threat to the head nun, so they just want to be able to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme as soon as possible, and then the magician will detonate the storm bomb in their body to stop them in this way. "Don't worry, charge with all your strength." Gu Hang's voice sounded again. Garrett now has complete trust in the governor. She ignored the armed workers, executing them with bolters only when it was convenient. And those armed workers did not explode. All the detonation signals sent by the magician were intercepted by Gu Hang. Are booked. Add a chapter. To be honest, he was not very satisfied with this result, and he was sprayed fiercely, and his mentality was a little bit bad. Seeing that none of the armed workers who fell beside him, who were supposed to be bombs to stop him from moving, failed to explode, Garrett was full of gratitude to Gu Hang. It's not that she hasn't seen more powerful psychers, on the contrary, she has seen many. In her opinion, Governor Gu's psychic strength is excellent, but it is only worthy of this evaluation, not at the level of a master. But today, the psychic manipulation ability he displayed is enough to make people astonished. The method that can cut off the connotation of the magician's psychic power is very wonderful. This kind of psychic ability was indeed the first time Garrett had seen it. She doesn't have a deep understanding of psychic powers, but in her opinion, the role played by the governor is decisive. And she, of course, will not let down the opportunities created by the governor. She had sprinted far enough to see the cult leader. The extremely obese goddess envoy in gray robes made Garrett feel sick. She sent 2 rounds from her bolter, barely parrying the storm shield. Gu Hang had the ability to weaken the storm shield and help Garrett's 2 shots directly try to kill the cult angel. But he didn't overdo it. His most important task now is to intercept the detonation signal of the magicians for the corpse bomb, so that none of them can be leaked. Interfering with the storm shield or something is an extra problem, so there is no need to do it. Anyway, it was nothing more than letting the fat woman envoy phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme for 2 more seconds. The furious head nun has come to her body, and the holy golden halberd is raised high. The shadow function made a frightened expression on his face. She tried to burst out a hurricane energy in front of her to blow the battle nun away, but after the power of the sorcery took shape, there was only a breeze. At such a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme distance, the head nun's ability to suppress spiritual energy was fully displayed. The spell that was actively released was blocked by her and failed to exert its due effect. Immediately afterwards, the holy golden halberd was cut off. The storm shield dissipated like real air. Immediately after, the sinister and ugly body of the shadow phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme god was cut into 2 vertically by the halberd from head to toe. The biggest threat is dead, but that doesn't mean things are completely over. In theory, as long as there is a warlock alive nearby, the danger remains. The superior sister understood this too. After hacking to death the leader of the strongest grey-robed cultist, she didn't stop for a moment, and immediately set her target on those ordinary blue-robed people around. A bolter shot is a life. At the same time, the soldiers who were evacuating, as well as 6 other nuns, turned back and participated in the battle together. During this process, Gu Hang's figure has been floating in midair. Soldiers in battle occasionally raised their heads to look at their governor in awe. They don't really understand what the Governor-General has done. However, through the news conveyed by the officers and the words shouted by the battle nuns when they encouraged them, they always knew that the situation was very critical just now, and the governor saved everyone's life. And the battle sisters also raised their heads frequently. They knew better about what had just happened, and their eyes were brighter at this moment. Gu Hang, who is flying in the sky, can feel the gaze from the bottom up. But he didn't pay much attention. Half of his energy is now on the battlefield, and he is on the lookout for signs of detonating corpses in the field. Even though the fat envoy was dead, no one could launch all the storm bombs in one go. However, even if those blue robes can only detonate a few sporadically, since Gu Hang is already here, he will try not to let them succeed. As for the other half of the energy, it is thinking about this whole thing. The original Angry Owl sect had eroded Fuxing City more seriously than he had imagined. After taking Fuxing City, a lot of debuffs that the city is currently facing popped up in the system interface. There is a cult raging, but this one is classified into the category of moderate reduction in gift income, which is nothing compared to the pile of extremely large and substantially above. Big problem. It was precisely because of this that Gu Hang slightly ignored this issue. Even before the alliance government accepted his pressure to thoroughly investigate the situation of the cult, forcing the gang from the original Angry Owl sect to ambush and assassinate him. From this point, Gu Hang even made a misjudgment. These people, the forces in Fuxing City, are not very good, and they have been suffocated, so they made such a bad move. Gu Hang knew that they must still have influence in Fuxing City, but it should not be a big deal, just a disease of scabies. In the end, the good guy actually did such a big job for me here. Even the Battle Sisters, who are experts in anti-heretical cults, almost capsized in the gutter here. I underestimated you. Gu Heng thought so in his heart. This is not a small problem, but a serious problem. Especially the storm bomb implanted in the human body, this technology is simply the most suitable means for terrorist attacks. The cultists still gather people in the factory area, preparing for a big wave. In the future, if they know that this cannot be done, and let the brainwashed ordinary people go to densely populated places, factories, or on the way to the army to carry out such human bombs, it will be a real headache. Gu Hang realized that if he didn't clean up this group of people thoroughly, he wouldn't be able to survive. The two sides forged a dead beam. As for how to catch it? First, finding clues and tracing, this is the conventional method. During the battle, the nuns intentionally spared the lives of several blue-robed wizards. It is not easy for these fanatical cult members to speak up, and they are probably not too afraid of death. However, Garrett also said that they have some special methods in this regard. Gu Hang chose to believe it. Secondly, there are some unconventional methods, the citywide screening. In this regard, Asuna just needs to cooperate. The outer city is the big head, but the residents of the outer city are poor and have no savings. After Lambert completed the control of the grain warehouses in the city, Asuna will go outside the city immediately to distribute the grain to avoid chaos caused by the hungry poor. Where to work, first restore production. Now, it is nothing more than asking Asuna to do an extra job of cult screening during the process of distributing food. But there are also troubles with this matter. Gu Hang doesn't have the technology to know if someone is a cult by poking his throat, so how to screen cult members is really troublesome. After the battle was completely over and it was determined that there were no enemies here, the soldiers withdrew from the area. As long as no one interferes anymore, the storm energy contained in the corpses of the armed workers who died in the ruins will gradually dissipate by themselves, and it won't last long. Of course, these activated storm bombs are very unstable. Before the energy is completely dissipated, it is not ruled out that there will be an explosion for some reason. At the same time, Gu Hang also had to prevent the cultists from going back and forth, and get the corpses out for use again. As a result, a company of soldiers will be stationed nearby, cordoned off, and the surrounding area will be completely under martial law until the problem here is resolved. In fact, the best way to deal with it is to have professional personnel to safely dispose of the energy in these corpses. Gu Hang has this ability, and so do the nuns. It's just that there are too many things to deal with in Fuxing City now, and there is really no time to spend here to deal with the aftermath of the corpse. Needless to say, Gu Hang himself is so busy that he has to worry about everything from people's livelihood to economic production to military affairs. The nuns of Holy Mercy Lily will go further to track down the traces of those cults, and they are definitely not limited to the Norris factory. If something is done here, there must be a conspiracy elsewhere. Then it can only be placed here. The factory building had already been blasted to pieces by the previous heavy artillery baptism. As long as there was no one inside, even if all the storm bombs were blown up, it would not matter much if the entire ruins were blown up to the sky again. Next, Gu Hang will go to talk to Garrett again, and then follow up with the problem of cult members. However, before Gu Hang could find him, Garrett came to him first. Your Excellency, the head nun, you came just in time. Gu Hang's words were suppressed by a hug. Garrett hugged him tightly, and whispered in his ear, "Thank you, Governor Gu. Without your help, my sisters don't know how much loss I would have to bear, and I might have to blame myself and sinking in remorse for a long time." Gu Hang didn't even know where to put his hands at this moment. It's tough everywhere. He could only say, we are allies, this is what I should do. We will continue to work together in the future to eliminate the group of traitors who betrayed the Emperor. Yes. Garrett let go of her hand, but I still want to thank you, this is a blessing from the Emperor. After saying that, she kissed Gu Hang lightly on the forehead, then turned and left. Watching Garrett gradually go away, Gu Hang suddenly had a thought in his heart, blessings are blessings, why do you want to take advantage of me? Hearty victory, get 221 gift points, loss 154, elimination 5073, captive 9, Governor's Infantry Regiment, 154 losses, 4,488 eliminated, Holy Mercy Lily Sisters, Allied Army loss 0, elimination 585. After the battle, Gu Hang saw the settlement information in the system interface as usual. The gift point harvest is not bad, even more than the previous gift point harvest for solving the Outer City battle. Almost captured the gift points of the entire Alliance Legion, only 133. But now, with 5,000 people eliminated, the points are over 200. The main difference may be that the action of capturing the Alliance Legion is basically picking a peach, and the main problems have been solved by the Allies, resulting in a relatively low harvest coefficient of gift points. As for the current battle, although the Battle Sisters helped a lot, the main problem was solved by Gu Hang's subordinates themselves. The bombardment of heavy artillery is the main source of damage in this battle. Without the hundreds of shells fired by these 10 heavy guns, even if 2 infantry battalions were tossed in, they would not be able to hit the factory. The attacking side is at a disadvantage against the defensive side, let alone 600 versus 5,000 troops, the difference is almost 10 times. But the firepower gap brought by the heavy artillery made up for this problem. In the back, the battle nuns were of great help. But despite this, during the offensive, the 2nd Battalion and 6th Battalion also suffered relatively large casualties. The companies they each sent to play the vanguard were basically wiped out. Coupled with the subsequent investment of troops, a total of 154 people were lost. This casualty is still quite heartbreaking. From when Gu Hang pulled out his troops all the way to the present, this was the single battle with the largest casualties. However, if you think about it cold-bloodedly, the benefit ratio is still acceptable. After obtaining the entire Fuxing City, Gu Hang will be able to easily replenish manpower from the outer city of Fuxing City with proper treatment. More than 100 soldiers, training to T5 level is nothing more than 1 point of gift, which is equivalent to free. Some weapons and equipment can be supplemented by the current military production capacity of the Waste Hole Society. So far, the gift points in Gu Hang's hands have reached 356 points. Rich. Satisfied, he closed the battle settlement page, and Gu Hang noticed a new change in his personal information in the Hero interface. There is one more thing in it. Blessing of the Holy Lily, 15 days slightly increase the spiritual and physical attributes, which decay over time. After receiving that Emperor's blessing, Gu Hang felt his body was hot. He was a little strange, but it wasn't an uncomfortable feeling, but after seeing it now, there is actually such a benefit in kissing him? Gu Hang has already started to think about how he can be kissed every 15 days. There is no other meaning, it is purely for buff bonus. After the episode, each of them will continue to busy with their own affairs. The nuns are going to continue to track down the cult. Old Norris was caught out, and the guy didn't die. The cultists didn't silence him, probably because they didn't think it was necessary. If the storm trap in the factory area is activated, even the nun in the power armor may not survive, let alone this old Norris. He has been hiding in a basement. In the final stage of the artillery bombardment, the entrance to the basement was buried by the ruins, and he couldn't get out. It was not until the soldiers cleared the field that people heard his wailing and dug him out. However, his subsequent end may be quite bad. The nuns would catch him and ask him about his ties to the cult. The interrogation process of the Sacred Mercy Lilies for the traitors of the cult might not be as gentle as the smiles on their faces. Some special means can ensure that they get the answers they want, but it is estimated that they are not very friendly to the brains of the interrogated. And after the nuns finished asking, Norris would hand it over to Lambert, the head of the Alliance Prudence Committee. At that time, Lambert will be able to take revenge. In addition to Norris, who was an important source of information, the nuns of the Holy Lily also captured several blue-robed wizards alive this time. These people are also sources of information, hoping to get some information from them. In addition, Lambert has cleared the most important obstacle of Norris, and it will be easier to clean up other dignitaries in the city later. I am afraid that no one will be able to resist. At present, it seems that the gang of dignitaries in Fuxing City have a deep connection with the original Angry Shao sect. The nuns should be able to find some breakthroughs from here. Double down. The routine phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme of tracking down the cult was left to the nuns, while Gu Hang began to focus on screening directions from the whole city to catch the cultists. Asuna is doing it. The reason why Asuna was asked to screen the whole city was not to ask the girl to investigate the case. Not professional phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. In fact, Gu Hang hopes that she can do this while distributing food throughout the city and ensuring people's livelihood. But Gu Hang didn't have any particularly high hopes for this citywide siege, he just did it by the way. The main reason is that there is no particularly useful screening method. A cultist won't let you ask him if he is, so he will directly admit it. He also told Asuna that this matter was done conveniently, and the main task was to ensure people's livelihood. The army that followed Gu Hang into the city has already taken control of several grain warehouses. But at this time, a bad news came first: the city's food reserves are not enough. According to the regular consumption of the city's million population, there is only about days of stock. This level of grain reserves is too dangerous for a city that mainly relies on foreign trade grain imports. It seems that the previous coalition government did not understand the importance of food security at all. But looking at it from another angle, it seems to make sense. After Asuna took over the granary, the poor in the outer city were also counted and consumed according to the per capita standard of the governor's camp and the abandoned cave society, but before that, the alliance authorities may have never calculated it that way. They may only regard the 10 people in the inner city as serious people, but the poor in the outer city? Figure it out for yourself. Of course, in fact, the food supply for the residents of the outer city must come from these grain storages, otherwise how would the residents of the outer city phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme? If you really gnaw the bark, you won't be able to survive 92 people. It's just that the residents of the outer city don't eat as much as the standard population consumption calculated by Asuna. With a population of 90 to 30 people, they may only consume 52 people day food consumption a day. On average, you can only eat 1/3 to 1/2 of your food every day, and malnutrition is normal. And here is the average, which means that some people from outside the city can eat and drink enough, and some may not be able to eat for 2 days in a row. This situation is also in line with the actual situation in the city outside Fuxing City. After several months of survival in the outer city, Asuna clearly understood that the life of the residents in the outer city was really like this. According to this standard, days of food can be turned into a reserve of 2 days. But Asuna decided that wasn't the case. She will provide standard portions of food to the population outside Fuxing City. Otherwise, before the governor comes, we will not have enough to eat. When the governor comes, we will still not have enough to eat. Then the governor came in vain? At the current stage, it is an important step to establish prestige for the Governor General to ensure that the rations are fully rationed to ensure that everyone has enough to eat. The inner city people are indifferent to the coming governor? Then go indifferent, is it really the era of the previous alliance? Only inner city people count as people? During the long communication between Gu Hang and Asuna, they both made it clear that the greatest wealth of Fuxing City lies in the outer city with a population of almost 10. As long as they support the governor wholeheartedly, everything else is a paper tiger. The rich and powerful can be overthrown and all means of production confiscated. Gu Hang does not need their support to complete his rule. Residents in the inner city who phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme relatively well, don't care if you feel resentful or not, just do things honestly, and have your own way to manage things if you dare to mess around. In the outer city, a large number of impoverished people will have improved living conditions. They will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme a better life under the governor's benevolence, and then quickly return to the factory and work to shine for the governor's cause. Of course, it's not enough to just send out food. In other words, distributing food is the basis of solidifying the governor's rule, and it is the price paid. On top of the price, how to get the harvest stably is the more challenging part for Asuna. Asuna clearly knew that just opening a warehouse to release food was not considered her own ability. It's like no one can do it. While paying for the food, she had to make it clear to the residents that this was a favor from the governor. Only in this way can the value of releasing grain be brought into play. At the same time, she had to anchor on a principle from the very beginning: she couldn't support people for nothing. She didn't intend to define this batch of food as simple relief and welfare. Whether Fushing City is poor or rich depends on how one judges it. To say that they are rich is to only treat the inner city people as human beings, and they are indeed quite rich, at least by the standards of this wasteland. Their wealth is based on the inappropriate exploitation of the 10 people in the outer city. But now, Asuna wants to see all the 90 million people in the outer city as human beings, so it adds such a huge burden all at once. Judging by such standards, it is impossible to be considered rich. Fushing City's current reserves cannot support high welfare. Asuna will give the residents of the outer city a normal life, but all she can give is opportunities and platforms. If they really want a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme a decent life, they still have to rely on the hard work of their own hands. This is certainly not as beneficial as directly distributing food, but Asuna would rather lose a little of the benefits of being kind to others, but also ensure that the finances of the revival city are on a relatively healthy road. Moreover, the residents of the outer city must not lack the willingness to work hard. Asuna, who had lived in the outer city, fully believed in this. In this regard, Asuna roughly worked out a kind of temporary system. She will distribute food to residents outside the city without distinction, but only for a few days, and only 1/3 of the rations, which can ensure that people will not starve to death. Want more, need to buy. The government grain sales window open will sell grain at a fair price and buy in limited quantities according to the head ratio system. Severely crack down on the behavior of gangs buying and hoarding food through other people's quotas. For a long time to come, the grain industry will become a government-run industry, and the governor's government will do its best to ensure the stability of grain prices. Private individuals are not allowed to intervene in this industry for the time being. As long as they can get cheap and stable food purchase channels, the basic life of residents in the outer cities can be guaranteed. Of course, there are also a considerable number of outer city residents who have no savings. Recently, because of the war, I couldn't get a job, and my hands stopped talking. Asuna also has supporting means. Next, all factories, handicraft factories, and shops that have been recontrolled will absorb the employed population after reopening. Daily settlement of food stamps can be directly exchanged for food. Asuna thought about the work point system and decided not to promote it in Fushing City for the time being. The administrative team she has now, just a dozen or so clerks, really can't promote the implementation of work points and replace the existing currency system. The turbulence will be great, and stronger administrative capabilities in grassroots control are needed to do this well. In fact, she and the dozen or so people under her can't handle even the tasks of distributing food and promoting the resumption of work and production. But fortunately, the army will come to help her. Add one more. The 3rd Battalion of the Governor's Infantry Regiment will be responsible for food security and, by the way, Osina's own safety. Of course, just relying on an infantry battalion is definitely not enough. And at this moment, what Yen Fangshu had been doing all along finally came into play. He has never made his mark in Fushing City, that's because he led the 4th Battalion and the 50 political commissars drawn from each team, and they are still rooted in the prison camp outside Fushing City. Asuna is short of manpower here, so she applied to the governor. Gu Hang turned his head and asked Yen Fangshu how the training of the prisoners was going. It's only been a few days, and of course the more than 7,000 prisoners can't be reorganized so quickly. Of course, their training level is adequate. Although it can't reach the level of T5 produced by the system, it can still be regarded as a regular army of the former alliance. The question is mainly one of reliability. However, it is not impossible to have to transfer manpower. Yen Fangshu selected 7 companies that performed best so far. Among the 7 companies, the political commissars stationed there have all successfully established soldiers' committee branches in the companies, and their ideological work has been done very well. And those who put themselves into practical actions immediately faced their first test. Asuna was quite devastated. The government affairs team she leads basically has no grassroots control over the outer cities of Fushing City. Everything is from scratch. It's also hard to set up quickly. Then how would Asuna spread the news about the regular distribution of food? Indigenous method. I built a lot of sandbangsi, installed big speakers, recorded the words of the food release, and ran around the city to make sure that I could hear it everywhere. As for the work of cult review ordered by the governor, in Asana's understanding, it is to be done, but the priority is relatively not that high. Of course she knew that if those cult members were not caught, they would cause trouble and cause trouble. But relatively speaking, it is not so easy for the residents of the outer city to feed their stomachs, and those cult members want a toss, and the difficulty will become higher. There is hope in the days to come. Who would follow a cult? Of course, screening work still needs to be done. There are 3 nuns, assigned by Garrett, to help with the final processing of the screening work. But obviously, relying on 3 nuns, it is impossible to screen out tens of thousands of people. Asana took time out of her busy schedule to make a set of registration forms. When receiving food, people need to register their personal status, and need to verify each other with the information provided by others. I hope that through this method, I can find out whether someone has behaved abnormally recently, whether they phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme and a relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals close/phoneme place, but the people around them are not familiar with it, and even more directly, they can directly report suspected cultists people. The found abnormal personnel will be further examined, and even to the last level, the nuns will directly participate. This is the best way Asana can come up with in a short period of time and under limited conditions. Her core focus is still on food distribution. However, just as Sandbangsi carried a loudspeaker to publicize everywhere, grain distribution points scattered in various places in the outer city and guarded by teams of soldiers were also established, and all the work could be carried out smoothly just waiting for the food to be in place. But at this moment, news came that the team transporting food from the inner city was ambushed. When Asana heard the news, she felt like a thunderbolt. If there is a problem with the transported grain, it will cause a big mess. The public's sense of anticipation has been aroused by the uninterrupted mobile speaker publicity before. According to the news report ahead, there are already quite a few people at the food distribution point, starting to line up to wait for the arrival of food. At this time, there is a problem with the food halfway. What should I do? Do you want to tell the hungry people who are waiting in line for this meal that the food is gone? Isn't that bullshit? I'm afraid there will be a riot on the spot. Asana panicked. Her experience is not rich enough. In the past management work, she did a good job, but most of them were discovering problems, thinking about solutions, and finding ways to complete them. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often/phoneme. Things can be resolved by advancing according to one's own plan. Like this time, Asana has never encountered such a big emergency, a situation that will collapse if it is not handled properly, and it is natural to panic. But she quickly forced herself to calm down. Asana, don't panic, find a way, just like before. Rest assured, she began to think. For a population of hundreds of thousands outside the city, food distribution is actually a very cumbersome process. First of all, she selected 6 places in the outer city as warehouses, as distribution centers for grain. The grain transported from the main warehouse in the inner city will be put into the distribution center first. Immediately afterwards, each distribution center corresponds to about 10 specific food distribution points. The food transported to the distribution center will be distributed to 10 distribution points. People can receive food directly after registering their identities here. The security issue is quite difficult. The teams that Asana can mobilize, including the 7 companies given by Yen Fangshu and the 3rd Battalion sent by the governor, add up to 10 companies in total. There will be a company in charge of each distribution center. They must be stationed at the distribution center to ensure the safety of the food after it arrives. They must take care of each food distribution point and provide immediate support in case of emergency. There are also 2 other companies, which are mainly responsible for food escort. Each of the 6 routes must have a platoon responsible for following the convoy. The last 2 companies were pulled out as clerks. They will be scattered at all the food distribution points, acting as guards, and at the same time doing the specific work of personnel registration and food distribution. There are not enough clerks, so the soldiers come to fill in. But now, the problem is the grain transportation phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme. At present, Asuna has received news that a group of mobs, armed with weapons, appeared when the team passed by the complex slums and attacked the team. The result of the battle is temporarily unknown. The 6 food transportation routes were attacked almost simultaneously. After sorting out the current situation, she was not in an orderly manner, but she still issued one order after another in a down-to-earth manner. Immediately send a telegram to the governor, reporting the situation we encountered here, and requesting support. We need a loyal and reliable team to help. Immediately issue an order to all the companies stationed at the food distribution center, requiring them all to dispatch to support the food convoys they are in charge of and eliminate all armed elements. The teams at the food distribution points we set up are not allowed to move, and we are fully concerned about the situation of the people queuing up. All of them put appeasement as the highest priority, and we must not use force unless it is absolutely necessary. Contact Captain Yen Feinshu, I need him to prepare the military rations for the prisoner camp. Of course I know that those rations are very important and determine the safety of the prisoners. I also hope that they will not be needed, but if there is really a problem with the food transportation phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route/phoneme. We need the food temporarily for emergency use. Let him not worry, I have mobilized supplies from the starch block production factory in the governor's camp. A convoy with tons of food is coming on the way. It can supplement the needs of the military camp. Our synthetic starch factory is also operating at full capacity. The clerks who received her order went to work separately. Asuna looked out the window while thinking about whether there were any problems with the order she gave and whether there was anything to add. It's windy outside. The houses in the slums were built very casually, creaking in the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme. Looking at the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win/phoneme, Asuna's worries deepened. Another chapter, a little later, I haven't finished writing. Hurry up! Hurry up! Cody shouted loudly. Beside him, 2 infantry platoons moved quickly. These soldiers who still wear the uniform of the Union Legion are now a reliable unit. Although not as reliable as Cody's old army, he believed that with his hard work these days, they should be willing to fight for the governor. What's more, today's mission is to revive the city. Cody, from the Waste Hole Society, was one of the first soldiers to be conscripted into the governor's command, and Prabhav was his old chief. When Prabhav was ordered to form the 2nd Battalion, Cody was also promoted and became squad leader. After the battle to conquer Fushing City, he was elected as a political commissar. He put on a black overcoat, a red military cap and epaulets, looking handsome and domineering, completely different from ordinary soldiers' attire. It's hard to say how much the clothes played a role in Cody's willingness to do the commissar's job. Of course, he understands his responsibilities better. To be honest, even after half a day of lessons about being loyal to the Empire and the Emperor told by the nuns of the Holy Lily, and then the Governor-General gave them a half-day lesson from the bottom of his heart, he is still not very clear about the responsibility of the political commissar. How to do it? The so-called rushing ducks to the shelves is exactly that. When he first joined the company, Cody was nervous in the face of more than 100 unfamiliar faces. But his own straight clothes, bright red military cap and epaulets forced him to straighten his chest and force himself to quickly enter the role. These days, he had contact with every soldier. He now knew everyone's name, their past, and why they were in the army. In his opinion, he also has no special method. Chat with people, understand for yourself what they are thinking, and then tell them what you think. Why do you want to be a soldier? For changing the world. No one wants to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in this chaotic wasteland world full of death and hunger. Now there is a savior, that is, the Governor-General. We must seize this opportunity. This is to change our own destiny and change the whole world along the way. Fate's only chance. Why do you say that? Cordy gave an example from his hometown, the Wasted Village. The people of the former abandoned Tunch lived a much worse life than the residents of the outer city of Fushing City, and you Union soldiers. But in the current Waste Hole Society, it goes without saying that we have enough food and clothing. Everyone lives in a solid house made of cement, has jobs and industries, and the rumbling heavy industrial machines are mass-produced with hope. Those plastic steel alloys, those machines, engines, car shells. When there are more and more of these things, it means that people's lives are getting better and better. West Dongxi has undergone earth-shaking changes. And why did they come to Fuxing City? That's because they want to help the governor to bring these earth-shattering changes to Fuxing City. These words, Cody said to almost every soldier in the company these days. He was tireless, and his words were sincere. Then, he set up a soldier committee to allow everyone to express their own ideas. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme organized discussions or gave answers, and then selected the most suitable dozen or so soldiers with the most progressive and firmest thinking. They assist the squad leader in various squads. So, there was a special harvest at that time. A soldier said that where he lived before he became a soldier, there was an underground passage from the inner city to the outer city. He discovered it by accident, and someone was using it for smuggling. He didn't dare to reveal more before, because the person who discovered this with him disappeared within 2 days because of his big mouth. And now, he dared to say it. Then Cody told the news to his old boss. Prabhav really made some gains there, and it is said that he captured a senior official of the alliance. Of course, this was just a small episode, and Cody didn't take it too seriously, but continued to focus on the constant conversation and communication with the soldiers. He didn't feel that he was doing any ideological work, he just conveyed his thoughts to every soldier sincerely and earnestly through various methods. Then, out of nowhere, he was commended by Captain Yen Fangshu, saying that he and his company were the best company in ideological work, and a pennant was also distributed. When he brought the pennant back, the whole company cheered. This may be the sense of team honor that the governor told them during the training. When Captain Yen Fangshu said that he would pick out the company to be responsible for the food distribution task, he immediately communicated with the company commander and actively signed up to participate in this operation. During mobilization, he made it clear to all soldiers. Just a great thing, giving food to the whole city, it's so that everyone doesn't go hungry. There are rebels in the city, there are cultists, they are very bad, they are likely to cause chaos, and the purpose is to use nothing the starvation and death of countless innocent civilians against the governor's rule. What we have to do is to defend the food, defend the achievements, and smash the plots of those traitors and cultists. The soldiers fully understood the goal of this battle, and their morale was high. This made Cody feel something. The governor said that the soldiers should know what they are fighting for. He didn't say a word. After communicating with the company commander led a platoon to continue to carry out the security work of the distribution points where people had already lined up. And he, with 2 platoons and about 60 soldiers, went to support the transport convoy. When he arrived at the scene, he found that there was still a firefight ahead. The people who ambushed the convoy haven't succeeded yet. The soldiers stationed at the grain carts had different uniforms from them, so they should be a platoon of the 3rd Battalion of the Infantry Regiment. They fought the enemy with vehicles and with the 2 houses that they captured outside as bunkers. They are a little under pressure now, and there are many mobs in various clothes, armed with various, simple or sophisticated weapons, besieging them. The number is at least hundreds. Seeing such a scene, Cody was relieved a lot. Fortunately, things didn't get out of hand. He could see that although the comrades of the 3rd Battalion lacked heavy firepower and had to worry about the safety of the grain trucks, they couldn't open the gap to rush out, but at least they didn't have a big problem sticking to their positions. Those mobs couldn't get through phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. But when he got closer, he found that there seemed to be something wrong with his previous judgment. Comrades of the 3rd Battalion, the casualties are a bit unusually large. At this time, he saw that among the mob, there were a few guys who were obviously different from the others. They didn't hold weapons in their hands, but white phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme and mist condensed in their hands. After the white phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme mist is thrown out, it will trigger a compressed air explosion, and the impact force is almost equivalent to the explosion of a grenade. The scattered phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine slash phoneme blades are also like fragments. That should be the so-called heretics. Without hesitation, Cody shouted, "Support our comrades! Comrades, charge with me! Come on, comrades!" Monthly pass. In the middle of a fight, the consequences of getting your ass slapped can be disastrous. Behind those mobs, after being attacked from two directions by the two infantry platoons led by Cody, there was basically no effective resistance. If it weren't for the people from the 3rd Battalion in the front, who were not sure what was going on behind them, and who had focused on guarding against grain trucks, and didn't have time to cooperate, if they also launched an attack from the front at the same time, those thugs would collapse even faster some. But even if it doesn't, it's not a big problem. Objectively speaking, Cody feels that the military skill level of the team he leads now is still far behind that of his old army. But better than that mob, and better equipped with weapons. After all, it's not an iron barrel rifle. At the same time, after realizing that among the enemies, cultists who could release storm bombs were the biggest threat, he focused on those two enemies. He found out the soldiers with the most advanced thinking and the ability to fight tough battles under his command, and then led him personally to pick out those cultists to fight. This method must be used to fight tough battles. And when he led people to kill the two magicians, there was no suspense in the battle. The rest of the thugs were phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme killed or fled. Cody didn't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals led lead slash phoneme anyone to chase, but led the team and approached the grain transportation team. The soldiers in charge of the escort were still very cautious and did not let them approach. It wasn't until Cody showed his head that the soldiers on the opposite side found someone they knew, so they let down their vigilance. After exchanging the secret words, Cody left a platoon behind, took the 17 people who were still alive in the original escort team, and took the wounded, and headed for the distribution center they were in charge of. To ensure that the food can be delivered first, it can also ensure the normal operation of the dozen or so food distribution points corresponding to the number 2 distribution center. Then, there are 2 platoons over there, as well as the escort team, which can also ensure safety as much as possible. As for Cody himself, he pulled the brim of his hat, listening to the intense gunshots from afar. His battle is not over. We continue to set off. There are more comrades who need our support. Yes. The soldiers had just won a victory, and their morale was high. Cody quickly led the troops to a new battlefield. The battle situation here is much more problematic than the one he just solved. Here, it should be on the number 3 distribution center transportation phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route slash phoneme. A group of thugs have already occupied the convoy. The number of this group of thugs was more than the ones we encountered before, probably as many as 200 people, and the proportion of cultists among them was also more. Cody saw 5 at a cursory glance. He knows how troublesome it is to deal with such a guy who can release magic. The bullets hit their storm shields, and it took at least 3 magazines to be emptied before they could penetrate, and a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals win-win slash phoneme bullet from the opponent hit them like a grenade. What's more, there are a considerable number of armed mobs beside him to provide protection. Looking at it this way, the infantry platoon responsible for escorting the food is probably finished. Regardless of whether it was the complete annihilation, or someone who was defeated and became a deserter, in short, we can't count on it. And there are also 2 infantry platoons, supported from the number 3 distribution center. The person who led the team, whom Cody still knew, was also a Red Hat political commissar. But the enemy they faced was too strong, and they couldn't get in at all. All they can do is to maintain the front line and ensure that the enemy cannot break out. But the number is not dominant, and the opponent has the help of a magician, and their own side is wary. Even if they have a few mortars in their hands, they don't dare to shoot, for fear of destroying the food. In this case, their front is a bit precarious. Cody immediately led the troops and went up. He and the new force of dozens of people he brought to the scene eased the situation to a great extent. In the midst of the fight, Cody finds another red hat. Thaddeus. Cody? The red hat turned his head, a little surprised. Cody didn't have time to talk about the past. He immediately said the reason: this way of fighting is not good, our guns need to be used. But those grain carts. Don't worry so much. Win first and then talk about the food. Cody said, pointing out, look there. Someone is pouring fuel, and they want to burn the food. Don't let them succeed. After all, he fired a swarm of bullets in that direction, killing the fuel thrower, and then quickly retracted. Okay. The political commissar named Thaddeus also made up his mind. He bowed his back, retreated, and began to give orders. Soon, the mortar teams belonging to the 3 platoons were all in place. The firepower suddenly increased a lot. After Thaddeus came back, Cody continued to say, "It's not enough, we have to find a way to deal with those magicians." "Do you have a way?" Cody grinned. "It's not particularly good, it's just desperate, dare you?" Thaddeus froze for a moment. Cody patted his red armband and asked, "What's the matter? You are a political commissar, why are you still hesitating?" "Damn!" Thaddeus gritted his teeth. "This is what it looks like." The two quickly formed a small team. A total of 17 people formed 2 leading squads. They each led a team, divided into 2 ends, and began to weave through from the periphery. 10 minutes later, Cody led the team and was already in place. He estimated that there were still 2 minutes before the agreed time to launch the attack together. He strictly ordered the soldiers not to show their heads, and waited patiently. Those enemies seemed to feel that the frontal firepower seemed to have weakened, and they were a little ready to move, so they sent out their men and tried to launch a counterattack. Seeing this scene, Cody was a little worried that there would be problems if the frontal defense was reduced by about 1/5 of its manpower. But fortunately, the time of 2 minutes is still withstood. When the time came, the multiple mortars fired at the same time. The squad machine guns, which had changed positions and remained silent for a while, also fired vigorously at the same time. The soldiers also raised their heads vigorously and began to suppress the shooting with all their strength. At this moment, the firepower projection of the entire army increased several times. The armed thugs who occupied the convoy were suppressed for a moment. Even those sorcerers didn't dare to show their heads casually, otherwise, even if they were supported by storm shields, they were just some blue robes, and their level could not reach the level of gray robes or even angels. Broken shield. After all, he was the first to rush out. "It's a bit difficult, I haven't saved the manuscript, I want to update it but I haven't finished it. There is still a chapter in the afternoon or evening." Cody's actions obviously attracted a lot of attention. But the previous detours allowed him to occupy a favorable terrain. When he rushed out, many enemies had their backs facing him, and there was no bunker protection in the middle. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Cody and his subordinates killed many enemies with fierce firepower. It even included 2 sorcerers. One was killed by several bullets because he didn't have time to react, and the direction of the storm shield was not adjusted. The other one reacted, but was shot by several people. In a few seconds, several soldiers emptied a magazine, smashed its storm shield, and killed the people inside. A low-level magician is not strong enough, and ordinary bullets can break the shield and kill them. But then, when the enemy reacted, life was hard for them. Especially in this wave of charging around the back, while killing many enemies, the weapons in their hands also emptied of bullets. Soldiers are arranged to ensure that there is still firepower in the magazines, but when others change magazines, a firepower vacuum will inevitably occur. Not to mention the bullets, there was also a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme bullet from the magician, blasting at them. A soldier was shot in the leg and fell to the ground, and was hit by multiple bullets one after another, killing him. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine/phoneme bomb hit a little crookedly and exploded at the edge of the team, but it still took the lives of 2 soldiers. Although Cody tried his best to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead/phoneme the team and seize a cover, in the process, he was only surrounded by 4 people. That was to be expected. Cody remained calm. Suppressing frontal firepower attracts attention, leading a team to attack from the side, creating as much results as possible while still attracting attention. Next, it's up to Thaddeus. He brought another team, and it was time to launch an attack. There are only 3 magicians left among the enemies. If Thaddeus can achieve results similar to his own, then this battle will not be a big problem. It is best to ensure survival as much as possible and retain combat power. At that time, if the 2 of them can take another 8 or 9 people and insert them into the enemy's rear like steel nails, and the frontal troops will attack under the cover of firepower, even if they fight more with less in this wave, they will still be able to do so. The weak defeat the strong, snatch the food truck back from those cultists and thugs. Just thinking like this, he heard gunshots and screams from not far away. Thaddeus launched the attack as agreed. But the next moment, Cody frowned tightly again. It sounded a little off. Somewhat far. He couldn't hold back, and glanced sideways. The situation was not optimistic. Thaddeus seemed to be exposed before he was about to launch an attack, and he was attacked by the enemy, and he was in a hurry right now. Cody realized he couldn't wait for the results. He looked to the 4 soldiers on the left and right. They looked a little flustered. Although they were already the best and most determined soldiers selected, they were trapped in the enemy's formation at this moment, surrounded by enemies, and less than half of the troops had died just now, so their morale would still inevitably be shaken. Cody knew what he had to say. We've come to this place, and we're going to put our lives on the line. Is there any room for us to back down now? The only way is to win. Let's go. Destroy the remaining magicians, victory belongs to us. After saying that, he rushed out of the bunker. The remaining 4 soldiers didn't know whether they were really moved by his words or subconscious instincts, but they all followed closely. A soldier was behind, providing fire cover and attacking the enemy who was trying to attack his comrades. The other 3, led by Cody, attacked the magician who was attacking Thaddeus with their backs. The magician fell into a desperate situation in an instant. He had enemies in front of him and enemies behind him, and he couldn't hide to the side, because he would be directly exposed to frontal firepower. He was at a loss and was shot dead. But only the remaining 2 magicians are difficult to deal with. The 2 of them, back to back, were behind a pile of ruined houses that had been blown up. The dilapidated construction waste can be used as a cover to resist the frontal firepower, and whether it is Thaddeus or Cody, they can only attack the enemy who is facing him directly, and the opponent's storm shield, also open towards them. What's more difficult is that there are still a large number of armed thugs guarding these 2 magicians. Their firepower was mainly directed at Thaddeus, suppressing the political commissar. Quickly sorting out the situation before him, Cody did 2 things. A grenade, he pulled the tab and threw it at the enemy. The exploding grenade killed several armed thugs, and also made the storm shields of the 2 wizards tremble. Immediately afterwards, he predicted the enemy's counterattack, dodged from the side, and indeed escaped a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme bomb. The phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme bomb blasted the 2 soldiers beside him into the air. Cody half crawled and half squatted on the ground, enduring the pain of the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind wine / phoneme blade blowing off his face, and in an awkward posture, he fired fiercely at the magician who was facing him. The storm shield, which had already been shaken by the grenade, flickered under the fierce shooting of the G9 rifle, and it was obviously in danger.